ポケモンユナイトアジア頂上決戦舞台は日本東京
Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League this year is held in Tokyo, Japan.
今週東京では夏の暑さと冬の寒さを超えて桜のつぼみが花開きました。
This week, Tokyo has surpassed the hot, scorching summer and the cold, breezing winter. And as a result, the cherry blossoms has bloomed up.
2023年マレーシアクアラルンプール、そして2024年タイバンコク。
In 2023, it was held in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. In 2024, it was held in Thailand, Bangkok.
この歴史は選手だけじゃありません。ユナイトを愛したあなたたちが、いやあなたがつないだ物語です。
This history is not made only by the players, but also by the community who loved Pokemon Unite.
見届けましょう。厳しい戦いを乗り越えた選手たちが花開くフィナーレを。
And now, let's witness to see which players are going to reach the grand finale.
It's time for Pokemon Battle! さあ皆さん改めましておはようございます。いい声出てますね。最高の決死です。朝早くから集まっていただきありがとうございます。 MC そして日本語キャスターの篠原光です。よろしくお願いします。そして
Hello there, trainers across the world, and welcome to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. This is our final stage. My name is Big Eels, and together with Leonard, also known as Yoli, ready to bring the action-packed adventures for day number 1 of PUACL. Yoli, how are you, my friend?
I'm feeling exceptionally ecstatic this morning here, Pika Yules here, mainly because of the fact that we are here for the Pokemon Unite ACL League group stage. By the way, we're not really going to the playoffs yet. We are currently going to be going through the group stage for day number 1. Top 16 teams representing their regional zones here to fight for their top 8 placing in the playoffs as we will prepare to crown our grand champion. Pika Yules, I'm excited for a good day of games, or more likely I can say a good weekend of games before we crown our grand champion for the ACL. And don't forget, the champion will also be getting a spot in the Pokemon World Championship Series. The second team, by the way.
Wow, I'm quite excited who's going to be the victorious team in this tournament. We have a lot of strong teams actually here. Some of them, had to go the hard way, wherein they have to compete all the teams across their own region in the winter tournament. And some of them, just proved themselves in their invitational league, like in ACL. Like we have Japan, we have India, we have Southeast Asia as well. And aside from that, we also have our, team from the AOS Cup, which is Luminosity Gaming, which might be a big obstacle for our Asian teams to go up against later on.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite the challenge, but even more so, particularly, I think this ACL in particular is probably the most exciting one in my opinion. It could be the best so far. I dare say the best ACL, because there's a lot of things that's gonna be the first time, right? So in this ACL, we have teams that's carrying multiple championship titles or world championship titles here, particularly 2 teams here, which we'll be stressing a little bit on later on. We also have new regional zones also participating in this tournament as well, and of course introduction to our first NA team, Luminosity Gaming. I believe everyone who's been in the Pokemon Unite community, or at least witnessing the entire scene, will definitely recognize who exactly Luminosity Gaming is. So having our first NA team in the Asian Champions League is actually a pretty interesting thing as well.
Yeah, that will make everything exciting in this tournament. But it's not just Luminosity Gaming who just hop into the tournament. We have 2 new teams in our Asia Champions League. We have Litten's Dream Factory, and same thing with their other team who's going to be competing as well in this tournament. So really exciting. So that is Litten's Dream Factory, and the other one is Their other team, I forgot.
Utopia.
Yeah, Utopia. There we go. So, like, I've seen their a little bit of their matches during their qualifiers, and despite having a different game mode, I do feel like their macros are really on point. That they can adapt really well into our default game mode, which will be showcased later on. So, really excited for the new teams that will be competing in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not just them, right? We also have like a few new teams for the Japanese league as well. A very competitive region. I mean, it's to be expected as well. Where this is where Pokemon comes from as well. We also have the Nagoya Oja alongside with the, I believe it's Kakigoya Rising as well.
Yeah.
It's such a competitive region, and you know, let's be honest, Pokemon Unite has come a long way. I think we're like 3 years into it as well. It's constantly evolving. We're getting more new talents along the way, but also at the same time, I believe in South, especially particularly here in ACL or Southeast Asia regional zones, we have an insane amount of talents, an absurd amount of unique talent, just waiting to get that opportunity to get their spot into it. And also at the same time, we have a lot of consistent teams or rosters returning into this tournament, although some of them did get a little bit of rebranding as well. And I think that's pretty much a great time for them. But of course, with that being said, we're back into the Japanese stream here, currently at the Motor I'm really excited. The stage looks phenomenal, by the way. And Doom Snacks, Wonder Chefs, Zoinks, Sprangles, the Content Cowboy, great to see them on the grand stage as well. Although we will be, for at least both of us as well, we'll be hosting at least or casting from the comfort of our homes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we also have JJ Kun, who's just sitting in the back here, actually, who will be joining us as well later on. So, we're gonna be waiting for our matches and just look at the venue, look at everything that is said in the Sumitomo Building at Shinjuku, Japan. I love everything. I love this stage. I love what's happening, and I know for sure that everyone is already excited. I mean, there has been an action-packed number of audience. There we go. So I know they're excited. I know they are rooting for their teams, and I just can't wait. This is going to be a long day ahead of us with full of Pokemon Unite action.
Oh yeah, and also at the same time, I love the host. I believe that's gonna be Ko Shinohara. I'm not sure, not sure. Oh man, Doom Knight looks great, man.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I want to be the Doom Knight and Wonder Chef. I'm pretty sure I have the exact same shirt that he's wearing currently at the moment. Just a little bit of a different color. You know, I'll try to wear that tomorrow. Then we'll see whether it matches or not.
Let's just compare later on. Let's see if it really does resemble it. So, come on, man, just wear it tomorrow. We'll see. Come on.
Yeah, but seriously, it's such an amazing stage, right? And just checking out the crowd, the community. I love the fact that how much we have grown over the years as well. And their host and one of our Japanese talents as well, Ko Shinohara, who's currently the host. Which, by the way, he's currently on the mic. He's currently talking as well. Not just him as well. We also have the Minokami and also Chomos, which alternated. By the way, if I'm not sure whether you watch it, they actually had a 1-hour video that was related to the group stage draw selection as well. Oh, it was very entertaining. They also invited like the captain for Insomnia, ZETA, and also I believe it was FENNEL as well.
Yeah, FENNEL, yeah.
So to actually just have a very quick interview of what they think about the potential overseas teams as well of the other regional zones. So it's pretty great.
Yeah, and definitely these teams actually, the other teams rather, have really prepared a lot. But yeah, let's take a look at our overview here. So yeah, as you said a while ago, we have a total of 16 teams, 4 from Japan, 4 from Southeast Asia, and 1 from India League respectively. But we also have our teams from Winter Tournament, which is 1 per each tournament. That is Japan, India, APAC West, and APAC East. And we have from LAIC, which is the AOS Cup winner. And our Shenzhen Master, we do have our 2 teams. And day 1, it's going to be 16 teams. We're going to be having a round-robin group stage, and then we will be having a knockout playoff stage on day number 2.
Yeah, I mean, and and since we're on this page as well, I guess I can slowly like break down. Just in case for anyone who didn't participate in the group draw selection that was hosted by Shinohara and Thomas and Minakami. Basically how they did the draw selection was first off they started doing, because it is we have 4 group stages right for this tournament. So they went by phases. So the first phase was they did this they draw slots based on our top 4 from the Japan League first, and after that they move on to phase 2, which was the Southeast Asia League, where phase 3 is regarding the other regional zone, and those are related to whether it's the APAC West, APAC East, even the LAIC. Also, those were the remaining last top 8 or bottom 8 in this case for the group stages.
And Winter Tournament as well. I mean, these teams are no joke. I mean, they had a hard way, you know, going into ACL finals, but no, they're still here. They're still here to prove themselves. So we'll see if they could go head to head, especially that, you know, Japan teams, Southeast Asian teams, and our India champion, our powerhouse teams, we could say, because they were on top on their respective leagues. But never forget, Winter Tournament, they had a hard time as well. Same thing with LAIC and Shenzhen Masters. I mean, you know, we have been talking about, you know, off stream that Shenzhen Masters, they do have, you know, a different game mode compared to the others, right? So with that being said, it might be a setback for them, but at the same time, it could be an advantage, knowing that, you know, they have a different playstyle that the other teams would not expect to happen later on.
I mean, especially if you talk about the teams that came from Shenzhen Masters, right? It's a very at least to me in this case, it's a very mysterious team at the moment, right? It's like you mentioned, they were playing a different game, right? Like one of the newer gamers that will be coming in, right? Towards the end, I believe the end of our WCS as well for this year. But until then, they were playing in a different in a different game mode, which is very different to what we are currently playing now, which is where, you know, a lot of things is somewhat dependent on the player, depending a lot of their gameplays or playstyle is depending or revolving around securing that Rayquaza to secure the game, right, for the final lockdown. Whereas for the Shenzhen Masters, their win conditions a lot more different from us, right? 500 AOS points to score, then only that's how the game was somewhat dictated.
Yeah, I mean, it's just first to 500, but, you know, there are other objectives as well onto their game mode. So I wonder how fast they could adapt later on in this game mode. But of course, for our tournament format, again, it's going to be the group stage for today. We have 4 teams per group, and we do have 4 groups available here. Single round robin, and top 2 teams will advance to day number 2, which is our knockout stage, a single elimination, but we do have our tiebreaker place for 3rd, 5th, and 7th respectively.
Oh man, this is tough, especially since I'm not sure whether everyone has managed to get a clear view of what our group stage look like, but we have like some group stages is pretty, you know, it's pretty calm. We get this nice casual duels between the teams here, but there's also some group stages, particularly Group D. Ooh man.
Yo.
I remember was it Xingli, and like he said like Group D was pretty much the destiny of fates here. Destiny of Fates. I feel like honestly, it's that group feels so hot right now. We'll definitely stress a little bit more once we get to see the group stage selection here. But this is how our day 2 single elimination is gonna be looking, right? So yeah. Okay, so we do okay. So from the league page itself, I thought we were following the exact same format as the World Championship Series, right? Where we had the group stages, and then after that it was just the single elimination, where it's just the upper bracket only. Like we were not going to be able to cover the lower bracket. However, from this new graphic, so there is still a losers bracket, but this losers bracket is mostly just to dictate between the tiebreakers only. So it has nothing to do with, it doesn't, any of the team that falls in this category will not be able to go or continue forward to the, or will be able to make their way back to the grand finals. So it's just to clarify who's going to be in what position of placing.
Yeah, I mean, that would matter as well on the rankings, on the winnings as well in the tournament. So that will be dictated later on our, on day number 2 rather. But for, it's the classic draft draft mode that we'll be having at least for this tournament. You know, purple side gets to ban first, and they get to pick first, and then it's alternating. You get two, and final preparations. You know, get those items locked in. You know, switch Pokemons according to your comfort, depending on your composition, and it's very standard, right?
Yeah, it's pretty standard. Nothing too new or different at all. I mean, except the fact that meta is of course changing. It's definitely we have definitely a new set of meta compared to the last ACL that we had from last year as well. But I'll still be honest. I'm still gonna be putting it out there. There's just not enough bans to go.
Yeah.
Just not enough bans. It's so hard, and especially now since there's it's somewhat of a speedster meta at the current moment as well. There's only so many Pokemon you can ban to try to control your opponent. It feels absurdly difficult to try to control.
Yeah, I mean, they were talking about speedster meta as well. That has been the standard. Defenders like Snorlax were being high prioritized to stop those speedsters immediately in their battle. So we're gonna be seeing if that will be the case as well later on. But of course, we do have our standard match rules here. Again, best of 3 for our group stage, and grand finals will be best of 5. Thea Sky Ruins draft mode for our stage. Boost emblems are not allowed, and the format is 10-minute matchup 5v5. Held items are all available, and they're all max. And for our global ban, Suicune will not be available for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Suicune's in a little bit too good of a spot right now as well, especially in the competitive scene. It's constantly just banned out. He's just too difficult to deal with, and this is a lot contrasting from our last ACL, because last time we weren't allowed to play Pokemon EX, right? EX Pokemon, right? So basically there was no Mewtwo Ys, there was no Miraidons at that time. So at least now, in this case, for this ACL this year, the players are now have access to both the Mewtwo Ys, the Miraidon. We choose to go for it. I saw the recent NAIC, right? They had, and even the EUIC, they had a great time with the Miraidon. I saw some really great plays, especially with the electric drift as well. It was really fun to watch. But now we're back. That's pretty much all the formalities for this tournament as well. Just taking into account no Suicune, and of course naturally no emblem booster here.
I mean, yeah, Suicune has been really good for the past couple of weeks that it has been released into the game. It feels like a Suicune is more on the utility all-rounder that we have been talking about. But yeah, we do have our sponsors here as well. KEIO, our travel agency, KO travel agency partner here. So they were the ones who led every team, who made it possible for them to go into Japan.
I mean, I believe we have 3 sponsors, right? Chaos being one of them. I believe we'll slowly go down the line. But seriously, thank you to our amazing sponsors for allowing all this to happen. Not just for us, the broadcast talents, but also for our players as well, to just showcase their abilities. Even for the new team. This tournament in particular, it's a really great opportunity, right? Especially for the newer teams that really come into this tournament itself. You don't get this kind of opportunity to play against, or even try to win against tier 1 or tier 2 teams, especially teams that carrying world championship titles. And we also have new regional zones as well coming to the mix as well. So you couldn't ask for better opportunity. Sure, it is more challenging than usual, but you can't get even more better opportunity than that. But of course, our next sponsors, Meiji, thank you so much. You always gotta get this nice sweet treats for sure. Chocolate biscuits. I mean, who can say no to that? Who can say no to that?
I mean, the ones on the left side is my favorite snack. Come on, whenever I see those at the supermarket, it's a must grab that you need to get that. That chocolate biscuit is so good. Yeah, there's a ton.
I'm so jealous.
Oh my, there's a ton of that here in the Philippines at least. But yeah, we also have our equipment supplier, Republic of Gamers, Asus ROG. Man, I cannot say anything. This is just too good for our gamers, for our trainers out there in Japan who will be competing.
So many great opportunities. I think particularly this ACL, I'm really happy for a lot of our currently returning teams as well, right? Because it's currently a franchise league in Asia, so a lot of sponsors, basically a lot of our teams that previously didn't have any orcs or anything that's really solid for themselves, finally got a more better, more secure backing for themselves. I'm really happy for them. able to secure it. But at the same time, that just also means the expectation, the pressure is on, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah, it's the expectation that sets the pressure always, for every single, league, every single game title that you, try to compete on. But yeah, that will be, add up later on when you're just sitting at the back, if you're playing or not, when you're just watching, expectation always converts into a pressure, if you know what I'm talking about. That's going to be the case for trainers, for fans, and for everyone who's just watching the games actually. But yeah, we do thank our sponsors once again for this tournament for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, and I cannot just wait even further. I'm excited for our set of matches that we will get to feature later on, because we will be featuring our main stage games. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing some sub-stage games later on, but seeing the main stage, it is action-packed.
I mean, it's definitely for sure. I mean, we are going through the entire group stage, right? I believe we should be able to see like all teams today, all the different games. But of course, there will be some series it's not going to be online. It's going to be cast offline. So all these games are going to be going on concurrently. But of course, we're going to be starting off with Group A here, and Group A, of course, is going to be Insomnia, FENNEL Esports, Revenant, XSpark, and Utopia coming in the mix as well. Group B, on the other hand, FENNEL, our current world champions, alongside with Alter Ego, Godlike Esports, and it's IGZIST, but I believe they go by the name Kakigori Gaming. So
yeah, the Kakigori Rising during the winter tournament, as far as I know. But for Group C, we have Nagoya Oja, Paper Rex, Liten Dream Factory, and ONIC Rise, who won actually from the winter tournament in APAC East, or APAC West rather.
Oh, now this is the heavy group, right? We got the ZETA Division, Buriram United East, Luminosity Gaming, and Talon. Interestingly as well, this entire tournament, there's so many great storylines, right? We have 5 teams that's trying to sell grudge matches from previous ACL, from last year's ACL. We have teams that's also having their own reason for having their grudge against a particular team, whether it's because they got denied during their run in the WCS or the ACLs, and at the same time, even during the regional zone or in their respective regional leagues, they were also somewhat, not to say denied, but they didn't really manage to take a win on them during that time. But they still managed to qualify for the tournament. So many great tournaments to talk about this.
Yeah, there has been a lot of story as well. From Group A, I feel like the main story here is Insomnia will actually look for a way for them to go back on top. Then they have FENNEL Esports as well, who's our runner-up on the recent World Championships. Revenant Export, one of the toughest team as well in India, and from their own respective regions. Utopia as well, newcomer here, yet they're going to be a formidable team that we have to look forward. And the same goes to other groups. A lot of stories, just like what you've said. There were world champions, there are, a very achieving team. So wow, a lot of stories are about in the pocket here. But let's just go one by one, depending on the matches that we'll get to feature later on.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know about you, but Shinohara, for some reason, he has this smile, right? He has this smile of personality, right? It just somewhat draws you in, right? Like, you don't know why, you look at him and then you just naturally smile. You have no idea why.
Oh, yeah.
But it just makes you feel really good about this. But what a crowd that we have there. Such an amazing setup for a stage. The last ACL was hosted in Bangkok. This time it's going to be in Shinjuku, Japan. Very envious, especially a lot of our players, and especially our English casters, everyone from our NA side is currently there in the Holy Land. I know for some people, Akihabara is the Holy Land, but for us, but for me at least in this case, I'm a big fan of Japanese culture, food culture as well. Japan is still the Holy Land for me, so I'm really envious for all that that's currently staying there at the current moment as well.
I mean, who wouldn't want to be there? Get some snacks, get some good food. Get some.
The final destination of life, the life goal.
Life goals. It is on your bucket list. It must be. You get to see a lot of Pokemon merch, Pokemon gameplay. You get a lot of food.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like like I said, right? One of my favorite cultures, like one of my favorite food cultures. At the same time, it is also the land that produced like one of the best games, or if not the best games, one of my favorite games as well. So yeah, who wouldn't want to go there? That's like the dream boy. If someone tells me, Leonard, I'm giving you a ticket to go all around Japan, I'm dead set. I'm down for it. Like I'll take all my ALs from my full. I'll take all the ALs from my work, whatever I gotta do just to go there. And don't forget about koi fish. I love koi fish. Sadly, I can't afford to have one. And I'm not talking about like the casual pet store koi. I'm talking about like the more defined grading, the more higher grade kois.
Oh yeah,
exceptionally beautiful. The amount of dedication and commitment they took for not only their craft, also to maintain the koi is exceptionally phenomenal.
Yeah, it really is. So I do highly suggest for those who are actually, you know, a newcomer on Japan, simply watch Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Make sure, you know, to try out the culture, try out everything else in Japan, because it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. And, you know, I actually want to be there as well, but, you know, we're just here. We gotta sit back first. We gotta feature our games, at least that would happen for today, because we have a lot of matches actually upcoming for today. I do believe we have around 10 or 11 matches, so that's a lot of action for later on. But at least for our first game, we do have from Group A, it's going to be Insomnia up against FENNEL Esports. Wow, that was like an introduction for everyone.
No, yeah, it's a really strong start for us, especially particularly Insomnia, one of the more newer teams that's coming into the tournament as well. They did come in third place in their respective ACL Japan League as well, but at the same time, they were also the first and only team in the group stage, not the players for the Japan League, just the group stage itself. They were the only team that actually won against FENNEL twice, 2 days in a row. Their group stages were spanned out for 7 days. So in 2 days in a row, the Insomnia was the only team to actually bested FENNEL. And that was like, and it's like an insane kind of thing, right? So although yes, in the end they still, you know, eventually FENNEL of course was able to get the revenge match. They won them in the playoffs eventually. But the fact that it's pretty much a really good flex, kind of a bragging opportunity. Say I beaten the world champion team twice. Can anyone do
twice?
That? I mean, ZETA also did beat FENNEL in the grand finals for the Japan League. But still, you know, for a new team,
a win is a win, right? Oh, come on, a win is a win, and yeah, and that will give a lot of confidence, and that will, you know, set up tone for other teams that, oh, this team is going to be tough. They defeated the world champions, our recent world champions, and that is something that we cannot do by ourselves. You know, FENNEL Esports had a phenomenal run in world championships, but they weren't able to take down this team, FENNEL to be specific. So that will be a huge setback for them. That will be a huge worry for them. But can we do this? Can we get this done? Knowing that this team that we are facing as of the moment took FENNEL, which is the world champions on 2024.
Yeah, I mean, even though I say like it's a relative new team, new rosters as well, new players, particularly who never really got into the international scene. However, there is one particular player, I believe some will recognize during his earlier years in a different team called Secret Ship. It's actually going to be Obuyan. Oh. Yeah, he was a very active player back then during Team Secret Ship, right, back in 2023, right. 2024 is a little bit of inactivity, unfortunately. There wasn't really much going on between him, but it's great to have him back in 2025. And because of his experience in the international scene, he definitely plays a very crucial role as a mentor for a lot of these newer players. And their captain, Luna, which I believe we just saw him just now actually as well. From his interview from the group draw selection as well, it was rumored that he was researching a lot of the other regional zones competition as well. Like not too much on his own regional zone, but other from overseas here. So a lot of his tactics and all this is pretty much well prepared and to cater for a lot of on the other regional zone, which I think is rather exciting. To how much the details they really come into for their prep work.
I mean, yeah, you have to do your assignments here. You have to do your own research because when we're talking about region versus region, when you're not on the same region, definitely the chances that you get to scrim with them or you to practice with them would be very low because of the ping differential. And you know that's gonna be a huge setback. So they're just taking their precious time. Oh, he's gonna go back. I mean, I love the energy of the players here. and I cannot wait even further on what's gonna happen next.
No, I love it, right? Everyone's pretty psyched for this. I love the, I love the love they're giving, right, to each other.
Yeah.
The first one, a couple of hugs, totally respecting. But here comes the coin cost. Looks like he's not gonna be able to win the coin cost in this one.
Toin cost.
But that's Insomnia, right? And then here comes to FENNEL, right? From Korea regional season. I believe a lot of them would know them best by, from last ACL, they would know them best by Zora Tigers Gaming. They were also there during the WCS. They got runner-up, by the way, second place in last year's WCS. Oh yeah, so they're definitely here for a little bit of a grudge match against Team FENNEL, which basically denied them their grand champion spot. So hopefully this time, I believe they have their plans to secure this time for themselves.
I just love their energy. It's so early in the morning. Actually, but they are filled with energy. They're just excited. They want to get things done. And Insomnia, on the other hand, is really looking confident. Actually, here going up against one of the toughest team, FENNEL Esports. But for sure, we want a game tree here. We want a game tree for sure, because these teams are no joke. Again, FENNEL Esports runner-up on World Championships, but Insomnia, they were the only team to take down FENNEL during the group stage of their own league. So, that being said, this is going to be a very huge setback for FENNEL Esports. But for sure, they have upskilled, they have improved a lot, because it has already been 2 months, actually, right after their own respective league. So, that's 2 months of preparation, 2 months of hard work, and that's just gonna surprise everyone else who's watching Unite Asia Champions League as of the moment.
I mean, FENNEL Esports is the ever-growing and improving team, right? They're always constantly evolving. They're always trying. They're always improving as well. And I think compared to in this season alone, they're probably the only team that has the most consistent roster. They didn't really. There was barely any roster changes. They have been the exact same team from the beginning, all the way now to the current FENNEL Esports. I mean, even though sure maybe some team probably didn't recognize that then they actually rebranded to Buriram Sejong. I believe you and JJ were casting their game during the Pokemon ACL Southeast Asia this year for them to actually earn a spot here in this ACL finals here. And interestingly enough, they got 8th place if I'm not mistaken, right? They barely qualified in the group stages as the 8th place. However, they're the one that ended up, they won every single series and became champion. And that pretty much allowed them to secure their spot here in the ACL.
Yeah, and I do and actually they force a bracket reset. Bracket reset is really huge up against Alter Ego. And Alter Ego was having a great momentum, but FENNEL Esports, they were in Sejong way back then, just did a phenomenal job to finish things off in Southeast Asia League. That was like a cinema that everyone has been looking forward to watch, and it's just Alter Ego had really a little bit of a downfall there, but I'm sure later on Alter Ego has come prepared. They're going up against FENNEL later on, right after this match, so I'm really excited on what's gonna happen. Like, first 2 games, it's already a big introduction. FENNEL Esports, top team rather, from their own respective region. Same thing with Insomnia, who actually, again, they took down FENNEL. And right afterwards, after that series, we'll get to see both of the second placer from their respective region going head to head. So, man, this is just first 2 games that we are talking about. What more on the coming games later on in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League?
Yeah, it's pretty much action-packed for this weekend as well. All right, a little bit of love from the captain, of course, coming in all prepped out. But like I said before, right? So, Insomnia, a relatively more newer team, definitely they had quite the accomplishment during their own respective regional zone league, or the Japan league in this case here. However, like I said, it has been rumored that Luna has been doing a lot of research, intensive research on the other regional zones, right? Particularly, basically, the other overseas teams, particularly FENNEL Esports for starters. I think they had a good time because if I'm not mistaken, the group stage draw was done about almost 2 to 3 weeks ago. So that's like 2 to 3 weeks worth of time. He's already doing the extensive research. Now he can be a little bit more specific on his research. Yeah, so like, all right, our first team that we're going to be going head to head is going to be FENNEL Esports. What do we know about them? How can we play around them? What kind of habits can be picked up from their respective VODs. However, for FNE Sports, they can do all the research, they can do all the practice as well, and they've been improving over time as well, as you can see from their track record. Even getting second place at WCS is definitely no easy feat. It's no easy or simple feat. However, there is not a lot of VODs you can get off for Insomnia, except from the recent Japan League. And sometimes maybe watching it alone may not really be enough here, especially since the patch has been fluctuating. It's still within the speedster mats, still within the speedsters meta, right? But it still has been somewhat fluctuating, and that was like 2 to 3 weeks ago. So things could be different, things could have changed. But let's just see how much prep can they really prepare for this. FNE Esports, they had gone down this road before, going against various new teams, and even the more consistent roster that's returning as well. I believe they have the mentality, but do they have the strength to clean things out here? Since only the top 2 teams from each of the group stage will be moving forward to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I do believe that, FNE Esports has really come prepared here. I mean, as well as Insomnia. Let's not disregard them, like a very methodical team. But FNE Esports, on the other hand, they are known to, having a slow start, knowing that they did finish 8th on their Southeast Asia League. So that's actually like they just barely made it, right? That's the thing. But they were able to finish things done, be the champions. And, despite having that slow start, they always analyze in depth. They always have multiple strategies in their bag in order to emerge victorious into their game. So, but right now, I do believe that, they have done their research as well. But as you said, they don't have that resources a lot. The resources are very limited. Japan League, they could have watched that, but it's not enough. But on the other hand, I do believe that, some of them might have scrim together, but at the same time, you want to keep your strategies to yourselves. You want to make sure that the plan you've formulated will be yours only in order to surprise your opposing team. And I do believe that FNE Sports has come prepared for that, because that seemed to be like their plan during their own league, the Southeast Asia League. Like, they were having a slow start in group stage. They did an in-depth analysis on their opponent, and they just surprised everyone in the playoffs and became the champion.
Right, I mean, but that's... So in other words, I guess you could say in the group stage was pretty much like their trial run to see like what's the state of the other teams, right? Like what's the place that they're trying to go for, and if I'm not mistaken, right, that's what you're trying to say, right? But at the same time, I guess it also feels that way as they go through the group stage, and by the time they got to the playoffs, they got enough intel, they got enough pieces of the puzzle here to put together and to secure that championship spot. I am a little bit concerned. Sure, it is a style that it is definitely a style that seems to suit for FNE Esports here. However, I'm concerned at the fact that it's not going to be like the Southeast Asia League where you have like 12 teams, right? Sorry, 10 teams. 10 teams to go through the group stage. No, you only got 4. So in other words, you only got 3 chances here, and only the top 2 can move forward here. So not sure whether they will have that kind of luxury here, especially since this is speedsters as well. So you're going to be expecting a lot of composition to either you're going to have a lot of composition that's going to aid you or enable your speedster to dive a lot more better, a lot more safer. Love the Zoroark splash.
No, yeah. We might see Zoroark later on, actually, because we've been talking about speedster.
Right?
Come on, man. And by the way, there has been a change on Comfy Sweet Kiss. I mean, yeah, the healing would be perfect, but the Sweet Kiss is actually a different thing as well that could give a lot of impact during those team fights later on.
I mean, Comfy, we rarely, I guess in a way, only in a very unique scenario, I think some teams did pull out the Comfy, but not necessarily to pair with the Zoroark at times. I think it really came down to certain situations, certain composition as well. But we'll just see how the game really goes. But when we talk about speedsters, the first thing that comes to my mind is usually the more traditional but more OG speedsters are like Dodrio, Absol, Zoroark. But at the same time, we don't see these 3 as often. Okay, maybe Absol.
Yeah.
But like particularly, we see a lot more of like those if we talk about like last year's ACL, they will be considered like a super off pick or an unorthodox pick, something like a Gengar, for example. But now Gengar's on the rise. Zoroark is also on the rise, especially with the patch as well. He got this really strong buff, and also at the same time, he also got, if I'm not mistaken, he also had a defense penetration buff as well that was added in.
Yeah.
It was not really added into the patch as well. So that's also something that's, I believe all the players definitely will know for sure. They've done all the prep work for sure. They definitely know about it. But if you guys didn't know, if you viewers didn't know, yes, he did get a defense penetration, which is now a lot more easier to blow up somebody, to knock out somebody. So that's gonna be pretty great.
Yeah, I mean, it will be definitely phenomenal because before, during the respective regional leagues, the only way for you to penetrate those defense is by having an Urshifu, right? That's like the main perspective of every single team. But right now, we get those strong buffs in other Pokemon just like Zeraora. So definitely, teams out there have multiple options. Before, they were relying on all-rounders on their central area, but right now, it's speedsters. I have been seeing some top lane speedsters as well. Maybe we'll get to see that one later on, especially with Yaskarada, but a lot of possibilities are available in the table.
I'm particularly excited to see if any of our... I know Luminosity can pull off the double speedster composition. I've seen them actually doing it in their recent tournament as well. I believe it was in the NA final stretch for the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. I believe that's where we saw a few of the NA teams at the time was pulling off the double speedsters composition. I want to see whether our Asia teams can pull it off. So especially since I believe especially when it comes to Southeast Asia, like if you notice in other regional zones, everyone has their own style, or have their own playboard, have their own play style, right? Like for example, the EU side is a lot more on the aggressive side, or NA is a little bit more on the NA and Japan and Korea. It was a lot more on the methodical, calculated side. But I say in Southeast Asia, we don't really have a very specific style. We are very open-minded and very keen, and we don't really shy to try new tactics. I believe, for example, Paper Rex previously was Team MIS. They were very quick to acclimate a certain composition into their game and utilize it back during the ACL last year, one of the group stages here as well, which was the integrating the Sableye integration. So there was something that the Japan team actually utilized. They saw it, they liked it. They say, you know what, that looks great, that looks fun. We're gonna give it a try and we're gonna utilize it. May not be as clean as the Japan team, but they still pull it off, and it still looks just as terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, Sableye actually does have a lot of kit that it can offer for its team, especially that Unite moves that could actually send back everyone into the Pokemon Center right after getting those major objectives, especially for the replay. Oh my god, we are here! Finally. We are here, finally, ladies and gentlemen. Our first match for today. It's FENNEL Esports versus Insomnia. Best of 3 series, and this is going to be the introduction of ACL finals for this year.
Finally, we're starting off with our first series today. Interesting with the ban, I already did suspect that Blissey was going to be one of our most banned Pokemon into this competition. So, but surprisingly with the Talon play, but I guess when it comes to the Asia side, right, particularly we have a lot of our Asian play in our regional zone players, particularly favoring that Talonflame Speedster.
Ooh, that was quick. Quick locking in for the Hoopa and Zeraora. Insomnia feels like they are confident. Like, everything seems to be working on their favor. And I might just tell you, that Gyarados pick from Zhong was actually one of the Pokemons that actually got buffed as well, knowing that the bounce has an additional shield whenever you cast it. So this one could actually set the tone into those fights, and deny those hyperspace hold as well. So that's actually a good initial pick for FENNEL Esports.
Yeah, I mean, especially since with the current meta that we're currently having, right, we're going to be seeing a lot of competition to either enables your divers to be a lot more stronger, help them to get in and out of the fights a lot more faster. And at the same time, we see people trying to go with composition where, like, try to punish a lot of these divers or a lot of these species as well. Like, pretty much we're going to see a lot of Revenant, we're going to see Umbreon, we're going to see a lot more Sustain. Blissey, on the other hand, like, it's definitely one of the few go-to bans. I'm particularly surprised that they actually allowed the Umbreon to go through here. So he is carrying the EXP share, so that's going to be the support Umbreon here in this case here. Snorlax, since he's going with the EXP shell and of course with the Master Brand, I believe this is going to be the energy amplifier. It's going to be, I believe it's going to be the block and the heavy slam. The more standard or the more common Snorlax builds here, but Zhong on this case here, right? back in ACL 2024, right? He was the most insane all-rounder player, like especially when it was Boswell at the time. When Boswell was at his peak at that time, Zhong would always constantly slam dunk every single team that ever got toe-to-toe with him. Sure, 1v5 could be a little bit of a challenge for Zhong, but if it came to that individual 1v1s, him as a Pokemon trainer, he is very confident his Pokemon's always going to come out with that win.
Yeah, I mean, Zhong is always full of confidence. No matter what the situation is, you know, he could just go bounce back. You know, he's actually, you know, one of the most consistent players in the whole league. Oh my goodness, but here we go. Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. FENNEL Esports versus Insomnia for our first match in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. And this is the moment of truth. Two teams going head-to-head, one of the toughest teams in the league, and I just cannot wait. But I'd like to tell you, Phalanx is one of the, you know, one of the unorthodox picks here. What do you think is going to be the case here for a Phalanx?
I'll be honest with you, I feel Phalanx is in a very weird place, right? Is this one of those kind of picks where if you make it work, then if you put Phalanx, I mean, Phalanx and Gyarados is in the same category where if you put them in a very capable hand, then you're definitely gonna be able to pop off, right? But other than that, you don't really have that kind of consistency here. So we do see a quick roam down from the central area. Cider comes in the mix as well, but same goes, it's a 3v3. Nothing's really happening so far. They were able to get a nice intel. The fact, all right, gonna respect that. Not gonna be just gonna get a couple of highs and buys. Nothing too crazy about this as well. But they will try to contest for that Altaria that's gonna be spawning eventually shortly as well. We do see a little bit of rotation coming from the Poopa as well to try to chase away the deer Absol as well, but we do see a couple of skirmishes. He gets caught up running open, no way for him to run away, even with the Phantom Force here. Will fall, and again, I'll be our first knocked out Pokemon.
Yeah, that was actually quick for FENNEL Esports area, them to go all the way into the central area and handle those team fights. But on the other hand, set of prioritization here on top path, 2 KOs for Insomnia.
Couple of KOs, well secured, and they're also going to get a couple of nice AOS points into the AOS goal here. And unfortunately for Magica, I think it's great, right? Because right now for Gyarados, the only problem right now is the fact that if you can't get to that Gyarados fast enough, you can't get your necessary EXP, you're going to really have a tough time. You can't really even join on any of these early game skirmishes as well. This is why I like pressure towards that top side. Just taking the advantage that the Magica can't really do much against them. However, we see a massive rotation towards the side here as the purple team will try to defend their own respective area for themselves here. But then a massive amount that's coming from Zero constantly just instantly knocked out the rest of the squad here. Insomnia dominating this early stage of the game without any problems at all.
Yeah, they know when to step up on team fights, and they are calculating everything. They have to make sure that they win those fights whenever FENNEL Esports tries to engage on their end, because they know that they do have the lead and they can maximize everything out, especially that Zhong has just evolved into a Gyarados and they can dominate this even further.
It did came a little bit too late here, but it's still totally fine. They did manage to trade out and still trying to group up to secure respective of the objectives. However, look at the point differential currently. It's 122 to 11 here. There's 100 points differential at this point here. It is an insanely large lead. I guess it's also courtesy of Insomnia taking advantage of the early game that they have, right? All based pretty much at their max evolution at this point, right? Doesn't really have to worry too much, just try to get the necessary amount of levels, but they also have that early game comp that allow them to take fights a lot more earlier compared to FNEs, but they are taking the advantage of this and they're also trying to slow things down for them, trying to dominate the game. So at least they will not be able to scale as well towards a late game here. However, they will be able to secure the Reginiki, get a couple of points, will bring their first goal post as well, and they will be able to engage back in the fight, and it looks pretty solid and pretty confident about this, but they're all so low. The Phalanx comes in here, and it will be to secure one. Can he get the second KOs here? The elusive speedsters try his best. Zhong still going head to head with it. Marcelli just doesn't have the HP to endure throughout the entire fight, and will fall for the knockout.
Yeah, that's actually a great trade-off coming from Insomnia. They have to make sure that there's always a trade, and Ward goes down, not being able to do the heavy slam into their pod and get those HP back on track. Right now, this is a total control, I could definitely say, for Insomnia. But, you know, FENNEL Esports, They still have a shot here. The lead isn't that large, so they just have to bounce back and get that rhythm going. You know, they have to push back their opponent as much as possible. Do not let them get those wild Pokemons. But here comes the Unite move from the Mewtwo.
It is global as well, right? So there's just nowhere, there's nowhere you can really run for the Mewtwo's all Unite move as well. But other than that, every stage around goalpost, objective. You can also, if you notice as well from the minimap as well, you're starting to see Insomnia starting to pressure FENNEL Esports towards even their area, pushing them all the way to their side of the map here, which means they're going to be opening up a lot more areas for them to farm and denying a lot from FENNEL Esports. They are showing in their resistance here, and they try to push them back as they try to go for a full 5-man group up. But the Unite move also has been committed as well. It looks great, but it looks like they will be able to disengage in time. Nicely time setting with the yawn as well. Well, it looks like our dear friend Snorlax doesn't really have the mobility to get out of this in time. Well, actually, he might just do it.
Woo! Great escape, by the way. And this Phalanx is buying a lot of time for Insomnia, and they managed to get a KO out of it. So this is just a great way to use time for Insomnia. And Jong is having a tough time in order to buy some time for the Regirock. And this is still a game that Insomnia is in total control.
Yeah, no, FENNEL Esports, they couldn't even try to contest for the Regirock, even if they wanted to do as well, because we couldn't see our Slime was able to secure the Regirock in the top side, and since there's no other goalpost, that Regirock would have walked all this way to the main base here, and that could prove quite the problem here, because there is going to be quite the amount of points that Slime could dunk in if left uncontested here. So yeah, they abandoned the Regirock here. Well, sure, it's not a Registeel, but it's still an objective nonetheless here. And they're pretty much they're pretty much securing all the Regis in this game and all the objectives here. Sure, we're seeing FENNEL Esports a little bit more life coming back to them, especially now they're getting the levels, they're getting their max evolution as well. The Talon is finally here as well, but their level difference, EXP wise as well. Slime, we're looking at level 14s, 2 level 13s, and a level 12. And the highest level on the side of FENNEL Esports is just pretty much Subin, who was just Subin and Mule, who's currently level 11.
Yeah, and look at that Cider, Slime, on level 14. You know, he can just go in when there's an opportunity, you know, to get those KOs and dominate the matchup even further. And what FENNEL Esports does need here is for them to have a total shutdown to gain those XPs and, you know, be back on control. They were able to make sure that they do get an advantage at some point in those fights. So a very great opportunity if they get a pick off of this one, especially that they are currently setting up the face here, setting up the space, but they have to go back immediately because Insomnia's damage is way too good.
Yeah, and there's no need to try to sustain either way, right? So they don't really have like anything to support. However, with Trick coming in from the Trick ability coming in from the Hooper, right, is really great for all these pieces, right? You give the additional, you give them to Trick is basically an ability that allows you to enable your speedsters, your Aurora, Cider. They absolutely love it. You got the Mewtwo, you got pretty much got the Mewtwo that's currently just auto-attacking his way to victory. So pretty much they got all bases covered, right? You got this nice burst ability Pokemon as well. You got this nice little attack. Unite move coming for the Mewtwo. Not going to be able to land much as well, but the Unite move coming for the Snorlax, trying to sustain as much as possible. But guess what? We have Kazu was able to dive all the way to the back line. He's not done with his fight either as well. He's trying to find a couple of more here. 3 will fall. And currently this is the Rayquaza fight as well. And then the majority of the team are like, you know what? We're fine. We got 3. Get to the Rayquaza fight, instantly melted away. 3 seconds, I believe. 3 to 4 seconds, and Rayquaza's gone.
Oh, that was so quick for Insomnia. Investing on those Unite moves at 215 for them to get the KOs that they need in order to cleanly get the Rayquaza and just slam those 100 points. 870 now. Are they trying to attempt that 1,000 point score mark? They're just keeping it online. They're just pushing in 908 points, and they are looking for more.
That is insane. They have total control around exactly how they want to deal with this. Decent amount of macros here. Sure, this first game is definitely in the hands of Insomnia. I don't see any other way for FENNEL Esports to really bring it back. However, second game could be the making the different point here. But of course, like you said, Could they hit that four digit mark? They will succeed in it, heals, and it looks absolutely phenomenal. And they're not done with this fight. Will he finally goes? Oh, finally!
Oh wow, I mean, like,
the Kazu finally does go down in the end here, but
I mean, it's too late, but you know, they could get some scores actually all the way into the bottom lane. You know, still possible for them to overcap it, you know, to just minimize the lead. But so far, they haven't had an opportunity to take down or KO all of the members of Insomnia, and this is just very tough for FNE Sports.
it's really tough. But you know, it's like what you mentioned before, right? They coming from FNE's first place, I was usually to start for this nice slower pace in the beginning and try to scale with the Pokemon with their composition, right? But it gets, I guess in a way it gets rather difficult, especially when you have like species that's constantly keeping you in check. Especially since you do have Pokemon with multiple evolutions, so you definitely need a lot more time, a lot more EXP before you can really join into any of these earlier fights. Magikarp in particular, sure, that's only one stage of evolution, but it's still a Magikarp. You don't really have like abilities that's like, you're not pretty much like a Slowpoke where you have like good secure with a water gun or whatever. No, you can't really join any of these early fights or just any of these early skirmishes as much as you want, which allows Insomnia to take this advantage, right? They're like, we're always gonna have the man advantage. They're not gonna join this fight because they're gonna be prioritizing and try to get that EXP out to train their Pokemon to secure for themselves here. So in terms of macro control, oof, Insomnia, they got it. They got all the bases covered here. They definitely look like the team that actually bested FENNEL in that group stage for sure.
Yeah, and I can definitely say that for Insomnia, like the MVP was Sun Tzu and Obion. Like those rings and bound were on point whenever their team has to score. They have to go for the team fights, and Obion, who was their defender actually in this game, was able to, you know, deploy multiple amount of damages as well. I mean, just take a look at that. It was a defender, yet 28% of the total damage of the team came from Obion, which is actually a great thing. And that made Luna have an ample room to, you know, to go for the side strike very afar and, you know, just do the consistent damage. And this is just very tough for FNE Sports to bounce back. I mean, they weren't at the rhythm, actually. It seems like Insomnia was just in total control from start to finish, and FNE Sports was just, you know, trapped in the middle of an Umbreon. That was actually the story of Game 1.
Yeah, no, they really just need to try to figure out how to at least slow things down. If they want to play like they want to play with the Pokemon composition that will be able to scale. They also need to at least have some Pokemon picks on their side to at least try to slow things down, or at least try to have an early contested one times. Like for example, you don't really see like multiple evolution Pokemon in the same composition, right? It's usually like you have like EV evolution paired with the Talon, for example. So basically, the four members of your team is pretty much practically just buying you the necessary amount of time, creating space, looking for fights. Sure, the skirmishes may not be in their favor, but it's never gonna be that. It's never gonna be that kind of skirmish or that early game where it's gonna be super one-sided, right? So they're gonna be able to buy it, or basically in a way, turtle it out until your main DPS Pokemon or sweeper in this case comes online. However, for this case, Insomnia understands from this composition that they have, and they were just pretty much on the offensive. They just kept looking for fights. They just kept grouping up. They're like, you know what, we're level 4, we're level 5. Sure, they're level 4, but they're not Gyarados yet. They're not like Italian yet. So we can just keep looking for a lot of these fights.
Oh yeah, I mean, they actually took down the advantage, you know, having the level gap, and you know, the Pokemon differential as well, because you know, as you said a while ago, that was still a Magikarp from Chong. That was a big thing, and you know, in order to KO though that Magikarp was just trying to evolve into the later game, it's just a huge thing. Oh wow, look at that play. Bounce was perfect on point, but look at that Hoopa all the way at the back. It's just waiting. It's just ready to give the rings and bound, and right after the team fight, they could just teleport all the way from the Rayquaza and ready to do the flip, ready to rush things down on that objective.
To make matters worse as well, it's not just the Ray. They also had to deal with the Regineki that was also naturally just walking down on the top base as well. So they have a lot. Not only were they lacking in, like, especially towards this final fight, they were also lacking in Pokemon trainers, but also at the same time, they just have not enough members to really deal with as many scenarios as much as possible. Something has to be given away, and that was just pretty much just a Ray as well. But the fight was pretty much so controlled. It feels like it was really tailor-made for Insomnia in this game. I think Ubuyan, especially with the Phalanx, just constantly diving in, especially since they already. I think particularly when you're running speedsters as your main sweeper, right? It always feels great when, especially when you're snowballing, right? When a speedster, when your team as a speedster is in the lead in terms of levels and also like controls on every aspect of the map, the game just feels so much in your control. And you have Ubuyan with the Phalanx, it's constantly diving in. He's just sustaining a lot of this, just tanking it out for the team here, just to set things up. It's like, hey man, I'm drawing all of this attention. Just giving both Slime and Uzakazu the space to decide how they want to interact, how they want to re-engage into those fights. Many times already, I think, without fail, Uzakazu was just constantly able to dive towards that back line, explode even the Absol, they're one of their main sweepers, right? It hurts particularly for Subin and Mew, right? Especially when you're pretty much behind, when you're in a game like this, when you're behind, especially you definitely need more EXP, you need a little bit more space for farm, but you just keep getting constant pressure and denied. It gets really hard to really bring it back to the round.
Yeah, and making it hard, it's because Insomnia was able to clean up those wild Pokemons on their central area. So there's no enough wild Pokemons for them to get and level up. So that was their main problem, and they cannot just engage in team fights knowing that they are so behind already in terms of XP, in terms of levels, and it's just the Scyther. Just a Scyther is enough for Insomnia to take down or to win those team fights. So that was actually very unfortunate for FENNEL Esports. It seems like there was no breathing room for them to move the way they want to.
There was also too many like priority calls to deal with as well, right? Yeah. You had to deal with Uzakazu was playing the Zero Aurora, you also had to deal with Slime with the Scyther as well. And then Obayan is whenever you feel you want to try to disengage and try to create space. Oh no, Ubuyan is not gonna let you have that. No, man, he's just gonna be constantly in your face. It's just like, that's totally great. And I think especially with this whole speedster meta, we tend to see a lot less healing supports and rather more like disruptive supporters. And it comes in all kinds of shapes and forms, right? We have seen like the disruptive support coming in from the Umbreon. We also see like the disruptive defender coming from the Blissey as well, because and Psyducks, because both these supports, they just have the durability to just really follow up with most of your divers, most of your speedsters as well. I think this was pretty much a problem last time for speedsters, where you don't really have a lot of people that can really follow up with you or join you into the fights. Nowadays we have a lot of these supports that's going to constantly be able to enable them as much as possible here, and it seems coming from FENNEL Esports, they will let one band go free. So now there's going to be additional Pokemon coming to the mix. And then Alola Ninetales. Sorry, not Ninetales.
Rapidash. Galarian.
Galarian Rapidash. Oh my god.
Okay.
Did it?
I think it would be a remake actually, because they weren't able to.
I was shocked for my Galarian Rapidash. I thought I would never see the day.
I mean, it could work actually. Galarian Rapidash was a phenomenal Pokemon. It's a phenomenal Pokemon, but right after the adjustments, it's just trainers try to shift their attention to other speedsters. But it couldn't work. It would still work.
No, I think that speedster in particular is just not viable at this current stage. It got hit so bad in the patch. even for Scyther, right? Even for Scyther,
yeah.
One could dare say that is also still considered if they had to put a ranking among speedsters, Scyther can be considered like one of the more lower tier speedsters. Of course, it's a comfort pick for a lot of people, because we even before the speedsters matter, we still see teams utilizing Scyther, so still playing the Scyther as well. But they just like how it actually run. Well, how is it well incorporated into composition back then? It's relatively difficult, because you have because back then it was pretty much like the all-rounder meta or the attacking meta as well. So it's very hard for speedsters to really get in and get out alive, that kind of thing. You really need to plan that drafting accordingly to really set up for your speedsters. However, it's different now. Now it's different. Now you can literally just start off with double speedsters if you want to as well, which is something the NA final stretch and EU final stretch they did during their tournament as well. They didn't really shy away about it. They didn't really concern about like being countered or being locked down. They're like, I want this speedster. I don't care what you have for me. My team is pretty much there to back me up. So like, we're just gonna lock it in, no problem. But commonly, especially in the drafting, it's more common to see the orange side banning out the Blissey, right? Because usually purple side will have the first pick priority. So naturally, if you let the Blissey through, then naturally Blissey gets selected for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, Blissey is one of the, toughest support to deal with. Knowing that Blissey could actually, number one, disengage those team fights with those egg bombs, or if you go the other way around, the helping hand and safeguard, that is a total cancellation of crowd control, which is a huge thing, actually, at least for, for this tournament. Knowing that there is a lot of crowd control meta going on, and for sure you want to cancel that out for your speedsters to roam around, move around freely the way they wanted it to. So Blissey has to be taken out, but there's actually an additional option if you're just worried about speedsters. If you don't have Blissey, you could actually go for the Clefable with that gravity moveset in order to slow things down, and Snorlax as well with the block.
But you see, that's the thing, right? Like a lot of teams recently, as of late, doesn't believe in the idea on going with defense composition to deal with speedsters with speedsters meta. No, they decided, like, what? If you're going all in, so shall we, that kind of situation. So you don't see a lot of Clefable is a great pick, don't get me wrong, it is. But they're like, I want to pick a Pokemon, at least a support. And it doesn't matter like whether it's a support role, it could just be the Umbreon itself. Just want to pick someone that can enable me a lot more better. It doesn't have to be heals, it doesn't have to be a lot of save. Sure, if you got a Bliss Assist, Bliss Assist Unite move like Blissey, sure, that's a great save. It can be a great save, but I also would like that Pokemon that can someone just follow me into the fights. Previously back then, you don't have that kind of speedster didn't really get that a lot of opportunity, a lot of diving comps didn't really get that opportunity. Now you can. You have the side out that's constantly is able to keep up with you. You have the Blissey is also constantly following you, and it's also, of course, always have a great save. And since we're on the topic of Blissey, right, Yules, I want to see whether you're like agreeing with my logic for this, right, when it comes to Blissey. I'm particularly not a big fan when you pair a Blissey with a really squishy backline attacker. Like, don't get me wrong, Bliss Assist, we have a lot of great support players here in the league, which can actually do some great clutch saves. But when you're going against like all these multiple speedsters and huge DPS damage dealers, right, that can literally exploit the squishes of person, it doesn't matter whether you throw a Bliss Assist, he's still going to get knocked out regardless, right? Regardless of the situation here. So I always felt like Blissey definitely pairs a lot more better, not with a particular attacker or speedster. I mean, sure, it's a nice thing to have, but I think he particularly pairs well with all the particularly with certain Pokemon who's able to endure the initial confrontation, right? The initial engagement. Something like a Snorlax, Revenant, the Mammoth Swine. I feel that's pretty great. It also enables your backline divers to also get a little bit more comfortable to choose how they really want to engage back into those fights. Do you agree with my logic? Because I feel that's how I see it, right? Or do you just feel like it doesn't matter, right? It's regardless of the situation, Bliss is always a must. It's a must have.
I mean, yeah, I do get your logic, because like whenever you do your Bliss Assistance and you have a very low on HP or squishy attacker, or actually an all-rounder as well, like yeah, it would be it would be a waste, because whenever that Bliss Assistance comes true and then you're just a squishy Pokemon, then those speedsters from the opposing team could just slash in and KO you out of nowhere. So like it would be a waste in a sense that you haven't maximized the value, and at the same time, that Blissey would run out of option or would run out of functionality in terms of team fights.
But of course, Blissey is still one of the most contested and most likely going to be the most. I don't think we'll ever see a Blissey game. I mean, I could be wrong about this. We have like 12 series to cast today. So there could be an opportunity of Blissey just coming to one of the few games here, and it really depends, right? Because we don't have a lot of bans, right? Yeah. Sure, you can definitely ban like one of the more priority bans, but at the same time, you could opt to choose not to ban, or utilize one of the bans to actually ban a particular Pokemon dedicated for a specific player, right? Like for example, if we play against Luminosity, for example. People say you want to ban Otter's Mew. Go ahead. It's totally reasonable. Go ahead. It's totally reasonable, man. It's like one of the best, if not the best Mew players in the world. So They want to ban it out. No one's gonna question you about it. Like, oh no, that's fine. Go for it.
Yeah, you just gotta respect it. You cannot do anything about it. You know, if you can't counter it, might as well respect it, right? So that will be the case. But for the second ban of FN Esports, it's the same ban, by the way, but have to cancel out Psyduck as of now. So that is a huge respect, knowing that Psyduck is still one of the best supports out there in the game. So really understandable, but evolutions right off their pocket for FN Esports. Leafeon and an Umbreon. Leafeon, it's very understandable that Leafeon is still a powerhouse speedster in the current meta, and definitely those Razor Leafs could do the job for their team.
Oh, I am actually very happy she brought the Razor Leaf here, especially with the recent buff to it. It feels exceptionally good as well, especially in terms of clearing too. But you know, I'm rather surprised to see actually it was the purple side, or Insomnia in this case, to actually ban out the Blissey. I thought it's usually more common for the orange side to ban out the Blissey. But you know, I guess the priority is a little bit more different. I think FNA Esports was totally fine, even if we got let through. If they want to use the ban for the Blissey, I think that's totally fine. Still gonna go with the same one with the Switch instead out of the Absol. They are bringing the Leafeon instead, one of their favorite go-to. But Absol was someone locked in for the side here for Insomnia here. And like I said before, I wanted to see which team is going to be bringing in that double speedster lineup. And they're coming, and Insomnia was going to be one of the few first teams to utilize it. And Greedon asked out Defender.
Defender and damage at the same time. So we've seen this before in Winter Tournament. I do believe that's for I do believe that's for APAC West, as far as I know. It's Winter Tournament or it's Southeast Asia League, and they can make it work, but it is really difficult. So I wonder if Insomnia can actually pull this one off. They have a support Mew, which is actually a great setup for their team. They have secondary damage, especially with those solar beams all the way from the back. That would just, you know, disrupt your formation. You have to dodge it very quickly. And knowing that FN Esports, on the other hand, will have a slow start once again because of Zhong being a Magikarp for the first 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes, and that will be a major setback for them. I feel like these speedsters from Insomnia, Absol, and Zeraora can punish them really hard and just, you know, take down those KOs. And FN Esports really has to be careful in not being KO'd, because if they get KO'd multiple times on first 2 minutes, it will be a repeat of history in Game 1.
True, but then again, with the new addition of Mamoswine coming to the lineup for FN Esports, I definitely like this a lot more better as well, because now you definitely, like I said before, a lot of teams, when it comes to all these pieces meta, you definitely want to try to utilize certain Pokemons, like whether defenders or supporters, that can actually try to deny or at least try to slow things down for when you're going against a diamond comp, right? So Mamoswine was definitely one of the few prime picks with the Ice Fang, with the displacement and suppressing abilities as well. That's pretty great. That someone sends a clear message to the side here for Insomnia. Hey, you want to go head to head? You got to be really careful. Although yes, Mamoswine still has 2 evolution stages, but he's like one of the few Pokemons where even as a Piloswine, your first secondary stage, you already can somewhat join the fight. You already have that kind of value. So like I said, it's all about covering the bases here. FN Esports, it definitely looks a lot more better, especially when they also have the double EV evolutions as well to pair with the Piloswine. We're definitely going to see a lot more, hopefully a lot more of a better skirmish. If not, Insomnia will be taking the first series of the day.
Yeah, and you need those moves to land on those Ice Fangs. That is the key when you're a Piloswine in order for you to maximize your value. But look at this, very aggressive plays coming from FN Esports all the way in top half, but gets denied immediately, and this is going to be the punish mode for Insomnia, keeping an eye on that Magikarp to be behind.
Oh, there it is, the pressure. Like I said again, the pressure. They know exactly what's the deal here. Just gotta keep it towards that top side. That bottom, they're fine if it's going head to head. It seems pretty even out. We do see a little bit of rotation coming from the center area, and here comes the Mewtwo as well. Courtesy of Sun, and now they're going to be re-engaging into the fire. A little bit of skirmish, you know, just a couple of highs and buys here, but they all are respectively down low. There's still a couple of barriers inside they can try to utilize here. And of course, we do have the nice border gun, one of the best pokes and secure abilities in the early stage of the game as well. Should be able to steal the Bonuri Array. Mew on the other hand, getting a little bit too close here, and Luna will be shot down, both Sun as well.
Oh, again, FN Esports controlling the game. They are back on their rhythm, and look at that. Me look very on point to take down Oblivion into the box, and that is just multiple scores coming on their way. Insomnia is having a tough time. It is not the game number one that we've witnessed so far. FN Esports doing their job in order to equalize this game.
Still, we are seeing the pretty much similar play style that we from Insomnia from the last game, but the only difference this time is they're not as dominant as the first game. They totally understand. Okay, now here comes the Pillow Swine. They gotta respect that. They were able to isolate him out as well for the 1v2s here. Was gonna KO and follow with a second KO for the transitioning as well. And they're not stopping there. No, they're not comfortable. They are relatively low here. They gotta be careful here. But for some reason, Uzakazu, they say, you know what? You have the man advantage, but that doesn't matter for me. He will still get the KO, still get a secondary for the punish as well. Starting out of the blue, the momentum that they initially had instantly gets shut down.
Yeah, and I love the idea of the evolutions and the Mamoswine here. It is working at the favor of FN Esports. Those mean looks are on point. They were able to get second chances in the team fights that they are currently doing. So that is a huge thing. Plus the damage from Yule and the support crowd control from Ward, as that Ice Fang is very beautiful to take down the Mewtwo out of the box. And they might get the Regieleki as well.
Yeah, they really gotta be careful about this as well, and do take into account they also have some really good, like especially for the side for FN Esports, right? They do have really nice setup ability to really set up for that snipe shot for the Italian as well. So Subin definitely gonna have a nice time, but that damage output from Slime instantly gonna be forcing the majority of the members of FN Esports to be in full retreat. They want to contest Ontario. That's not gonna happen. That's too difficult of a challenge here. So not gonna give them the any additional EXP here from that falling here. But Sally, our dear friend, is not Ubiyan, not satisfied with the fact that they're getting the control of the central area. They also want to get that knockout, and they will get it.
Idea actually from Insomnia being able to push back FN Esports after them winning a lot of team fights in this storyline, because they have that range. They have Luna to do the solar beams. They have that greed, and they have Obion to do the aggressive plays. But Emerald 2-step lands on Zeraora from Uzakazu, and that is another KO for FN Esports. Whenever they're pushed back, they always make a way for them to bounce.
Ooh. Still moving forward. It's definitely a lot more of a tug of war, but tug of war between both the Insomnia and FN Esports compared to the first game as well. However, now just pretty much seems pretty even now. Everyone's just waiting out for the next set of wild Pokemon to spawn here, trying to get the farms here. But no one is really showing in there. Both teams not really showing their cards of their true intention, how they really want to interact with this. We're pretty much halfway through into this, and the scoreline, or at least the AOS energy points between both teams, seems pretty sure. It's a slight lead from FN Esports here, but you couldn't ask for a little bit more closer here. Central area, or at least the Regieleki, this have double Regieleki. Wow, that's a lot of damage bomb coming in for the side of Insomnia.
Okay, and Registeel, 2 Registeels actually for Insomnia. Great boost of attack actually for their team, but FN Esports will focus on taking down those gold zones, apply more pressure, but Mean Look lands once again, denying the Midnight Slash, and that Ice Fang is gonna connect in the favor of FN Esports, but the Mammoth Mash will not hit as efficient as it was.
Especially the nice snipe shot. So he tried to go for the setup with the Mean Look as well, but did a little bit too, maybe the comms was a little bit too early, but there's the Unite for the Mewtwo. Great assist here. It's gonna allow Slime to go on absolute tear here. The beauty about the Absol as well is because you're able to leave that mark on any of the Pokemon, and it benefits every one of your teammates as well. Any Pokemon that's currently marked by the Absol to be able to do bonus amount of damage as well. So this is pretty great for allowing to shred such a beefy lineup of a defender like Mamoswine as well. Although it's level 9, but you know, it's totally fine. Having your defender or at least your supporter to be knocked out compared to your main sweeper is definitely a lot more better of a trade. They don't mind losing it out. They don't have a lot of ESP to offer as well. So as long as their main backline DPS Pokemon still stands true, then that's totally fine. But what a beautiful knockup, Eels.
Oh, John is too deep actually on that team fight, but Emerald 2-step will land once again from Luna. 2 KOs for FENNEL Esports, and they want more actually. But that Volt Switch, very efficient to go back into the position. Sabine was taken down as well. But FENNEL Esports, they need the next objective, or Insomnia could get another upper hand, especially when they do get the bottom objective.
Yeah, I guess you could say when it comes to the EXP race, at first it feels a little bit even now. I guess in a way it depends on what kind of value you're trying to look for here. But Slime on the other hand being the first level 14 here, and we're like 40 seconds away before we get the Rayquaza, spawn here as well. So it may seem a little bit even out here, but of course, fantastic catch on top of the ice frame into the snapshot, not needed as well, as our dear friend John with the Gary will be able to secure it. And this time they will secure their first Reggie steal for themselves here, the first objective overall.
Yeah, and that would boost up their attack for at least 1 minute and 30 seconds. That will be big. Right. Yeah. Knowing that they will, they have to defend or they have to play tag here on the Rayquaza on the final stretch. So have to be very careful right now. 1 KO is what they need in order to crumble, in order to destroy the formation of Insomnia. But look at this. Both formations are ready. They are set on zone. Both teams waiting for someone to make a mistake.
Binding that time. I do love the positioning coming from the side of the opponent. They were able to get all the way to the back line, but before the fight could even happen, Mule will be able to win out the 1v1s here. There goes Slime, one of the DPS, crucial to secure the Rayquaza here. Who's that Kazu? He cannot reveal himself too often or too early as well. He needs to stay alive here. But they are somewhat diving all the way to the back line. Can they get their hands on top of the Italian? But no! Luna couldn't find a way. It was so low and far-sighted for Subim. But he turns it around with a Unite move. And they will try to get back into the fight. Slime respawns. Comes back for the second round here. But can they try to secure it? They're trying to set things up. The Rayquaza has been secured. On whose hand here? It will be in the hands, of course, naturally, to FENNEL Esports as they make their way through too many Pokemons on their side to secure that objective here. And they feel absolutely livid for their Zeals.
Okay, that's 100 points being set all the way into the bank. That's another 100. And this would make everything difficult for Insomnia to bounce back. They were able to deny the shields as quick as they can, but do they have enough time to score back? They're eyeing for the top path, but the Emerald 2-step would deny it even further. And this is just a phenomenal attack coming in from FENNEL Esports, not letting Insomnia bounce back.
Yeah, there's just no shot for them in any category at this current moment, right? They have the levels, they have the ability to go toe-to-toe with members of Insomnia as well, and they don't really have any answer to actually deny any of their players, right?
Oh wow!
Just looking from the line, sure, they got defense capabilities, but it's not like they have any suppressive, like any Pokemon with suppressive ability to control any of these divers, especially no real answer to it as well. Once again, Unite move coming from the coming from the side of Subin here, just constantly just sniping them away. Every single one of the player. Snipe shot not required as they have the damage, they have the crit factors here. And once again, FENNEL Esports will take second game in a very significant manner as well, making their intention clear. That first game was just a test run. This is where the real challenge begins.
That is their signature trademark, actually. And I love what's happening about it. But, might I tell you, I feel like ENQ was the MVP on that one. That Umbreon, those mean looks were on point in order to stop Slime on their track. Especially, I don't know if you saw a moment that there was a midnight slash happening, but that mean look actually canceled that mobility from Slime for it, to do not advance even further, and at the same time, those damages won't be on its maximum capabilities. And it's just ENQ doing the right job. And Mule, on the other hand, with those Emerald 2-steps, with those flanks from the back of Insomnia, was able to take down the most important KOs that they do need in order, to gain an advantage going up against a team fight.
Yep, it is like I said, they got all the checkbox checked out, right? You got this nice control for any divers they want to come in. You also got decent amount of catch as well, suppressive abilities. And then of course with the Lithium switch up as well, you do have that additional mobility from the aerial ace, which you pretty much didn't really have when you had the side from the last round as well. So at least it feels like you could really get into the fights a lot more earlier on, a little bit more safer as well. Get in, get out if necessary as well. we do see like a little bit of a poking. We do see a little bit of more better trades coming in that early game between like both FN Esports and Insomnia. So definitely FN Esports, they identified what was the previous problem with their previous composition. They have adjusted, and now it definitely feels a lot more better for Insomnia going against Insomnia. However, that Greedent pick, in my opinion, it's sure it feels like a Team MYS special, right? I believe, or
Yeah.
Mew Foxy special, right? Because I believe it was back in WCS 2024 where MYS or Night Mew Foxy particularly brought in the Greedent defender and actually made it work as well. But this is just one of those few off picks which, like I mentioned before, which it either works or it doesn't, that kind of thing. So by this, I guess in this category, it just had no real answer to best support this team here. It wasn't really I wouldn't say it was a one-sided match. It's just that it felt like FN Esports competition had a lot more options to play with, a lot more cards, a lot more tools to see how they really want to tackle around the map. With Greedent, I don't think you really have that many amount of tools that can best assist your team in that scenario. But hopefully this is going to be game 3 now, our first series of the day, and we really went the distance here as all 3 games. So let's just see what's going to be the next switch up within the hand.
Yeah, and actually, we were talking about a Greedent, right? I feel like it would work even better if they stick with the Phalanx, because that Phalanx was really on point. Where to go, yes, better damage, better defensive capabilities, especially when you use that Unite move where you go to a circular formation, right? So, damage-wise, formation-wise, I feel like it was a better pick compared to a Greedent, but, Greedent is more in the flip, just like what you said. It's a 50-50. It could work, it could not work, but sad to say, I would not say it didn't work actually for this game. It's more on FN Esports has a better execution, and they took advantage of that Greedent. They have a better execution. They were able to stop the tracks of a Nabsol with those mean looks coming from ENQ, which is actually a huge thing, knowing that Absol is their primary damage dealer in their team.
Yeah, I guess from what we saw as well, it's a lot of dependency, I guess, in a way for the defender.
Yeah.
All right, if my species dominate the game, it doesn't really matter like what composition you have. We should be able to just absolutely steamroll. So it's that kind of thing where they already, Insomnia had already pictured, right, we are going to be winning throughout the games here. But it's that kind of confidence which I like as well. It's not overconfidence. It's just like it's the kind of mindset that every team should have, because you are going against like teams that have either championship titles or defending championship titles as well. Especially from, I believe it was ZETA division. They are the defending champions for ACL from ACL 2024.
Yeah.
So a couple of new records to be broken here for this tournament as well. So, and Insomnia being one of the new teams here, they're definitely showing their capabilities as well. I'm very impressed so far. But of course, FN Esports, you can definitely tell a lot more, definitely a huge difference from the last ACL. Very much improvements from their last time as well.
And everyone has really improved or, stepped up their game. And here we go. Game number 3. FN Esports, they have to respect that Hoopa, which is actually a major threat during game number 1. So I love how they formulated a decision to ban that Hoopa in order, to cancel those fast rotations from Insomnia, which is actually one of the things why they lost game number 1. So right now, they're going to be canceling that threat. They're going to remove that out of the box. What is next for FN Esports? They could actually repeat their composition during game number 1, and great pickoff from the Umbreon. Nice prioritization. You don't want your opposing team to get this if you don't have it, or if it is left open.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broken, you don't fix it, right? So if whatever strats the composition they had has been working so far, why not just stick with it as well? Since Gyarados is something like even back in previous ACL, it was either the Gyarados or the Buzzwolf for the side of Jong. Definitely one of his few classes they usually been playing around with, or at least his go-to for now as the all-rounder. But Mammoth Science feels great. If Sabine wants to go for the Talon, it definitely feels a lot more better. However, the only difference from previous rounds, this time we have the Mewtwo Y coming into the mix as well, and it looks like Uwaya, he pretty much heard what you said, Yules.
They heard it.
He's bringing back the Phalanx.
Yeah.
To at least try to have someone to really set things up for them here.
Yeah. Better damage, better defensive mechanism. That's going to be Phalanx instead of a Greedent. But the rest, 9 Pokemons, it's the same lineup that we do have here. Now, can this Phalanx bring the change? Because You know, that was actually just a minor tweak that I came up. Like, it would be better, it would be a better front line and damage if you have a Phalanx. But the thing is, can this be a major impact for Insomnia to flip the tables around, to switch things up, take down FN Esports, and eventually take the series? Because FN Esports, they warmed up, they know their rhythm already. They already set their foot on the ground. And this is just, you know, an unpredictable game number 3 that we are about to see, because both of them had a great head start already, and this is the reset. This is go back to 0 and bring it all out.
I mean, yeah, it's Phalanx. I mean, it's like that kind of thing. We're also currently in a stage where, or I guess in a way, in the current state where even like support started becoming the frontliners, right? The kind of Pokemon that really just be disruptive. You set things up for a place, you create the necessary amount of space. Phalanx plays that role pretty well here. I believe Ubian, we've been seeing from their first game as well, just constantly just breaking up the teams here, forcing them to just didn't really give them a choice on the matter, because like you have this Phalanx that's just, or Ubian in this case, diving into their lines, right? They have to answer to this. They have to respond to this, because they can't just let this guy just roam free, right? They get like, oh, we can't just get this. We can't give Ubian a free pass to our backline here. That's never gonna happen. No way. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 3, the last game for our first series of the day. Will somebody decide whether Insomnia or FN Esports is gonna be able to take this win?
They need every win. They need those points in order to advance to game number 2, because only 2 teams from each group would advance. So 2 will climb up and 2 will have to say goodbye for their journey in ACL finals. But right now, this is a total head start coming in from Insomnia. They want to apply more pressure. And sad to say that Mule was a little bit too late at the bottom path, but there are still a lot of opportunities for them to bounce back.
Oh, find a nice time. The rotation feels great. They got definitely one of the first knockouts into the game here, and they're not ending with their assault. They tried to. Oh, I love that he tried to attempt to steal the barrier, but just couldn't really judge the distance accordingly. But he'd still be able to get out of it without being shot down in the first place. Will sustain the nice shield that comes with it. It's also a pretty nice buff for his side here. But of course, all the objectives, all the priorities here, all the rotation downside here, even for the magic card, right? He just totally understands the fact that, yep, I am not going to be left on Jong. Like, I'm not going to be left alone, not again. But
not again.
With great certainty that everyone's, like, majority of Insomnia members is coming to the bottom side. You know, I get a little bit of free relaxation on this top side. No one's going to be forcing me out. Finally hitting the level 4 is going to be able to get that Gyarados out. He feels, I feel, a lot more comfortable about this. Drebel's also pretty much here to try to fight, but more importantly, just Pillow Swine. Just trying to keep him at bay. He's looking for an opportunity. Ward dives in, tries to see if he can get the lockdown there. But sadly, Ubuya is on top of things here. We'll get the double KO for the side here, but eventually will go down. But the damage has been done here. But you see a rotation coming in from Jong, but the damage is too significant here, and they do not have the manpower. We'll have to fall back, and the Pokemon trainers have to reset.
Miscalculation from Ward as well on that Ice Fang. I think the estimation was a little bit too short, because that Ice Fang didn't connect right after the tackle or the takedown. So that was actually very unfortunate. But on the other hand, there were a little bit of trades that happened thanks to Jong. But overall impact, it's still Insomnia leading the charge here, and they're going to stop those scores on track. Not going to be getting the KO as of the moment here at top path. Look at that, how they cleared those Swabbles and Notarius. But there is a bounce back at the bottom path. 4 members from FN Esports will score them down. Midnight Slash gets a KO. Mid-level 2-step was there as well to do a little bit of a trade, but they still haven't taken down the Absol. It's still up. It's still up because of the 2 points that is making that Gozo stand for Insomnia.
Oh, Slime, he pivoted in that round. He definitely made sure that all the AS points that's coming in was not gonna be going in without a price here. And I'm so impressed with the fact that he actually still. I mean, it's, you know, that's what happens when you're. I mean, that's one of the defensive capabilities when you're playing around your own personal AS goals, right? But still, the fact that he's able to sustain for so long and dish out a huge amount of damage, just buying the necessary amount of time for the rest of the team to come in for the reinforcement. Still well done coming from Slime. Top side, of course, FN Esports will be able to secure the respective objective. I mean, they will trade Reggie Steel for the Reggie deck for the end here. But central area here, sadly the pillar side could not withstand the damage coming from Uyan here. It's still an all-rounder, don't forget, he's no defender by the way. He can still fight out the damage. Reggie Leggy was able to get to the goal post himself. They try to dunk it as many points as much as possible here. They try to deny them, they try to punish them for the overcommitment here, but they're going all in for this, to dunk as many points as much as possible. 3 KOs will be secured, but they have somewhat traded in for the objective.
Traded objective indeed. 40 points on the bank. They're gonna take down a top path objective here for Insomnia. But I love the idea that FENNEL Esports really forced their way to, you know, left like a couple of points in top half tier 1 goal zone. That could actually be a setup for an overcap later on at mid-game. But another KO lands for Insomnia. Mule is having a tough time because look at this. Look at Oblion trying to chase him down whenever he's trying to chill up his game. That is just very unfortunate because Mule's rhythm is being crushed down because of Oblion.
Yeah, the early confrontation proved to be such a crucial point for themselves here. But of course, nice time with the mean look as well. Like, instantly will be able to get the KO on Slime, one of the main damage dealers as well, on top of Ubuyan as well. Try to mitigate some of the damage here. They will try to fall back into this, but an instant Unite move, and didn't even get to see what happened. What was the end of the tunnel here as he instantly gets shredded away, and so does the rest of the members. He's on an absolute roll. Uzakazu was not satisfied that 2 of his members got knocked out in that manner. No, he wanted to even out the trade. He wanted the better half of that trade, and we'll get 4-3 on top of that as well.
Yeah, very unfortunate as well for FENNEL Esports. Despite having the Azure Spy vision, they weren't able to take all of the information that they need, and they are still being chased down by Insomnia. Another KO lands on their favor, but the Moonlight Prince will be there to secure the KO for their trade, but it's not quite done yet. Look at the pressure being applied by Insomnia. They don't want everyone for FENNEL Esports to get the footing that they want to have.
I feel that early skirmishes just really played in their hands. They just made sure they were dominant. They made sure they had that slight, even though it was a slight lead, they just want to make sure they have all forms of control in their macros, and it really paid off for them this time. Look at the EXP, difference as well, and how the game is going currently. You already start seeing like members of Insomnia just forcing members of FENNEL Esports to their side of the base, denying them all their potential EXP from the wild Pokemon that they can possibly gain. And look at the Insomnia side. They have all their wild Pokemon already at station 4 them here.
Wow, it seems like Insomnia is playing with a goal hacker. Like, they were just denying the HP regen. On that one, the recovery of HP is being denied completely. They're just forcing their way, scoring some goals, and forcing down the team fight. That here comes the reinforcement from FENNEL Esports. They were able to take down the Zeraora, but the Dragon's Current was deployed under 3 minutes. They'll have an ample time to get those Unite moves back on final stretch. But the pressure, the point differential is too large for Insomnia.
I believe just one Ray. I believe one Ray should be enough for them to really bring this back. I mean, sure, it's a substantial lead, but not one where but it's not that kind of lead where you're like, all right, it's like no matter what they do, they can't really bring back to this. No, I don't think that's going to be the case here. However, of course, the challenge of securing this is definitely going to be. Actually, no. Looking back for both side companies, they actually have pretty strong securing ability to secure that requires an objective here as well. So it's just a matter of how many people will they have for this final fight, which is pretty much why we see the small skirmishes that's happening here. And instantly Ubuyan and even Luna also will be removed from the equations here. Requires them to be spawning in a couple of seconds here. So can they try to remove more variables here?
Slime.
Next fight. Unite moves also going to be committed relatively early here, and they cannot waste any more time. But do take into account Uzakazu is currently sitting in the tall grass here, getting it ready to showcase his capabilities.
They're going in for the flip. Both of the teams are trying to gamble it all out. FENNEL Esports gets the last march, gets the last laugh on that Rayquaza.
They gotta dunk it. They gotta put the points in.
2 members up for Insomnia. Can they defend things down? Not quite.
No.
1-point lead. 104. They can even make it 200.
No, this is great for them. Like I said, the fight was they did force out the fight, and it paid in full dividends here. They secured it. We see Uzakazu tried to attempt to go for the steal, but him alone Team Alone going toe to toe with both Subin and Mew for the Rayquaza secure. That's such a difficult challenge for that objective. Really well done, well calculated from FENNEL Esports for the secure. They were on the back end, but they were able to turn the tides of battle in their favor.
Oh, and not quite done yet. Insomnia trying to push their limits, trying to go for the KOs for them to score down. But this firepower from Yule is way too good, as there's 5 vision for an additional buff, additional information. But it's not enough for them. I mean, it's enough for FENNEL Esports to push back their opponents. But what can Insomnia do at the last minute, last 25 seconds?
No, there's not enough points, and also not any other external goalposts for them to dunk AOS points as well. So this is just pretty much it. This is, of course, this is not the end of the run for Insomnia, ladies and gentlemen. This is the group stage. So
oh, look at how happy! Look at how happy FENNEL Esports is. Look at how they bounce.
No, because they couldn't believe it as well. They were suffering at almost like the early game. They pretty much lost the initial advantage, right? Although by point wise it doesn't feel so significant, but you just see like the amount of control that Insomnia had against FENNEL Esports. You can definitely tell how durable, how strong, and how powerful they are. That they can't really take any fight recklessly as well. Everything has to be calculated. Everything has to be methodical about this. FENNEL Esports really bided their time. What really happened was if I have to say use, they were so far. I mean, it's still early into the game. Oh, I love the excitement. I love the love. but you can understand, right? The excitement, the amount of stress that they're going through, right? All 3 games here. That last game in particular got a little bit too close for a second there. But seriously, it's like I know it's still a little bit early to say this, but so far from our first series, I can definitely tell you this: FENNEL Esports, one of the more probably by far the most patient team, right? They will calm, they will compose. They're just waiting for the right moments here. And a couple of 40 seconds, 49 seconds specifically before the Rayquaza spawn, they saw an opportunity to force a fight, and they won. They won. They got 3 people off the table. Like I said, Uzakazu does have abilities to secure the Rayquaza, but you are contesting it against Subin and Mew, who also have abilities at grading and securing objectives as well. So it is quite a tall order, quite a challenge. Of course, naturally, if Uzakazu was able to secure it, that's a totally different story. And honestly, it will also be a great storyline, right? Because it was just him at the pit. It was just him at the Rayquaza pit, and no one else.
It was a total flip. But the last hit goes to FENNEL Esports, and I mean, even themselves cannot believe that they got the last hit. It was just a phenomenal finish. But Insomnia, on the other hand, it doesn't mean that they were actually losing on game number 3. And again, it's just a matter of flip. Who gets the last hit on that Rayquaza will definitely win. I mean, they tried their best to do the defense, but those shields were just overwhelming. You know, they have a phenomenal lineup out there. They have a lot of shields. They can do mobility as well. Just imagine they have Leafeon, they have an Umbreon, they have a Gyarados who can just bounce, and a Fell Stinger from that Inteleon. They can just go into the goal zones as quick as they can. No worries, no detour whatsoever.
Oh yeah, it's it was definitely quite a challenge. I mean, especially when you go into the fight, I think there might be. Not sure we will get the highlights or not, but it felt like there was a little bit of a clash of communication, right? Because especially with that forced fight, we didn't see a full commitment from all the members of Insomnia. It felt like it was just everyone was just taking turns to go into that fight. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the Philippines side, you want to participate for the Pokemon Unite WCS 2025 for the Philippines qualifiers, registration is still ongoing. Yes, it's not ended yet. It's still ongoing, but there's still only a week left to go. Pikachu, this is your regional zone. This is your home ground. I'm very excited to see who's going to be able to come in. Any new talents coming in particular.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited for this qualifiers, especially that, you know, I've been hearing a lot of teams doing rosters, doing upskills. So, you know, we'll just wait and see how our qualifiers will go on. And same thing with the other regions as well that would have their world championship qualifiers. So make sure to register. You know, I do believe you have for India as well, Thailand, Indonesia, and many more. So make sure to register and do not miss the opportunity for your team to represent it on Worlds, and we have a total prize pool of 37,500 USD. This is for every qualifiers, every region, and this is just for the Philippines. We still have a lot of regions out there who is waiting to get this 37,500 USD for the top 8.
Yeah, this is very impressive. Yeah, what an opportunity, right? It's, of course, courtesy of the Pokemon Company as well for doing this as well, for giving an opportunity for all of our for potential young talents, new talents that's also coming in, and also our current talents as well here. So, but that's a hefty amount of grocery monies right there, because I'm rather jealous about that. Okay, so of course, finally we do have our interview section between for our FENNEL Esports here.
Oh, wow. Well, everyone, even them, were surprised, just like what they said a while ago. And this is a great head start for FENNEL Esports, knowing that they're going to be going up against their opponents later on off the stage. So they still have a battle up against Revenant and XSpark, which is the champion from the Winter Tournament from India, and Utopia as well, who came from Shenzhen Masters. So that's actually one of the things that we have to look forward to later on. But it will be off live again. It will be on the sub stage. So unfortunately, we won't get to feature it here. So that being said, I feel like FENNEL Esports has a great start, knowing that based on their rankings, based on the exposure, right, based on the achievements of the teams, it seems like Insomnia is the powerhouse team on their group, and for sure they have that confidence that we did manage to get past the toughest team in our group, so maybe we can take down the remaining two as well. But again, full of surprises might happen on their group, so we're not sure what's gonna happen next. We're just gonna wait and see what would be the results.
Yeah, no, the interview was pretty cool. I wish we could. I wish I could understand it, because I really want to know like what was in the minds of the members of FENNEL Esports for the last round here. But you know, we got a good glimpse on one of our Japanese talents here for representing for the Japan side in Pokemon Unite. It was actually both Mizakami and also Chomos, fantastic talents alongside with Shinohara. He's practically the host. I'm not sure when he's going to be casting for this tournament as well. I'm not sure we're going to be like what's the exact roles here, but it's also going to be great to have him there. I mean, it's great to have all of them there. Especially we also have both Sprangles, Doom Snacks, and also Wonder Chef and Zoinks also on the scene. But more importantly, guys, it's not just, we don't just have the English cast, right? We also have the other regionals, and also we also have other regional casters as well casting for this tournament as well. I believe it's both. We have both Korea, we have Indonesia, we have Thailand. So all we have phenomenal talents for this tournament itself. So if you want to pick out a little bit of that international language here, guys, you can do check them out, because honestly, I think they're really great, especially each and every one. I don't know why you use. I'm very envious of everyone there, because they have this voice, right? I may not understand what they're talking about, but it just draws you in, you know, that kind of charisma, you know.
It just absorbs you. It makes you feel like you're in the game itself. That is how talented they are. You know,
I know, right?
Whenever you watch them, you're like hyper focused.
It's like it's pretty much, you hear that, you be like, I don't know what he's talking about, but it feels very important.
it feels awesome, right? That is the feeling when you get to watch the other broadcasts here. So, you know, make sure to pick what you prefer, and there's a lot of broadcasts happening out there.
Yeah, so seriously, guys, do check them out. They're all really great talents, so it's not just us as well. I mean, we have also phenomenal talents like Pika Yules coming back for ACL, JJ Kun, which he will be joining us later on. He's going to be joining us later on for our second series. He'll be joining in for our Group B broadcast. Currently, we're pretty much done for our first series for Group A. By the way, yes, if anyone's curious as well, or anyone just joined, welcome to the Pokemon Asia Champions League 2025 for the group stages here. We just undergo our first series of the Group A, but we also have the third and the fourth placing of our Group A also happened. The game was happening concurrently as well. So no teams really missing out. I believe we will have the updated brackets later on, but we'll see like what was the outcome of the other teams, right? Because pretty interested to see like what's been happening for our third and fourth in our Group A side.
Because while Insomnia and FENNEL Esports was happening, it was Revenant and XSpark versus Utopia, who's having a battle on the sub stage. And for the next one, we do have FENNEL versus Alter Ego. That will be on stream. That's a lot of weight, actually. That's a lot of weight that we are talking about when you hear those team names. But on the sub stage, we have Godlike Esports versus XSpark from Japan as well.
No, I'm okay. I'm gonna say right here now, right? It's like we both practically know like who's in our group stages respectively, right?
Yeah.
Group. Okay, let's just leave out Group D because that's naturally a very heavy lobby. What's the second best? What's the second heaviest lobby after Group D?
After Group B?
D.
D. All right. I feel like it's Group B.
Right.
The way the FENNEL, Alter Ego, I don't know. I mean, everything seems to be equal right after Group D because Group A they have Insomnia, they have FENNEL Esports, and Revenant XSpark. Same thing with Utopia, is actually very unpredictable as of now. But Group B does have the world champions, does have Alter Ego, one of the toughest team and one of the regular contenders in ACL. So there's something that we have to look forward as well.
Mm-hmm.
Godlike Esports doing an upset as well on their major league, which is the Indian League. So it's really unpredictable. And XSIST on the other hand comes into the scene, comes very unpredictable after the winter tournament. So it's still a heavy stage. And let's not forget Group C as well. They have Nagoya Oja, they have Paper Rex, and ONIC is also there, who is the third placer on the World Championships, who slid in via winter tournament, and Liten Dream Factory was also there, who's unpredictable. So I don't know, man. Group D is the powerhouse that we are talking about, but everything seems to be equal in reality.
No, it's not. I can definitely tell you it's tough, right? Because like Group A and Group C feels, at least to me, right? Group A and Group C, it definitely feels like a lobby where pretty much like a straight up battlefield, right? Like you're very casual, maybe casual is the wrong word. Sorry, casual is the wrong word. It's off to the races, right, between Group A and Group C. Group B in particular, oh dude, like the amount of pressure just from the name itself, just exceptionally high.
Oh wow! Look at that entrance. I am loving what I'm seeing. Alter Ego versus FENNEL, our second series for the day, doing their grand entrance here. Oh my goodness. JJ-kun must be so proud of Alter Ego. He's so proud of this, boys. Come on, we all know that. Come on.
I mean, definitely for sure. But when you hear Alter Ego, right? Like besides the team name itself, but when you see the rosters, now that's the team that's been pretty consistent for between our entire ACL runs, right? Especially if you guys who has been with them from the very beginning, they were previously the High Five, the first ACL champion in 2023, right? Under High Five, as they beat out MYS in a 3-2 scoreline, which is currently MYS, which is the currently Paper Rex here in this case here. They were the High Five, then they were Orang-Utans, which ended up going all the way to WCS. Pretty much same roster except with the fact that they had Wuchuan at that time during their run as Orang-Utans. That's when they rebranded again to Shin and Rude, who also made their stance in the WCS before coming back to Alter Ego.
Yeah, they come the long way. They actually did a lot of journey together. And they're still fighting as one, so the chemistry has to be there. It is actually there, actually. So, with that being said, that chemistry alone could be a game changer no matter how strong your opponent is. Because, yes, we do accept the fact that FENNEL is really strong as the current world champion, but the chemistry from Alter Ego is way different compared to the other teams, despite them falling short in Southeast Asia League. I still believe that they're one of the most toughest contender in this tournament.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about this as well, right? It's because like from last year's ACL 2024, they missed their opportunity to defend their title forward as well because they actually lost out during the ACL East Asia League, right? They lost it out to Bozora Tigers, Kabicham, and Unite Holic at the time. Oh, it is a very tough. It was a very tough league as well at that time as well. I can't believe we didn't have Unite Holic as well, but the Japanese league is such a competitive region as well. You have so many great talents there too. So there's always going to be like a constant switch when it comes to rosters here or new teams on the rise. New blood. I mean, that's always great. It's always entertaining. Alter Egos, like you mentioned, although they missed their chance in 2024, I'm really happy to see them coming back here to see whether they can get, let's say, 2-time champion, not back to back, unfortunately, but whether they can secure their second ACL championship title here. And they also beat the WCS twice as well. So also have world stage experiences. But of course, when we talk about world stage, nothing beats FENNEL with world championship title, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of interviews way back then in World Championships, right? Because during the playoff stage of last year's World Championships, it was actually two Filipino teams who go head to head. It was Talon and Isenamento, and I've watched their interview, and they see FENNEL as someone who doesn't have a loophole as a team. That's how strong they are to describe FENNEL. And right now, we've seen that there's a possibility that a team could defeat FENNEL simply because ZETA Division was actually able to take down FENNEL during their own Japan League. So can Alter Ego do the same thing? Can they do the upset? Can they do the unexpected in the group stage? Because every win counts here at this point. Because only two slots will be allocated for the playoffs.
Yep. I mean, they'll definitely give their best for sure. But speaking of interviews, like you mentioned, in the most recent one they had during the group stage draw video, right? They had I believe it was Shinohara was asking Mashio on what's his take on the current group stages, or the team that's participating in the tournaments. He literally stated, with full confidence, by the way, FENNEL can beat any team. I mean, of course, he said it in Japanese, of course, but translated out, it just pretty much the translation was practically just their team can beat any team here. And I feel real great confidence from it. And it's not just because their record being world champions from last time. It's because of their track record, their run in the entire Pokemon United scene, right? Because like let's just take PY, Yume, and Ton for example, right? They win into WCS, of course, under a team named by Oyasumi Makuro back in 2023, if you recognize them as well. Although FENNEL, they couldn't, from last year WCS, they didn't really have their run-ins with Luminosity Gaming. Unfortunately, their Luminosity Gaming dropped relatively early in the group stages. So they never really butt heads with each other during the playoffs, or at least tried to contest for the championship title. However, they did battle each other before back in the upper bracket finals during the WCS 2023 when they were Oyasumi Makuro. So practically all three members, PY, Yume, and Tom, before they joined FENNEL, they pretty much left Oyasumi Makuro and then they joined to a new team called The Darkness. The Darkness. I love the fact that it had the "the" in the name, right? It's not Darkness, it's The Darkness. The Darkness from Winter Tournament 2023. It was only then when they all five of them, the current FENNEL roster, they all met up back as Champion Lord back in the Champion Series for the Japanese qualifier back in 2024, which then they after that rebranded to FENNEL when they went to WCS 2024 itself. So really, it was quite the run it was quite the story, quite the run for each of these gentlemen for Team FENNEL to earn that title. But of course, a lot of people still question, with this current roster, if they had gone toe-to-toe with Luminosity Gaming at the time in 2024, if LG didn't drop out that early, right? What would the run be like? What would the challenge be like for this team? The story is going to be like, no one knows until now. Potentially, if they secure one of the first two spots, and I believe Luminosity Gaming will also do the same thing as well in their group state in Group D, we just might see what the match could look like, a glimpse of what that match could look like once we get to day 2 of the ACL.
Yeah, I want to see them, advance on day 2, simply because that is a lot of what ifs that we had during the World Championships last year, because we were actually eyeing for a third World Champion podium for Luminosity Gaming, but sad to say they weren't able to advance on the playoff stage simply because their group was stacked, and Isenamento was actually able to do an upset, which is actually a Blacklist International during Southeast Asia League. Mm-hmm. They were able to do an upset up against Luminosity Gaming, take them down, and due to the pointing system, they weren't able to advance because every single team was 1-1 for their record in terms of series. But because of the quotient system, Luminosity Gaming dropped at the bottom of the group, and they were able to advance even further. Yes, it could have been, Luminosity Gaming not advancing, but that doesn't mean that they got nerfed in that tournament. And this is their actual redemption to prove themselves that they could go head to head with the teams in Asia, and not just APAC, but the whole Asia.
Yeah, it's whew, it's quite it's definitely going to be quite a challenge for sure. But you know, regardless, coming back to the present, where all opportunity is still available and standing for each of our teams. Nothing's really set in stone. We're still relatively early. It's like what, our second series. We still have another 10 more series to go here, Yules. So nothing's really like destiny is not written yet for any of these guys. So we still sure we could have our predictions. We could have our assumption. I know some people here are having their assumption already. Not even prediction at this point. It's just assumption. They already know there's gonna be that top two for each of those group stages here. But I like to keep an open mind about this, because there will be times, and there are times when certain predictions or certain assumptions can be upsetted here, or be quite surprised, because we're basically basing on the facts of what the team was like back then. But now it's a lot more different. The teams that our top 16 teams here representing their respective regional zones, they are here stronger, better than ever, more coped, more intense, have definitely more secure, or at least a more solid fundamentals in this game in terms of mechanics and abilities as well. Now it's just to see whether they can make use of it here. And so far, FENNEL Esports, our first series, FENNEL Esports against Insomnia, that game was just, I mean, except for the first game, but the second and third game, oh, that was quite the fight between the two teams here. Worthy, I dare say, worthy of semi-final materials right there.
We totally, you know, I do agree on those points. But actually, we do have some kind of analysis that we've seen in social media for other talents, including me, you know, having an analysis.
I know.
On what's gonna happen in day number 1.
I saw you did wrote down quite the paragraph for Group B.
Oh yeah, that was a long paragraph. All right. So you know, let's give everyone a brief background on what are those predictions actually. So for Group A, it was actually Shin-Il who gave the prediction. So he's predicting Insomnia and FENNEL Esports to advance for day number 2. Mm-hmm. I do agree as well. For Group B, you know, it's the one and only Pika. Who's that caster? Who's that talent? Pika, predicting it's going to be FENNEL and Alter Ego advancing towards game number 2. I mean, I do agree myself because, no, I wrote that one. I did.
I mean, of course, you wrote it, so yeah.
I mean, I said it, so I'm going to believe in what I say. So that's my, you know, at least my prediction. You can have other predictions, but, you know, moving forward to Group C, it was Hanker actually who did the analysis, and this is ONIC, Rise, and Paper Rex in the table, predicting to advance into the next stage, which is, I do agree somehow, but I feel like Nagoya Oja has a shot on this one, simply because they were able to control every single rhythm of the game, despite not having a powerful finish. They were able to, you know, just go down, control every single game. They can make everything to their advantage despite being behind. So yeah, there might have been inconsistencies during Japan League, but I feel like Nagoya Oja still has a shot to slid into the top 2. But for the other team that we do have, Liten Dream Factory, again, they are unknown, so somewhat of a dark horse, I would say. But for Group D, what do you think of Group D? Fall D said it's going to be Luminosity Gaming and ZETA Division. What do you think?
Well,
I want Talon there. Come on.
I'll be flat honest, okay, guys. I'll be honest. These are the facts. Okay? Luminosity Gaming is definitely gonna be one. It's definitely gonna be securing one of the 2 spots for sure.
Mm-hmm.
However, that second spot is definitely haven't. I'm not really set on the idea. I feel Talon has a really good run even during the WCS as well. They got like 5th placing as well. They had great improvements alongside with ONIC Rise. Like something out of the blue, just from last WCS, right? We have more Asian teams securing their top 8 spots than any out of the other regional series, right? So I'm like rather impressed to see how far we have come from at least from our APAC region here, regional zones. But you know, like I said, my pit Actually, I can't really decide between the two here. I feel everyone's in a really good spot. Talon looks great. ZETA Division,
Yeah.
who was also the defending champions of ACL. They got a better. Let's be honest, ZETA Division, or previously known as Kanbi-chan as well, they came from one of the most contested, competitive regional zones that we have ever seen. And Pokemon also came from that regional zone as well. So it's like, and they're on. And by the way, for all of our Japanese teams that's currently playing the ACL, they are, in a way, you could say they are playing on a home ground advantage right now. They're playing on their homeland, the land of the rising sun. Naturally, of course, momentum, their morale is on an all-time high at the moment here. Alter Ego, in this case, they're in invaders now.
They truly are. But look at what happened a while ago. It was Revenant Esports being able to, slid in, get over that challenge, and get that victory up against Insomnia. So I'm not going to be surprised if there will be victories from, other regions and being able to slid out up against these teams from Japan.
But
Was really
that's what
formidable.
I'm saying, right?
Yeah, right?
Well, seriously, like, as you said, FENNEL Esports was still able to take the win out with Insomnia. But Insomnia is just a team that just started last year. 8th of August as well. So can you imagine a very competitive region? And like I said, this is just within the pro leagues, right? We're not even talking about like outside the pro leagues. There's still so many talents, and it's the same could be said for Southeast Asia here. It's just if I had to put an analogy, right? It's just about putting the right pieces into the right puzzles here. That's pretty much the state here for outside the pro leagues here. So a lot of potential great talents. I'm expecting to see a lot more next year as well, because Pokemon Unite is constantly evolving. It's constantly getting better. The balance patch is also been changing the dynamic as well, dynamic of the game. So nothing's really been set in stone either here. So there's always new composition. I, for one, would never thought that Gengar would ever see the light of day. Never would I thought he would see the light of day. Never. So since he's back now, he's a thing now. And it's not like oh, he's an option. He's like literally like, oh, if we go for it, no one's gonna complain about it, right?
Yeah. I'm loving the banner here. Wait, what do we get out? I'm loving the banners from FENNEL, all the way up in front.
All the loves.
Is that a Pikachu or a Mimikyu that was waving up high on the left side?
I think I'm gonna go with a 50-50 here.
It's a 50-50, right?
I see a Pikachu. I definitely see a
Oh,
squirrel.
it's a Mimikyu. It's a Mimikyu. It's a Mimikyu.
Okay, no, yeah, the second one's the Mimikyu. The first one, actually, the first one could be a Mimikyu too, actually. no, but I know there's a squirrel in the crowd. The crowd looks great. I see a lot of plushie. You know what? That's what I'm saying. Why there's a mammoth there?
There's a mammoth.
I want my plushies.
I want to get some plushies. Come on. So if everyone
look at the Gengar with the hollow-wear. My God, that's so cute.
Oh, it's so cute, right?
Okay,
so, guys, if someone from Talon is watching, come on, contact me via, whatever means of communication. Contact me on Discord or whatsoever. Just send the merchandise that's available. I'm gonna send the money right away. I need those plushies.
Oh, dude, there's so many. I mean, I would love. Okay, I'm hoping it's okay. The biggest plushie we've seen so far is about a size of a human head here, right? We haven't seen. Oh yeah, that's a Mimikyu. Oh no, dude, the Mimikyu looks so good in the Lapras.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh, he had a Slowbro. I want the Slowbro. I know it's a weird of all the Pokemon. Dude, that Chansey is huge. Chansey. My God.
I'm loving the plushies. Come on, we need those.
This like what more important?
Oh, there's a Rayquaza! There's a Rayquaza as well!
No, actually, I'll be flat honest with you. I'm very particularly happy for all the Japanese team right now. Like to compete on your home ground, especially to compete on your home ground. And then, like I said, it's a very competitive region as well. It definitely makes all these Japanese players feels like the hours that they spend, the trainings, the blood and sweat spent for all these Pokemon trainers here, it definitely feels like it's really paying off. I mean, it will pay off once they get a championship spot for sure, but like the fact that they got this far to get to compete on such a grand stage, to play against like tier 1 and tier 2 teams, particularly for the new teams that joined in this tournament as well, you could not ask for a more better opportunity here. But of course, this is your Group B stage here. If anyone who weren't too sure like what use now we're talking about, this is our 4th team that's currently in Group B. FENNEL, Alter Ego, Godlike Esports from India, and of course, NAGOYA Rising. Although yes, we did mention that they during the group stage draw selection they wanted to ensure that not many teams from the same regional zone would be paired up in the group stage, but it just ended up being this way because NAGOYA Rising also came from the winter tournaments as well. So that's pretty much why they ended up being here alongside with FENNEL.
And speaking of familiarity, I do believe that both of them might be familiar to each other, but I'm not quite sure.
Oh
how,
no, they never played against each other actually.
Yeah, right. But
They came from
practice matches is possible. What do you think? Because I do feel like exists.
I'd like to apologize first. Yours is NAGOYA Rising. Sorry, I keep saying pronouncing the name wrong. I apologize for that. Sorry. But yeah, continue.
Oh yeah, we do feel like Nagoya and Kakigoya is a one thing, right? I mean, it's completely different.
Yeah, totally different. We have another
totally
name called NAGOYA Roy.
But yeah, going back, XSpark, who is formerly Kakigoya Rising, like despite not on the main league, as far as I know, they were not on the same league as FENNEL did, and they are just one of the most unpredictable team as well, just like the two other teams who came from Shenzhen Masters. So we have no idea how can they go head to head in this league simply because they are new. Luminosity Gaming, they're not new. They're two-time world champions, and they're hopping into Asia because this is actually a limit test on how Luminosity Gaming and how the Asian teams could go head to head to each other. But again, champion team gets to earn a spot on world championships. So this is something that it's like a mini worlds already. It's like a world's qualifiers that we are talking about as of now. So for sure, these teams wants to emerge victorious. They want to make sure that they do take down these teams and get that spot. They don't want to go to the hard way. They don't want to go to the local qualifiers, especially for teams, let's say for Japan. They do have a lot of tough team. And for sure, if they win this thing, if they win this tournament, they get their spot for world championships. They don't have to go back into their local qualifiers, which is, it would take a lot of time. It would take a lot of practice. It would take a lot of time for you to slid into the world championship. Same thing with the other countries out there, with other regions. And like for example, Indonesia, they do have 2 spots. So basically, you don't want to go the hard way, right? Especially for the regions who only have 1 spot on the local qualifiers, just like Philippines.
Unless they like to challenge,
right? There's a challenge here. So for sure, they want to get that spot as early as now.
Like we like to be polished, that kind of thing. We don't want to get the easy access. No, we want to go to the long run. We want to go to the grind, polish our gemstones here, so we can shine once we get to that World Series here. But speaking when you talk about worlds, like the runs for World Series here, no one beats Luminosity Gaming. Like these guys has been on an absolute tear. By the way, not only did they win WCS, the World Championships back to back, right? But they pretty much won majority of the tournaments that they participated in. They also won the LAIC, which allowed them a spot here in the ACL. They also won every online cup as well before joining into this ACL finals as well. And also at the same time, they are the first team to actually qualify for the WCS. So they're pretty much like locked in already. But because, like I said, they won the LAIC, so they gained the qualification to participate here for the ACL here. So it's a really great opportunity for a lot of these teams. It is our first NA team as well. So I'm really interested to see how teams really go head-to-head with this, because I don't think you get many opportunities like scrims. Don't get me wrong, scrims, rehearsal matches. This is all great and all, but it's very different when for these players, right? When you're in the motion. When you're playing on this grand stage with a lot of pressure on the line, you kind of get a very different kind of. The team becomes relatively different when you're playing on screen rehearsal, because you're a little bit more relaxed. Nothing's really on the line. You're not like it's not like kind of pressure where like, oh, okay, we lose the scrim, we're not gonna get qualified. And it's not that kind of pressure, but but it's a lot, like I said, it's a lot more different when you when something is on the line. The gameplay gets a lot more different. It's also like what you mentioned as well, when doing scrims, rehearsal matches, or practice matches against some of these teams that's in this tournament. you're not gonna really show all your cards. You're gonna show a bit of your. You're basically gonna show your fundamentals, and that's pretty much it. You're not gonna show like your hidden Pokemon that you've been practicing on the side, which you never really show to anyone else, like Gengars, for example. You know, Gengar's a thing, but you know, it's that kind of thing where we talk about Gengar, but at the same time, have we seen this particular player playing the Gengar kind of situation? So it's the kind of thing where whether you're mentally prepared for it, and then once you see it, it's like Sableye. When the Sableye strat was first introduced in ACL, right? When they see the Sableye, they'll be like, okay, we know what Sableye does. That's pretty much it. But when you experience it firsthand, you're like, yeah, we gotta ban it.
We gotta ban it.
We have no time to like, deliberate or strategize. We're just not used to this yet. The safest way is just to ban it. And when you ban that Sableye, the opposing team, the Japanese team at the time, was smiling with glee. They were smiling with glee because of the fact that great, an off pick, we succeeded, and now they are forcing it to ban this. So in other words, we got a free Pokemon selection slot. Like one of our Pokemon that was previously banned is now free for us to take if they don't take it first, of course.
You have to make the most out of it. You know, if your Pokemon is wide open, make sure to get it and make it work in your composition. But here's the thing: we have been talking about like practice matches, right? So what I'm currently seeing, practice matches is they are doing a test run or an experimental phase, exploratory phase. Experimental, right? Wherein you try out of the box compositions. If it does work, then maybe we'll get to use it on competitive stage such as ACL. And I cannot wait if there are some, hidden tactics. For sure, there are hidden tactics still available in the table, but when will it appear in this tournament? I want to see it. I want to see it out of the box Pokemon. I want to see Gengar. I want to see Sableye. We have been talking about over and over again because they're the Pokemon that could be, a major game changer in terms of every composition that they try to do.
Interesting enough, right? I feel like, especially when it comes to other regional zones, right? It feels like particularly for the Asia side or APAC side in this case here, we have, like for example, NAEU, for example, they love to play around the Miraidon, for example, especially since it's out. But for the Asia side, we don't see Miraidon is not really kind of popular for our end. It's not to say that we can't play it. I have seen like the records that some that did utilize it in some of their practice matches, but it's definitely not going to be like their priority go-to. They're like, no, we're just going to be playing something else. It feels like every single time I'm always surprised to see the fact like what's going to be the current. It's not even meta is probably the wrong way to say it, but what's the current in thing for our APAC side? Like what's everyone's favorite go-to?
Psyduck!
Oh, that looks great.
Oh my god, I want that Psyduck. Come on.
I know a lot of people, like, especially when it comes to plushies for me, Yules, is like
cute.
People will always go for the common things, right? Like, Pikachu, Charmanders. I mean, yeah, Charmander's great and all, but I'm more the one that goes for like those really off plushie picks, like a Slowbro, Snorlax, the one that
they're cute.
They're cute. It's basically something I could relate to. I look at it, I'll be like, yeah, man, that's me right there.
Oh, Bulbasaur as well, a Leafeon.
Oh,
come on.
POI, FENNEL, getting all the love from the ladies, yes!
I want to see a Zacian. Come on, bring it out.
Zacian, really? I don't think... I mean, it's going to be a very flimsy secret. Oh, Bulbasaur, that's the one. That's the one. Okay, how about this?
Magikarp!
Use, yeah, Magikarp, that's the one.
Yeah.
Okay, use, how about this? There is only one right answer to this. Gen 1 starter. Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle. There's only one answer. What's your pick?
Charmander!
Oh yeah, exactly, see?
It's always Charmander! Like, despite being, it's always Charmander. No matter what the situation is, it is going to be Charmander. It's going to be Charizard.
Yeah, well, of course, it's the coolest thing. And if you think about it, so because I remember I had this heavy debate with another Pokemon enthusiast, right? For when it comes to the VGC. Okay, I get it. I also like Bulbasaur, but that's not my primary pick. Like because he said Bulbasaur is always it's the pick to go for. It's the best pick. I was like, what are you talking about? Like Charmander is the one. And he says, why? I said, are we gonna really have a fight about this? And he's like, yeah, let's have a fight about it. Let's say, why would you say Charmander is the best? I said, if you want, and especially since my friend, he pointed out, he said, if you want a challenge, you go for Bulbasaur first. I said, that's not true. the first two gym, the Pewter Gym, the Cerulean Gym,
The gym.
they're both rock types and water types, which,
Water.
by the way, grass countered them perfectly. Super effective moves. So practically, your first run is pretty much the smoothest when you go with grass type first, Bulbasaur first, and then he keeps we keep fighting on and on. I'm just like, you know, whatever you want, man. I agree. I also like Bulbasaur, but if I had to pick, it's always that Charmander first.
Oh yeah, you know, I love those kind of arguments. It always works for me as well. Like, why Charmander? Why Charmander and all that? Because you're gonna be having two disadvantages, two consecutive disadvantages. I was like, nah, it's gonna work. Come on, trust me.
No, man, it's impossible. 5 will always lose to the ground types, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's a horrifying fact that we're trying to scratch the life out of a Geodude. Yeah, it's not fun. You probably have to like try to find a Nidoran to get that, or a Mankey for that low kick, at least to help you bypass the first gym at least.
Yeah,
but you know, enough about the VGC. Let's get back to Pokemon Unite, right? So, Pokemon Unite, we're finally we got a nice, good view of the crowd. And let's be honest, I mean, it's not just for FENNEL, guys, all our amazing viewers, not just for FENNEL and for Alter Ego, it's all for all the teams, all the fans. Please give your love and like and support and shout out to each of all of our top 16 teams here. They went through an excruciating stage to get to this point here, and they're nowhere near the starting line yet. The starting line is day 2. So they still had to overcome this one final mountain of a hill here before they really qualify through. And there, by the way, that's Mizakami and also Chomo's fantastic talents as well. Chomo's in particular, he's very analytical, like very great detail. I have to constantly find translation. Always have to find translation when it comes to Japanese, because I'm like, dude, this guy is always on top of things, really on top of things. Mizakami was also pretty great as well. Enjoyed his entire talk through alongside with Chomos. I think there's a fantastic pair for sure. Pretty much like you and me, you know, because you're. When you watch them, it feels like, you know, it makes sense. You know, their tone makes sense. But what are they saying? So gotta get that translation going on. Yeah, really
when you take notes, wow. I did not expect that kind of happening. I did not expect that kind of output. You know, there are things that only them can see through it. If you know what I mean. It's only them that can see through it.
I mean, we all have our respective responsibilities, right? Like we're basically handling our Asia Pacific side, whether East or West or Asia Pacific as a whole. They're also selling their regional zone Japan League. There's also the Korea side as well. Basically, we all have our responsibility to try to keep up to date especially with what the players are going for. I mean, besides the meta, besides the patch as well. But of course, with that being said, I think we missed something because we see FENNEL and a lot of people like looking out the screen for some reason. But of course, guys, this is the venue, Shinjuku, Japan. This is where our players are currently playing at the current moment as well. If you were in Shinjuku, what would you be doing actually?
Gonna be getting ramen, of course. That's like the first thing that you do in Japan, right? You get some ramen. But yeah, speaking of ramen, let's sit back, enjoy the show. Game number 2 on its way, or rather series number 2 is on its way. Consistent bans of Blissey. Totally understandable here.
But you know, I'm still quite surprised to see the order of bans, right? Usually, like I said before, Blissey feels like Blissey is usually a common ban on the orange side of things, since they don't get that first Pokemon selection pick here, not the priority one. But you know, I think regardless, that just means that it allows orange side to the orange team, or in this case, it's FENNEL, to at least ban out 2 more priority picks they want to try to go for. They get rid of the Intelligent, totally understandable, long range, decent amount of secure abilities alongside with Leafeon here. And the Slowbro has been one of the few go-to to really try to lock down all these speedsters as well. Great for punishing, by the way. Decent for catching, but fantastic for punishing any speedsters or any diving comps that come to the line. Alolan Ninetales is also one of the few Pokemon as well that you can actually try to opt for. We haven't seen it as often, but it feels so terrible to run into a Alolan Ninetales, which actually using both Blizzard and Avalanche on a speedster. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts so much. It's insane.
You're just getting pushed back, and then you're gonna get frozen immediately. So, you know, that's something that you want to see, but as a competitor, you don't want to encounter it, you know, because it's way too hard. Like, full heals are not enough for you to escape that freeze that a lower Ninetales can provide. But, I've been talking about full heal, so that full heal will be a great tool to cancel the slow beam that will come from the slow bro later on, because definitely Serrata has to focus on Shingdi in order to cancel those damages later on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you Blaziken lovers, there he is. Our first Blaziken into the round here. We're gonna see some really insane overheat. I think overheat is like one of the best, if not the best, securing abilities in the entire game right now at the current moment. It's great for security recorder, great security objective, massive amount of dishes, a massive amount of damage. You can also play it off really well with the eject button too, so you can get some really surprise engagement with that combination. But this is what I was talking about, right, in our first series, where the composition is usually designed in whether you have a composition that is going to enables your speedsters or backline diver Pokemon sweepers, or you're going to have a composition which allows you to punish any divers that's going to be coming in. Esper's been really great, especially with her Unite move. Great for disengagement if of any potential speedsters that jumps on top of the backline or on top of himself. Boss will, of course, naturally, he himself has his own personal suppressive ability, but he's also an all-rounder, so he can also hold his own when it comes to those 1v1s, or even trying to get those individual pickoffs here. So gotta be careful, supports, or at least any of the squishier sweepers. You do not want to get caught out by the Buzzwole, especially once he really gets the ball rolling here.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a Buzzwole, your primary target would be the speedster or an attacker. So, that Mewtwo Y has a great kit, and same thing with the Talonflame. In order to retreat back, they do have some teleport, they do have the fly, which I do believe fly would be the thing here, because I haven't seen Brave Bird that much, because when you're a speedster, when you're a Talonflame to be specific, you need to have a kit to go in and to go out of the fight. So the usual ones that I have been seeing currently is Flame Charge and Fly, simply because it does the damage, and it does the mobility together with that Float Stone. But here we go, game number 1 for Alter Ego and FENNEL, our first match for Group B.
I mean, it's definitely something as a speedster, right? You just love that bonus movement speed, especially the shield, of course, is definitely helpful. That's why we see like Hoopas, even though in the tournament series we're not allowed to, Hoopa's not allowed to utilize the hyperspace portal, but the trick just still plays out just as well with the Phantom Force as well. The additional shields, it's not a massive shield, of course, but the additional boost in movement speed is definitely very helpful for all of these speedsters as well. Anything that any support abilities that helps you enable your speedsters is always something that's very welcome for both sides here. But Psyduck, I believe this is our first introduction for both Psyduck and Talonflame, as this is one of the two Pokemon that's been heavily contested for bans. So we never really got to see any of these two Pokemon currently during our last series here. We still have a few series to go towards today here, so we might see them a little bit more later on. But for now, this is going to be their first debut here.
Yeah, for sure it will get banned if the results are really phenomenal in this game. On the other hand, Shingdi having a tough time to rotate all the way in top half, heavily contested, but they still get the major ones. The Swabbles and Altarias, and they're eyeing for a KO. And look at that sustain.
Oh.
They were able to take down Shingdi. They took the Serrata.
It was such a long, prolonged fight as well. Pokemon trainer Serrata has trained her Pokemon Slowbro exceptionally well to endure the longest of fight. It took so long, even Shingdi was like, yeah, I can't endure it. I guess it's that kind of situation where you tend to forget that, oh yeah, I forgot, it's a Slowbro, it's a defender. He has insane amount of stats here, and this is still relatively early into the round as well here. So, I mean, eventually they did manage to get the trade-off, but I think Shingdi actually expected that they would have actually be the one to secure that first KO first. But of course, great interaction. Literally underestimate the amount of people that's potentially inside the tall grasses here. We'll pay for it with that loss here, that knockout. And that bottom side, they're gonna be able to dunk a decent amount of points for free. It is as our Combustion is currently alone in that bottom lane.
Ooh, look at that reinforcement coming in from both teams. There's a KO that happened. Mashio was taken down as well. So 1-1 is going to be the trade, but that fly will be used to go back into their goal zone. So 1-1, but oh, look at that. Alter Ego eyeing for more, and they KO that Eldegoss, that Yume from FENNEL. This is just slowly but surely execution from Alter Ego.
Yeah, the amount of heal the amount of heal wouldn't matter at that point. Unfortunately, coming from Yume as well, since there's just too many there's too many Pokemon trainers that's currently targeting it down as well. But Tong, but in terms of the EXP race, that's definitely, of course, Alter Ego is definitely a little bit more in the lead in that race as well. Since they've been winning a couple of skirmishes, and they will secure even more as they get the 2 KOs, not consecutively here, but they will secure the 2. Unite Move is also going to be committed as well. We'll be able to trade things out here and slow things down for the Regirock here. They are sustaining a lot more damage than expected. Could have been quite the steal as he would gotten really down low, but eventually Xingdi will be the one to have the final laugh here as he will secure the Regirock here. But it was somewhat of a 2-for-1 trade here for the side. It's a good EXP game for the side for Tong.
Yeah, but a little bit too late in going down after that fly. Altaria all the way into the middle side of the forest as they take down Mashio in the picture. And they're eyeing for a Regieleki here. They want to score more points. Alter Ego is just pushing through their limits, and FENNEL is still scoreless as of.
Holding on the line. We do see a couple. We do see the Surf coming. It's not going to be the bulb. It's not going to be the Bulba being the side arc here. It's going to be the Surf coming in the hands of Ikura. But of course, he has the Psychic in hand. Nice time coming in for 94 here. Is that going to make sure he had the better part of the terrain? They're very confident. They have the numbers as well, and they completely dominated the top lane here. And of course, on top of the Regieleki, they have the objective and a lot of AOS points to dunk here for days here. And they will be able to be the team to break the first goal points here as well. They know the Blaziken still needs a little bit more time. I mean, he did manage to PY, still managed to secure the Blaziken, but he's not going to be able to join into this fight anything too early here. Just trying to get those levels in here. I guess you could say, I think this is just one of those situations where teams is someone going to be playing around their Rayquaza, right? That's like the main point of the whole composition as well at time.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually the most viable option that FENNEL could actually go with, knowing that it's already halfway into the game and they haven't been emerging victorious in fights. They haven't been getting the XP that they wanted, so they want to play this very safe for them to do a phenomenal flip later on. They don't want to force things down. They don't want to, you know, overextend in fights. But right now is a great opportunity to invest on those Unite moves, but that foul play will connect immediately. The Moonlight Prance will as well. And look at those KOs landing at the hands of Alter Ego. 2 Pokemon's taken down already for FENNEL, and they want the goal zone immediately. The fly will drop down, but the KO won't land, and the Unite move was invested as well from 94. Side strike to buy some time. Fly chasing down, not gonna be quite enough, and they KO the Talon Flame. Great catch by 94 in order to prolong the team fight, and no one is going down at the hands of Alter Ego.
Yeah, 94 is being a very massive problem. It's a constantly just suplexing every single person within the side, even with the eject button, right? I thought for a second there, I said, okay, that's the end of the skirmish. There's nothing else is going to be happening after that. But no, the guy just did a quick U-turn with the eject button to catch upon another player. He said, you know, I see an opportunity. I'm going in for it again. I think this is the kind of aggressiveness that they need to exactly have, right? This is the kind of thing you need to do. You got to go toe-to-toe with one of the current world champion as well. Regieleki, of course, will be secure for the side for FENNEL. We'll try to siege out for that first goal point. But on the other hand, we do see Xingdi currently level 13, the highest Pokemon in the entire game at the moment here. But we do see the Flame Sweep here, dives all the way to the back line, instantly melted away. ZZ Ray, where did he go? He didn't even have a time to even blink as he disappears instantly as well. What a tackle coming in from the side here of Tong.
And that was a great decision making as well. But do love the fact that Alter Ego left the goal zone, knowing that they don't want those KOs land at the hands of FENNEL, but they're eyeing for more. Xingdi was taken down, and they want more goal zones. They are here for the revenge. That Talonflame is gonna land with that fly. And it is just Ikura backing away, trying to step on the goal zone to recover some HP.
That was great. That, especially since we're slowly getting towards that later stage of the game as well. So every pick, every knockout here is gonna allow them to gain so much EXP for this. Even Tong at the moment, he already pretty much just outran Xingdi in this race. I mean, of course, he finally hits that level 14, but Tong hit it first. So even in terms of level, we do see a majority on the side for FENNEL. Although point differential, they did brought it back from a double-digit score to the triple. Pretty much almost tying it out against Alter Ego here. But a massive Unite move is going to be popping on the side here. All majority will be able to connect at the same time. With UC94 going an absolute roll before getting shut down here at the same time. But who is stopping Xingdi? He is finding priority targets one by one. They're not grouped up. They're all separated out. He's just picking it up one by one like dominoes here. And it will be a full team knockout.
And they want to back away. They want to buy a lot of time, knowing that they are on the lead. But all of the Unite moves has been invested for both teams. What can they make to turn around here for FENNEL? They're looking for a revenge in terms of fight. They have to sustain from Yume. But Alter Ego will not wait for that 5-man team fight. They want to maximize this one out.
They still got 1 minute left on the clock as well. They are a little bit down in terms of points as well. No one's really contesting for the raid, but they are trying to get a couple of points in as well. But Isaac is sniped away by Xingdi. He didn't miss the window of opportunity. He's not done. They're all so low.
Xingdi!
He sees an opportunity to keep slashing and dashing and once more. He gets called out. Wolves try to go for the resets here. They're all a little bit low here, but that's the main goal for Alter Ego. They just want to buy out the time. They want to draw out the clock here because they know they have the advantage. They'll secure more knockouts. Who will be able to steal the Rayquaza? Of course, naturally, it is Alter Ego, courtesy of ZZ Ray. They'll put more points in. They don't like how close it is. They will extend the lead. This is how they are currently in the lead in terms of points and in terms of EXP.
Full power Sai Psychic Solaire will shut down the attack, the forces of FENNEL. And look at their reactions. Look at their momentum. Alter Ego. It's just having a massive communication. Link by their own instincts, taking game number 1 up against the world champions, FENNEL. This is a sight to see.
Unbelievable, just full sprinting into that moment here. Xingdi just saw an opportunity here as he saw how spread out. At that point in the last final fight, right, we just see FENNEL just constantly being spread out. Because courtesy done, well done coming from 94 to ensure that spread actually happened in the first place, right? It gets really difficult, especially when you're an all-rounder that also has suppressing abilities. It just makes you a little bit more of a priority target. People tend to forget that, and that opens up space. Space created means there's a chink in the armor here. There's a chink in the defenses here. And Xingdi just went for priority targets one at a time. And it ended up being so isolated, right? Then everyone starts panicking. So really well done for that last fight here. It's that kind of thing where it's in the matter of how it happened, right? Their game plan, FENNEL's whole game plan just was being deconstructed here, and a response is somewhat required for at least for the next game here, because if not, it is going to be a very concerning matter.
Very concerning yet. What a match! What a match! I mean, just take a look at the graph. Like Xingdi, Z-Ray, they were doing the damage, but 94's value, knocking back someone, grabbing someone, knocking back the Regieleki to avoid it to land at their goal zone was just phenomenal. You know, not being a damage dealer, not being a primary damage dealer for your team, but being able to provide the impact in order for Xingdi and the others to do their attacking prowess is just way too phenomenal for a team. Total coordination for Alter Ego is what we've seen in game number 1. And FENNEL, you know, they have a shot. They were clearly fighting back. But that last team fight, or second to the last team fight, wherein they invested on their Unite moves, was quite unfortunate because they weren't able to take down Xingdi as early as they can, because Xingdi was just roaming around in circles and slashing everyone else.
No, it was just too many options here, especially with 94. They had, like, when it came to the composition for the side here for Alter Ego, right? It's just that they have a lot more tools on their belts here to decide how they really want to play out the round. It really became a game where, like, okay, if I engage, what can you do to against my composition kind of thing? If 94 at the basket jumps in, what can they do? Naturally, you see Elder Gods coming for the heal, but if you look at suppressive abilities or control abilities, it's just primarily just the slow bro, and you're not gonna use your slow beam. You're not gonna utilize your slow beam on the boss. Well, no, you want to try to wait it out for Shingdi, but with the whole fight that's currently ensuing, you don't really have much of a choice here. So the teams need to try to reset. You see Elder Gods trying to go for the heal, and when all the members of FENNEL just try to figure out, okay, what's the next step of our plan? How do we react to this? By the time before they even come to a conclusion, Shingdi's already taking action. He's already taking measures into his own hands. He's just pretty much saluting the 94 and the rest of the team. Thanks guys, I'll take it from here. You pretty much just caused him in a full disarray, and now there's nothing else they can do to stop me, especially once the Elder Gods comes in. It's pretty much similar to the discussion I had with you regarding the whole Blissey heals, right? It's the kind of thing, sure, you can try to clutch, you can do a clutch save for some of your more beefier or more tankier defenders here. But when it comes to like your more squishiest or attackers, they're not going to be able to last for too long here. So maybe the Elder Gods didn't or maybe I feel they should at least have another Pokemon that can at least allow them to tackle this kind of scenarios, right? Because they don't really have any answer for these small trades, particularly which usually leads up to a secure or a knockout at the same time here. So hopefully they will try to address this before they go against FENNEL once more.
Oh wow. Talonflame once again. I mean, it did work. Like, it did work somehow. Like, Talonflame's kit basically is to, you know, fly in and fly out. That's the current meta that we're seeing as of now. But look at this. Alter Ego gets Blissey and Umbreon. This is a massive combo. Come on.
I mean, of course, because they had no choice but to ban out the Absol. They're like, you know what, Shingdi, you are mad with power with that Pokemon, man. If we had let it through, if like seriously, if FENNEL, I'm pretty sure FENNEL's captain, right? Just say if we had let that Absol through to Shingdi once again for free, right? It's the definition of madness at that point here. So naturally, it's a dedicated ban. So they ban it out. So that means they're gonna get the beautiful Blissey for themselves here. Oh, but Comfy, are we seeing? Oh no, I thought for a second we're gonna get Zoroark or something, but come on, I know it's a speedster. You bring in a Comfy, it's gotta be another speedster, buddy. Come on, Zoroark, bring it in. Oh, okay, yeah, fine. Dodrio is totally fine too. Like it's like what we talked about, right?
Yeah,
like,
I thought
when you talk about traditional old school speedsters, it's always Dodrio or Zoroark for sure.
Yeah. And for the second thought, I thought it was going to be a Meowscarada for the top path, because that was actually a thing as well. It's an alternative, but
Yep.
94 is going to be the ones going for it. Meowscarada top path. This is quite viable, but I do feel like this Talonflame would be at the bottom path, as far as I'm concerned. That's more viable because Dodrio is much more faster compared to a Talonflame, given that you have the agility moveset. So I feel like that would be the case. Talonflame, it's a viable option, but Shingdi is on a Zero Aura. It's going to be a discharge, I think, but Wild Charge will also work if they want to shred things down, especially from that Gyarados from FENNEL.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, honestly, it's bottom lane or not, I think this is Tong, so most likely it's going to be the central area, Talonflame, naturally. I mean, it's not too surprising to see our bottom lane Dodrio. I believe we've seen something like this back in the past as well. Even with the back then when we had the nerf to the drill pack. But this is like many patches ago with the nerf to the drill pack here. But Dodrio has like it's probably one of the more unique Pokemon when it comes to dunking in AOS points, right? So this is something they also need to try to gain into account. He's very fast. He's very agile as well. They need to try to get their hands on top of it. I think Meowscarada just comes into the mix as well. Like, from the last engagement, it feels like I'm going to be having a lot more skirmishes than usual here. So, it's fine. You want to take a fight? We can take a fight. Meowscarada is also designed for taking this kind of long, prolonged skirmishes as well. So, but this is their answer. Alter Ego did manage to secure the first win against the current world champion as well in the group stages as well. We'll see whether this composition is going to be able to pull through. Did 94 stick with the boss wall, by the way? I need to try to verify that one. Oh no, sorry, he didn't go for the boss. So he actually opt for. Actually, wait, no, I saw the wrong thing. Hold on.
I think something is up. I feel like the game will not be starting. I feel like there will be a remake. I think
But
that'll be-
regardless, you like any opinions from the last round, like maybe in terms of composition or their current composition currently at the moment. Because I actually never got to hear from you. Like, what do you think about that one? Actually,
Yeah, I mean, for the current composition, like it's looking more stable for Alter Ego. It's looking quite much more viable compared to the composition of FENNEL. Simply because this Meowscarada can just, charge in. But the idea of having a comfy, at the hands of FENNEL could be a game changer, actually. But the only thing that I am concerned is, can that Dodrio get the job done? I mean, the score is faster, the mobility is much more faster as well, but I feel like Alter Ego can just suppress it with the mean look. Like, if they're gonna, for sure they're gonna be going for the mean look, but foul play might be a possibility as well, simply because they have a Blissey. So, in a case like that, I do feel that, a Dodrio can be stopped on its track simply because there is an Umbreon available. Foul play or mean look, regardless of the compass or of the moveset, it's quite stoppable. And this Umbreon is really well known for being a primary defender, and it could be a support as well. When you have that Moonlight Prance, when you have complete package of your moveset, you could just go in, stop the tracks of those speedsters. I mean, Triple Trample will be available. You'll be unstoppable, of course, but the idea that an Umbreon could stop any kind of speedsters in the game, that is actually a huge advantage already for Alter Ego. So, really much more convinced on the draft of Alter Ego, but FENNEL, on the other hand, I feel like their primary weapon here could be the Gyarados. As far as I know, they do have Gyarados on their draft, so I feel like that would play a lot of role, because this Gyarados has to bounce in, has to set up the space in order for those speedsters to flank immediately at the lineup of Alter Ego.
Well, yeah, you got. I mean, this is Gyarados we talked about, right? It's a durable, all rounder as well. And since he's an all rounder as well, he also naturally has the damage to also output as well. Not as many displacement abilities like Buzzwole, but you definitely do have some really great knockouts that can be utilized in a very crucial moment of the fight to dictate how the terms of battle is going to be like as well. My only concern would be the fact that Alter Ego needs to keep making sure that the battle is always on their terms. Because so far, especially because when they have the Buzzwole and everything, they have a lot of options, they have a lot of tools, right? So they're able to always just choose how they want to take each and every one of those fights. They can choose how they want to engage it, how they want to start it, how they want to disengage it. It's totally fine for them. They had the choice for it. This time with a quick switch of the composition as well, and like I said, they are battling the current world champions. So you give them an inch, you give FENNEL an inch, they will go for the mouth for sure. So Alter Ego, we are currently, I guess you could say in a way, since they won the first game in our second series of today, pretty much 1 foot out the door, Eels. But if not too careful, FENNEL's gonna slam that door right back.
Oh yeah, one minor loophole, one little bit tiny loophole is enough for FENNEL to flip the tables around. And Alter Ego, they were playing phenomenal a while ago. That's why FENNEL really had a tough time in order to answer back. And we've been talking about FENNEL being a perfect team, being a team that is so difficult to find a mistake, to find a loophole. And Alter Ego just outperformed them in this game number 1. So for game number 2, they have a powerful draft, they have a phenomenal draft, but the execution has to be there as well. I mean, if they don't have that execution, definitely it will be a downfall for them. But I'm loving the confidence. I'm loving the confidence here.
I do. I love the crowd, man. I've seen probably someone's mom's or aunt is over there, but it's great to see that Pokemon, the game itself, is beloved by all ages here. So I mean that's how old Pokemon is, right? It's been such a long time, especially since it's been 25 years since Ash finally got his World Championship title.
Oh, Ash.
But seriously, what a journey, man. I feel so old just thinking about it as well.
Oh, Grovyle.
Dude, like, the crowd is exceptionally insane. Just love the support, the amount of people into it as well. The game has greatly grown from itself, from not just from the VGC. We also got the TCG all the way to our current team battler, which is naturally Pokemon Unite. A lot of FENNEL fans, by the way. Is it just me? Is it just me? Or is like, it feels like every our camp. By the way, the cameraman for broadcast time is really good, right? But every time we pan into the crowd, right, like different section of the crowd, feels like we're always gonna run into like either FENNEL or okay, maybe
Insomnia.
not. Okay, actually, maybe not Luna. Luna's from Insomnia, yeah. So we also got like Insomnia supporters in the crowd too. But wait, is that a Snorlax? That's a Snorlax hoodie. That's a Snorlax hoodie.
There, I saw it as well. Look at that.
Oh, dude. Oh my god, the double looks
Oh my god.
Dude, that's what I'm telling you, man. Like I actually told my mom that. Okay, I told my mom that if I get a chance to go to Japan, it's with her, right? Like I have to bring my mom. If it's not with my mom, then it's most likely I'm gonna go for it, right? Because I feel like I need to get her out of the house a little bit more. And I want to experience the world too. But I told my mom if we ever go to Japan together, we definitely need to like buy extra storage for sure.
Oh yeah.
He said why? I said I'm gonna be coming back with a lot of things, like a lot of things.
You know what I mean. You know, a lot of things.
Yes.
Yo, come on. We need those.
But it's such a grand hall in Shinjuku right now. The crowds, and it's so early. Okay, I think the time zone for them right now should be in the afternoon, right? It should be the afternoon for them. For us here in Southeast Asia, it's pretty much the morning, early in the morning. And then for any of the regional, for any of you viewers who's currently watching like from other regions as well, or other regional zones at night. Currently, I believe some will be currently at the night right now, like almost towards midnight. I commend you for supporting your favorite fan even at this stage of night. But you know it's the weekend. Everyone's here for good weekend games, so.
Oh, I think we just received a memo that our main stage game was temporarily suspended.
Oh no!
Due to one of the players is feeling unwell or feeling unsick. Oh, that's very unfortunate. So, guys, if you're there in Sumitomo Building, make sure to get those energies. Stay safe. Make sure that if you feel unwell, let someone know, because it's really hard to get sick. It's really hard to get sick right now.
Very hard to get sick, or very easy to get sick.
What do you mean?
But of course, yeah, and also staying by my usual quote as well. Not just to you, Yules, but to everyone as well, and to everyone, I hope you all don't forget to hydrate yourself. It's gonna be, we have a long day of games, great games as well. So where are you at? Just constantly hydrate. Don't forget your H2O. It's always great because a healthy body is a happy mind.
Okay, so I feel like there will be a substitution that would happen at the side of FENNEL. So Masio was feeling unwell, so he'll be subbed out, and Lucapo will be there to fill in. So it's always great to have a sixth man on your team, because there are unforecasted events such as this one. So we're sending our prayers to Masio to feel better and get back on stage once again, maybe later or tomorrow if FENNEL does advance into the playoff stage. So Masio, get better. We'll be looking forward to see you back on stage.
Yeah, I mean Masio definitely gonna be taking a side break here, but hey, he has nothing to worry about. He has full faith in his brothers in arms and the side of FENNEL.
Oh yeah.
Lucapo, of course, none other than himself. He's been here. He's been to the international scene a couple of times as well. So I don't really have any doubts about this. He was, if I'm not mistaken, last time Lucapo was the central player. So, but at the same time, PYI and Tong, they're both rather flexible. They have very flexible roles, so their roles are not really defined. So it's not really designated or it's like a requirement. So with this substitution, I'm not too surprised if they do a little bit of a role switch if it's required. Or it just maybe Lucapo will just replace the previous role that Masio was pretty much playing just now.
Masio is their main attacker, so having two central laners on their team will be not gonna be quite confusing, especially on their meta that's going right now, which is speedster meta. So I do feel like, you know, major adjustments will be there, and, you know, it's not a challenge, not big of a challenge, I would have to tell you, for FENNEL, knowing that they're one of the formidable teams out there. And Lukapo, on the other hand, I think he prioritizes on central lane, but PY has the capabilities to go all-rounder and central as well. So Ton could be, you know, the attacker. Ton could be the attacker because attacker is one of his comforts. So Ton goes to attacker, then PY goes to all-rounder top flex, and then Lukapo could be the central. Okay, that's just, you know, a prediction of mine. That's just a prediction of mine. We'll see later on what will be the execution of FENNEL. I'm just quite excited what could be the change here. Is going to be the substitution for the better, or can Alter Ego find a better opening for them to seal off into the 0?
Well, I mean, regarding the whole the role swapping, I don't think there's going to be change with the Pokemon selection because we did actually undergo that already.
Oh yeah,
we already undergo that, so I don't think there's going to be any changes after that. It's just a matter on who's going to be taking with the current picks that they have right now. But you know, it's like you said as well, Alter Ego. The competent mix is unfortunate. Marcio will definitely sending out all of us from at home. Definitely sending our loves and prayers, best wishes as well. He's definitely coming to have it back. But for now, he will be entrusting to a Lukapo to carry on his flame forward. We're still rather early into the group stages as well, so nothing too crazy really set in stone so far. But Alter Ego, on the other hand, definitely there's a lot of things on the line. Like I said before, they're pretty much 1 feet out the door. Missing out on Marcia, that's definitely not an advantage at all. Let's be honest here. Lukapo is also just as capable. So Alter Ego just needs to do exactly what they've been doing, keeping to their solid fundamentals, keeping to their strats, and just pulling through for the team here. And of course, don't be too complacent. You know, getting one win doesn't mean like, oh yeah, that's all we need, guys. Woo! No, that's not gonna be the case here for Alter Ego.
Yeah, they have to be very careful. They have to, you know, maintain the fire burning within themselves in order to, you know, for sure they want the 2-0. They want it because they had a beautiful head start, and possibly their mindset right now is FENNEL might be crumbling a little bit because of what happened. They might take this as a positive way that they do have an advantage, but at the same time, FENNEL is very unpredictable. You know, they might be much more powerful because Lukapo could actually fill that no worries, just like what you've said. And this could be a better output, this could be the same output, or it could be a downgrade. It's just 3 scenarios that we are looking for, and definitely one of the most beautiful output is it's for the better. But can Alter Ego really counter that one out? Because they had a great start, but so far, this is FENNEL we are talking about.
I'm actually just curious to see how the game really goes, right? It can somewhat change the dynamic because so far we haven't got to see what a game was like with Lukapo, right? I mean, it's not gonna be like, oh, it's not gonna drag down the performance wise. No, that's definitely not what I'm trying to say here. But what I'm trying to say is that most teams is really used to a certain playstyle, right? When it goes to a certain roster, right? Suddenly when you bring another player, when you sub in another player, which you probably recognize him from previous tournaments, but what about now? Like, where does he stand? So far, we've been doing scrims, we've been doing rehearsal matches, we've been playing a couple of games together during their time in Shinjuku as well. But what does Lukapo bring to the table for the side for FENNEL? This is definitely something that's going to be on the top of their heads. However, now with the whole, that would have been usually something to be discussing when we get to the Pokemon selection. But now the Pokemon selection has been concluded already, and this is with Marcio, with the thought of Marcio at the helm, not Lukapo. So this is something that Alter Ego needs to try to prepare themselves for, like what's to come here.
Oh, so yeah, that was the official statement that we got just now. So the Pokemon selection, just like what you said, Leonard's, will be the same, and Dodrio will still be used, but Lukapo is going to be the ones taking control of it. So, you know, and that's, you know, how it goes because the drafting was already done. So I cannot wait. It's the same composition, same analysis so far, and I've been talking about that Alter Ego has a better draft compared to the FENNEL. So let's see if that will take into effect. But a lot of things might change. The formulation of playstyle, the what do you call this one? The formulation of tactics could be different execution wise for FENNEL. So, what do you think? Could this be could this shift of players, but execution might be different? What do you think is a better way for them to overcome Alter Ego based on what they performed on game number 1? What has to change? I mean, maybe it could be a factor that Masio wasn't feeling that well in game number 1. That's why they had a downfall or they lost game number 1. But something has to be off. What do you think FENNEL has to change for game 2?
Oh, actually, it's not. I'm not going to say because of what Marshall was feeling at that point. No, I think he was still able to perform admirably as well, despite being in that state as well, which we weren't aware at the time. But I think it's just the fact that you just need to have more tools. You need to have certain answers for certain scenarios. For example, sure, you got the slow beam. That's great it's great to identify one player, but slow beam is that kind of thing where it's for individual. It's only for a singular target, right? For an individual target. It's not a whole group thing. It's not something you could constantly just spam off cooldown kind of thing. It's not something like what a boss can do, right? Sure, there's cooldowns, but it's something it's the kind of ability where you can just constantly display something and someone set up for your team on a very short span of time without any major losses. Even if it doesn't lead to a KO, doesn't lead to a win, it still doesn't matter because it just allows 94, allows Alter Ego at the time to dictate all right, we'll have control of every stake of the game. We have our team fight capabilities, we have our small one-on-ones capabilities, we also have our small skirmishes as well. Even though if it doesn't really surmount to anything big or anything significant, we will always have options for us. So I think in this round this time, no Buzzwole, of course. They went for the Gyarados. But as long as they really identify what was the initial problem, right? They got rid of the app, so they feel like that was something that was a little bit out of proportion. That's the adjustment has already been made here. It's just a matter of, with the current composition that they have, is it enough tools to deal with them? In my opinion, it looks pretty okay, especially now since they're bringing in the. Sorry, it wasn't FENNEL. This time, Alter Ego, they are bringing the Meowscarada now. This time, double speedsters to go toe-to-toe with FENNEL's double speedster here. Dodrio, of course, I believe originally it was supposed to be in the hand of Tong, right? I believe Tong was the one that was supposed to run with the Dodrio here. But with Lucapo coming in, Lucapo will be taking on the role of the Dodrio, I believe, because that's actually one of a few central Pokemon that was in his arsenal and available for him. But what is the other Pokemon that Tong is going to be taking? He's most likely going to be the bottom one, for sure. Where PY will be the... Actually, we'll just see for now, reason because they do have the Talon Flame.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, correct. So Lucapo doesn't have to go central. He still plays Dodrio, but it won't be the central lane. It will just be the bottom side. Tong still goes central with the Talon Flame. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mixed it up already.
I thought that the Gyarados was going to be in the hands of FENNEL. But so this is going to be double speedsters still. So both double speedsters for both teams. So the only thing that could be an advantage for Alter Ego is they do have a lot of range with Z-Ray as an Inteleon that would give a lot of intel as well with Azure Spy Vision, but there's a total shutdown Slowbro available for FENNEL here. So that would probably stop the track of 94 or Xingdi, but I feel like it would be better to stop 94 simply because with the Unite move that Meowscarada is currently having, the Floral Flourish, big amount of area of effect. So definitely you have to shut it down immediately as fast as you can.
But if I'm not mistaken, the Floral Flourish already has a unstoppable buff, right?
Oh yeah. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that one.
So it really can't be stopped, and the worst part about it is also a blink ability. It allows you to move to a designated spot instantly as well. So
yeah.
so basically it functions like an eject button here. So
Oh well.
It gets pretty tough, but you know, I believe this is gonna be the double team lineup, right? Double team with the Flower Trick or Night Slash, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm getting mixed up. So Gyarados really is for FENNEL, and then. Okay.
No,
So
worry. I also got to mix up because we had like a brief moment before we actually got it out.
but yeah, I mean, so far, I feel like this would be an even matchup despite having that Umbreon for Alter Ego. So you just have to adjust accordingly on their lineup for FENNEL on their current roster. This has to be for the better output.
Okay, no, sorry, I was wrong. So it's the Talon Flame that's going to the top side. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me just verify this a little bit properly here. So, of course, matched up. Oh, nice engagement as well to secure the early knockout as well. Didn't expect the early engagement. I believe they didn't expect this such an early force engagement to reach for the control for the bundle be easier. But of course, it will go in the hands of FENNEL. Whereas on the bottom side, you do see that nice confrontation between going head to head with each other. We do see Lucapo with the Dodrio. Will be playing at the bottom lane. Actually, I'll say it's fine. Tom playing the Talon Flame was indeed going to the central area. Yeah. So I didn't mix it up here.
Oh yeah. But I love the idea that FENNEL actually did go for the early contest or engagement team fight all the way on top path for that Gyarados to be available already at the first 1 minute and 30 seconds of this matchup. And right now they're trying to dominate the bottom path even further. Acrobatics would land 2 KOs immediately for FENNEL. This is just too quick for them to adjust despite having Lucapo, keep on their tracks, keep the dream alive, and this is just way too good for FENNEL despite having a tough time.
Yeah, and Tong had a very uniquely encounter with Ikura here. A roaming supporter was slowly with the chances slowly making his way down to the bottom path here. It was an unlikely encounter, but of course he's gonna be pretty satisfied with that. It's gonna be a nice EXP to gain especially during the early stages. So far, in the EXP race, you can definitely tell FENNEL is pretty much securing all angles of it as much as possible here. Gyarados, we do finally have the Gyarados. Tong is just trying to ensure he's always on top of the race here. And now we starting to see Alter Ego starting to group up naturally. You know, they're fine with it. They're fine with leaving Ice at the bottom lane, the whole on his own here. The matters on this top side. Can we try to get a little bit of a surprise encounter on top of PY? He definitely feels something troubling coming within the grass here, so he'll fall back to the side. It looks like he will get the KO and will be knocked down in the end. The berry just barely picks up by Ice. We'll be able to walk out of it, but the goalpost will fall into the hands of FENNEL, the first one as well. And this just should be able to open up quite a decent amount of space around the map here if FENNEL choose to constantly enhance their macro control.
Great response as well from Alter Ego, despite not giving in or not having a couple of team fights. They were able to make sure. Look, eject button. Is that an eject button that we just saw? That's why the Talon Flames lit in. Yeah, that was phenomenal.
It was. It was really great. He tried to see if he could steal with that flame sweep as well. Because but at the same time, it's just him. It's pretty much the same scenario as we encountered in our first series of the day, where you alone trying to secure an objective against other better or too many objective securing abilities as well. It's definitely quite a taller for the side here for Tong, but good attempt though.
Oh, a missed opportunity, I think, for Alter Ego. He actually had an opportunity to punish that Comfy. It was just roaming around. They have to go back into their pods. They need the defense. They don't want to be careless because they know that Gyarados is already a threat, and knowing that there is a support from Yue that will make things very tough for you to KO that Pokemon.
So trying to buy their time. There's a little bit of action as they try to secure a couple of more of the Altaria families here, the wild Pokemons here. Other than that, nothing else. They're not really giving an edge. There's definitely a couple of skirmishes here and there, but they did spot the Comfy, or at least in this case, they spot Yume currently attached to PY. So they're gonna respect that. They say, there's a little bit too much of damage for us to deal with. We don't have the majority of the team here. Everyone just back to the farm. I think also Shingdi also somewhat identified the fact that sure, we did win some of the smaller skirmishes, but we're not technically in a massive lead here. So back to the farm here, and Fly is going to be coming in as well. Looks like on the bottom side, Lukapo barely gets up and fly alive.
The night move is gonna hit the Plasma Gale right off the bat, and they're looking for more KOs. They're trying to take down PY, but the Dragon's Current plus the Flourish will be there. Actually, that wasn't the Flourish. It was the Unite move of the Comfy, but they're going to be taking another KO for their team. But here comes the reinforcements from Alter Ego. Not going to be quite enough to take down the Gyarados. What a support coming from Yume, making sure that Gyarados won't be knocked out.
Did you use the spot? Oh, hold on, before we talk a little bit on the topic here. Ikura. It's gonna be the KO naturally. But you know, I'm not sure whether you noticed. I love the fact that coming from Alter Ego, instead of just sticking up to allow more that splash damage, just really stacking upon each other, they just went their separate angles or separate ways here. So really put PY in a spot where, like, I want to get a pick off, but like everyone's going their separate ways. He had to make a choice here, which was something that wouldn't really necessarily risk himself or get any punishment from any overcommitments as well. So, I mean, eventually Ikura did fall into the hands of Tong, but it won't be fall into the hands of PY. But then again, we already saw how durable it was for the Gyarados to pair alongside with the Comfy. A massive amount of damage here. And speaking of amount of damage, Tong comes and tries to go for the tank. Did force out the Blizzard Sense, and even the Unite move coming out from ZZ Ray. And now they're in a full retreat here because they're saying, you know guys, I did my job. I forced a lot of Unite moves. It feels pretty great. And now they're slowly preparing to try to go for the reset. They re-engage back to the fight here. It looks like Tong couldn't find the opening to the backline. Too many people, and let's be honest, too far for the rest of the squad here. Underestimating the amount of damage you could have dealt in that scenario here. So we'll get punished for it.
Speaking of punish, here comes the triple trample. The Plasma Gale will hit, but not going to be quite enough for them to get the KO. So I love the concept of what FENNEL is trying to do at the last 4 minutes of this game. They're just trying to, you know, make Alter Ego invest their Unite moves without any kind of conversion. So it's just Unite moves being invested, but there's no value. There's no XP rewards that Alter Ego could get. It's just they need to, you know, get more wild Pokemons in order for them to have their Unite moves back before the final stretch.
Yeah, and usually, let's be honest, we're talking about teams who's usually playing, or at least have built their composition to play around that Rayquaza pit as well. So even though we look at the point of finish, I was like, oh, you know, that's great. You know, they're in the lead by like probably 20 or 30 points, or even 100 points. It doesn't seem as crazy compared to like games where even before the Rayquaza pit, if you see like a point differential of like 400 to 500 to 10 or something, right? Then when you start panicking, right? Because you're like, okay, wait, that's a huge point lead here. However, this one started surprising with the team as they wouldn't mind re-engaging back to fire. Unite moves seems pretty significant as well. Will force it into a degree, but look at Alter Ego grouping out once more. They're not playing the disengage. They're not playing the separate. Wow. No way. They said we're gonna group up on that one person that comes in, go for the punish, and the rest of the squad of FENNEL try to mitigate some of the damage here, try to cut off their losses. So they will have to allow two of the members to succumb to their fate here. But here comes the Dragon Ascent use.
Oh wow, Ice was actually able to buy a lot of time with those foul plays available on their hands, but they are looking for more KOs. They don't want FENNEL to control the rhythm of the game, but that bounce would connect, but haven't been able to do the KO, and they want more. Xingdi is still up on this fight. Talonflame Tong is available, but a lot of members. Oh, what a snipe shot! And right now, Alter Ego has to back away a little bit, but they're trying to force things down and get the Rayquaza because it's just the Comfy that's available. But there is a potential steal, but no way would happen. And Alter Ego is already jumping. They need to take it easy. They need to slam those points very carefully, and they finally take the lead.
Oh, just not enough time. The person they needed to secure those points, Tong wasn't there. Lukapo just respawned. So his Pokemon couldn't really get to that position in time, and Slowbro, Sally, Serrata, he did all he can to try to go for that secure, but it's just not enough. There were just too many people on the side of Alter Ego to secure that Rayquaza objective. They had 94. They also had ZZ Ray on standby. And by the way, he's been landing some really nasty snipe shots so far throughout this round as well. Yeah, so it was pretty much like a done, it feels like it was pretty much like a done deal, right? coming from the side here, as they were able to have so many of their members still standing on the side of Alter Ego. Well done. FENNEL just couldn't find the opening. They thought they finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel, but sadly, it was just a confrontation between not all the members here. Speaking of members here, constantly back. They're trying their best to dunk as much points as possible, but they just keep getting denied. And on the other side of the map, we also see 94 also dunking even more points on his hand. Game is set. Alter Ego members standing in a full applause and excitement as they know for the fact is they are the first team in this tournament to knock out, not really knock out, but to win FENNEL, the current world champion in the group stage.
Big. They were able to take down the world champions in a flawless shot, 2-0. They were just so happy on what they've done. They were so happy on the output. And ICE was truly an MVP before the final stretch, being able to force down that foul play, being able to pinch down 2 members from FENNEL and go for the KO. That was the hope that they saw in order to get that Rayquaza for their own benefit.
It was really fantastic. Everything really played out accordingly, especially coming from ZZRay. He knew what was the responsibility they had. He knew the role that he had, especially towards the fight for Rayquaza. They really just juggled it exceptionally well. Xingdi, of course, naturally Xingdi and 94, they can also be one of the few players to secure the Rayquaza pit as well. But at the same time, to them, it's like, you know what? If we can remove as many variables as possible, remove as many contested for this final objective as much as they can, they definitely will take the chance as long as one person still stands behind. And it's literally where you saw ZZRay. He's just at the back there, just literally lobbing, throwing pot shots after pot shots, or snipe shots in this case, after snipe shots at a very safe and very confident distance. He's like, all right, my team is duking it out. We have the advantage. The team's also getting a little bit desperate as well, since they also want to make sure that we do not secure this Rayquaza pit. So in other words, the whole mentality and the whole juggling really pan out relatively well for Alter Ego. And it's all just mainly just individual skill plays as they secure fellow members of FENNEL.
Oh yeah, totally agree. And this is one of my personal opinions that ICE was the major factor why they won that game. I mean, again and again, I thought at first that Meanlook would be better for them to stop those speedsters on their opposing team, which was FENNEL, but that foul play was able to set the tone, trap everyone down from FENNEL, and they were able to get the KO. So that actually worked at the favor of Alter Ego. And for FENNEL, they were having a great start. They were really controlling the game from the first up to the 8-minute mark of the game. But right after the first 8 minutes of the game, it feels like they were a little bit too overconfident in, trying to pick off a KO of the team of Alter Ego. And, it was a trap that they took. And they got trapped immediately by 5 members of Alter Ego. And that made an opportunity for Alter Ego to flip down this game and get that 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Umbreon, right? It's such a flexible Pokemon here, like, especially in terms of roles too. Even skill-wise, not necessarily got to be like Meanlook. You can also go for the foul play. This opens up a lot more possibility to allow you to allow the player itself to see how you really want to interact into the round. But of course, back into the interview, our first winner for Group B side here is going to be Alter Ego here.
Oh yeah, 94. One of the phenomenal players out here in this matchup. But yeah, again, congrats to Alter Ego for getting this 2-0, and I do believe that we do have our next talent right off our, at the pack of ours. So take it over, my guy.
Hey, what's up, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike? I am once again back. My name is JJ. I'll be joining in here with Leonard or, YOLO Lee, and all I have to say is, well, man, it's my boys. My boys! They won!
I know you're particularly very excited for this team and of course another team as well, JJ. But of course, first things first, we gotta get the formalities out of the way. Very happy to have you here on the cast with that, JJ. I believe this is our first ever.
It is,
especially knowing each other for a long time. It's our first ever time we ever actually cast together. So this is gonna be a very exciting run for me.
I am actually looking forward to casting with you as well, because the last time that we were together in one big studio was the last year, last chance qualifiers. But you were casting on West, I was casting on East, so we didn't really get to cast together. So really excited to cast with you. Yeah, it was unfortunate, but at least we're casting now together, right? And it's now in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2025 as well.
Yep. So have you been enjoying your time so far? I know you've been taking the back seat so far, watching out some of the series that we have. So, is there anything in particular that caught your eye in the process?
We were
here?
actually prepared
I mean, to be honest, like, it's been hype, you know, like it's been there's been a lot of like matches where we're not really expecting. I mean, yeah, sure, I might be rooting for certain teams, but you know how they're not going to be able to get into the finals if they're not that good, and they are all that good. And the thing is, all of the matches thus far has been quite close, and I think we're going to be seeing more of that as well as we move forward to the tournament.
Wait, hold on, just give me a second. I was just trying to hear because I believe they have an English translator on the stage this time for the interview.
Right.
So I'm just see what did they say for 94.
Try to listen in.
Before, I was actually very nervous, but after playing the game, I managed to relax myself, and I was able to play the game calmly.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I like about this though is like at least 94 is now part of like the main team as well, where the synergy is definitely much better than when they were playing previously, because you know the 94 is one of the newer characters, right? One of the newer players in the team, and now at least they've already finalized the synergy that they have, you know, going into the tournament, getting ready for the Asia Champions League Finals 2025.
I mean, it's also from their playstyle as well. I just like the fact that they have always ensuring their composition just gives them a lot of options when they want to go or how they really want to tackle into the round. I think so far we've been seeing some teams. It's a little, I guess you could say, some of the composition that we see for our past series, somewhat give a little bit more dependency on the fact that they're going to be winning each of those lanes, rather than like what happens if what if they started to do a little bit more some unique plays or get some really good catches as well. Like, do we have an answer for that? And then when you look back to their composition, you'll be like, no, wait, we don't. We only have, for example, we only have a slow bro. Like, that's pretty much it. We can't be as engaging as like or interactive as a Buzzwole or as a or with the Umbreon with the mean look. No, we just don't have that kind of option. We have the firepower, but all of our abilities is rather costly for us to do any like small trades, that kind of thing. So hopefully the next few series we might see a little bit more like flexibility in terms of conversation. Yeah.
Right, I mean, like, I totally agree the sentiment as well, that I do want to see a lot of different Pokemon as well to be played on the tournament. But then again, we're talking about the finals here, right? We're already talking about the finals here, and I don't think anyone would want to play something different than what they're used to. They want to play what they're comfortable with. So if they're going to be using this, that means this is the Pokemon that they are comfortable with. And this is the recipe for them to win this, you know, tournament. I mean, look at Alter Ego. They're not my boss, but look at Alter Ego. Right? They're playing with what they're confident with, and they want to against none other than FENNEL, the world champion, the most recent world champion.
Yep, and it's also like just like even from our Asia challenges, or at least from our APAC scene, right? Even when it comes to our composition, it's not really mirroring with the NA or EU side either. So there's a lot of them like to prioritize like things like, you know, we still see them playing around the Metagross, still seeing them playing a lot around the Marauders. No, it's a little bit different for our Apex scene. We're still sticking to what works for us. What's a little bit, it may seem, I guess you could say, simplicity at its best, right? It's straightforward, it's simple, sure, it's nothing too flashy, but it just gets the job done.
I mean, okay, I don't totally agree with that sentiment, but not that I'm dismissing it. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is that if I were going to put simplicity into, like, say, a region to represent it as a word, I'd put it over to the Western teams, because in the Western teams, they form a meta where everyone would mostly do the same thing over and over. But in Asia, right, like, they take the best out of every region, make their own, and just play with the Pokemon that they are comfortable with. They're not really going for any meta whatsoever. It's just that, like, hey, this is the Pokemon I want to use, this is the Pokemon that our team wants to use, and this is what we're going to use to play and win the tournament. So I guess it's more of a chaotic thing. It's like saying that we have no meta, but like the meta here is whatever works best for me as a player and as a team, right?
Yeah, which is what I'm saying, right? Just simple and straightforward, and it hasn't been changed, especially especially since we've seen Buzzwood has been constantly. I mean, it had its peak, and then it got its nerve, but it's still being played by some of this team because, like you said, it is like they're one of their best heroes, they're comfortable heroes, or it's just maybe it just works because the composition is just somewhat demanding for it as well. Because I'm pretty sure while everyone's doing like all this theory crafting, they're pretty much just who's great for catching, who's great for like answering for certain scenarios. I like to do DPS, but I also like to catch. Then something out of the blue, when you think about that, you'll be thinking, oh, Buzzwood feels great, Umbreon feels great.
That's true.
Gyarados, I mean, Gyarados somewhere around there, but we still see Gyarados still being the popular pick. T-Town, for example, now that Pokemon, because literally got removed entirely, right? I mean, sure, if you go to the competitive side, it still has one of the top win rates, but you look at its peak rate currently at this current patch,
it's not a lot.
Like, 4% only. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like there's a lot of Pokemon that are really strong as an individual Pokemon, but then again, if you put it in like a certain setting, right? Like for example, a competitive setting, then there would definitely be more Pokemon that would be stronger, or more viable in those kind of situations. But if we're gonna be talking about just like one-on-one, then sure, Tyranitar is one of the greatest Pokemon, one of the strongest and bulkiest Pokemon in the game. But put it in a team setting, put it in a 5v5, high level, high stakes kind of tournament play. Then hey, I would much rather play a softer supporter than play a Tyranitar.
Yeah, I mean he's also like, even if you try to bring T-Tar, try to make it work in this current stage of the game, or this current meta, I don't think he's just gonna do. I don't think he does fantastic against speedsters. Pretty much very easy to just like play around and also create a lot of space around him. It takes, and let's be honest, just to get to your final evolution from a Larvitar
takes a lot.
It's a long time. It feels forever at that point.
I mean, that's why, people are just going to be, players are just choosing Gyarados over Tyranitar. I mean, Gyarados at the same time, despite it having, have a bit of a nerf from here and there, from time to time, still the utility that Dragon Current gives a team, especially on big team fights, is just phenomenal. You can't replace it with anything, really.
But of course, JJ, with that being said, I know you just joined in, but it seems like we're going to be taking a quick short one here. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't go in for too long. More Pokemon Unite ACL action coming to you guys right after this quick short break.
ですね、皆さんインターバルの休憩があるんですけれども、少しでも会場に来た人で楽しんでほしいということで、会場内の施設なんかを紹介しながら、面白おかしく僕らが先に来たら先に回っちゃおうかなという企画でございます。各部早速回っていきましょう。まずはリジェクトブース選手が受付を自らやってくれてますね。よろしくお願いします。最もステージに近いところでどうですか、オフライン会場でリジェクトのブースが出てるという。
自分もこうなったら観客なんで、もうめちゃくちゃ楽しみにここ来ました。
ありがとうございます。じゃあその美容師さんに一押しのグッズなんて伺いたいなと思うんですけど。僕のブースで見たことないアイマスクですね。
これ本当にすごくて、自分もいただいたんですけど、もう普段使いもしちゃう、もうぐっすりですね。
なんかつけたら本当に10分いや10秒で眠れると話題のと巷では言われているらしいです。ちょっとピューさんつけてもらってもいいですか？はい、ちょっと待って、今メインステージでインソムニア戦フーパとゼラオラが出てきました。いやでも俺たちにはフーパとゼラオラよりアイマスクのピューさんがいるから。
はい、使命があります。
アイマスクつけました。どうですか？
光がない。
座るとどうなる？
もう座ると
寝ちゃったということでリジェクトブーストをお送りしました。ふうさんまたねー。今パイレーツ出てきました。インソムニアがオッケー、まさにそのインソムニアブースです今タイレーツを出したインソムニアのチームブースもあります。はい、この結果がね我々まだどうなるか分かりませんが、休憩時間の時には皆さん見てるはずです。
もう結果出てますね。
このインソムニアの戦い方に感動したのであればぜひ来ていただきたいという形で、インソムニアはトレードマークがね紫でやってらっしゃいますので、ぜひぜひ例えば両サイドのリジェクトとかフェンネルとかに比べるとちょっとだけ後から参加してきたチームなんですけども、存在感抜群なんですよ。どう紫？
何よりかっこいいユニフォームが本当に
他にない色がいいですよね。ということでインソムニアブースの皆さんも後楽しんでくださいね。受付ではありますけれども頑張ってください。
はい、ありがとうございます。
ヘビーボッパーに対して疾風陣雷撃、後ろのダークスラッシャーもしっかりとかわしていますが、奥の方ではジョンのギャラドスもコイキング時代の鬱憤を晴らすかのような活躍を見せている。奥ではウサカツのゼラウラインテレオ KO、 後ろではリーダールーナがさらに数の差を生み出している。そして解き放たれし降臨の先には勝利へとつながるレックーザー。非常に難しいこの環境、誰を選び誰を禁止にするのか。そんな中でインソムニアが一石を投じます。俺たちにフーパーを開けたらこうなるぞと。さあエメラルドダブルビートが後ろで見えていた。スピードタイプ同士の戦い制しているのはミュウのリーフェア。
FNE スポーツは KO したのでアクションを起こしたいが、
ルーナのミュウだ。どうといやインテレオンが制している。
ちょっとダメージが足りね
狙い撃ちと強化攻撃、レックーザ戦に委ねられた。この最後の一ヒットは FNE スポーツがものにした。逆転の一手を許さない。この試合を決定づけるかのような一撃はエースミュール。的確なワンキャッチからチームにチャンスをもたらしていくエメラルドダブルビートは追い打ちを指示して強化攻撃、シールドがつく。オブヤンが上から飛び込んでくる。アブソルこそ倒れたもののここの戦いは制しきってみせたぞインソムニア。草むらから突然イカズチが走る。疾風陣雷撃2匹のポケモンを KO。
ラオラ強いぞ。
インフィニティサイコバーンも手伝って上ルートこの1点を守り抜くインソムニア。さまざまなポケモンが巡り合いこの環境に一石を投じ合ったファーストゲーム、ここで試合終了です。
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are once again back here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 Finals. My name is JJ, and with me is Leonard, also known as YOLO Lee, because this is going to be the only YOLO for the 2025 Asia Champions League. So what's up, my man?
Well, you know, the game's it's been good so far, JJ. We had such a phenomenal start today of our series for this tournament. So this is, by the way, this is the group stage as well for anyone who just joined in as well. So not really the exact final, despite the name of the title. These are our top 16 teams representing their respective regional zones as they try to solidify a spot in the playoffs. Top 8. So in other words, we have 4 group stages here. In each group, 4 teams. Top 2 of each of those group stages will only be making their way to the playoffs itself.
And like, you know, like in the beginning, right, in the introduction of the day, right, it was mentioned, though in Japanese with the Japanese hosts, right, it was mentioned that the first Asian Champions League was in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, then it was in Bangkok, Thailand, and then now it is on, well, Japan, Shinjuku, right? So with this in mind, it's I have to reiterate as well that this is the first Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League that we are having a team that's not from Asia too. So, you know, thus far, since the last, you know, Asia Champions Leagues, it's been, you know, it's always just Asia, you know, Southeast Asia, we have India, and then we have East Asia as well. But this time, we now have different teams like, well, Luminosity Gaming. It's one of the biggest teams in the world. I mean, again, it's just there, you know. Luminosity Gaming is not from Asia, but still in Asian Champions League. So this is, I guess, we can consider this as a mini World Championships now.
I love how you say it's just there, you know. It's it's not
there. I mean, yeah, they're there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's not like Luminosity Gaming, right? Like, I don't know. It's just they're just there, right? Like, no, it's such a phenomenal feeling, right? But it's like you said, a lot for this tournament alone. There's a lot of things it's a first for a lot of things, right? Like first we have teams who has a championship title, multiple teams championship title. We also have teams that is a defending champions from last ACL. That's a ZETA division as well. We also have new teams from new regional zone participating from here. Besides this, I mean, they were previously in APAC, but they never really get to participate until now here. So really good to see a lot. We have a few first times here. A lot of great storylines to talk about. Grudges to be met and to be answered. And I love the post coming from our teams walk in. By the way, they are Nagoya Oja versus Paper Rex. They are the first 2 teams in the group for our Group C here before we move to Group D later on. And by the way, I love the fact that Nagoya actually named themselves after one of their states, because Nagoya is like one of the largest cities.
And you know, I think we don't have to like introduce them no more. I mean, like, it's Nagoya Oja and of course Paper Rex. Everybody knows who Paper Rex is, and there's no introductions needed anymore. If there's any introduction, I think it's just gonna be you and me, Yoli, Leonard. When we go through the stage, we're just gonna, you know, like, we'll just do a hard thing as well, kind of thing. But look at them, they are so ready this time, man. The mix-up, yo.
I mean, the first one was intentional. The second one was a mistake. But you know, I do. You know, honestly, I'll be honest with you. I love landing events. Like the fact that you get to meet all of this, ace of a talents, next generation of aces, or new talents come in the mix as well. It's such a great interaction. I'm so envious, especially to our amazing casters from Mane, who's currently there at the moment. Sprangles, Doomsnice, Wonder Chef, and Zonias. Having one hell of a time there. Hopefully they're enjoying the time in Shinjuku. Have they been to Japan before? Like
they have. They casted Worlds for what do you call this? They casted Worlds,
right?
Yokohama.
So they were there before.
Oh man, along with Kilosaurus.
Kilosaurus, yes. They're going everywhere, man. Yokohama, now they've been to Shinjuku. It's pretty much like checking out a lot of things on the list, right? The next place is Tokyo, Osaka. Oh man, that's so many great, such a fantastic country. So much great culture and heritage too to visit.
And that's why, you know, that's why I'm quite grateful for Pokemon as well, for, you know, allowing us or having us be part of their prestigious events. You know what I mean? Like, we might not be there, but like we're here. You know what I mean? Like, we are part of the events too. So really, it's not just us, but the players as well, and of course the community of Pokemon. It's just really amazing to see, and we just want this to be even bigger, especially with the new mode coming up as well. Ah man, I'm just really excited to, you know, with what's coming to Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I mean, we have greatly grown and advanced from our previous era. I mean, it all started.
Man.
Yeah, dude, it's insane, man. And it all started from that, right? It's like from the series to the trading card game, the TCG. Then after that, we had the VGC.
And we have
video
Pokken
games.
as well, you know.
Then finally,
You're
the
familiar
most,
with Pokken, right?
yeah.
It's a good game. It's a good game, bro.
I know.
That's where Chef actually started. Pokken.
Yeah. Oh wait,
And
well,
then-
that's where he. Also, that was his.
That was his original game. Before he went to Unite, Pokken was his game, bro.
Oh, that's his.
Yeah.
The origin story. My God. Okay,
Yeah,
so-
yeah. Some lore here. but speaking of lores, though,
Mhm.
this is where history is going to be made as well. This is the group stages of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 finals. And whoever gets out of the group stages are those who will be proceeding tomorrow for the playoffs. And man, every match here is very important and crucial because it dictates how many points they're going to be getting for them to be able to get out of the group stages.
Yep, that's correct as well. And you know, since we're talking about lore, right, let's just start off with Nagoya, right? Like we can talk a little bit of Paper Rex with whatever the people may not know, but I believe everyone should know who they are, as they were previous members of Team MYS, who's been creating massive waves for this past 2 to 3 years in the Pokemon Unite esports scene. But Nagoya Oja, on the other hand, this will be their debut alongside with Insomnia as well. They are making their debut for the first time here, and how they started things off is by going through their Japanese league here for the recent Pokemon Unite ACL, where sure, their group stage probably the most rockiest start. They were pretty much in the same spot with FENNEL Esports in their respective league, right? In their group stage, they start off dead last. They're dead last in their group stage.
Yeah.
But when they got to the playoffs, sure, it may not be a smooth run like FENNEL Esports, because FENNEL Esports, I believe, in their groups, in their own personal league, they won out the entire entire series in the upper brackets. However, for Nagoya Oja, they dropped instantly to the lower bracket, and then they just won it all. It was pretty much like witnessing true gravity back in last year's ACL all over again. Sure, I mean they didn't really get it first. They didn't really get to that championship spot. Of course, there's a little bit of a different ending for them, not like true gravity. But they still managed to qualify for themselves here, and here they are. Quite a dark horse of a team, if you ask me. Probably one of the more tenacious team. They are coming from the most competitive region.
I mean, at the same time, right? Like they have a lot of players that are very like you can recognize recognizable players. Like, you know, we have Iroas, we have like Ashu, and of course Yama. These three, I'd say, you know, one of the most recognizable players in Japan as well. Arguably one of the strongest players as well in Japan. So definitely Nagoya Oja, despite them, you know, having a little bit of a downfall before in previous tournaments, it's still a team that was able to get into Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2025. At the same time, one of the teams that we cannot dismiss just easily. And of course, going back here, Paper X, of course, one of the kings of Asia. It's going to be a tough match for everyone, really. You know, these two teams, Nagoya and Paper X.
Yeah, Paper Rex, as you said, one of the kings in Asia here. Been to Worlds, basically to World twice now, right? But at the same time, while they are somewhat one of the best in our respective region, or at least in APAC in general, but it seems like Paper Rex in this case, or MYS, or currently Paper Rex, just seems to struggle when it came to the international scene. However, there has been great growth. During 2023, they couldn't really get past the group stage as they landed as top 16. However, when it got to the 2024, that's when we saw the growth. They got past the group stage. They got all the way to the playoffs here. Unfortunately, we will not have the original roster of MYS. Nightmew Foxy was currently not enlisted in this. It's very unfortunate, as he was also like, he was a really
one of the key members too, right?
Yes, he's also like the top, if I dare say, top 5 Mew players in the entire world as well.
Yeah,
it was pretty fun to watch him. He also
honestly, I consider Nightmew as the best.
Whoa.
Yeah, best Mew, man. He, like, most of the
Order is gonna send you a message after this.
like for what it goes, like, considerably, like, a lot of the Mew techs came from him. That was utilized by a lot of players. Came from him, bro. Like, he was documenting it. It was showing people how he uses, you know, Mew. the techniques that he does, these and that, and he's just sharing everything, which is really good for a community like Pokemon Unite where nobody's really like what do you call it, like gatekeeping or hiding well, checks right in the game. I mean, obviously for teams they have to hide their strats, they have to hide their gameplay because they might get countered. But otherwise, if they're just playing like a Pokemon and they found out a way to get to play better in a Pokemon, to do this better, or whatever, everyone just shares their techs.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much why it's somewhat a crucial factor to, especially for an esport player, right? It's just to have, especially when it came to a team battle game like Pokemon Unite, it's quite crucial for a player to have a very massive Pokemon pool of selection, right?
Yeah.
If you have like, let's just say, sure, you are, let's just say for example, you are identified as the best Mew player in the world, but at the same time, when the players or the casters do the research, they realize Mew is all he plays. So what happens if I ban the Mew? The next thing you know, the guys just be like, great, I have no idea what else to do here. So that can also serve as a problem, but that's never going to be a problem with such veterans in our current competition as well. Everyone has a huge, and I mean like a massive pool of Pokemon to select. And when it comes to roles, it has been greatly changed over the course of the year, of course, depending on the team's requirement, right? So everyone's very quick to adjust. You do see teams, especially like, particularly some teams who were previously like main attackers, when they become defenders, they don't become like straight like beefy frontline being a wall kind of defender. No, they are those aggressive brawler kind of tankers because they know exactly what the DPS requires. They know what their sweeper needs and how to set up for those sweepers because they themselves were sweepers. They themselves were the main carries of their squad previously, or at least in other teams. But since we talk about the missing of Night Mew Foxy, so the one who actually came to take his role here was actually Solo, who also has great world experience as well when it comes to the Pokemon scene.
If there's anything I remember about Solo is a great Lucario player. So I don't know if we're gonna be seeing some Lucario this time around. I mean, we haven't seen it this far, but well, it's just there. Like I'm just saying, like he's a great Lucario player. But like other than that. Solo is like like MOS or Paper Rex this time around. They usually switch around players, and the players that they switch around are usually the same set of people as well. Like whoever is just gonna be needed for this one particular tournament or available for this one particular tournament is going to be the one that's playing for their team. But this time around, as you have mentioned, it is going to be Solo and Ice for this because Ice played for they played for Alter Ego as well. Not under Alter Ego, but for that team as well.
I mean, technically, it's not too. That's why I wasn't too concerned in terms of synergy, right? Because previously, Ice actually was with them under another team name back then. I believe it was Orang-Utan, or was it Shinro Day?
Yeah.
What was the
Both of them.
like?
So Orangutan, Shinro Day and Orangutan, right? Yeah.
So it's like they already been playing with each other on such
That's
a grand
Alter Ego
stage,
before.
So it's like, hey, it's nothing too new. We're just back together again. The boys are back, I guess, for this reunion of a fight. But the one thing about Paper Rex that I think particular teams need to really look out for is that their composition always revolve around multiple damage dealers, right? It's not like some teams where they're like, okay, you're gonna be the core, you're the main one. The rest is we're just gonna build around you. Our composition is gonna be around you. But Paper Rex is always like, especially even before the Speedster meta came in, they're always gonna be like, all right, you're gonna be a secondary damage dealer. You're gonna be tertiary. But the main priority is always going to be someone like HD. He's always the speedster, right?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? And this is what I always say whenever we go to a cast or whatever, right? Like, whatever the category that the Pokemon is categorized on, right? Like, say, for example, like a supporter or an attacker, a defender, an all-rounder, or whatever that is, right? Speedster. You don't necessarily have to rely on that categorization because Pokemon, that's a good thing about Pokemon Unite, right? Like, compared to other games, right? Like, where if they are, say, for example, categorized as an attacker, they're just going to be an attacker, right? But for Pokemon Unite, whatever the categorization is, the role, it doesn't necessarily matter depending on how you play the Pokemon because a supporter can be a defender. A defender can be a supporter. Like, say, for example, we have Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is one of the, is the only defender that you have to babysit, like a supporter.
I mean,
Right?
it's also, I mean, sure, he may not have any like healing capabilities, but his ultimate's like someone makes up for it, right? If you get a really nice timing, good positioning, pretty
That's
much
why
just
you
revive
need
back
to
the whole
have it.
team,
Survived the longest too.
yeah. Just that guy that's like, all right, guys, no worries.
I got you.
I
Revive.
I got you. But yeah, it's like you said, right? Like the category has always been more like guidelines. How you play it and how you interact with it is of course depends on the stats of the Pokemon, right? You can't have like, for example, you can't have a Chandelure becoming a defender. That never happens. That thing will not last a day in the field.
Of course,
for
of
sure.
course.
But naturally, that's why like certain Pokemon currently are like being like the priority pickup band. Like Blissey, for example, despite being a support and decent amount of heals and saves, it's so durable. It's just so disruptive. You're so durable. It's like one of the few supports where like your speedsters doesn't have to worry if they get overextended because if they look behind, they're like, "Don't worry, brother. I'm here. I'm up on this marathon with you." That kind of thing. I can run despite me looking as if like I'm 100 pounds, but hey, I can run.
That's true. That's true. I mean, if there's anything, like it's just the what do you call it? It's like a very what's the term here? Very unique interactions. That would really get them running. Say, for example, you know, like we have the Bliss assistance that didn't, you know, the buff didn't go through. The Bliss assistance buff, right? Like it's the Unite move.
Yeah.
The buff would not actually go to your ally if you are bounded.
Oh yeah.
If you get bounded. Say, for example, like what goes like we have had this instance last Asia Champions League where a Pokemon was used with the like Serena's Unite move, right? Serena's Unite move. But that Pokemon that was targeted by Serena with with the what's the term? Queen Ascendant was used with Bliss Assistance. But since the Pokemon was still up in the air and on bound status, the buff didn't actually go through.
Like it didn't go through, right?
Yeah, it was weird, but hey, I'm
like
sure it's already fixed now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of the small unique things and one of the small encounters that one usually doesn't expect, right? But you know, that's why I'm really happy with the devs for the Pokemon Unite side, right? They're very quick
and they're really active too, you know, into
active.
patching and everything, updating the game and all that. But look at the audiences right now that we have in the venue. You know, it would be nice if we were there too.
Lucario, hey, okay.
Hey, look at that. You know, it's a Comfy. They have a Nintendo Switch. What do you call it? It's a case.
The case
with the Umbreon. You know what? I have a plushie too. I can show you around. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you know, it's not just them not having a plushie. We have the plushie too. It's a different Nintendo game too. The design for the case, but look at this. Eros win. Yeah, Eros is a really good. It's a really good crossbow player as well.
Yeah,
so I think we're gonna be seeing that. Yeah.
You know, but here's the interesting thing, right? Like, well, yes, this is such a fantastic opportunity for like the newer teams, particularly, right, who's taking their initial debut here for this tournament. I don't think you can't get this kind of opportunity to play with against like tier 1, tier 2 teams, right? Like Luminosity, you have FENNELs coming in the mix as well. You also key veterans has been pretty much well known in the scene for a relatively long time. The name is like, it doesn't matter what team they go to, you see that particular name, you'll be like, oh yeah, I know who HD is. That guy's a man lad. And you know, throughout this entire and speaking of journeys, I'm wanting to see whether Paper Rex, or who was previously known as MYS, is gonna be able to take it to the next level when it comes to the ACL League, because they've been here for a few times, right? They got 2nd place in 2023. They got 4th place in last year. Now, I mean, sure, when it comes to WCS, there's growth here, but when it comes to ACL, it's always hanging around that top 5.
That's not a Pokemon. That's not a Pokemon. Beside Psyduck. What's a Pokemon? Hold up.
No.
Hold up. Okay, so anyway, sorry, continuing on.
Poketo Monster, no. But of course, I just love the fans, man. The community is absolutely exceptional here. It's really come to the base. But yeah, so I hope to see whether Paper Rex is going to be able to take it to the next level for this season. But of course, particularly this year, seems a lot more tougher than usual. But you know, Paper Rex, or at least the members of our previous MYS members, they never really shy away from such a challenge. Never did, and never will, most likely. And of course, with that being said, I'm very excited for our tournament for today.
Yeah, I'm also excited for the game to actually start as well. I mean, it's one of the teams that we're looking forward to, but I just want to like join the crowd as well. Can I just join the crowd? Hey, I have.
Hey, you got a plushie? I know. Where's my plushie?
Yeah, let's join the the crowd. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to feel like we're there too.
I don't have a plushie. I have a doll, but it's not with me. But it's not the same. That's how I was telling Pika Yules just now. I said like, if I ever go Japan, and I'm definitely gonna be bringing my mom for it. I will be bringing extra luggage. I'm not going home.
Oh yeah.
Like an empty bag. No way.
You don't even have. See, here's the thing, right? Like if you go to Narita Airport, you don't even have to get out of the airport because there's a huge Pokemon Center in Narita.
No, I still need to get out, man. I need to get a view of the whole.
Okay, for sure.
I never see a person flew all the way to another country just to check out the airport. Well, unless
That's what I did in Singapore.
I mean, oh yeah.
When we were about to cast the the LCQ, right? The last chance qualifiers. I made sure I went to Singapore first just for the Pokemon Center.
Oh yeah,
then I went
about it, right?
yeah. I didn't get out of the airport though, so something one would do.
One will do, really? One?
Yeah.
Are you sure it was one and not a few?
We're not gonna talk about that right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not gonna talk about that right now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fine. But
going back into the game. Again, we're just waiting for Nagoya, Olja, and of course Paper Rex here to finally start. We've already said every piece of information that we have with these teams, so we're just really waiting for them to finally start. And really, once they start, I think this is going to be a pretty close match. I mean, like the ones that we've had thus far. I don't really see that we're going to be seeing like a landslide in any of the matches, especially Group D. Group D is by far. I have no words for Group D, bro. Like
it's hot. It's so heavy. Like if Group D was a room, you could feel the heat from.
Oh yeah, it's worse than summertime in Japan because summertime in Japan is really hot. It's that's Group D, but like even worse. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
a desert.
It's too much.
Group
C. Group C, we're currently at Group C right now. We're waiting for the match to happen. But Group D, that is the biggest match. And I don't want to say unfortunate because most of the strongest in their respective regions are there.
Yeah. Which is why I want to ask now. This comes from my next question for you, JJ. Did you actually watch the group stage draw video? Like 1 hour. It was like,
yeah. When the Japanese casters were drawing, right? Draw watching the groups.
Yeah, it was such a thrill. But I wish Chomos talked a little more. But also at the same time, I feel bad because I've been put in that spot before where it's you the one that's gonna be putting your hand into the lottery box to try to pull out something to dictate the fate of someone else. I've been in that spot before. It is not a good spot. So that's pretty much why Chomos is just trying to be as composed as much as possible because it's like, okay guys, I'm the one that's going to decide which group stage is going to feel the most heated one. And apparently, everyone was just waiting out for the phase 2 because they brought down the phases, right? Phase 1 was like the Japanese League, phase 2 was the Southeast Asia League, and then phase 3 was just pretty much all the other additional leagues from the other respective regional zones, right? Like the winter tournament LAIC. That's pretty much how Luminosity was able to earn their spot here in the ACL, which was practically, I was quite surprised about that one. So I didn't expect to have to actually win this and NA team here in our APAC tournaments. I actually did not expect that. But of course, it is still a welcome. It's definitely still something that's very welcoming for us because it's great to watch their games and it's a great opportunity for all our teams to go head to head with this kind of teams here. Because I think the only time you ever get to fight with any, like, especially for our teams here, from our APAC region, the only time they ever got a chance to fight with an NA or EU team is usually going to Worlds. But even at Worlds,
they're usually going to Worlds or AOS Cup. This time
yes.
it was in LAIC, right? So
yeah.
Other than that, it's usually just Worlds. But again, I guess adding to that roster of international tournaments where everyone meets everyone is Asia Champions League.
Yeah. But still, a good opportunity for a lot of these guys here. I'm still like, like I know we were talking about like types of Pokemons that usually utilize in respective regional zones, right? Apex doesn't really go too much into the direction of Miraidons or I mean, sure, Mewtwo Y. That's definitely something out of the ordinary that we didn't have in the last ACL. So that's been quite popular for some of the teams. I mean, it's been pretty good so far. Zacian was something that I thought also might be coming to the mix, but it seems like no one's really picking out it so far. Miraidon is still available. However, NAEU, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everyone's like competing for Zacian, everyone's competing for the Darkrai's, everyone's competing for a lot of things.
I mean, like, hey, to be fair though, like, if it works, why change it? Why not use it? You know what I mean? Like, we're here to win. They're here to get the trophy, get the prize, and it's definitely going to be picked if it makes people win, and it definitely does. And here we have it. We are once again back into the venue. I still wish I'm there.
Don't worry. It's not just you. We all wish we were there. And by the way,
yeah, that's not a thing. Oh, look at that. Is that Shaggy? Oh no, that wasn't Shaggy. Because Shaggy's there as well. Like one of the casters for from Indonesia, Shaggy is also in the venue. That's one of the reasons why he's not like casting. He's not available to cast Asian Champions League in Indonesia, in Bahasa Indonesia, is because he's there.
No, yeah, it's every time we go to the venue, I'm always just like, especially with the cameras panning, because they've been panning at a regroup at certain section of the groups, right, of the crowd. So I've been trying to see if I recognize anyone there. Besides idling on the plushies, right? But at the same time, I love the fact that you actually brought up regarding the Indonesian casters, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we don't just have the English segment; we also have the other regional segments as well. Do check them out. We have the best talents for you guys in their respective regions casting this tournament as well. So, if you want to try to pick up a new language, do check them out for sure. If not, we're still the best. We're still the best stream, so still stick around here for sure. I'm kidding.
Just for everyone's information. Just in case you're having a hard time, understanding English, we also have other regional broadcasts for different regions in Asia. So we have Thai cast, we have Indonesian cast, we have Chinese cast as well. I believe we have. Do we have Korean? Yeah, we have Korean as well, and Japanese. Well, we have the main broadcast, the main one, for Pokemon Japanese, the Pokemon Japan official YouTube channel. So we have that as well. So we have different languages. For a broadcast, so we have it differently. So it's all available for everyone. If you do thoroughly enjoy it, even better or more, for your own respective region, then by all means, please do watch it on your own language. But otherwise, if you enjoy our casting, we are more than welcoming you to please stay here because,
Wait, let me do like what all the play. Sorry, no, wrong side.
Can we do that? Oh wait, no,
wrong side.
There we go.
There we go. Right. It's pretty fun. I can't get enough of LAN tournaments, right? The ability to just meet other great talents, just making you befriending new people as well. I'm very honestly, I will tell you the most. Besides meeting Sprangles, Doomsday Zoids, and Wonder Chef, I also really want to meet the Japanese talents. I feel like I could connect to them on a really on a very high intellectual level. And, I mean, even though we probably won't be able to we'll probably have language barriers because I didn't really learn how to speak Japanese properly. Like the only source of education when it comes to Japanese language for me, JJ, is practically anime. But that's I can't just suddenly just be full motivational morale speech about the guys, right?
Right. No, I totally understand.
But I know you study Japanese. I know you're very fluent with it as well.
I am not.
Really?
Yeah, I can understand. I'm not that fluent. I want to.
You see, guys, this is what JJ does. He's like,
I want to learn language
and everything. He's like, no, guys, I'm pretty just normal guy. But when he gets to there, he's like a professor.
No. That is a lie. I
don't lie.
Digao. That's not right. But we're just waiting for them again. Still, as
our players are getting ready on the main stage. A lot of things to set up. Gotta plug it. Gotta get the right angle. The chair is being the chair is being adjusted to accommodate to most of these.
I mean, we want everyone to be comfortable. I mean, like, if we already saw some of the players, playing with their feet, well, not feet, but like their legs up, rather, right? Their legs up, right? With their knees up top, and if they're playing comfortably that way, then just that's why they're adjusting everything and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, you gotta be comfortable. It's especially since like the pressure is really on, right? Like
that's true. You need to remove all of the pressure as much as you can, right?
Okay, we get to see the players once again is Nagoya
Oja.
But actually, I really love the chairs, man. They had the whole Pokemon Unite emblems and everything all. All set for it. We got the color scheme as well for the event.
And I like the fact that they're now, allowed to use their own uniforms as well, because previously, right? Like, it's not that they're not allowed, but oh wow, oh okay, I see you. But like,
you gotta struck it out,
That's true. I mean, okay. Anyway, as I was saying, right? Like previously on previous Asia Champions League and other tournaments, they are wearing the default Pokemon Unite jerseys, but this time around they are using their own team jersey, so that's actually pretty fantastic to see.
I mean, that should be the standard thing, right? I mean, it's something that we've been used to since, like, just looking for the other
esports, right? In any esports, really.
But it's cool. We're evolving. We're getting better. We're getting more new things, better graphics as well. Of course, game content wise, if you talk about like what's our advancement for that stage, like what's the roadmap like? It's like you said, we're gonna get a new game mode, which most likely will actually change on how we usually play the game, because one is I believe the new game mode you're only able to win out the game where the first team to get 500 points. Right?
500, yeah, which is really interesting because thank you for bringing it up. Which is really interesting because the teams from mainland China, right, are playing that mode as their competitive mode, whereas in the global version of the game, like what we are playing, is still the same, draft picking, 10-minute mode, and I think we are slowly going there as well to the same, so that everyone will be playing the same mode. And again, another interesting thing is that since that is the mode that they're playing on, I wonder how the teams from mainland China is going to be able to fare here in this tournament, because it is definitely a different mode. I mean, sure, it's still Pokemon Unite, but it's a different mode. But at the same time, those teams from mainland China is just really good players. In any esports title they play, they are just really good. So I don't see anything that would be a problem, that would pose to be a problem for them. And I know they would be able to adjust immediately going into the game, but you still cannot dismiss the fact that there is a certain type of advantage for the other players who are playing the global version.
Yeah, I mean, especially with it's the way one would interact with the game, right? Because one is to cater the fact that, okay, we are, or at least that most of our Utopia, at least in this case, Team Utopia, Liten Killer Factory, right? They will have to cater or design their composition for really long brawls or really just dominant battle, for long prolonged battles, right? Whereas our composition here in the ACL or in WCS currently, right, or in the TS Sky runes, the composition is just usually to cater to not only to the scaling towards the late game, but also to cater to play around that Rayquaza pit, because that's game changing. It's not like the current game mode with the Zapdos thing, right? Which is what the China side is experiencing. Rayquaza is game ending. If you don't have a significant lead and you give your opponent that kind of luxury to play around with the Rayquaza pit, the tide of battle, the points as well, the AOS points as well, can just heavily shift greatly, and you just don't know about that.
Again, like playing on a different meta would definitely bring in some disadvantages and advantages as well. I mean, the disadvantage now is that at least they're gonna be playing the global version, default mode. But when if we ever go the global version to the game mode that they're playing, now they have the advantage because they've been playing it since forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they are basically the pioneers currently at the current moment at this time. Yeah. But we'll definitely talk a little bit more on Utopia and everything later on, right? So, okay, besides that, like, who else do we have here particularly? Ooh, what about our defending champion Zeta Division?
Zeta Division.
Previously known as Kambi-chan, if anyone recognized them as well. Same roster.
Zeta Division. What can we say about Zeta Division? I mean, it's just good, bro. Like, it's just there's nothing really else to say other than the fact that they are one of the biggest gatekeepers in this tournament right now. Because if you go against them, obviously they will be gonna be exuding some energy of, you know, the hey, we're the best here, and we are definitely going to be bringing our A game here. And if you don't bring your A game, then you won't be able to get out of the group stages. But speaking of the group stages, though, we are now at Group C, game number 1, Nagoya Oja versus Paper Rex.
All right, we're finally back into it. Although, well, with great delay, but that's totally fine. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what we were hoping for, and we finally outdo.
Everybody's hoping for this.
Oh yeah, everyone's waiting for this, and of course, interestingly, very different kind of bands than what we've been seeing so far. I guess the mindset for these two teams was respectively different here. So, knowing Talon or IGZIST on the side, you have also no Gengar and Zerora. And interesting, they actually went for the Gengar because if you look at some of the recent matches from HT, there's a lot of Gengar. A lot of Gengars.
I mean, as we've mentioned earlier, right? Like, it's the it's the speedster meta right now, and having Gengar. I mean, Gengar is one of the softest Pokemon, one of the paper-like Pokemon in the game. But when it hits you, it hits you. Like, it hits you hard.
Yeah, and you can also sustain now, right? If you go for Dream Eater, right? If you're playing the Dream Eater rather than the Hex, right? So, man, I mean, it's great to see. But come on, bring in the Metagross. I've been talking. I've been hoping for it. I've been waiting for it. I talked to Yules about this. Bring in the Metagross, and it feels good as well because especially since you're playing into a lot of composition that's usually going to play into you. So that's pretty much where Metagross shine, right? Like the more he hits with the gyro ball, the more people he hits with the gyro ball, he basically gets more durability, gets more defense. Which is why I think something that I witnessed that during the NAIC, right, or was it the AOS Cup? Or is it UIC? I forgot which one was it, but I remember one team actually picked up the Tinkerton to go toe-to-toe with the Metagross. Since Tinkerton has the ability to steal both special defense and regular defense as well, so it's a pretty nice thing to go toe-to-toe with a Pokemon like Metagross. But hey, here it is, and so does Darkrai, our first Darkrai into this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just really excited to see all these Pokemon to battle it out. And again, as you can see here as well, Paper Rex is bringing in two speedsters. We have Darkrai, and of course, we have the Talon player as well. We know for a fact that what they want to do here is just score in, put in some burst damage, and then win the game.
Which is pretty good, right? Especially now, this is where the Blissey feels a lot more secure because, like I told you before, I was never been a big fan when you pair Blissey with a very squishy attacker or backline damage dealer because with all these speedsters, all these bursts, not auto attack damage dealer, but just burst damage dealers, you just can never really sustain. Even with the Blissey, sometimes you just can't last long enough. Which is really why I think, which is basically my personal opinion, I feel it's always best to pair it with someone who's able to just endure. Someone like an all-rounder or an attacker or something, a defender like a Snorlax. However, it's a different story here where on their side, sure, there's only one speedster, which is the Meowscarada. Mewtwo is more like an attack, more like an auto attacker than a burst damage dealer, right? So
that's true.
This is where the Blissey really comes into shine too, and you can really potentially see some really nice clutch heals or clutch saves that's gonna be coming out here from this team.
I do like the fact that, you know, at least one of these teams are just trying to push each other out immediately. And look at that solo almost KO'd, but it is going to be going to be the first KO of the game here at 90-minute mark. First lead right now going into the side of Paper Rex, but still the early game here, so it's not going to be as heavy as one might think. But look at this though, we have 3 Pokemon down bottom right now for Paper Rex, as we have the Floragota here, that is a Poro going down to help the bottom path as well.
Yeah, and it's only fine, like with the whole Yang coming out to the bottom side, they already recognize that top side doesn't need too much attention. So the rotation comes down, they did an engagement, a nice timing with the knockback as well. It's going to allow our dear friend Iroras to stay alive a little bit longer here. So not much trades here, but they will be able to at least secure the Arteria family here. The Beldum finally reached that level 5 to get towards that Matang side here. But after recognizing that, okay, now he's no longer a Beldum, he's a Matang. I can leave it to go toe-to-toe with the Magic Cup. So we're going to have this nice classic and expected 4v4 skirmish towards the central lane.
Holy, trying to get away. He's gonna be able to get away though. Yes, they will guess the passive active ability this time, because that is the magician ability, just to be able to survive and get that citrus berry. But right now, they're gonna need to call the Nurse Joy. Guess the trick though, to be able to get some speed and get out. Beautiful assistance coming from Stu, just to be able to make sure that Holly gets away.
Yeah. Top side, you know, I don't think we're gonna be seeing much interaction until like until I believe HT
First major objectives, yeah.
Top side, yeah. But other than that, it's just gonna be the classic control for the wild Pokemon. So every trainer wants to ensure that Pokemon gets the best of levels here to really compete here. The level racing wise, even so, for the side, Oporo looking pretty great as he's currently the highest level Pokemon currently in the field.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very scary Meowscarada as well. Going at level 8 immediately, you know for a fact that it can actually help out right now. But look at this. Gets the fly, though. Going to be able to secure most of the Altarias. But is that going to be enough, though? We have the Snorlax here. That is Mochi trying to get away. And was going to be able to get away as well. Gets the rest here. Just a little bit of sleeping time. Gets a little bit of a nap here to prepare for the major objectives coming up in 2 seconds.
I also love that he, coming from the side here from Oporo, he actually set up with the double team first to see like what's going to be the interaction before, because they already knew the timing for the Altaria spawning, right? So he dropped down the double to see what's going to be the interaction for the team. And didn't really bait out anything else compared to this next fight.
Look at that though. Bochi going to be taken out despite jumping in to initiate the team fight, but they are going to be the first one to go down as well. And look at this, gets the fly. That is HC going to be able to get its Citrus Berry to survive. And just like that, Nagoya Oja was able to repel them away, takes a Reggie Eyes for themselves, and now they're trying to push in the first score goal down bottom.
Yeah, good call on the fallback here as well. But of course, the fight doesn't seem like it's ending currently as well. They're still skirmishing around the area as well. Unite Moose is also going to be trying to get the mix as well. No escape for the dear man, even though he's on his own personal goal post. He just can't sustain the amount of damage. Too many people was being thrown upon him. Even the Bliss assist, I'm not sure he's going to be able to get out of that one for sure. But you know, JJ, this entire confrontation so far, like I said, I was happy that Paper Rex decides to make the safe call to fall back slightly, especially since they lose a member earlier towards the Reggie side, because they just realized, you know, some of their species, they can't get to the back line, they also see an opening, so they made the right call. But of course, naturally, Nagoya, they still forced the fight.
The thing is, right, like, Paper Rex is playing a little bit too safe right now, going up against Nagoya Oja. I mean, Nagoya Oja is playing a little bit risky, but at least it's paying off for them, and now they have the advantage against it. But look at this right now. Computer and Crash are going to be pop up into the... Oh my goodness, beautiful push coming in from HG, but it's not going to be enough. Butch is going to be taken down as well. And look at this, it's still going to be done. There's still one more Pokemon trying to get away. And look at that, too. Are you going to be able to survive? That is the big question here. Is it? There you go. Look at that, buying a lot of time here for the team. Despite being taken out, that is a Paro going to be taken out. They were able to secure the first goal down up top. And just like that, the buying of time coming in from both of the teams is such a huge worth, and you know, worth it to get a KO, because yeah, sure, you might have been able to get a Poro, but it's only a Poro that they're going to be able to take down. And with that, not only were they able to get in the first goal up top, but they were also able to get in the Reggie Elecki.
Yeah, they're just really making sure, like, every time they secure a fight, they'll make sure they will try to trade out with an objective at the same time. All members of Paper Rex holding down the line here to ensure this Reggie Elecki doesn't really come through here. But at the same time, Nagoya, they see this as an opportunity while they're focusing down on the Reggie Elecki. They also want to try to see if they can get a decent amount of trades. A majority of the members on their top side, they will secure the bottom and take full advantage with the hoops unbound. They will bring the whole team over as it was a massive diversion. The top side was just a learn mechanic. Their main intention is towards that bottom side. They will get a couple of points. They will get a couple of KOs in the process here. But that Phantom Forces looks so good. But unfortunately, sadly for IRS, he's not going to be able to walk out of it alive.
Oh my goodness, they are not done. I think this is the time that they had going to be able to answer back, but no, it is going to be Yama going to be able to take down HC finally, and of course, it's going to be a one-for-one trade. Of course, going to be taken down as well, and look at that beautiful jump coming in with that of the heavy slam coming in from that of Bochi, but here comes the answer. That is you going to be taken out as well again, but they are low on HP. Solo gets soloed by the Psyduck. That is Iroha's, and right now Iroha's trying to get away. They're going to be isolating this Gyarados with a Dragon Current, uses a Unite move just to be able to get away, which is a beautiful stuff as well, because there's still 3 minutes and a half left here. They're still going to be able to get in their Unite moves just before the Rayquaza, but they are looking pretty bleak right now.
They had to run. There's no choice, and it's fun to use the Unite move at this stage of the game as well. There's still like 1 minute left until the Rayquaza side as well, and I think after identifying that it's just a regular Regice as well as the objective, they're like, oh, it's fine. Not going to be fully committed for this. The whole team is not necessarily nearby as well. But look at the map control at the same time, right? So sure, NAGOYA is definitely in leads in terms of points here, and they're trying to assert more dominance as well. But on the long side here, HT and Solo, sure, points may not be in Paper Track's favor right now, nor does the map control. But HT and Solo is still ensuring those side lanes are still being pushed in, or at least being tempered with, to at least give NAGOYA don't really give them such a relaxing thought about this of a
30
free
seconds,
lane.
though. 30 seconds is up left before the Rayquaza comes up, but look at that. Bochi is finally once again going to be taken out, and at the same time, Solo is going to be isolated solo as well. And this is going to be pretty disadvantageous for the side of Paper Rex. I mean, sure, you might have been able to, recover your Unite moves and, have your full health before the Rayquaza, but that only means that the Goya Oja would be able to have the map control over to that Rayquaza before they even come up. And look at that. Flames is going to be popped up as well. It's going to infinite cyber, but it's not going to be enough though. They are currently low in health, and just like that, it is Paper Rex having a little bit of a number disadvantage right now. But look at that. HT was the one who went in to fly, but was the one who went back to the Pokemon Center, and just like that, 4v5 is going to be the play of the game here. NAGOYA has the number advantage.
Definitely for sure, but they're still biding the time. They don't have a lot of Unite moves for the secure as well, so they will try to force out another fight to force them back, or at least force a couple of Unite moves away from Paper Rex here. Will not secure any takedowns here, but that doesn't necessarily mean Paper Rex is currently at the best self-health. They don't really have to control the map, and NAGOYA, they're fine playing with the waiting game here. They know they have the lead. They don't necessarily need the Rayquaza. Sure, they can secure it if they want to, but they still will buy their time. Again, Paper Rex will force it to the before they are the one living desperation. The Hoops Unbound comes in with a massive Unite move at the same time to literally force them all back. 3 is down, 2 for the KO, but the side of Apollo here, and they are not done yet, JJ.
Boche is down as well. HT is the only one left, and as that is happening, sure, NAGOYA Oja doesn't really care no more if HT is going to be able to get down that Rayquaza, because they're not going to be able to make use of the points, and it's not going to be enough. There's no enough firepower coming in from that of the Talonflame to be able to take that Rayquaza, so they are just ignoring it right now. But since everyone else is now back and ready into the side of Paper Rex, 30 seconds left here, they are doing their best to defend this Rayquaza, because 30 seconds is still 30 seconds if they're able to get that. Look at that Bliss Assistance going into that other Rayquaza Flame Sweep, and look at that. That is going to be the Darkrai Soul going to be able to take down Siu, and at the same time, Yang going to take it up, and it is going to be Paper Rex to be able to take that one, and HT takes in the Rayquaza. Now all he has to do is run. Would they be able to catch up though? It's going to be a big problem. They are not, unfortunately, not going to be enough points for them to catch up. That was quite a clutch, but the timing was not enough, unfortunately, for Paper Rex. NAGOYA Oja taking in game number 1.
The Apollo was insane. You know what happened right after they secured the record? Sure, there could be an opportunity. We couldn't say until then, right? But then what Apollo did was that he still had a couple of points, and what he did, he ran straight to the base. He said, "You guys are the down points. Are you sure? I'm still here." That's gonna be forcing some of the members to even fall back for the defense here. So, but also it's also like what
it was right now.
Yeah, but
like,
it's also like
yeah.
said,
I
right?
prayed for that. That's what he said. I pray for that, bro.
But it's also like you said, even if Apollo wasn't pressuring at their main base as well with the 66 points that he dunked, it's still not enough points. It's 200 points differential. Even if you minus off the 66 that was dropped down by Apollo, it's still a 200 points differential here. However, that fight was so back and forth. It got really close. Like, you wouldn't imagine, especially with the point line. I believe it was like what, 400 to 500 points to 100 points to Paper Rex.
500 to 120, I believe, like 560 to 120. I mean, if they had time, so here's the thing, like, it's a huge if as well for the WinCon, because not only did they need to have the Rayquaza, but they also needed to have some points before they had the Rayquaza. But then again, since they were taken out before they were able to take out the Rayquaza, most of their points got dropped, and they just didn't have enough points when they were able to take in that Rayquaza. If they did have enough points before they were able to take in or steal a Rayquaza away from that of Nagoya Oja, I'm absolutely sure that they're going to be able to take down and catch up to the points of Nagoya Oja, but unfortunately it wasn't the case. And at the same time, you know what? They just gave the Rayquaza away. Nagoya Oja just gave away the Rayquaza away. They knew they were in the lead, as you have mentioned, and just went into the base, put in some scores, widening the gap that they have.
Yeah, it was pretty tough, especially like how they really interact especially when it comes from Paper X. They didn't really have much option. Like, sure, you got double speedsters, you're going to be able to get into that backline, but it's so hard for them to down pin, because you're not only dealing with such a massive wall like a Metagross, which, by the way, entertains the idea of having more people surrounding him. But you also have really disruptive supports. You're dealing with a Hoopa, you're dealing with also at the center with a Psyduck as well. A lot of Pokemon that's just constantly just keeping you in check before diving on top of that Meowscarada here. So it's not okay. It's a different story. It would have been definitely a different storyline for Paper Rex if they were leading, if their speedster, their double speedster was snowballing. But the problem is the game was so balanced out. Sure, the game control slowly shifted in the favor towards Nagoya. But that's because of what composition that they have. That's only because they were pretty much equal out. If Paper Rex was snowballing, we wouldn't see that kind of equalization or balance. There's no way. You're going to be seeing speedsters just running past by the Metagross, running past by the Hoopa, because they just don't care. They have the damage. Actually, no, they wouldn't even run past it. They would have melted the Metagross if they could, if they had the levels, they had the advantage. But they just didn't. Nagoya really understood with the competition they had. They knew exactly what the ball game was going to be like. So they just got the levels, they got the objectives, they knew they could just bide their time, and they really made it work.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like how systematic Nagoya Oja was. Like, sure, they were the first casualty in the game, but it didn't really phase them. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't really phase them to the point that they were just playing as they should. Their game plan is still there, and immediately after that, the first set of objectives, it just steamrolled all over there, and the game was what do you call it? Like, Nagoya Oja had complete control of the map, but not only of the map, but the entire game. That it was quite shocking to see that Paper Rex is a team that dominates Southeast Asia, and going up against Nagoya Oja just to be shut down like that. It's quite an unfortunate sight to see, but I know for a fact that Paper Rex is one of the teams that bounces back after game one as well. So we can definitely see some changes here and there for Paper Rex, and I am pretty sure they're going to be more ready, going into game number 2.
Yeah, actually, I was particularly surprised that Yang didn't actually opt to go for the Umbreon. Umbreon wasn't banned, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was like the Inteleons, the IGZIST, the
Gengar,
and one other speedster, right? Was it?
Yeah.
Liten,
but it wasn't.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe not Liten. I remember it was one. Or was it just a Gengar? I forgot one, but I know for a fact that Umbreon was still somewhat out in the
available. Yeah.
So thought that was very surprising that Yang actually let that slide through away from his fingertips. But like I say, I'm not gonna not try to pry into the mindset of all these pro players. They know exactly what they're trying to go for, what kind of competition they're trying to go for. It's just a matter of it's that kind of thing where you make this plan and you just need to see whether you need to see through the plan, whether it works or not. So in this case, unfortunately, Nagoya really played to their basically textbook. I guess you could say textbook players really stick to it as well. It really brought great success. Let's see what's going to be the adjustments like for the second round. See how well they really tackle this through.
Yeah, I mean, it's man, I'm not entirely sure what to make of it as well. I mean, we just have to really wait for game number 2, what adjustments they're going to be doing, what they're going to be, presenting us as well, and how they're going to be faring off against that of Nagoya Oja. Because, well, as I mentioned, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. They got shut down game number 1, quite heavily too. Like the moment that the first set of objectives was there, they were just pushed around. They were just pushed out, and then they they weren't really able to recover after that, especially that they were almost wiped out as well. Before the Rayquaza, it was only HT that got left, you know, with the Talonflame, and even then, like, Talonflame doesn't even have the firepower to actually take down the Rayquaza. So really, they were just playing, they were just being played by Nagoya Oja in the palm of their hands. So I'm really just, I just really want to see how they're going to be going up against them game on number 2, because again, they are one of the crown kings of Asia, and to get them stripped off the crown just like that, man, that is, I'm getting, you know, goosebumps, you know what I mean?
No, I know, I totally understand. And I could feel from HT and Solo's gameplay, right? They was just trying to find a way to just do a roundabout, trying to get to that back line, but it just can't. It's that positioning coming from Nagoya. You got this Metagross is just constantly diving into the mix as well. And to make matters worse, their Apollos, Meowscarada, and the rest of the main crucial, the more crucial Pokemon trainers, right? Always sticking with the rest of the team. It's never isolated. It's never like someone's going to go off their own flanking maneuver, so they're lurking plays. No, it's like we stick together. So if anyone gets gone upon, we're just gonna focus down. I believe also during our mid game where we saw Paper Rex was just like chasing one particular player all the way to their personal central area, right? They just, instead of like going for that 1v1 isolated matches, they just say, you know, 5v2, just gun on this one guy.
And that's what Nagoya Oja is doing against him as well, right? Like the moment that there's just a little bit tiny, minute one misstep coming from Paper Rex, immediately they will isolate their Pokemon and take them out by the team. You know what I mean? Like they are making sure that they are not wasting any opportunities that they can take down anyone from Paper Rex.
Okay, couple of bans. Nagoya definitely not fearing the Blissey at all, unless, you know, but then again they were on the purple side, so a bit different story. But you know, now they're going to be orange. Okay.
Thing is, I don't really think that they are you know, scared of the Blissey, because if you notice as well, what Nagoya Oja is doing is that they are targeting the Blissey first, take down the support, because they all know for a fact that once they take down the support, right, everything else follows. They take out the support, they take out the defender, and everything else just follows through.
So we got the first selection is going to be the Mewtwo Y here, whereas on the side, Talonflame and Hoopa. I guess this time it's going to be a Nagoya Soja's turn. They say, you know what, you had your time in the sun with the Talonflame, now it's going to be our turn as well as we picked it up. Hoopa is still going to be one of the support they go to this time.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. The Umbreon that you mentioned. There you go.
It is. That's the one. I mean,
like, this is gonna be like really a huge statement coming from the Nagoya Oja if they, you know, win with the Talonflame, because all they're saying is that, hey, this is how you play Talonflame. You know what I mean? And at the same time, Iroha's, you know, hovering, you know, teasing the audience for the Crustle, but you know, gonna go in for the Mamoswine, which is a really good pick as well from Iroha's. Like really, the defender coming from Iroha's is just phenomenal. But this time around, though, we're gonna be seeing these kinds of this is our composition right now for Paper Rex. It is gonna be the Mewtwo Y, we have the Umbreon, we have the Serena, the Snorlax, and of course we have the Buzzwole as well. Going into the Nagoya Oja, it is going to be quite a, you know, balanced out composition with that of the Gyarados. We have the Hoopa, the Mamoswine, the Espeon, and of course the Speedster that is the Talonflame that originally came from Paper Rex.
Yep. You know, thankfully, of course, this is going to be HT, so I believe it's going to be the central lane, Serena in this case here. But you know, I remember there was this one game that I was witnessing where they had the Serena go to the top lane and it was going up against another speedster, Meowscarada. Let's be honest, on sweep in the laning phase against a speedster, it's an absolute nightmare. You just can't do anything about it.
I mean, look at that. Those are the Pokemon that you just mentioned. We have the Meowscarada. gonna be continuing on as usual. Here we go. Still 8.5-minute mark into the game. Holly trying to get beautiful hit coming from Siu just to make sure that Holly lives for another day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was out of it, but just throw it just for safety matches, for good matches. But of course, the bottom side, we do see the rotation coming in. I believe that's that's a flail Snorlax, right?
Is it?
No, just I saw the animation, so I could be wrong because it was so clustered together.
Right.
We'll see each other because I forgot, I was about to ask you what was the battle items for the Snorlax, because so far we've been seeing various kind of builds for the Snorlax so far during this tournament. But speaking of which, great rotation down there. Get the Gyarados. However, it seems like Aporo can do it slightly better. But that's only until Yemo shows his face and shows his attention.
But
of course, it's going to be the 1-for-2 here. That's going to be the kind of supermarket trade that our dear friend Nagoya Oja likes.
We don't really, in as much as possible, in as much as strong as you are, Yemu, was really strong with that of the Buzzwole. If you are fighting off a huge number, you're still not going to be able to do a lot. You may be able to take down one, but for sure, you're going to be taken out too.
Yeah, he's not a one-man army yet, It's that kind of thing.
Yet.
Yeah, once he starts
yeah, it's a key word.
Yeah, it's a key word, correct.
But speaking of one-man army, we can... Oh, wow. Did you see that beautiful teleportation immediately coming in from that of help coming from the trick of the... coming from Holly with that of... what do you call this? With the rings, with the trick. But just like that, though, Nagoya Oja is going to be able to be taken out, or Iroas is going to be taken out. Look at that, though. Going into the Regice, almost going to get taken out. It is going to be Nagoya Oja securing that Regieleki, though. And here we go. It is going to the side of Paper Rex. Finally, their first major objective in this series.
Yeah, they wouldn't mind. They're just letting go the Regice. It's just a regular Regice as well. Don't get me wrong, the buff is nice, but it's no Regi Steel. So just instead of just wasting time, just might secure to get another objective on the other side. Speaking of objective, they managed to secure another KO. Try to go for the punish since they're pretty much grouped up within the vicinity. They do have the damage for it now and the levels. They're not gonna stop it anytime soon. No Snorlax, by the way. No front line to really dictate this fight, so they will not shy from a challenge here, and will continue to pursue. You see the Mewtwo wild going back and forth. Like I said, this is the kind of Pokemon that just loves to do all the attacks here, and it's so freely to do it. So as long as there's distance created, space created in between. But speaking of space creator, right? We love the idea we bring in the Esper, right? Great magic, great special attack burst, but more importantly, the Psychic Solaire, great for disengagement.
And this is what we're talking about, right? This is what I'm talking about earlier, where Paper Rex is one of the teams that would really adjust accordingly going into game number 2. And we can see how much Nagoya Oja is... they don't have that much of, control over the game now, in comparison to game number 1, because, Paper Rex is making sure that they target the Pokemon, the player that needs to be targeted. And this time, for Paper Rex, they're always targeting Iroas, because they only know for a fact that if Iroas is not going to be taken down, then they're going to have a problem.
It's the takedown Iroas. Now that's going to be quite the challenge. He is the defender, but of course, naturally, a very bulky brawler in this case here. At this point, he's the knight, the certain knight of the front lines. Naturally, at the same time, with the Ice Fang, you could get some really nice displays. Buzzwole could do it, so can he. But of course, keeping
ring come down bottom.
Bound to bring in the teleport in. They know there's no point trying to take the fight towards that top lane for too long. Just too many people. They found an opportunity to get some pickoffs, to get the shutdown, and they will well use the hoops unbound, and a lot of time to work with. A lot of time to pull up that Unite move back online.
At the same time, right? They really wanted to prioritize the additional attack and special attack into the side of Nagoya Oja, just because of the fact that it's how do I say this? Like, it's quite a huge advantage, a huge buff as well for the team that's going to be taking it instead of the Reggie LAIC, because the Reggie LAIC is just a point. But look at that, Flames is going to be popped out as well. That's going to be, Yama going to be able to take down HG as well. Gets another one though. Dragon Current is going to be popped up, and HG going to be able to take down Pochi. Sorry, not HG, but Apollo is going to be taking out Pochi instead, and Yang going to be taken down, and Yemu is there as well. Only Solo and HG is up left here, but HG is not in team fight even, and Solo wants to get away from that team fight.
Well done from Stu as well. Like, if you notice as well, he actually popped out the Cyclic Solar at the sideline, just trying to push them back into the AOS goal points as well, where they had the advantage there as well. So just really had this really long, prolonged fight. Barely couldn't sustain as long as possible compared to how Nagoya Oja was able to take that fight. Sure, you get two KOs, but at this state of the game, getting 1 or 2 KOs is so immense when it comes to the EXP games here.
That's true. And I mean, like,
yeah.
Like for those who doesn't know, like, we have some sort of rubber banding as well in the game. So, if you are able to if you're on the lower side of the levels and you're able to take down a Pokemon that is like what 2-3 levels above your level, then immediately you can get the XP that you need to catch up if you are able to take them out. With that being said, though, speaking of taking out, Rayquaza is going to be open in 20 seconds.
Actually, I'm more curious about one thing, right? Okay, they have the bus in terms of Rayquaza objective secure, right? Sure, you got the Regieleki. This should actually pressure that top side a little bit more, especially right before the Rayquaza as well. Someone might need to go back depending on the situation. This is pretty much why you see them positioning around the top side of the map, right? But look at the roundabout. Look at where Gyarados is. So deep into enemy back line, JJ.
There you go. Look at that. Another one from Aporo with the help of Trick, gets in the Brave Bird and immediately goes out. And just like that, Nagoya Oja isn't really that scared of that Reggie, because points are just points. You can still get in and catch up into points if you're able to take them out and take in that Rayquaza as what they're doing right now to be able to position into that of their Ray pit. But right now, both of them is just coming in. Beautiful Trick once again. Brave Bird into the Flame Sweep just to isolate them. And right now, unfortunately, Eros is to get away. Mammoth Munch is going to be popped up as well. Moonlight Prince is going to be popped up here and there as well. Look at that bounce up as well. Poach is going to be taken out as Hughes is going to be taken out as well. 1-for-1 trade from both of the teams. No, make that 2-for-2 trade. 3 is going to be taken down into the side of Paper Rex. No, make that 4, and only Young is up left. Young, are you going to be able to get away? No, there is a Roas not making sure that they're not going to be able to get away, and just like that, Yang still has a little bit of a chance here to steal this Rayquaza, but would they risk it? They still have 40 more seconds. Here you go. They're not going to be able to do it. Nagoya with the jump of Eroas is going to be able to take that Rayquaza for themselves. And now all they have to do is run and get the goals and get the win 2-0 against Paper Rex.
I can't believe what I witnessed. The fight was so dragged out for so long. I actually thought for a second that Paper could just really play with the clock, right? Because they secured the Regieleki, right? The Regieleki pulled through. You see Yemu already planted a couple of points here, so they had the lead. Sure, it's not a massive lead, but it's still a lead nonetheless. So basically, they didn't really have the back against the wall.
But the thing is, right?
Yeah.
Since the lead is not that far off, the notification that they're going to be getting is that the lead is not that much, like the yellow notification bar, so they wouldn't really know who is in the lead. So I definitely don't understand why they wanted to get in the Rayquaza as well against that of Nagoya Oja, because again, like, the lead is not that much that you wouldn't know who actually is leading. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, that is game number 3, or sorry, series number 3 for this tournament. It is going to be Nagoya Oja winning 2-0 against Paper Rex.
This is such a fantastic feat as well. I think for a lot of teams, they throughout our groups, or at least the first round of the group stages here, we still have Group D that's gonna be happening later on here. But it looks like everyone seems to be able to secure their mark in this case. FNA Sports was able to win out against Insomnia, Alter Ego against FENNEL, and now Nagoya Oja, also one of the newer teams that are making their debut, but also beating off Paper Rex in such a phenomenal manner here. I got a little bit concerned. Well, yeah, when we're talking about the Rayquaza play, I'm not saying like why they forced the Rayquaza fight. I'm just saying like since they had the lead, right? I mean, from our perspective, right? Since they had the lead, I didn't expect them to go really so deep into the fight, right? Because their main damage dealer was just pretty much like HT and Solo, right? So pretty much once they got in, you see Sue already popping on the Psyche Solari, just full disengagement. They couldn't really get to the rest of the team in time, and then at the same time, you just see this Gyarados of a player just having free reign of the whole battlefield alongside with the Mammal Swine. Just constantly isolating, constantly just displacing and just bursting down. I believe you noticed as well towards the end of the fight, they were both relatively healthy. Like their HP were barely untouched. They were just so free throughout the entire fight.
They were. I mean, they pretty much planned it as well. I'd love to believe that they planned it. I mean, we've seen how systematic they were in game number 1, and game number 2 is not any different. I mean, sure, Paper Rex was able to was able to adjust, but the thing is, their adjustment wasn't enough because Nagoya Oja adjusted to their adjustment immediately.
Yeah. There's also the problem about they don't really have like a backline diver as well. I believe they have it's basically just range attackers like Mewtwo, Serena, and these are the kind of Pokemon where they don't really have the best of distance. You really have to just walk into those fights as well, which is something that's very ideal for an all-rounder, right? Like you're an all-rounder, you're like, wait, you're coming towards me. And as a Talon, as a speedster, you don't have to worry about the idea of, okay, me jumping towards you, since you're going to be coming towards me as well. Our Mammoth Swine, we always can counter initiate as well. So the fight really just didn't go accordingly to plan. However, the game itself, definitely, like you said, it's a rubber band effect, right? It's going back and forth, but eventually it's always about that Rayquaza final fight there. And that final decision coming from Nagoya just really sealed the deal. But of course, this is the interview. And Choma, oh man, it's good to see Chomos, man. Very analytical, very wise.
Yeah. So let's try to listen a little bit more into the interview before.
Yeah.
どんなことを意識してプレイされてましたか？まあその相手の得意なポケモンとかも結構分かってたんですけど、それよりもとりあえず自分たちが今までやってきた得意を相手にぶつけようみたいな、そういうのを軸にやってます。いやもう本当に
Well, when fighting Paper Rex, we were aware of what Pokemon they were very good at, but instead of just stopping the Pokemon they were good at, we decided to improve on our gameplay to see what we can do better, and because of that, I think that made us win the match.
Okay, securing fundamentals, alright.
Yeah, so they essentially, really target ban Paper Rex to make sure that they can take down the Pokemon that they are going to be taking in, going to be using, just to take them out immediately before the match itself.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also like what he said, right? Just going basically like plain simple back to the fundamentals, right? Because there's only so many Pokemons you can ban in the ban picks as well.
That's true.
So it's like you know what? We just ban what we can. Then after that, it's like what he said.
We take
right?
what we can afterwards,
Yeah. Just work around our perks and quirks and just play around the competition. I think they did a pretty great job about it. But it's not the end for Paper Rex.
It's just group stages,
Yeah, it's just
so they
stages.
still can bounce back. But the thing is, losing a 2-0 fashion is quite a detrimental to the team, mainly because of the points that they are not going to be getting, obviously, and the points that will be gotten by the team that won is definitely going to be a hard one to catch up to unless you win all of your games after this with 2-0.
Oh. 2-0.
Which is a tall order, really, right?
No, it is a tall order. There's like I said, this tournament in particular, it's relatively strong teams. Like even if like new teams, even the new teams that's coming in, there are teams that came from a very competitive region as well. So pretty much it's pretty much like a battlefield wherever they go, right? So even if you look at this new team, you'd be like for example Nagoya Oja, for example, you look at them, they're like, oh, they barely got through as the last placing in their division in the Japan League. They from the lower bracket, they didn't really have the best of run. But look at them now. you sure if you look at just by the position that they had in their respective leagues, sure, you could make that kind of assumption. But if you take into account of which region they're from, then you're like, oh yeah, it's you getting fourth place here is pretty much like getting champion in another region, right? That kind of thing. So it's really hard. It's really heavy competition here, which pretty much require a lot of teams to really step up their game here. But you know, that's pretty much what it is, right? When it comes to ACL finals, we are not looking for sunlight. We're getting ready to crown our champion, and the champion of this tournament will be our second team to qualify for the Pokemon Unite WCS.
So yeah, the first team that qualified was the one that played in AS Cup, right? It was Luminosity Gaming, right? And then whoever is going to be winning this one will also receive a slot to the World Championships this year. So from there on out, right, like for TPCI, right, for the western side of the world, they are playing a tournament based on points, right? So if you get in enough points, you get high points enough, and you'll be able to get in the threshold to be able to be invited to the World Championships. But for Asia, we use a qualifier system where if you win the tournament, if you win the national championships, then you will qualify for World. So the only qualifiers thus far that we've had for Asia is, of course, this tournament, and of course for West, it is the LAIC as well. So you know, we only have Luminosity Gaming, and then now we are going to be still deciding whoever's going to be the first one, the second one, really, to be able to get into World Championship Series. And it's really amazing if you already have your slot going into the into the World Championships, just because of the fact that you don't really need to play on national qualifiers anymore. Because if you do play on national qualifiers, I believe you have to forfeit your slot if you do. But that also means that you would have a lot of time to prepare for the upcoming World Championships in August.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure, right? Especially since I believe this year's WCS is going to be hosted in Anaheim as well.
Anaheim, yeah.
Pretty cool place. Oh, man, everyone's going to really great places, man.
Yeah.
Why are we here, man?
It should be there. Should be there.
Yeah, we should be there.
Yeah.
You know. Even if we're not casting there, we should just be there.
Yeah, we just have to be there. You know what I mean? Hey.
But you know, with that being said, that's going to be the conclusion for our series, for our first round of series in the Group C, as we're preparing to go towards Group D, which is of course ZETA Division versus Buriram United Esports, the defending champion from previous ACL here, of course, going by the name of Kamicha, you recognize them, will be having their first series going toe-to-toe with Buriram United, another team which I believe everyone was definitely keeping an eye on, as some of the members were ex-member of Kakalons?
Kakalons, yeah.
Kakalons, right? Am I getting the name right?
Kakalon.
Kakalon,
yeah.
Kakalon, yeah. Sorry, guys.
Okay, anyway, it's really
have to apologize. I gotta get it right, you know.
Yeah. It's quite interesting as well. You know, like I mean, Buriram United Esports is one of the teams that we didn't really expect to perform very well. I mean, we know that they're going to perform well, but not one of the teams that would perform the best. You know, they're one of the best performing teams in the qualifier stage, so that was quite a shock. Because initially we were expecting them to, play the least best, I'd say. But when they showed us what they can do, go toe-to-toe against the best in Asia, it's, we were all shocked, and I'm really excited to see how they're going to fare off against ZETA Division. But then again, ZETA Division, man, I feel like there's a huge gap between ZETA Division and Buriram United Esports. And I think the advantage would have to go to ZETA Division. But then again, if they were able to shock us over on the qualifier stage of the Asia Champions League, then I have no doubt that Buriram United Esports is going to be able to shock us as well for the results of this match into this game.
No, I totally understand your sentiment, right? Because based on, if you're just looking on the track record alone, right, you definitely tell that ZETA Division has a lot of artillery, a lot of arsenal packing on their own end here, right? But Buriram United Esports, right, like, okay, besides the play, like, just the organization itself is pretty much a very well known across the esports scenes, right? Not just from the Pokemon Unite side, it's also from other game titles as well. Long, great history as well, especially if we're talking about the Thai teams as well in particular. They've been producing some really great Thai talents from their end too. So them coming into branching into the team battle game like Pokemon Unite, it's definitely whatever. Sure, may not be the exact same experiences that they got from other game titles, but some can actually be translated over to this team battle to the best assists some of the teams that they had already utilized for their roster here. For example, right, some of them are ex-members of Kick a lot, right, but also at the same time, some of the members have World Championship Series experiences, right? Sunsage, for example, he's been there before, especially back in 2023 and 2024, of course, under a separate name. UD Unison, but then of course later on check a lot. We do also have SCG and SGC. Yes, the name very
Oh, you
unique.
finally got it right. You
Yeah.
finally got it right.
SGC,
SCG.
SGC.
Yeah.
A very unique name. But they were here in the last ACL 2024 under E Arena here. So pretty much they also have quite the reputation. They also have quite the ammo packing in their arsenal for Buriram United Esports here. So I'm not gonna really cut them out just yet. But definitely, if we have a poll, their division definitely looks really strong in the current moment. But there's Sobble, that's the plushie.
That's the plushie. That's the Sobble. That's the Lucky Charm.
You know, by the way, during the interview, during the group draw selection video, right?
Yeah.
When Shirohana actually interviewed Wajiro and things, asking what he thinks about the whole tournament, he's by far the most calm and composed, the more humble line as he replied, stating, regardless of what team, we are ready for all teams.
Oh. Yeah. You know, that is a huge what we call this power words, man.
Yeah. Yeah, power actions too.
Our statements are like, oh, fist bump.
Everyone loves the fist bumps.
ZETA division has their own merch. You know, can we get some merch too, please?
Fans too. My God, the whole crowd is like pretty much all the fans are there, man.
Oh, look at the red hair too. Oh, look at that. That is the Hollow Mew.
Yeah.
Pokemon Unite.
I actually didn't expect to. That's actually like Hollow
I want that too.
Well. Very, very envious of that one.
I want, yeah, me too. I want that too. You know what I mean?
All right,
okay, the water bottles. The water bottles. I like that too.
Hey man, they're like I said, my teachings have spread long and far.
That's true.
Over land and seas, you know. Guys, seriously, just a reminder again to our amazing viewers: don't forget to drink that H2O. It's important to stay hydrated.
Yep. Always make sure you're hydrated. Just so, especially when you're just watching, you know, I mean, I know the audiences right now, the English audiences, you know, while you're watching, make sure that you are eating right now, eating your snacks or, you know, drinking your water and all that, just to make sure that you are ready for any action that might come up in this game. Are they gonna?
Oh, wait, okay, first, wait, hold on. What's happening here? Okay, cool. All right.
Just a fist bump, bro. Just a fist bump.
No, it's not just any fist bump. It's the duel of fates, you know, staring between the opponent's eyes, you know, sending a message telepathically. I'm gonna win this.
That is true. That is true. Man, you know, I miss going to live events for Pokemon. You know, it's the last live event I went to was ACL Kuala Lumpur.
Ballerina, right, at the time?
That was 2022, dude.
That was like Ballerina, right? Or somewhere?
Yeah. That was in Ballerina.
Yeah, dude. Like, no, let's be honest, JJ. Like, I think we've been talking about it since just now, right? It's like we miss LAN events. We miss going.
Yeah, we do.
But I think you know, maybe not for you, but for me, I feel particularly old now. Like, especially when I just look, like, I think back and look back. To
Hey man, Pokemon is for all ages.
I know.
You know, like we don't care if you young. It's for all ages.
No, I mean, I will get concerned when people start guessing that I have 3 kids, man. I get concerned, man.
Oh shoot!
But I do not have 3 kids. But everyone apparently says that I look like a guy with 3 kids.
Yeah, you don't have 3 kids. You have 4.
No, that's even worse. Why is the numbers increasing? That's terrible, JD. Don't do this to me, man. I'm not prepared.
I'm not gonna do it too. No worries, bro.
I'm not prepared, man. I got still too much Pokemon to the grind for.
I know. And I know you're still not ready to put down the the Charmander, the Squirtle, and the Bulbasaur plushies for your kids to finally have their first choice of a starter and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but since you brought up the Gen 1 Pokemon, right? I asked
Oh,
this
yeah?
to Yules, but now I'm gonna ask you. It's not gonna be Gen 1, Gen 3, Hoenn region Pokemon.
Okay.
Sorry, not Hoenn. It's a Johto.
No, Joe is Gen 2.
Yeah, sorry. Then Hoenn, Gen 3, Torchic, Trico, or Mudkip. There's only one right answer.
Okay, like my very first starter, really?
No. First starter. Not like. Don't think about stress. Don't try to geek it up.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. Like, what's the question? Like, which one's the best, or who's my first starter?
Like pick one. Which one's the best?
Oh, then it's a Torchic.
Okay, good. You're safe too. You're safe.
I'm safe too. Yeah, I know.
You're fine.
But my first starter was Mudkip, though.
That's a problem.
Problem. Okay, but
I would have accepted Trico, but a lot of
Gen
people,
5,
but a lot of
Gen
people
5.
complain that Mega Evolution Sceptile looks like a Christmas tree. I totally understand that, but
Gen 5 best gen, bro. Gen 5 best gen.
Oh yeah, without question, it has no.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It has
Beautiful.
absolutely no problem.
Okay, now they're just setting up their phones. I think everyone is playing.
I thought you were gonna follow up with something, but okay, cool. Never mind.
No. No, I was just going to say, but then I scrapped it in my head, like, hey, it's Z to A is gonna be coming up in quite a bit as well.
Oh yeah, towards the end of the year. End of the year.
We got an announcement for from the Pokemon, the Nintendo Direct the other day, of new information, which is really great as well. Z to A with you can move now, you can move your Pokemon and all that, and if in Legends in Legends Arceus you can spook or at least surprise Pokemon. This time you can surprise trainers.
Yeah.
when you get your surprise attacks, right? You get your surprise attacks.
Yeah, I feel very funny when I heard about that one too, but like, I mean, at least now we pretty much it's still an assumption, I guess. It's still on the tables. But now we figure out, many believe that they figure out like what the Z to it, like ZA stand for now, because previously people thought it was like Zygarde, right? When they
that's what we all thought, but now we know for a fact that it's something in the story of the game, the ranking system. You start from Z and then until you get into A, which is the highest rank in that match, in that game. So
I know that's the thing, right? Because they said like once you reach the top place, so you can ask for a wish, right? So it's like interesting to see where it goes. But I'm more interested in the fact that because this is a timeline based on the Luminosity in the past, right? So
no. This is Luminosity 2 years after, I believe 2 years after XY.
Oh, so it wasn't before, it was after.
No. Arceus was an ancient time, right? But Luminosity is after XY.
Oh, okay. So
Luminosity Z to A is after XY.
Oh, okay, I thought it was going to be before that, right? So, okay, now I'm sorry for that one. No, because I thought like it'd be pretty interesting where we get to find out the whole story behind like Zygarde and the silhouette later on.
Yeah. I mean, like AZ is already there, right? Like AZ is already, chilling. Like I've already found my Floette, so I'm chilling. It's in the future. It's in the future, bro.
I know, but they already give like some people was able to find a complete list for the Mega Evolutions that's gonna be coming out, right?
I'm not gonna entertain you with that, bro. I'm not gonna entertain you with that. Yeah. We're not about to talk about it here. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna entertain you with that.
I know.
I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I mean?
I know, but the fact that we have 2 Gen 2 starters.
Oh yeah, I mean I was surprised too. Like Totodile, Chikorita, and Tepig.
Tepig, yes, but that one's not Gen 2. There's another Gen.
I don't know, man.
But let me tell you this: the reason why we see Gen
like Chikorita.
No, it's getting a rework, dude. It's getting a rework.
A Mega Meganium?
I mean, yeah, no, but I believe it's also getting a rework in terms of stats and skill-wise as well, right? Because you don't reintroduce a particular gen Pokemon unless like you're gonna make some massive changes to it, right?
I mean, just like Legends Arceus, where we got the Hisuian what do you call this? Well,
Arcanine?
not just Zoroark, but Hisuian, Samurott, what do you call this? Yeah, Samurott, Typhlosion, and Decidueye.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, but still, it's a great time. Towards the end of the year, I'm very excited, particularly excited for it. But need to upgrade the hardware, you know. But you know what? Anyway, let's just put the VGC for aside for a second, right? So
Yeah.
ZETA division against Buriram United Esports. What are the things we can somewhat expect from this?
ZETA division. It's in Buriram United Esports. I don't know, man. Like Buriram United Esports is okay. Like truth be told, I still can't say that they are consistent because sure they played great. They played their very best during the ACL qualifiers, right? But it's just the ACL thus far, right? If I am to consider them as a consistent kind of team, I would say that they should be consistent on different tournaments, not just ACL. But if they can prove themselves against ZETA division, then hey, that means Buriram United Esports is one of the teams that we really have to look for right now in this tournament. I'd still consider them as one of the the dark horses in this tournament. The one that gives us the underdog story compared to the rest of the competition, where we have, as we have mentioned, we have ZETA division, we have FENNEL, we have Luminosity Gaming, Talon, and all that. So really, if you're going to be comparing the portfolio of these teams, Buriram United Esports is one of the teams that is getting left behind. And if they can take down these teams in this tournament, then that is going to be a huge statement.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. And the reason why I pitched that question to you is because I want to see as whether there was more people who has very similar mindsets when it came to Buriram United. Because particularly, I think this is like one of the few teams I particularly wanted to evaluate a little bit more in depthly, a little bit more compared to the other teams. Sure, don't get me wrong, Nagoya and Insomnia feels great by their own rights. However, Buriram United, it's especially since this is, like I say, one of the oldest esports organizations picking them up as well, and they roster some of them are ex-members, but they have undergone various roster change at the same time. So I want to see like how do they really fare well to each other in terms of synergy, and of course whether do they have like very similar playstyle, similar ideology at the same time. Particularly where PUACL, I believe he's going to be the defender, right? The sole defender for their team. Rainy Day is most likely going to be that. He's he's going to be that central player, if I'm not mistaken, as well. But that's the thing. Both of these two particular players, PUACL and Rainy Day, they have been very flex with their roles compared to most of the other teams. Every team they have been participating in, it's never been really defined. It's just more on the fact that you want to send me the top, I can do top. You want to send me the central area, I can do central area. You want to send me the bottom, so can I. And even their Pokemon pool, it's not very specific either. It's like if you look at that, like their history with all the Pokemon that they have played in the past, like in terms of how many, like the amount of games they play with it as well. It's like it's not like certain players where you look at, for example, if I have to think like Wajiro, for example, right? You look at his entire history in the entire Pokemon United, you see like, okay, that's a lot of supporters. So you can get a firm idea. Okay, he's a supporter player. Some teams you get this nice supporter with an all-rounder, because if there were moments where certain players was playing a certain role before change it to another. But it's not the same for PUACL or anything. It's very flex. Nothing really like consistent so far.
Yeah, I mean, man, I have to totally agree with you. I mean, they have. I mean, it's what we've mentioned, right? It's what we mentioned earlier, where, what do you call this? It's what we mentioned earlier, that Asia has its own thing. Like it's not really like, okay, if this works for us, this is what we're gonna do it. You know what I mean?
Correct. But I'm looking forward to PUACL. I have always been a defender. I'm not being biased to a particular team. It's just the fact that I'm biased to the role, right? I've always been more of a defender and all-rounder, right? So always love to see defender players, particularly Tomato. Oh, the way he plays that defender role, super aggressive as well. Especially this is not doing like speed matter or whatsoever back then in last year's ACL, right? Like when you picture defender tanks, you expect like a beefy wall, right? No. Tomato has been playing Mammoth Side for the longest of time here, alongside with the Blasters and the Umbra, right? He plays it as if he's like an M33 battle tank. The guy's just gonna roll right into you, and you just can't do anything about it. You can laugh at it, you can point at it, but you just can't do anything to stop him. He's just gonna run at you until you put him, unless you knock him out. But that's never the case, because by the time he gets knocked out, he's done his mission. He's done his job. He's created space. He has diverted the entire enemy team. He has opened a gap within the defenses to allow their speedsters, or at least Kokoda, their all-rounder, to go deep into enemy lines. And this was back then with the whole Basel thing, right? With the whole Basel. Not sure did he play the T-Tar back then. I know T-Tar was pretty much a thing during ACL 2024.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was pretty much Tomoya was pretty good at opening up space for the team, especially when the opposing team gets really like compact together, really playing really nice and close. He just knows how to just divert them out. It's like splitting the Red Sea. They're like, take your pick, guys. Where you want to go?
Man, why? I have a question. Why are we only being shown ZETA division? Can't we see Buriram United Esports? You know what I mean? Like, can we see Buriram, please?
I like to see the man named SCG.
SCG, SGC.
Oh yeah, sorry, SCG, SGC. Shoot, I'm sorry again.
And that's your fault, bro.
It happened again.
That's your bad.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's why I say I'm sorry, man. It's the true test, It's pretty much like how I remember what Denali was telling me, right? She said she wondered how she's gonna cast a particular new ability name. I was like, which one are you talking about? And she's like, Lena, how would you call out Psyduck's Unite move, full power Sayaya?
Yeah, Yules and I were just saying yeah.
But I don't think that Unite will last that long for you to drag it out. I don't think
you
gotta drag it out that long.
You can't have to, because like Psyduck's confused and all that, you know what I mean? Like
yeah, but when you think of Psyduck, you think of Misty Psyduck, right? It's such a classic.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, finally, we're getting Revenant Esports.
Hey, all right.
Look at them smiles, bro. They are all excited, and I mean, we are too.
But the thing is, just compared to the other teams, I think so far, maybe Insomnia, Team Insomnia, and Buriram United. I think these are the few teams that we saw from player camps that they were very, very happy. They look really, really nice personality, the kind of thing where you can just go up to them and just have a really nice long talk. There's like no absolute reason, there's no intention. It's just that you just want to talk, and they'll be totally fine with this.
Is that? I thought that was a fidget tool. Apparently, no. It's just a broken cup. Cup of water.
Prepping that finger strength. You gotta tap that screen real hard. Or console. It depends. I think. You play on console or your phone, JJ? Touchscreen or console?
Unite?
Yeah.
Really? It depends. I mean, I play both. But it's more of if I am streaming, I play on my Switch.
Right.
But otherwise, it really depends on the mood. But I play on my mobile more than I play on my Switch.
Right. No, it'll be the console for me. I can't do touchscreen for some reason. I always fat finger everything.
Yeah. I understand, because even in my phone, I prefer for it to have like some sort of like accessory, just so I can have like the tactile controls, the buttons and all that.
You got a button mash.
Yeah.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the wait as well. But we're finally getting to our last group here, Group D. First series of Group D here, Buriram United Esports going toe-to-toe with ZETA Division here. First game, of course, is going to be the one to set the mood for both these two teams, but it's going to be able to uphold morale. It's going to be give them a little bit of an edge.
This is the last group, because we only have 4 groups, but this definitely doesn't mean that this is going to be the last game of the day. This is just the 4th game of the day, and we still have how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more after this.
Yep. But of course, naturally, with the Blizzard now being banned, I think this is the first. Actually, not our first, but it's going to be our second Blizzard that's going to be instant lock here from the purple side at least. The first time I think it was on the orange side. I think it was in the Paper Rex game. I believe it was the Paper Rex game that actually went for the Blizzard pick. Because this is going to be Ceruledge, I believe this is going to be rainy days Pokemon here, or Rainy D here. Bring it!
Oh,
yes!
there we go. The Zoroark.
Yes,
I mean, that has always been the case, right? It's the Zoroark and the Hoopa. Sorry, not the Hoopa, but the Comfy. The Comfy, yeah. It's always that combination with the help of Tomato right now.
Oh yeah, tomato.
We have Disable as well, which can really be disruptive into the side of Buriram Esports, but they are going to be answering back with their own Garchomp and Mewtwo.
This is really interesting, right? Because when you pick like Garchomp come to the mix, I'm not sure about you, but I feel like it has always been like on the fence for me when it comes to Garchomp. He's great for shredding those. He's really great for dealing with those frontliners, right? Like all those all-rounders, all those defenders at the same time. And they also, like, depending on which abilities you actually try to opt for, you actually can really get some good displacement abilities or some pushback. Unless you go for the Dragon Claw, that's going to be a little bit different story. But finally, we did get the Zoroark Comfy. We saw like 1 or 2 Comfies today. I think we were all like hoping on the fact that, because usually it feels like when you get a Comfy, it usually feels like it's a build towards a Zoroark here. So this is particularly really great for me. You got the Zoroark, you got this Comfy, but is it enough for front? Like, it feels great for the Metagross. Metagross is gonna be going duking out with it's definitely going toe to toe with both the Blizzard, the Mammoth Swine, the Garchomp, the Ceruledge. A lot of Pokemon is gonna be able to proc a lot of shields, a lot of defenses from the Gyro Ball here. But I am slightly concerned, because is there going to be enough openings for the Zoroark to get in? The Psyduck definitely can. The Comfy is of course going to be sticking with the Zoroark, so they're pretty much a 2-in-1 package, right? But the Psyduck should be able to catch up with it. But will it be enough, since they do have the Mammoth with the Ice Fang to get that decent amount of control? You got some pushback from the Garchomp as well. Oof. Is this a simple invasion?
It might be. I mean, like, going in with the Zoroark and of course the Comfy, which is usually the combination anyway, right? They kind of, I mean, it's kind of like a combination. Like it's just one package that if you have Comfy, you always have to have a Zoroark, and vice versa as well. But even then, like there's a lot of like supports that can support Zoroark. But then again, Comfy, if you go for that, it always has to go through one attacker of sorts. If it's not, that Zoroark.
I mean, it's always good to have multiple damaging calls, right? So at least it doesn't allow too much prioritization. You're able to just split that out, so it gives a little bit more option here. But naturally, of course, mid DPS is still going to be in the hands of Vitopo to try to pull off with the speedster here. Unless Kokora starts popping things off, I'm confident that Tomato. Must pronounce it the right term. Tomato, yes. So I'm fairly confident that Tomato is going to be able to keep up with Vitopo wherever he goes, right? Like if he choose to go through the Hell's Gate, then yeah, by all means, he's going to be the one leading the charge first here. But of course, as it contests for the Altaria, didn't take into account the amount of damage going to be outputted by the majority of the members here, instantly melted away. Vitopo couldn't even get to see the light of day.
That is Vitopo being the first one to be taken down into the side of into the side of ZETA Division by Buriram Esports, and just like that, I think they're going to have a hard time because, Zoroark is one of those squishier Pokemon, but does have a lot of damage. But if they are going to be forcing their way up, right, immediately in the early game, then they're gonna have a problem. But look at this right now. It is going to be rainy day. Unfortunately, it's going to pour some rain into the side of ZETA Division when they, almost could have been able to take down Vitopo. But then again, with the help of Wajiro, they're going to be able to survive another day. But the thing is, would they be able to survive even further later on is the big question.
Oh. She's gonna go for the chase. Tomato. Managed to able to get out, not to say really scot-free, but just as long as you get out, doesn't really give any free XP here. But you really can see like the aggression coming from Buriram United, right? Especially now with the pillow swine coming in from the hands of Pupaza.
Pupaza.
So, I'm sorry, my
Pupaza.
Pupaza, yeah, Pupaza, right?
Yeah.
So with Pupaza already making it with the pillow swine, right? So you can definitely see a little bit more increase of aggression coming from this, especially now we've got the Ice Fang online. Trying to see an opening here. Matang comes in. He's definitely trying to sustain as much as possible. But there's the pullback with the sidekick here, and they will be able to get that isolation pick up on Sunset here, and that's gonna be a really nice thing for them because they initially had their back against the wall. Now they were able to equalize and get some EXP from back. However, they have to forego the artillery on the top lane side. But you know, Matang is fine. He's able to get the small critter.
I mean, it's kind of fine as well. I mean, like it's. What call this? They still already have the lead anyway, and going up into the Buriram Esports. And look at that Unite move going to be going into the side of a rainy day as well. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough for them to be able to take them out. But low HP is going to be the player of the game here into the side of ZETA Division.
Okay, a little bit more calmer, especially since you were able to just zone them out here. They're still be able to get a nice secure on the red eyes. Sometimes on the other hand, I believe they're currently in the midst of taking down the Regieleki here. Trying to attempt to go for the seal, and he will succeed, and he will! Unbelievably! Bided his time, although a little bit early of his engagement in, but it doesn't matter. He's just gonna walk right in to secure it. And not only that, he's gonna follow with a couple of KOs as well. Regieleki's lacking of numbers and manpower is gonna allow the Regieleki to literally secure the top goal post here. And with just enough points, I think it should be enough for them to break it at the same time.
I mean, that is the key, right? Like, they just need to take them out one by one, and just like that, I mean, look at this. Vitopo is now currently at level 11, and Kokoata is now currently at level 10 as well, and Rom now actually at level 10. So they definitely have the lead in terms of points right now. Sure, Rainy Day might have been able to get in that Revenant Rand early on, but the moment that they were able to get in their XPs, you know, ZETA Division just dominated right now. Look at that. Just needed to use a little bit outrage just to be able to get away, but they're going to be able to take down two, of course. They're going to be able to take on Vitopo and Wajiro.
I mean, it's trade for trade, you know, but now this time, yeah, 2 for 2 here. I guess you could say in a way, it feels like a fair trade, but just look at the amount of control on the map right now. This time, initially in the early games, they had definitely a little bit more slow start naturally because of the Pokemon composition that they have. But now everyone's online, everyone's max level, everyone's like level 10, level 11. Now you're seeing a little bit more dominance towards the central area. ZETA Division say, you know what, you had your chance in the sunlight, now it's gonna be my turn. If we slowly push you out and choke you out of option regarding in terms of wild Pokemon, in terms of EXP game here. You do have to substitute here, but it's not gonna be able to last for too long, unfortunately. There goes our dear friend. Very sad here. Very sad and of course very unfortunate. But now it's going to be a contest for the Reggie Rock here. Let's see how well they're going to be able to secure it.
Infinite power. Sorry, that's full power Sai into the infinite endurance. It's going to be popped up. My bad, bro. My bad. Full power Sai into the infinite endurance is going to be popped up. And look at that. They're going to be able to take down, you know, this Reggie Rock for themselves and just disengage immediately after that. And of course, Papaza, unfortunately, going to be the sacrificial lump into the side of Buriram Esports just so that they can be able to get away, you know, unscathed for the rest of the team.
Definitely unscathed. Definitely more safe, really confident. So he has to, and I don't blame Vitopo as well. He has the levels, he has the confidence in his hand. And let's be honest, Kokona is just in a good spot. He's a Metagross. He's like, there's not a lot of speedsters that can really like go toe to toe with him. Maybe Garchomp could try to go toe to toe with him, but other than that, no, I don't think he actually fears anyone else. He totally fine, just walks right in. You see, right now we see the confrontation here. Garchomp pops in the liver charge here. None will actually connect here. The final one will be used to reposition himself, but it wouldn't matter. He gets pulled all the way backline again, and then Talon will find the shots to lock him down and knock him out all the way back to the Pokemon Center. SCG can't really do much in that 1v3.
I mean, look at that though. At least Rainy Day is able to score. Okay, never mind.
Couple
Was able
points,
to
yeah.
score, but and then but got revenge back here by Zeta Division. And look at that though. Zeta Division definitely has a little bit of lead here, not in terms of points, but in terms of like controlling the map and controlling, team fights here. Zeta Division definitely does have a bit of a points, a bit of a lead here against that of Buriram Esports. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, 17 seconds left, and we're going to be able to see the Reggie bottom. And in 30 seconds is going to be the Rayquaza. And here we have it. As you can see here, Zeta Division is now trying to position themselves into that array pit, trying to push them out as well. And look at that. Not a lot of not a lot yet, not just yet, but we're going to be seeing a bit of an action in just 10.
Oh, I was so concerned because he got a nice pullback over the wall as well. Pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm not sure how that outcome would have happened. But everyone just bided their time. They didn't want to force the fight, especially since the Rayquaza wasn't really spawned yet. And even if they did win the fight, they're not sure whether they could translate it to a Rayquaza if he has a spawn. Might come on at the same time as their opposing team, Zeta Division spawning as well. So Buriram United will take the more patient route here. But we see a dive all into the back line, and it seems great as well. Although very sad won't be able to survive this for this long. United will also be committed as well. But here got the full power side. Yeah, also alongside with the Italian element United move as well. They will find the respective target. They will cut them down the side. Compare the crash. And there's no way for him to run. He's totally isolated from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, Zari, and look at that right now. Wajiro trying to put in. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to push in and go to Vitopo and gonna be taken out. There's gonna be 2 down into the side of Zeta Division and 2 into the side of Buriram Esports as well. But the thing is, there's still a minute left. Whoever's going to be able to take this one up is definitely going to be the one that wins. But 273 is going to be the play of the game here. The points is going into the side of the Division with a beautiful snipe shot here coming from that Rom. And Rom just wants to push in and put in those scores. We're going to be able to put down 80 points into the side of Buriram Esports. But still not going to be enough to take down and cash up into Zeta Division. Still at 273 points. And now that is a team wipe as well as they put in their points, the rest of the points into the score goals.
Yeah, this is it was so incredible, but more importantly, I'm not too surprised either way because Rom the entire time, especially during the Rayquaza pit, while of course there's a little bit of desperation coming from Buriram United Esports as well as they're trying to contest while they're trying to secure the Rayquaza for themselves. No one was really keeping Rom in check, even though he's at the pit as well. If you notice, he wasn't like, he was totally fine. He was like, hey, you guys just keep going at it. I'm just buying my time. I know my timings. I know when I need to try to go for that steal. And naturally, snipe shot, such a huge secure ability to get that Rayquaza. Sure, if he mistimed it, it would have been a little bit of an unfortunate scenario. But of course, that is going to be very unlikely. This is Zeta Division, the team, defending champion of ACL as well. No mistake like that shall ever happen in that kind of scenario, especially since he's been pretty comfortable with it as well.
And that's what I'm talking about earlier as well, right? Like, yes, I do believe in the prowess of Buriram Esports, and I do believe in Zeta Division as well, but we can definitely see here as well how big of a gap there is with Buriram Esports against that of Zeta Division, right? Like, it's the control that Zeta Division had into this game is just quite, that obvious.
It's pretty. I mean, I guess it's in a way pretty straightforward, right? But
I mean, game number 2. There's still game number 2. This is the best of 3, so they still have some chance to be able to adjust against Buriram, against that of the Zeta Division. But then again, the changes has to be big.
No, it definitely has to be big. But besides that, Zeta Division, sure. They already knew like what was the early, like each stage of the game is going to be right. So early game is going to be a little bit slow since Matang, Metagross, that one still needs a lot more time to really come online. So it goes to the bottom side. Sure, you can have a couple of skirmishes here and there, but other than that, it still takes time. It was Zorok. We saw like what happens during the first spawns of Altera and the Swirlblooms as well. He instantly got melted away. He was not alone, by the way. There was like the swine. It's not Pillow Swine yet, but Swine Up and then one other teammate there. But it still didn't matter. He just got melted away. So understanding, okay, our early game is gonna be, our pace is gonna be rather slow. It'll be a slow pace.
I think one of the biggest things here for one of the biggest things that Buriram United Esports did was that they marked down the Zoroark and the Comfy, which isn't really a bad thing to do, especially with that kind of composition. But the thing is, they focus a little bit too much over that they kind of forgot that there are other team members as well. And I think that is one of the biggest things that they kind of miss as well, being a little bit too tunnel vision towards that of the Zoroark.
It gets harder, right? Because since even the Ceruledge and Garchomp, the damage output wasn't as high as they were hoping for at the same time. But I mean, then again, also at the same time, we saw a very short 1v1 before it transitioned to a 1v2 between the Metagross and the Garchomp, right? So we really saw like what happens. Like instantly the liver charge was popped. Sure, some did not connect, but you saw the Metagross was just tanking out the damage. He was just also he's also dishing out the damage at the same time. So it's just like, yeah, Garchomp, I'm sorry, you as a Pokemon were not my equal here. So it's forced back. Ceruledge at the same time, it's pretty much in the same spot with the Garchomp. Doesn't have enough damage to melt on the Metagross. Even if they were to try to dive to the backline, there's always going to be disruptive support, right? The Psyduck comes in from the courtesy of the Tomato, and even if you dive a little bit too deep, who's going to protect your lone range damage to the Mewtwo? That's where the Zoroark of Utopia comes in with the Comfort, right? No one really holds him down. Even the Mammoth, he tries to do it. And by the way, I love that play in the last fight where we had the commute and crash from the Metagross. He locked down the Mammoth. He's just like, yeah, watch your teammate, man. Watch while you can't do anything about it as he falls to my Zoroark.
Like their composition, Buriram United Esports composition is actually a good one as well. I'm not saying that it's a bad composition, but again, ZETA Division, I think that is the biggest problem as well. ZETA Division already knows this composition, is already ready for this as well, and it's they are fully prepared to go up against that of Buriram United Esports. That they know that they are targeting the Zoroark, so they make sure that they can do some adjustments and play towards that in a way where everyone else can move around, where the Zoroark, Vitopo and Wajiro are just going to take the interest, take their eyes off of them, basically, away from the team.
So now the thing is like the real question coming from Buriram United, like do we want like more consistent damage, or at least more suppressing ability Pokemon that's going to be coming to the line? Because like honestly, both sounds pretty good to me, but also at the same time, you're also dealing with a team that's been pretty calculative in their emotions, right? Especially from ZETA Division. Whatever picks they call, especially when they go into the game, they just pretty much like start isolating, right? Starts dividing and conquer. They're saying, okay, this is the strength of this Pokemon, of their Pokemon, right? How do we play around it? What do we do against it? That kind of thing with the composition they have. And it just sound, although it wasn't, I won't say it's like a direct counter or like a massive play, right? It's just that kind of thing where like very small things, committing your like Metagross committing his Unite moves just to lock down the Mammoth, right? Because he's like, my team is strong enough. There's no one else that can control my Zoro except the Mammoth line. So I'll just keep this guy with me. There's nowhere else he can go. He can't support his team. Pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's fine. Now, is this really this small thing that someone leads up to something significant or to a very ideal outcome that ZETA Division has been doing in that last game? The second game, Buriram, I hope they can do the adjustment to at least try to get ready to give them options. At least give them options, right?
Yeah, I mean, like
choices.
I want them to do the same thing that Paper Rex did the previous game, but I want them to go beyond that, because like the Japanese teams and I mean like we all know for a fact that the Japanese teams and Japanese as a region is one of the strongest regions in the tournament. I mean they're not going to have the previous champions for the ACL and the World Championships for no reason. We all know for a fact that they are really strong as a region and teams as well. So definitely just adjusting is not going to be enough. They have to do it beyond adjusting. They have to have the mindset as well that they're going to be going up against the best teams, and this is going to be one of the best opportunities for them to have as well going into this match. And it's one of those things where game wise, again, points matter in the group stages for you to be able to get out of the group stages to be able to get to the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, just looking back in the competition as well, I guess you can somewhat adjust, like, for example, identify which is going to be your next main damage dealer, right? Who's going to be able to deal with it? Because looking for a composition, they like to keep things nice and close. They don't really have any like specific kind of play style. It feels like they have something in every category. Someone that can dive to the back line, someone that's going to get nice and close to you, but there's also going to be a secondary damage dealer. But more importantly, is more the fact that it's going to be a team composition that's going to get on top of you. Like no matter what you do, they're always going to ZETA division will always try to get on top of you. That's the play style they've been working for. Doesn't matter what composition, but that's going to be the style they've been trying to run for this past year, right? So somebody can adjust to it, probably build into a more similar composition line. Someone that can also duke it out, but also at the center get some really great secure. I'm looking at Rainy D going in with his Blaze again. That's something they can actually try to utilize over here. So like one of the best secure abilities in the game. He can also try to think of bringing the Masquerade. If he wants to bring with the Speedsters in the lineup, he could also bring in the Meowscarada as well. That's something he can also play with. Or Zeraora is just really great. But you know, Zeraora and Talon playing the same exact band. So those two is pretty much out of commission here.
Okay, here we go though. Going into game number 2. Finally, I know the audiences have been waiting for quite a while now, as well, for us to get into game number 2. Buriram Esports and now ZETA Division. We're gonna be starting off with Buriram Esports, right? This is what they have been using in the ACL. Their winning composition. We have the Revenant, we have the Zero Ledge, of course, the Revenant Red, and of course the Blitzy, and then everything else follows after this tree. Anything can go, and this is the main composition that they have been using to win the games that they have on ACL. But this time, though, ZETA Division, we still cannot dismiss the fact that they were allowed to pick the same set of Pokemon as game number 1. So definitely, a Group D, ZETA Division doesn't really have to change a lot here. The one that would be adjusting would definitely be Buriram Esports. But then again, the only time that they would be able to answer back in ZETA Division is if and only if they would be able to catch Vitopo. Because if they can catch up Vitopo, then I think they would have a fighting chance. Especially a Tomato here would just be, going in for the disable into, full power AI. Rom definitely is not going to be joining up the fray instead of the team fights because, snipe shot. And of course we have Kata, computer crash, essentially making sure that they are all isolated in one small radius.
No, like sure, do you want to keep it? I mean, it's like the kind of saying where if it ain't broken, you don't fix it, right? If there's a comp that works, you stick with it, right? Since this is a best of 3, if the second game doesn't go well, there's always going to be the adjustment for it. However, if there's no need for it, ZETA Division is pretty confident they can stick with it for now.
Yeah.
But for the adjustments coming in for Buriram United, so they did a little bit of a change here. They did not bring the Gacha this time. This time it was SCG and GC's
Still a mouthful, huh?
Yeah, it's real. SCG, yeah. SCG basically bringing in one of the few Pokemon I was thinking of, right? It was either the Blaziken or the Zacian for himself here. So bringing the Zacian, so you get this nice early engagement composition. Sacred Sword is always great for securing objectives as well. Probably not as crazy as the Blaziken, but at least you do have this additional option to actually try to take fights a lot more early than expected. You can play off with the Zero Ledge, you can roam alongside with the rest of the team. Since the Metagross still takes some time to come online, same goes for the Italian here. So taking an advantage, you can try to gain certain controls or certain aspects of the map here. So that's where Zacian comes in. And let's be honest, it's a Pokemon that's really great at fighting and duking it out against a lot of these Pokemon as well.
Yeah. Man, it's still going to the early game number 2. Buriram Esports ZETA Division. It's this is gonna be like one of those very heavy matches, especially into the side of Buriram Esports, because they really have to win this. It's gonna be really fantastic how we're gonna be able to see their adjustments going into game number 2. But thus far, it seems as if like ZETA Division still does have a little bit of a lead here against that of Buriram Esports. It's sort of like controlling the map. And they are, if you just notice right there, they are still utilizing the old method of, because for those who doesn't know, right, like if you don't take the Pokemon in the wild zones gradually increases its XP that it gives, right? That's one of the reasons why they are not taking the Bunnelby in the paths, in the lanes. That's why they are taking a little bit of time so that they would be able to, maximize the XP that they can get off of that. But speaking of maximization, we have Tomoto going to be taken out here by SGC.
Oh, there it is. Good timing with the Blitz assist, but let's be honest. I think even for the side here for Buriram United, they didn't expect that this fight to take longer than expected. I'm not sure whether you noticed, but even SCG took a long time trying to get rid of Tomato on the side duck as well. He actually walked quite the distance before reconvening back to the rest of the team here, and lost a little bit more than expected. Even on quite the EXP that's somewhat denied, and even more KOs also being secured for the side here for ZETA Division here. Sure, the EXP race definitely feels a little bit more better on the side here for Rainy, since he's the only one level 8. Like, my god, yeah. So after that first confrontation, he just pretty much just went straight back to the wild Pokemon. Right, just quickly catch up here. He knows it's pretty much no point in trying to waste too much time either way, as long as there's no objective to be gained, right? So if it's not a simple pick off, if it's not any form of objective secure, let's play a lot more safe. But that's the reveal here as the Metagross comes in, and naturally alone, it's already crazy now. Vitopo's damage isn't anything high, but just to ensure we bring in the Kokoda's Matang to secure the fate, and we'll be able to dunk in a couple of points at that first goal point as well.
Yeah, and at the same time now, we have Vitopo and Wajiro now going down bottom, and now they're going to be able to put in a little bit of menace. There's going to be 3 down to the side of Revenant Esports. Maybe make that 4 if they're going to be able to take down Dunnage, but they're going to be, backing off just a little bit because they are now going to be ready to take down that Registeel as well as they position themselves, leaving Kokoata up top to take down that Regieleki. And right now, almost here, they're going to be able to take it out just like that. No, never mind. Actually, it got stolen. It's stolen by Sunage. Going to be able to take down that Registeel right there. And going to be able to put in some scores. Beautiful stuff here from Buriram United Esports. Going to be able to take down 3, Wajiro, Vitopo, and Rom down bottom. But of course, into the into the cost of giving away the Regieleki into the side of ZETA Division. But then again, that's actually a good trade too. Getting the Registeel, getting in 3 KO, and getting in a score goal is not a bad deal at all.
Yeah. No, the thing is this, right? I think it was just unfortunate because Rom at the time had the snipe shot already initially charged up, right? So by the time he came to try to steal it, I think it was just still pretty much still on cooldown, but just not a very long cooldown for the fight. But speaking of not a long time here, we finally see SCG coming on a full spin here. But we get a nice shot down the top of Vitopo. That's a lot of EXP to gain for sure. The Wood Hammer really does pull through here to really try to lock some of them down here. Aside Tomel, try to see if he can start things out for the side. Blizz Assisted was committed as well, so this time it times out. This could be an opportunity, but no one able to really close in that gap to try to isolate any of this team. We do see SCG coming back into the fight as well with the second sword. We'll be able to cut down the mighty tank, the many Kododa.
Another one.
But instantly we'll find even more chaos on the Lime side. But look at the bottom side. The thing, I believe Vitopo has realized, this fight is taking a little bit too long. I'm not going to be able to find any comeback for this. We'll just try to get a couple more points. However, top side, we do see the full power Sayayai here, just to try to delay them as much as possible. We'll defend the goal points. Very impressive, by the way, in the 1v4.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about earlier, right? Like, Revenant Esports has been showing us, has been shocking us, surprising us, really, as to how they are able to catch up into other teams. And ZETA Division, they only Revenant Esports, they only needed one game to be able to adjust against that of ZETA Division, and now they're showing us that, hey, we can actually go up against that of ZETA Division. And the thing is, right, the problem with ZETA Division's competition right now is that they are all squishy. The only bulky Pokemon here is Psyduck and the Metagross. Other than that, everyone else is a very squishy. I mean, that's why they really wanted to end that Flower Friends Forever are going to be pop up. And look at that, going to be able to answer down 2. That is going to be the Blissey, and of course the Trevor are going to be taking out this Zacian is going to be popped up as well. Rainy Day, though, with the help of Revenant Ran, Unite Move going to be able to take down Vitopo, and now they're also going to be able to take down I Am Tomato with that of the Psyduck. But the thing is, who is going to have the positional advantage into the major set of objectives? Now, we have the Regieleki up top, but whoever's still going to be able to take it, the positional advantage is on the side of Zeta Division.
No, it was such a good fight overall. Especially, it definitely looked a little bit slow. The pace was a little bit slow in the beginning, but now everyone's slowly came online. Even Rainy was able to get a beautiful steal on the Reg Ice as well. I mean, eventually he did go down here, but you can definitely tell that the control wasn't as dominant compared to the first game. Now, at least in this case, Zeta Division, sure, they are still being the initiative for a lot of this skirmishes, for a lot of these fights here. But that counter engagement coming from the side of a Buriram is also just as impressive as well. But that damage, woo, that snipes off with all the crit counters, man. You gotta respect it. But as a Revenant, he should be able to walk it off here, walk off the damage here. But on the other side, we did someone miss it out. But it looks like Rainy Day got caught up in a 1v3 here, and Tomato was trying to see if he could try to get his hands on top of that on Sun Sage on the other end.
Man, it's how do I say this?
Don't say it, man.
Okay, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it no more. I mean, like Zeta Division here is having a little bit of a hard time here against that of Buriram Esports, due to the fact that they are a little bit on the bulky side right now for Buriram. At least they can now last in on team fights in comparison to Zeta Division, where yeah, sure, they are able to put in the damage. But the thing is, the moment that they can isolate anyone into the side of Zeta Division, that means immediately going back to the Pokemon Center as soon as possible. So right now, Zeta Division, while they have the attacking prowess, they are making sure that they are getting a little bit too careful, not be outnumbered here by Buriram Esports. Just like that, SEG SCC is going to be taken out here by the side of the Topo. Oh, the phase is up now.
Yeah,
I was able to notice.
2 minutes out. That's the high time. Even the point differential is, oh man, it's such a slim margin here as well. But what's really the call here? I don't know. I see this. I see Vitopa try to go for a sneaky dunk on the side there, but Isaac is denied by very sad. Really anticipating someone might try to go for the side, for the flank here, for the back line. But then again, just look at how cheeky Rainy Day is. Just finding the prime opportunity. But at the same time, towards the back line, they did manage to find very sad. No Bliss assist for this next fight in this 5v4.
Look at that.
They're constantly getting collapsed upon as well. From all angles, from all sides. There is no form of escape for them except forward here. But it seems to be futile, as all will be knocked out here. Very sad, just respawn. But it's a full 5 man wipe. They got the Rayquaza. They got all the points. They're going to dunk it all in. Zeta Division, hey, you had a good run, but this is going to be our series.
Yes, sir. And just like that, Zeta Division is going to be able to secure game number 2 against Zeta Buriram Esports by taking in the Rayquaza, wiping down the team, and now getting in 736 points. 736 points against that of Buriram Esports. 35 seconds left before we end the game here, but 2-0 again in a row. Earlier the first set, the third series of the tournament is ended at 2-0, but this time the fourth series is going to be a full 2-0 as well. And just like that, Zeta Division is just putting in as much points as possible, maybe, having a little bit of a time to get into 800 points, and they did get to 800 points right now, and now they are going to be getting the most points possible against Zeta Buriram Esports because of the 2-0. Congratulations to Zeta Division.
What a game. Honestly, Buriram United, their slight adjustments was definitely a lot more better. They definitely had a lot more competition. Don't look at the scoreline. Right? This is like post-Ray, right? The game itself, it was like a point differential of just like 7 to 8 points. It was really going back and forth. They also make sure they cap their formation as close as possible, or within at least within close vicinity, right? So at least that doesn't allow like Vitopo to have just free reign on how he really wanted to dictate the fight here as well. But eventually towards the Ray, what Rainy wanted to do to Zeta Division was instantly gets mirrored out by Vitopo, because that's exactly what Vitopo did as well. He got all the way to that back line, chased down very sad the lone support. He wasn't close enough to his teammates. I believe he was just someone on the way, just from the map positioning, right? So instantly got melted out, and then they just pretty much just closed in upon them, right, from all angles here.
Yeah.
And the worst part, because they're also within the middle or the center of the Rayquaza pit as well, they were pretty much just boxed in, and I was just like, oh my god, that's such an insane collapse. Where else could one possibly run? The rest just had to stay there and hold the ground with the one that could scale across the cliffs or across the walls. Had a little bit more of a lifeline, but not for too long, sadly.
I mean, like, hey, look. All I want to say to Buriram Esports is that we cannot dismiss the effort for them to be able to adjust. And honestly, that was okay. Not to disrespect Paper X, but I think we can both agree that what Buriram Esports did was more of an adjustment than what Paper X did earlier against that of what do you call this? On the previous match, right?
Oh, Nagoya Oja, is it?
Nagoya Oja, right? Like, say, because game number 2 against that of ZETA Division is quite close in comparison to a landslide that we saw in game number 1.
Yeah.
Well, not much of a landslide, but you know.
Because with that being said, it seems like our defending champions from the last ACL still stands tall, still stands true to its name. But of course, let's quickly check out the interview session with them. Chomos, of course, going to be the... Chomos is going to be the... Actually, no. Yeah, he's the interviewer. I thought in this... I believe that's the translator, right?
Yeah, there is. So, let's listen a little bit.
We're glad that we made it through round 1 because we're infamous. We're notoriously known for being bad at game 1, but since we won this, the only thing left for us is to win the tournament.
That is true. I mean, you know, it's always the pressure that gets you, right? Like, I mean, even if we're not players, right? When we're casting, there's always or hosting, there's always the nervousness at the very start of the program. But other than that, the moment you get past that, everything's good.
No, it's particularly a lot more. The pressure is definitely particularly a lot more heavier for our
pro players. Yeah, of course.
Especially for those who has like not only do they have like certain titles on their belts, but the years of experience, right? And then of course on top of that with the additional sponsors or organizations that they're currently incorporating in as well. So a lot of things is pretty much on the line for them. But you know, with that being said, you know, that was a cool interview. Thank you so much, Chomos, and of course, member of ZETA Division.
I like the fact that, you know, Utopia took the time in the interview to give a shout out to Overlord, which I'm pretty sure they are looking forward to going up against, you know, with Luminosity Gaming as well. So really, that is something that we have to look forward to if they ever get out of the group stages. Okay, you know what, ZETA Division, I think I am very confident that they are going to be able to get out of the group stages. But going up against Luminosity Gaming, that is still something that we have to, you know, see. You know, depending on what will happen later today.
You know, but I mean, that's just how it is, right? Like,
yeah,
a lot of our teams here becomes like either the benchmark or the milestone for a lot of these teams. And eventually, when you meet to the milestone, like let's just say, okay, let's get past qualifiers, let's get to regional qualifiers, let's get to regional stage, and then eventually let's go to worlds. Once you get to worlds, what's the next step, right? It's trying to surpass the team that someone inspired you in the first place, right? So eventually, I believe it's the same for Kambicha or ZETA Division, right? At first, it was pretty much within their own countrymen. Then now, slowly they're branching out towards the overseas team, or at least the other regional teams. Them being like Luminosity Gaming, for example, as they currently have holding the title as the most wins in majority of the tournaments so far, and even the online cups. So it's like, yeah, that is, everyone's pretty much saying like, you know, that's commendable. Back-to-back winners. 2024 is unfortunate, but you know, I believe it's the same can be said for FENNEL, right? Because FENNEL never got to go toe-to-toe with Luminosity, except during their time at Oyasumi. But you know, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, just a general reminder, if you have any friends who's interested, currently do try to register themselves for the Pokemon Unite WCS for the Philippine qualifier. It hasn't really started. It's still ongoing, by the way, but it's gonna that registration, that window is gonna be closing very soon on April 2nd.
It's next week. That's next week.
Next week? Oh yeah, it is next week. My God, time flies. Time flies when you're having fun.
And at the same time, the tournament actually is going to be on the, if I'm not mistaken, the 5th and the 6th of April. So, there's like, 4 days before the tournament starts when the registration ends. So if you are in the Philippines, like, Yules and I, and you're interested in, playing in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, please do register now. You only have 1 week left to register and have the chance to go to the Pokemon Unite Championship in Anaheim.
Yeah, man, it's such a great opportunity, right? To showcase your talents as the game develops, more talents also come to suit as they find more mentors to look up to as well. But of course, this is going to be the prize money for the top 8 of WCS for the 2025 Philippines qualifier. Not WCS itself. This is just the Philippines qualifier.
This is just the Philippines qualifiers. Yeah. If you're first, you're gonna be getting 1,500. Second, 7,500. 6K for third, and fourth for 3K. Fifth is 2K and 1K for 7th and 8th. So a total of 37,500 USD for our Philippine national qualifiers for the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we're going to have a little short break, and when we come back, we're going to have more Pokemon Unite action only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2025. We'll see you in a bit.
これが言いたかったのよね。オフラインでみんなでこれが言いたかったのよ。もう何の動画か分かんなくなってきたけど。そうですね。フェンネルの紹介していきましょう。はい、よろしくお願いします。何より阿部さん、フェンネルは他のタイトル通じても、選手も強いし、アパレルの世界観が超かっけえ、アパレルだと動画のクリエイティブが超かっけえで話題、そうどこに行ってもね、この赤ネオンライトのフェンネル絶対あるんですよ。これすごいかっこいいですよね。めちゃくちゃかっこいいんだから、もう部屋あんま明るくない方が明るいと成り立たないぐらいかっこいいですからね。そんなフェンネルチームからはですね、黒白モノトーンのアパレルはもちろん、そのカラフルなちょっとペインティングみたいな感じのね、おしゃれかっけーキーホルダーなども出ておりますんで、意外と洋服になりがちなんですけれども、そのこういうキーホルダーとかにね、応援グッズとして身につけてもらえたらとても嬉しいです。ディフェンディングチャンピオンになるか、どうでしょうか。世界王者に各地域から向き合っていきますね。さあ、ということで続いてのブース行きましょう。フェンネルの皆様ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。すいませんね、ありがとうございます。そして最後がゼータディビジョンブース。そう、試合が良すぎて歓声がすごいですね。この歓声ですよ。さあ、我々も仕事をしましょう。そうですね。そんなこの歓声を浴びながら戦う人たちがゼータディビジョンなんですが、どういうことっていうわけではないんですけれども、ゼータディビジョンさん最もこの受付の人数が多いですね。確かにそうですね。そう、万全の体制で迎えてくださって、外にまで、はい、こちらにもいらっしゃいます。今日たくさん持ってきてくださって、一押しのグッズなどなどありますか？
やっぱりユニフォーム、今年1月から新しいデザインのものを販売して。
そうなんです。ゼータディビジョンといえば黒、白とあと蛍光緑みたいなイメージがあるんですけれども、
ステージで選手たちが照明を受けたりするシーンにここのブルーとホワイトのところが綺麗に照明を受けて光ってくれる。おしゃれ。
まさにじゃないですか。
ですよ。ぜひ見たいですね、早く試合が。
今日のためにと言いますか、そう考えるとオフラインにたどり着けたことがまずは本当に嬉しいですね。ありがとうございます。チームスタッフの皆さんも応援してますんでね、はい、ぜひゼータディビジョンブースに遊びに来てください。やってくるか、プロのマスカーダクラビゴン KO です。ダークレイの体力を削れている。後ろからシューのミュウツーアイミドルゴール押し込みを狙いつつ、さらにフーパでそれ届けの手しこり名古屋王者が一気に、いやー、これは素晴らしいように下に移動しました。ゼータディビジョンフェンネルインソムニアと続きました。ただ日本にはまだこのチームがいるということを本人たちが世界に知らしめます。名古屋王者以後大西良樹を一人位置をずらしまして、ただギャラの山がもKO
れない名古屋王者。
そうですね、いやウルトラバルクマスクラーも使っていますが、ゴールのシールドをうまく使って耐えています。レジーデッキも止めながら、
はい。
2連続 KO アプロ。
氷置き場で動きを止めてる間
そうです
にやり
ね、
たいはずですが。
モッチが後ろから来ていますが、そこは目を光らせている名古屋王者。で、エルワエロアスワンム。さあ、エロアスワンムがラストを締めてみせました。
見せろ見せろ見せろ見せろ。
彼は戻ってきました。近しい人は言います。彼は第一線を張れないならプロから退くべき。この柔らかいスタイルと笑顔の奥にはそれほどのストイックさが隠れている。その色あつが戻ってきました。名古屋王者逆転劇、日本リーグを勝ち上がったその名古屋王者劇場、終わったと思っていましたか？いや、まだまだ続きます。 To be continue。 ゲームセット。0対2、勝勝名古屋王者。
おめでとうございます。
Back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 Finals, and right after that, it's a full-blown action-packed Pokemon battles. We are done for the first 4 series for today, and we still have around 8, JJ. That's a lot.
It is really a lot of games. I mean, like, previously in Asia Champions League, we only had, like, what, 8, right? But this time, we're going to be adding 4 more games on top of that, so we have, like, 12 games. It's 12, right? Like, 8 plus 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12 games, right? And we still have 8 more. So, make sure you eat your lunch, make sure you drink your drinks, and make sure you have dinner prepared, because you're not going to end until, like, what? 1. I think. But, just stay prepared, stay tuned, because we're going to have a lot more Pokemon Unite action only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 Finals in Tokyo, Japan.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we are done for the first set of rotation from Group A to Group D. Let's do a quick rundown on what really happened a while ago, especially on the sub stage that wasn't really featured on our stream. So for sub stage, we do have Revenant XSpark, who won up against Utopia 2-0, and Godlike Esports actually lost up against XSpark on 1-2. And then Liten Dream Factory also lost to ONIC, that 0-2. And ongoing right now is Luminosity Gaming up against Talon, who's currently at 1-1 standing. So that's actually a fire matchup. Everyone has been, telling that Group D is the most action-packed group, but we'll get there later on. For now, we're going to be going back to Group A, which is going to be Insomnia up against Revenant XSpark. So what do you think of this matchup, JJ?
I don't know, man. I mean, like, XSpark, right? We know how much Revenant XSpark, right? We know how much Indian teams have been playing, and I like the fact that they are really one of those teams, one of those regions that is really active. But quite unfortunately, in terms of like the power play, in terms of all the regions compared, they are one of those that is really getting left behind. But hopefully, they are able to get in here, so that means they really have a chance. And I just want to see them win, honestly. Like, India, it's about time that they are, being one of the most active teams, one of the most active regions. It's about time that they have their own spot as well. Maybe even get into, the playoffs, and then potentially win the entire thing as well.
I really do believe that this region really has a big potential, knowing that Godlike Esports won a game up against XSpark, which is probably one of the toughest team in this league. So I really do believe that Revenant XSpark or Godlike Esports really has a shot in, winning a couple of games, and, who knows, might take a spot in the playoffs, despite this league being very stacked. I do believe that they will be winning a couple of games. So, best result, they do get to slid in into the playoffs. But, as a matter of fact, they have been winning games constantly. So let's just look forward that that kind of momentum will continue for them.
And then, to answer your other question, how do I think about Insomnia? I mean, like, it's everything in Japan, right? Like, everything in Japan is just, well, just it's Japan. They're one of the strongest region, in the game. And the main fact that Obion is there, we have Sun is there as well, really just goes to show how much these teams are not here to joke around. They're not here to play around. They're here to win, and doesn't matter which region you came from. If this is a tournament, they will play to win it.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna slam in front of you. They're just gonna bulldoze their way, get those wins the way they want to do. Not a good start for Insomnia and FENNEL actually during their first set of games, but for sure they will come back stronger, knowing that Insomnia it will be back here up against Revenant XSpark. Revenant XSpark, they had a great start up against Utopia, but for sure this will be a different situation, knowing that Utopia plays a different game mode compared to our traditional one. So right now they are going up against who has a lot of experience on the same game mode that they play. So it's a different story right now, but for sure Revenant XSpark came prepared onto this matchup. And again,
a little bit of recap. A little bit of recap of what had happened this time around for our day one, the single round robin game. So Insomnia here, as I mentioned, already lost here against that of FN Esports. FN Esports now has won 1-0, 2-1 against that of Insomnia. Revenant XSpark now winning 2-0 against Utopia, which is really, as I mentioned, really interesting here. Just because of the fact that, again, Utopia has a little bit of a disadvantage as well. Going up against in this tournament, I mean, yeah, sure, they are one of the, I'd say, esports in general, right? They are one of the strongest regions in any esports titles. Maybe Pokemon, maybe a different title or whatever. But the mere fact that they are playing and used to a different game mode, just a different map as well, and different mechanics into the maps, just really goes to show how much disadvantage that they have at the moment. But then again, if they do win the entire thing, despite the fact that is just a huge statement altogether.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, everyone, or almost everyone, does want some kind of a Cinderella run to happen in this tournament. Despite us supporting the teams that we want to win, it's just Utopia, the teams who came from Shenzhen Master really does want to prove something. But again, setting that one aside, let's go back to our matchup for today. Insomnia versus Revenant XSpark from Group A. Revenant XSpark looking for their second victory, but on the other hand, Insomnia doesn't want to drop this so they can stay up for their playoff spot.
And here we have it, the introduction. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Reverend. Okay, number one.
Huh? Seems to be, pointing at your team logo, just, create a statement that we are this team. We are one of the very best.
Oh, look at that. That's the answer back from the glass.
It's a payback time. Come on, I'm loving the entrance.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
You know what?
Uh-huh.
I can answer back too, bro.
Come on. Answer back. All right.
I'll do that later. I'll do it later.
Okay.
I'll do it later. Okay. Anyway, we have like 4 players now into the thing. And look at that. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. All trees alike. Everyone into Insomnia, and of course, Revenant XSpark.
For everyone who doesn't have a brief idea, who's going to be the main 5 of Revenant XSpark? So it will be Cizo, Vulcan, Tensei, Crowley, and Ruben. And our Pravy is going to be their sub-member. So I'm not sure who's going to be playing on the first set. But, we do all do believe that the main 5 gets to play at first. Then when something came up, just like a while ago, 6-man comes in. But I do believe that, it's going to be the main 5 as of the moment. And from the game that they did a while ago, which is the sub-stage, I mean, I somehow got to watch it. There was also a broadcast of the sub-stage. It was really phenomenal. It was really one-sided game. They really dominated their matchup up against Utopia. So, coming with confidence in this matchup would be really great for them. So Insomnia's job right now is to shut them down in order for that burning hunger for victory will get dismantled immediately for Revenant XSpark.
No, I totally agree with you. And again, this is one of the stages where Revenant can, and India in general really, can show us that what do you call this? Can show us what they have been practicing for. Go. Yo,
He's just there.
Prepare for your match, dude. Like, yo, please go prep. Come on,
log in your account.
Games, yeah, we want to see the games, please. Please.
He's just there. All right.
Okay.
He's not even blinking. Come on.
Okay, never mind. There we go.
Never mind. There we go.
Now.
I jinxed it. Come on.
Yeah, you see the eyes getting teary now.
How long?
He's about to break characters too.
Come on.
Is he about to break character? Let's find out.
He's getting teary-eyed.
Yeah, he's getting teary-eyed. That's what it said. Yeah.
Come on, blink again. 3.
Blink again, bro.
1. Blink.
He's about to break character. He's smiling. There you go. He can't do it anymore.
That is our prediction for this matchup on who's gonna blink, who's gonna break the character. But yeah, going back, really excited for this matchup. I do believe that Insomnia has come prepared here. They have an ample time, of course, to do their background research, watching those VODs up against Utopia a while ago during their sub-stage matchup with Revenant XSpark. So they studied 2 teams, but right now their focus is Revenant XSpark. Now, from what I researched about Revenant XSpark, they were the Winter Tournament Open, and they did an upset run up against S8UL Seoul Esports, who's actually supposedly to be the representative of India last World Championship, but they weren't able to make it because of internal issues, as far as I know.
Yeah, that was Seoul Esports. Yeah, it's usually Seoul Esports and Godlike Esports and Revenant. They're also the ones that usually just changes and switches their players with each other and stuff. And granted, be one of the strongest in the region or off the region, but going into this game, Insomnia again, like Japanese teams are really one of the biggest teams, one of the strongest teams in the tournament, and it's really gonna be a long run. Really, it's gonna be a tall mountain to climb for India here, provided that they are it's India, and there hasn't been a lot of successful runs coming in from India unless they can show us that, hey, we are changed now, this is our game, and we are more than ready to go not only to Japan but to take down the entire tournament. And it's all about the mindset and all about how they are going to be faring off. And I guess one of the biggest issues of India as a region, right, into playing Pokemon Unite, is that while they do have a lot of scrim, right? They do a lot of scrims. The amount of scrims that they have against other teams is, I'd say, they enjoy it. Obviously, they enjoy it. But if we are talking about optimized scrims, because of the latency and the ping issues because of the geographical differences, it's not enough that they have to experience all those. So really, the best thing they can do is have those practices when they are in offline tournaments such as this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. They have to maximize their time, being here, being able to, have a friendly practice with all the other teams. Just imagine they have 15 other teams to compete with, so probably they could take their time and practice all that day long. And I do believe that the teams were at Japan as early as Thursday or Wednesday, as far as I know. I mean, it depends on the team, but generally speaking, majority of the teams were here since Wednesday, so they have like around 2 days to practice all day and all night with the other teams, formulating their strategy, familiarizing themselves on how they play. Because when you're going up against other regions, definitely they have their own kind of meta, just like what
Yeah.
Yololi and you have been talking about a while ago.
Mm-hmm. And here you have it. Are we going to have another stare down, please?
Come on.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I think-
Oh, they're showing us the Insomnia in it. No, please
Oh.
sleep. Please sleep, guys.
Huh?
There we go. They're just prepping. I think they're still logging in to their accounts.
Oh yeah. I mean, they
Yeah,
need
so
it,
we just
man.
have to wait for them to log into their accounts, and then once they log into their accounts, then we are going to be able to, finally go and play.
I just generally love it when I see someone competing in a tournament who plays with a Nintendo Switch. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's just me, but I feel like, playing on a mobile phone is a lot more easier. But when you're playing on a Nintendo Switch, I could definitely say that you're in a whole different level. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like when you're on Nintendo Switch, you're in a different level.
I mean, okay, so like, when Leonard asked me about it, right? Which I play, which one do I play on my mobile or my Switch? I say I play on both, mainly depending on what my mood is and what I'm doing for the activity. If I'm streaming, obviously I'm going to be playing on my Switch, but if otherwise, if I'm not in the mood to play on my Switch, I'll just play on my mobile. But to be honest though, like there are some Pokemon that is easier to play on the console, and there are some Pokemon. Most of the Pokemon are easier to play on mobile, definitely. But there
Oh,
are some
yeah.
Pokemon, especially with those what are those targeted moves, right? Like the power up punch of Lucario, which all you have to do is you don't even have to aim it no more. I mean, you can if you want to, but with the aim assist as well, it really makes it easier for you to play those Pokemon on your console when you're playing it there on your Switch. So if you want to see a lot of like console players though, you might want to check out, and I know you are checking it out too. The
Oh.
Insomnia, the
Is
stare
that-
down. Oh
He's
no,
breathing really deep.
he's breathing menacingly.
Oh.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. By the way, for those who are currently watching on our live stream, currently on the sub stage, Luminosity Gaming and Talon is currently having will start their game number 3. So it's a matter
Oh.
of fact that who gets the victory here, would get a larger point. But
Yeah.
from their second game, a quick little background story. It's actually Talon who did a flip after Luminosity Gaming controlling the game for the first 8 minutes of the game. So, Talon is looking for a flip here, but we cannot deny that Luminosity Gaming is a formidable team, very hard to counter, knowing that, Otter and Overlord is there on their team. Probably one of the best duos that we've seen globally.
Yeah. Oh man, I mean, Overlord is one of us.
Yeah.
A fellow Filipino.
Mm-hmm.
So
It runs in the blood, I guess.
it runs in blood, like Filipinos are good, players in any game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Highly agree. It's a win-win, I guess.
And I mean, if Luminosity Gaming wins this, then Filipino win too.
Filipino wins as well, right?
You know what I mean? Like,
that's like the traditional Filipino culture. Whenever some Filipino wins, we all win, despite
true.
not representing Philippines as the main one.
no, it's still Philippines, bro. Still Philippines, bro.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, going back to the game. Still waiting for the games to go into the lobby. I think they are being coordinated right now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's all what we're doing right now. We're seeing them just relaxing, waiting for the games to start, or maybe even checking out things. Are they check pinging? Are they doing check ping? We're not
They
sure.
might. Yeah, they actually can or might be checking the ping. Just to be sure that there won't be any troubles, because do believe that on some stage there has been a lot of technical pause happening. So to apologize for that one. So we have to make sure that everything goes smoothly from now on until the end of the day. So yeah, really hope that does happen. But I mean, according to the previous matches of Revenant XSpark a while ago, they have been using Gyarados actually by Mr. Crowley as well. And an Eldegoss, I think they really rely on an all-rounder who could act as a defender as well, wherein it could just lure in a lot of members of your opponent. And then right after that, just a powerful backline attacker like an Inteleon, which Caesar used in the first game. So I feel like the main key factor here is Mr. Crowley is going to be luring every members from Insomnia, which it worked up against Utopia, but Insomnia is a different one.
Oh no, he doesn't want to see us no more. I'm sorry, man. With him. You can't see me, he said. Okay, anyway. Oh, there you go. As you were talking about Crowley.
But yeah, he's just a phenomenal all-rounder overall. And I do feel like Mr. Crowley is going to be, probably the main key factor of Revenant XSpark towards their victory. Same thing with Vulcan. They just work perfectly. I'm going to describe it. They're probably one of the best duos in the region, and they're going to be proving themselves in the global stage as well. So, they've been doing an upset since their India League, and right after that, they've been doing upsets as well during the winter tournament, and no one actually expected the best output to appear on Revenant XSpark. It was just, just came out. They did like lower bracket runs. They were considered to be one of the underdogs as well in the tournament. Like everyone was expecting Godlike Esports. Everyone was expecting Seoul Esports, but no one actually forecasted that it would be Revenant XSpark going back into another global stage.
No, for sure. But I mean, that just goes to show how much it's quite unpredictable to our ecosystem here. It could be anyone's moment, in the lifespan of any esports, really. Like it might be your time now, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be your time still for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of fact, when is going to be your time, given the amount of fact that you put up a lot of hard work there. But oh my god, I love that plushie. Come on, we need those. Oh my goodness.
Suyan, Zorua, and the normal Zorua.
Right, we're back for some Pokemon plushie hunting here.
Yeah,
you've been identifying a lot of plushie.
Let's play a game.
Mimikyu, Greninja, Espeon, Froakie. Is that a Raichu or a Dedenne? That's the small one.
I think that's a Raichu.
All right, it's a Raichu. Okay.
It's a Riolu.
Oh, Riolu.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so we're back on our player's camera. I wonder what's happening already.
Yeah.
I feel like they're all said and done. They're just waiting for a go signal or some sort of thing.
Start? Yeah.
Huh? But so far, like at the first set of the games that we witnessed, I'm not sure if you've watched some of the sub-stage games a while ago when you're not at casting. So based on what we've seen so far, were there any changes on your prediction on who's gonna advance into the second game? Second day. I mean, for sure, 2 days, or rather, 2 days? One series is not enough to predict what's gonna happen, right?
I mean, it's all on the. I guess the most unpredictable one would be Group D, but everything else, I feel like I am staying with my predictions, or at least the names that I have listed at the top of my head, to get out of their own respective groups. But yeah, it's only Group D that is quite unpredictable this time around.
Oh yeah, it's totally understandable because knowing that the teams out there were powerhouse teams, Buriram Esports as well. I love their statement during the team feature that they were being looked down as the underdog of the tournament, and right now they are hungry to prove themselves. So looking forward for Buriram Esports to do a beautiful run, but we're back in Group A. Insomnia is going to be locking in U2Y as their first pick. very great choice. They really want to make sure that they have the distance that gets set apart, knowing that a lot of speedsters are actually in the meta, or depending on the meta of these teams that we're currently using. And especially from an Absol, you can run away with that teleport as quick as you can.
Mm-hmm. Man, it's I'm quite interested, right? I'm quite interested in how what do you call this? I'm quite interested how they're going to be making use of the Absol in this kind of competition, especially going up against Insomnia. Like, it's definitely going to be helping them in the early game, but the moment that the late game comes out, that is going to be this is going to provide a little bit of a problem for Revenant XSpark, don't you think? Oh, even then, see, okay, look at this. Look at this. Intellion and Absol. It's, I mean, at least they have the frontliners and the back lane damage. But even then, like, Insomnia can just outlast them this summer. But the thing here, though, is that, I guess I just noticed, is that they don't have any supporters.
Oh, you're right. So right now, Insomnia is actually going in for this is going to be a damage or a curse Revenant, and then they will rely on the XPs of their attackers. So this has been actually a thing already in the region. Same thing with Talon doing it during the winter tournament. So I'm actually not surprised, but for a Mewtwo Y to get an XP share,
yeah,
it's a little bit of a question. I would understand it's going to be an Espeon. It was actually more on utility with that Psychic Solaire, but a Mewtwo Y, I mean, yeah, it has a great Unite move, which is the Infinite Cyber, which is a global Unite.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, you would question, like, it could have been better if this Mewtwo Y could be at the top of the XP benchmark of your team.
But I mean, you know, like, well, they know what they're doing, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
So let's find out the reason behind this. I mean, it's quite, you know, like, I do understand the sentiment as well that, you know, they already have the Miraidon. I mean, if this were like a Mewtwo X, right? If this were a Mewtwo X, good. I would definitely understand. But they already have a Miraidon, so why is there a Mewtwo Y? And the Mewtwo Y is their utility Pokemon, you know, with XP share and all that. So we're just going to be understanding it in just a bit when we find out how they're going to be playing up against Revenant XSpark. But as of at the moment, Revenant XSpark, they don't have a lot of damage. They only have the Absol and the Subble going up into the Intellion. But even then, despite the fact that they can put up a lot of damage, the squishiness is going to be a problem for them.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a big problem for sure. But, you know, we're talking about squishiness, so the punish is going to hit real hard here. But oh, look at that damage coming in from Slime, really doing the job, forcing that Absol back away the side of Revenant XSpark, and they're going to be getting the Swablues and Altarias very easy, plus a KO, potential KO from the Swinub who's just backing away.
There you go. You know, like, okay, I'm just thinking, right? Like, man, Shenzhen with the Bright Future Meteor Storm into the, you know, what do you call this? The Infinite Cyburn, and then the Green Illusion Dive. It's most of them are really, you know, most of their attacks are more crowd control, allowing Sun and Luna to just put in the damage. And of course, we have the Green Illusion Dive as well coming from that off the Scyther, to, you know, finally put down damage, you know, after getting set up by the Revenant and of course the Gyarados. So I mean, I guess I'm seeing it as well, but being Cider being the only one left here as the frontliner is definitely, you know, it's quite questionable, I'd say. But despite that, you know, again, they are pro players. They know what they're doing, and definitely we're seeing how much leeway that they can have for themselves as they were just able to put down points down bottom, to secure a lot into the side of Revenant XSparks as well. And now it doesn't matter because Insomnia is winning and playing the, you know, putting down them into the palm of their hand.
And they're just full of surprises. And, that's actually another factor. I'm quite surprised that instead of a bounce, it was actually a waterfall that they got in their bag. Like, you would appreciate bounce because of the impact that it can do whenever you do ambushes. But waterfall is somewhat of a much more predictable compared to bounce. You cannot surprise your opponent that much. But it is a consistent moveset actually to engage when you're up close into your opponent compared to bounce, wherein you need a room to set up your bouncing capabilities and engage into the fight. So I do feel like they want a stable fight. They want to get up close as soon as they can, and they got a KO.
Yeah, charge maybe to Ruben, and that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, Absol can do a lot of damage in the early game, but everyone else just scales up with it. Going to the late game, so it's not really going to do a lot of damage. And at the same time, I do like the fact that Insomnia, despite it still, I'm still having a hard time trying to understand the composition, is really working up against that of Revenant XSpark, just because of the fact that they all of the Pokemon inside of Revenant XSpark really need to get in, whereas the Pokemon from Insomnia don't even need to get in on team fights. They can just attack them from behind. And from there on out, just put on the damage, just like what happened to Ruben. Ruben wasn't even able to get in on any team fight and was able to be taken down by Insomnia. But as I say that, it is going to be Osakazu that's going to be taking down that Reggie Ilecki. And now look at that. The Phantom 4 is going to be popped up as well. There's going to be two down to the side of Revenant Expert. It's going to be Mr. Crowley and Tensei going to be up. Green Ocean Dance is going to be popped up, but they are just going to be using it to get away from the team fight. And of course, not to overextend, but they are not going to be able to secure the first score goal off top.
That's a 39-point overcap that was deployed by Insomnia. I don't like what's generally happening for Revenant XSpark simply because they've been losing a lot of wild Pokemons. But speaking of wild Pokemons, that is a double KO for Revenant XSpark. Ruben getting that important KO to catch up in the XP department.
Oh man, Ruben trying to get away. But are they going to be able to get away? No, they are not. That is going to be Dragon Breath into that of the waterfall, which is, again, as I mentioned, really interesting kind of choice here for Usakazu. Instead of the balance, which we all know for a fact that it's really, really has a huge utility, has a little bit of a knock up, a knock up effect as well, plus the damage. So, I think they really want to go in full attack composition, as you have mentioned earlier. Put down all the damage. We don't need the heals if they're not, if they're not attacking us anyway because they're down. So I mean, I guess that's the idea right now in terms of Insomnia's composition.
They just totally deny the concept of the Eldegoss that Revenant XSpark does have, knowing that they have two Curse and Sense on their team. So definitely those area of effects, those charge beams, those side strikes from the Mewtwo Y would definitely deny the idea of the Eldegoss. So they're just doing a lot of damage, and that's the concept of their game plan as of now. And it's just Revenant XSpark having a difficult time to, adjust accordingly.
Yeah, they're not having a good time right now, but look at this. So Dragon Card is going to be popped up here, coming from that of Usakazu, and just like that, they're going to be able to get them up. Tensei, you're no longer a genius because you're going to be taken down. Ruben's going to be popped up as well. It looks like Green Illusion Dive just to be able to get down. Zexal as well, and that's Vulcan down as well. Crowley's going to be the only one left here, but unfortunately not in the team fight. Needs to go back into the base just to be able to help. And just like that, Insomnia is now able to destroy the second skull goal down bottom, only having the first skull up left, up top. Plus, there's still a minute left.
I do feel like that Revenant XSpark is not that behind. I feel like in the XP department, sure, they can catch up anytime, but I feel like what's lacking on their team is somewhat more on their rotation, their macro plays. It's not being applied on its maximum potential simply because their rotation looks a little bit of a messy compared to Insomnia, wherein they can maximize the whole map. They get those wild Pokemons on point, they get the objectives, and they are very aware of the timers. So I do feel like Revenant XSpark really does, to shift their attention on those objectives, on those timers, and do not let Insomnia get your resources.
And there we have it. Insomnia is just doing their best to take down the Registeel for themselves. And it's the buff is definitely going to be lasting as well before the Rayquaza comes up, so it's definitely going to be a bit of a help to them to take down that Rayquaza. And now 10 seconds left before we see potentially the end of the day here. Insomnia now at 335, Revenant Expert at 141. Revenant Expert needs to get in this Rayquaza.
Mm-hmm. That was a sneak goal coming in from their team. Not quite sure why Insomnia is not yet engaging into a team fight, knowing that they lack, or Revenant Expert does lack manpower on that one. But here comes the pressure being applied by Revenant Expert. They want to force things down.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. It's only like 2 Pokemon that's pushing out Revenant Expert. It's only the Mewtwo. It's only Luna, and it's Obian.
Is going to be very tough. Side Strike will hit, Infinite Cyburn deployed as well to give some information. And there's actually another fight breaking out at the other side of the map, at the orange side. And they take down Ruben out of the picture. It's just 3 Pokemons left for Revenant X-Spark. And it is just Insomnia buying a lot of time. Look at that charge beam all the way into the backline position. No one from Revenant X-Spark was able to penetrate at the backline of Insomnia. And they just have to run and slam those points.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. Insomnia gonna be able to take down that Rayquaza as well, putting down some points. And there you have it, 497 to 199. You might say that it's not a lot, but it is a lot here, especially with the timer down to 40 seconds.
I do feel like for the next game, I mean, Absol is a great option for a central area, but once you get behind, it will be difficult to catch up. And knowing Insomnia had a great start, like this Absol from Ruben is just not gonna work. Yes, it does deal damage, simply because a lot of members are squishy at the hands of Insomnia, but like overall impact, I do feel like there could have been a better central area for them. I feel like it could be an all-rounder central, which will be much more consistent in terms of damage department.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dude. Like, it's a statement, dude. Like, they didn't even need any supporters at all to be able to last on to the team fights, because they know for a fact that they can just pressure them with attacking prowess. So look at that.
Oh my god.
That's the impact,
Slow-mo.
bro.
Slow-mo high five. They're just chill.
Yeah, they're just chilling. It's like, oh yeah, we won. But I mean, I guess it's like one of the good things as well that a player should have. Like, just because you won one game, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you can and should celebrate. I mean, you can, right? But remember that there's still another match. There's still another game. So celebrate after you have won the entire series, which what Insomnia is doing as well. Like, they're just chill, it's just a regular day, and we'll celebrate once we get out of once we win this match, and or when we have finally gotten out of our group.
You just gotta keep your composure in situations like this, because if you get too overconfident, then definitely it will be a bad day ahead. It will be the start of your downfall, especially when you get too overconfident. Definitely things won't go favorable for you, at least.
And here you have it. I mean, look at them, just like chilling. And here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers. Like, that was game number 1 of Revenant X-Spark and Insomnia.
And we still have game number 2 and a potential game number 3. But, from the looks of it, I do feel like there has to be a lot of adjustment for Revenant X-Spark. First of all, they need to readjust their draft, had to reassess what is Insomnia trying to do. And I do feel like second one is they have to bring back their confidence the way they played up against Utopia a while ago, because it was a dominating matchup up against Utopia, right? Despite having, that dominant performance, I do feel like that the confidence wasn't brought into a material up against Insomnia. So I really do feel like they need to bring that confidence back.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you as well. And But the thing here is that it's not just confidence. Like confidence alone cannot help you win, but paired it with the right mindset, with the right game plan, then definitely you can do a lot. I guess that's one of the reasons as to why Insomnia was not like celebrating. I mean, they are celebrating, but like they're chill.
Just
It's
a mini
because of
one.
their confidence, like their confidence, their game plan, and their gameplays as well, which really mix and blends well all together. So really, it's just up to how you're going to be able to handle this confidence. You can't be too overconfident, but you can't be underconfident as well. Just the right amount of spot based on how you play. That being said, though, we're just waiting for game number 2 to come out as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. And game number 2 is going to be full of excitement. But going back into our sub-stage, so Luminosity Gaming and Talon just finished, and Luminosity Gaming took the victory up against Talon. That's 2-1. So that's a big score for Luminosity Gaming. And right after that, we're going to be seeing Damn, I do believe, later on stream up against ZETA Division on this second phase of group stage in our main stage. So really excited to see them back on track. They're going up against one of the toughest teams, not just in their respective region, but for the world in general, simply because they took down in the grand finals of their own ACL league, FENNEL, who was the world champions.
No, yeah, I mean, it's again, all is that to say that all the matches here are definitely going to be exciting matches.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've seen how exciting the matches were thus far. We're currently at the 5th match of the 5th series rather of the tournament, and we have like 7 more after this. So
lots of cover. That's a lot of Pokemon Unite action, and I cannot just wait. And speaking of Pokemon Unite, we all know that Suicune has been there for quite some time, which is a very unfortunate. We cannot use it or see it today.
Yeah.
But for like world championships in general in August, like, do you still think that Suicune could be a thing, knowing that there has been already adjustments being done on Suicune?
I truly believe that we're gonna be seeing Suicune be allowed for use. Maybe even starting next week, with the Philippine qualifiers being the first one. I can definitely see it being allowed for use, and I guess it's not like the Pokemon Company or DNA or whoever's handling the tournaments wants to ban any Pokemon, like global ban to any Pokemon. Really, it's that quite unfortunate that there are some things that needs to be fixed, and once they're fixed, then they should be ready to go into the tournament. So I firmly believe that we are going to be able to see a Suicune go up into the tournament with a World Championship Series immediately after this one.
Oh yeah, really exciting thing to see in the future. Who knows, it would be available next week or not. But going back into our series, it's already game number 2 of Insomnia and Revenant XSpark. So they're going to be switching their sides, as far as I can tell. Yes, they're going to be switching sides. So Revenant XSpark decided to go on the purple one, and they're going to be banning Mewtwo. Why? Interesting.
It's It was quite a problem to Revenant XSpark earlier, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it was the biggest problem earlier.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, totally agree, because Mewtwo was just there doing the hits, doing the damage overall. I feel like it's much more of the problem is the Scyther. It had a big impact. It was just going into your formation and going for the KOs. I do feel like that is a bigger threat.
No, I totally agree with you, and I mean, like, it's man, and the thing is, the mere fact that it wasn't banned, dude, like, there's a lot of Pokemon to change Mewtwo in, and as we have mentioned, this is what we were talking about earlier as well. It would have made more sense to have an Espeon instead of the Mewtwo in that kind of composition, because the last Pokemon definitely is since it's not banned at all, it's not going to be taken by Revenant XSpark. It's definitely going to be, Miraidon again, because why? Like it doesn't. It wasn't broken. But never mind, they're not going to go in for the Miraidon instead, but wants to go in for a more balanced out composition, for Insomnia. But still the same thing here, but at the very least, Revenant XSpark here now does have the Metagross, which will definitely be helping them out last longer into team fights. And at the same time, we have the crowd control that is Sensei. But Insomnia still doesn't have any supporter.
Oh yeah, I mean they do have like a side up. They do have a side up generally for the crowd control, but like when it comes to healings and stuff, buffs, they really don't have it. It's just another set of crowd control, and I do feel like this would be their main crowd control engager, because for sure that this Revenant would be on the curse moveset once again, just like what we witnessed a while ago, simply because we see an XP share from the Espeon. So this Espeon could be a Psyshock and Psybeam, simply because there is like a mini stun that this Psyshock can provide once the tip of the Psyshock lands.
And the Sable too, right?
Yeah. Psychic Solaire as well is in the pocket, so overall Insomnia's kit is really phenomenal. But on the other hand, Revenant XSpark has a better draft. It's just once this Absol gets behind, Ruben gets behind, it will be tough for them to bounce back in this game number 2.
Here we have it. Revenant XSpark versus Insomnia, game number 2. Revenant XSpark here needs to change their game plan if they want to win against Insomnia here, especially that if they do win here, they still need to win one more time. Because it's the best of 3, so you had to...
Yeah.
If Insomnia wins this, then that's gonna be the series.
Yeah, hopefully it does. Hopefully the Revenant XSpark would actually get a victory here to force down game number 3. But look at that combination from that Psyduck and Magikarp. Just doing the works of wonders, making sure that they get enough effort points for you to evolve as fast as you can. But I love how Revenant XSpark is trying to rotate all the way in top path to get those Swablu's and Notarias, and to prolong the duration of the game wherein you don't have the Gyarados online.
Yeah, I mean, with Insomnia being the one handling, the Magikarp, we can surely say that it's safe that they are going to... It's safe to say that it's going to be... It's safe to say that it's going to be a Gyarados very, very early in the game, and there we go. As we have mentioned, it's going to be Gyarados right now, immediately at 8 minutes and a half. A minute and a half into the game.
Oh yeah, Waterfall combination plus the Dragon Breath again, but not enough crowd control. And there goes the Surf landing up against that Metang. Gyrobo wasn't able to hit the damage that they want to, so have to go back into their formation. Has to be very careful. Don't want to go that way when Metang is actually trying to close out the gap, because that Gyro Ball will be there anytime soon.
And here we have it. 8 minutes into the game, we're seeing the central birds come up. There you have it. Most of them are taken by Insomnia though. But there you go. Ruben gonna be taken out again. This has been like one of the a bit of a repeat of what they did earlier. So Insomnia at this point is already used to what they're doing, and they are punishing them accordingly, because Insomnia wasn't this aggressive earlier. They are now. They know that they are just using the same thing. They are trying to play the same game, and Insomnia is very well aware of this, so they are now ready to punish them accordingly. But here we go though. Revenant XSpark though, they now have the Metang, and of course the Piloswine, which could still, provide a bit of a change here for Insomnia. But then again, it is only going to provide some change if and only if they can, get their XPs up. In comparison to how Insomnia is doing it right now, look at that. Slime was already able to use Green Illusion Dive against that of Tensei, and now gonna be able to take down Vulcan as well at the same time. Luna, though, trying to get away, and gonna be able to get away, and even though, that is the case, Slime is still gonna be able to put in some damage. Gonna be able to take out Zexal. Ruben gonna be taken out of Cam, but look at that. Another one here. There's gonna be 2 down, though. Coming into the side of Revenant XSpark. Slime has been left alone to go beyond, and now it's level 10.
No way that didn't happen. No way it turned out to be that way. It seemed like Slime was actually just trying to go for the KO, but that Matang, Mr. Crowley, was actually a little bit too slow to take the objective. That Registeel, in which Slime had an opportunity to get it for their own good. Now they have a boosted attack. It's not looking good for Revenant XSpark. They can engage into team fights the way they wanted to, knowing that they have attack advantage and the XP department.
Oh yeah, and look at this though. Another objective coming into the side of Insomnia. I believe that is the first, right? Yeah, that is the first Reggie of the match here. But at the same time, they're going to be able to take in, the Registeel from earlier as well down bottom. Let's find out if they're going to be able to push this one up into the second.
Wow.
Look at that cloud crash. That's computer crash going to be popped up as well into the Assure Spy Vision, and of course the Green Illusion Dive. There you go. Minute Slash is going to be popped up as well, but still not going to be enough though. Look at that. Did you see that? The Minute Slash was used, but immediately after the last hit, it wasn't Ruben that actually took the KO against that of Insomnia. It was Ruben that got KO'd after the fact. Look at this though, they're still not done. Dragon Current's gonna be popped up, gonna be able to take down Tensei, which, by the way, is still a Palace one.
Yet, it's not ending, never-ending battle we have been seeing. Look at that, Oguyan gets a KO with a Leash Horn and Curse combination. Reinforcements are still up here. Espeon still at the back line. Luna is just doing some side shocks here, and Insomnia is just an unstoppable force here when it comes to team fights.
That's what we have been talking about, ladies and gents. And look at this, Reggie Ice. Reggie Ice. Oh, it is Reggie Ice. Reggie Ice is now up, down bottom for anyone to take, but it seems as if they have a lot of what do you call this? The
wow, that's big.
On the side of Insomnia.
That's a big Midnight Slash. But here comes the reinforcements coming in. No teleport happening from the Metagross. Actually, that is, a little bit of a question. I feel like they will try to go in for the Regieleki all the way at top. That's why that Metagross didn't really teleport. But that Leash Horn is going to connect. Same thing with the Phantom Force. He's going to lift up a lot of members. 2 members KO'd immediately. Make that one 4 from Revenant XSpark. Insomnia pushing their limits to go beyond the tier 2 goal zone. Computer Crush was there, but not going to be quite enough for their team to get a KO.
Yeah, I mean, Crowley's going to be the only one left. I mean, technically, there was a team fight too. And it just showed how Insomnia really is dominating here.
Yeah, dominating indeed, but nice lift in order to potentially get the KO up against Obuyan, but he's still up, but that Earthquake will be there to finally get the KO that they want to. And we're going to be taking a look at the XP department. They are catching up slowly but surely this time.
With this, they have the power of a trick coming in from that of Vulcan, the Hoopa.
Nice defense. They can actually take down the Mamswine. Nice KO. Tensei taken down. And that defense from Luna just made everyone from Revenant XSpark back away and go back into their Pokemon Center.
For sure, and just like that, look at that. Insomnia's going to be able to take down Reggie as well. Now, I think Revenant XSpark here needs to just let this Regieleki to go inside, because if they're
no, you don't want that to go in.
Did you see Sun? Did you see what they did? Like, okay, if you're gonna block away, if you're gonna block the Regieleki, let me just put it in scores. And now it's headed towards the 3rd tier scoreboard, the last one.
And you don't want that to happen, especially in the final stretch.
I know.
Yeah, because that's an easy access to multiple 100 points during the final stretch. So you have to defend that. And Insomnia can actually go for the flip once they take down these two Pokemons from Revenant XSpark. Full power, Sayayai was there. Same thing with the rings and bound for reinforcements, but I haven't been seeing it quite yet. And there goes reinforcements. Two Pokemons from Revenant XSpark is up in the front line. Midnight Slash was able to take down two KOs. Actually, in general, Dragon's Courage back away.
Wasn't able to get into Ruben though. But they're still not stopping Ruben, buying some time, and one. There you go, not quite yet.
The flip is not starting yet. It could have been an opportunity for Revenant XSpark, but they are just scattered everywhere on the map. 32 points being added by Revenant XSpark. Luna taken down. This is a big opportunity for Revenant XSpark to flick things down. They still have the Azure Spy Vision and the Mammoth Mash as their Unite move.
Yes, but here's the thing though. Slime still have the green illusion dive, and actually does have both of the buffs, the violet and the orange buff. With that Azure Spy Vision is going to be popped up now just to be able to make sure to check for the tall grass, but no, they're going to be able to take down a slime.
Could this be the flip? Nice snipe shot in order to hit up against Soon, but they are trying to force the fight. There goes the response coming in from Luna, but the Horlich would connect. The curse is doing a lot of damage yet again. Computer Crush will trap 3 members of Insomnia. 29 seconds on the clock. They can take down the Rayquaza, but are they quick enough to score the points that they need? Some of them are already marching.
They can do it. There you go.
200 is what they need.
Now. Vulcan.
29. It's a flip.
That's it.
It's a total flip.
Look at Crowley. Look at Crowley. He's smiling. He's smiling. Wow. He's happy, and deservingly so.
Absolutely. No one expected that kind of ending. Wow. What a flip.
That clutch on Compute and Crash? Man.
You were right.
Look at him. Look at them. Look at them. They're like, oh man, they're so happy.
There's hope, right?
There is. Oh, there is.
There is.
So we're going to go to game number 3.
Wow. I love the confidence. Look at their, their composure is back. Their confidence is back. They know that they can go head to head, man.
2-1. Oh, do you see that? 2-1.
2-1. Come on.
2-1. Hey.
It's a statement, brother. Come on. Wow.
They are glad, bro. They are happy. They're happy.
I mean, real honest. I thought it was going to be a 2-0, but man, they remained calm. During that moment, they had to make sure that they get the last hit, they get the last laugh onto Rayquaza.
Oh man, dude, like so.
That Metagross was an MVP, no doubt.
It was definitely. I mean, if it wasn't for the computer crash, they wouldn't have been able to isolate them into that one radius, and they wouldn't have been able to put out, like free damage onto that. So really, really huge props, to the Metagross.
That was a Pokemon Unite battle. That was so far the best game that I've seen, at least the best flip that I've seen for today is this game number 2 of Revenant XSpark up against Insomnia, and I do feel like they're back with confidence. For sure, game number 3 is going to be tough, but Insomnia, it does feel like they were doing a little bit of an experiment during games number 1 and 2, so this might bring out their, 200% capabilities going up against Revenant XSpark, because, Revenant XSpark proved already that they can take them down in 100%, so they go 200 as of now.
That's true. That's true. And here, Revenant XSpark definitely showed us how great they can be and how much they can change, adjust really against the team. And it just goes to show how, India as a region, because this is already a statement, really, India as a region can do a lot, especially provided they have the exposure to do so, and they are doing it right now. They are adjusting, accordingly against that of their opponents, Insomnia.
and I really do believe that they can, they can get a lot of wins here. Just imagine if Revenant XSpark gets game number 3. Man, most likely they are seeded for the playoffs because they took down Utopia 2-0.
That's true. That's true. That is going to that's gonna make headlines, bro. That's gonna make headlines for sure.
And that would lessen the chance of Insomnia to go back into the playoffs. Like, that would be really difficult for them. So, like, this is a great momentum for Revenant XSpark. It's just one game that they need to get the W, and they are already heading into the playoffs. That is what they need.
Yeah, and really, it's, how do I say this? Yeah, I mean, the moment that they win, the moment that they win against this, right? They are almost secured and guaranteed to get playoffs, right?
I mean, in general, they already have 4 points, right? Because if you lost a series, but you get a game, you'll get 1 point. But when you get things done on a series, you get 3 points. So in general, you have 4 points, and the maximum points that you could get in the tournament is going to be 9 points. So you're already almost halfway. So that would somehow,
because this is their second game, right? This is the second game of the day. So they already have 2-0, and if they do win this 2-1, then they would essentially secure what, the 4 points, right? 4 or 5 points. Which
if they win, if they win right now, they would get 6 points.
Yeah, no, exactly what I mean. So now, if they do win this one as well, then they're essentially guaranteed for the spot for the playoffs. Because they only have 1 game left. But, obviously they still have to get at least a game to get additional points, but essentially already secured if they do win this. That's the thing.
Totally agree. This is a great momentum for them. This is a great momentum. Like, just imagine they won already at their first game. And they're 1 step ahead, taking their second series. So that would result, like, they are the top team. Or, like, both, if FENNEL Esports does win up against Utopia as well, they're going to be the top team. So, and they're going up against on the last stage, so they're just gonna battle it all out for the rankings. They need to get, this is a must get for Revenant XSpark.
It's more on the placements, right?
Yeah.
And let's this is it. Insomnia. Oh wow, actually changed things up. Obion now on the Gradant. Luna into Mew. Wow. Soon into the Miraidon Sill, going back. Slime Sill on actually no, not a sider anymore, but instead wants to go in for the Absol, and then Usakazu now at the the Zero Aura. Huh. I'd have to give it to Revenant XSpark for this composition, for just composition alone. I have to give it to Revenant XSpark. But the thing is, we already saw Insomnia play game number 1, and how they played earlier was just phenomenal, even without a supporter. And once they go all in, they go all in. And this might just be the same case as game number 1.
Oh yeah, solely agree, but not yet sure what's gonna happen here. Revenant XSpark, they have a great momentum, but Insomnia, again, just like what you've said, this is just a repeat of their draft during game number 1 and game number 2. It's just on a different approach, right? The concept is still the same, so not that convinced on their draft. If they get overconfident, I feel like it will be bad for them. Like, they would like lose up against Revenant XSpark, so they really need to make this work, because their draft is not the standard ones.
No, for sure. But then again, a tournament's a tournament, so can't really, give a bit of a leeway just cause, right? I mean, you're still here to win. So. Anyway, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, game number 3, Insomnia versus Revenant XSpark.
I cannot wait on what's gonna unfold into this series. So that is actually an aggressive score coming in from Insomnia. And this is just the magic of getting those, effort points rolling in, Mr. Crowley. That is what he wants to happen. Get that Gyarados at 830 mark and make sure that he dominates the game later on.
I just want to put it out there, but I just noticed why you keep on calling him Mr. Crowley.
I mean, yeah, there it is, right? There it is.
No, yeah, because he changed his name to. He had a Mr. to the
Crowley.
Crowley. Previously it was just Crowley.
Oh yeah.
But now it's Mr. Crowley. I never noticed.
I mean, is there Mr. Crowley?
You know what? I've been talking to myself. I've been thinking, like, why is this guy calling him Mr. Crowley?
Oh yeah, Crowley it is. Crowley it is.
Yeah.
Oh
But
wow!
anyway, speaking of that, though, they're gonna be able to take down the Phantom, into the side of Revenant XSpark, and the EV as well.
That's a good KO actually from their team. That's a good refresh as well. Insomnia can actually have a lot of room in the 8-minute mark of their game. But they have to clear things down on their central area first. They need to get those buffs as quick as they can, so they do have a big shot getting those mid Swablues and Altaria.
Crowley at 8-minute mark is still a Magikarp, still not.
That's not good.
Gyarados, and that is not good. And look at that, level 5 already, still a Magikarp. You don't want it to be too behind, especially in high level stakes like this, when Insomnia already has, gotten their rhythm up. And look at that,
It's a bounce.
Oh my goodness, the wild charge coming up.
It's actually a bounce, not a waterfall for today.
Yeah.
Still, it's gonna work. You got those increased shields, but look at that engage coming in from Slime, being able to take down the 2 KOs that they need, and that is a huge XP reward from Slime. Level 9 already at 730 mark.
Yeah, there you have it. And look at that, Gyarados only got into Gyarados at level 6. That's a long time. And at this point, you should be you need a Gyarados quite earlier on, a minute earlier. But look at this though, level 9 right now, that is Slime, and of course, the Zeraora Usakazu is going to be coming up with their own Unite moves quite a bit just now. There we go. Slime now at level 10, but low HP, still a huge XP advantage as the main source of objective, the major objectives rather, is now up. Gonna be able to take down the original up top for Insomnia too.
Opportunities to score a little bit of points as well while defending top path. Not quite convinced why Vulcan has to force his way and score things down. That's actually a free KO for Insomnia. Like, it could have been better, to not let yourself get KO'd, because that's still an XP, despite being a defender.
Yeah, that is true. But Crowley is now going to be taken out as well. And another thing to take note of is it's already 6-minute mark. Crowley is still at level 8. Zesol is still at level 8. They are getting left behind right now in terms of XP.
They need to catch up a lot.
They need to catch up, yeah.
And what I mean by catch up is you don't have to force the fights. I mean, a little bit of a mini KOs would be great for you to regain those XPs, but check the tall
There you
grass.
go, broke them down.
They get punished again and again. They always get baited on the tall grasses by the Absol, by Slime. So they really need to check out those tall grasses with their utilities.
Oh,
big!
Slime got hit by the snipe shot.
That's actually huge. And look at
that.
how did that was
the discharge.
Wow.
Oh my goodness! Made it prance into Azure Spy Vision. Oh man, this is where they're always getting at, right? Like, this is always where they fall for Insomnia. It's always on the tall grass, but now they have access to Azure Spy Vision just to make sure that Insomnia won't be able to hide down the tall grass. But look at that though, Zesol now it's gonna be able to take down another one. That is the Miraidon of Suntune.
I'm loving this snipe shot so far. That was a beautiful volt switch as well to go back into its original position and avoid that Dragon's Current. So Crowley, as of the moment, doesn't have that Unite available, and for sure that they will already reserve it for the final stretch, knowing that it is already 440. So you would get it around 3 minutes 2:30. So you don't want to spend it that much.
That is true. But then again, I mean, look, 430 is still 430. You still can catch up in terms of like Unite moves. So they still have a lot of time to, use their Unite moves once before, before 330 mark comes out. So.
Yeah, still possible. 5 seconds still on the bottom objective. But look at the diversion play. Come on, look at that.
Slime is not taking in the first, the Reggie like the up top. Look at that. Ruben was able to take down.
Wait.
Yeah,
That's big.
Time and take down the Reggie Lucky as well.
We were looking at the same point of view. Like that was phenomenal game plan coming in from Revenant XSpark, and right now they're trying to best to get those defense or get those offense ongoing at that tier 1 goal zone at bottom path, but not going to be fortunate enough for them to take it down. And this is going to be a trade of objectives still, and Insomnia can maximize this Regirock for their defense.
That's a good thing, right? Coming in from the side of Revenant XSpark, because definitely Absol against that of a Gengar, it's just a huge mismatch. Mismatch. There you go. And I like the decision of Ruben from up top. Not only going to be able to take down, a Slime, but also taking down the Reggie Lucky, waiting for that right moment to take it. But look at that, Crowley is going to be taken out once again here by Insomnia.
Oh no, Crowley really has to get those Unite moves up and going as quick as he could. I mean, there wasn't any significant value on that Dragon's Current. It's just a matter of fact that you need to go, or you need to back away. That's why it was popped off. But the value wasn't quite the way he expected it. So, just bounce back even further, just get those wild Pokemons up and going, and they took down Slime. That's a big KO coming in from Revenant XSpark. They need to get their positions done. 28 seconds.
And that's what we're talking about, right? Like, Absol, an absolute unit in the early stages of the game, but the moment the mid game comes up, everyone just catches up. But with that being said, though, they're still using it very greatly, and now we're going to be able to see who's going to be able to take down this Rayquaza, and whoever's going to be having the best match. Is Revenant XSpark going to secure the playoffs, or would Insomnia stop them from getting so? Look at that, Mid and Such are going to be pop up into Vulcan, unfortunately using their Unite move, and now going to be able to get in a little bit of a attack. And look at that, Ruben now out. That's going to be one down to the side of Revenant XSpark.
Seems like the Unite move was cancelled. He was already vulnerable at the side of Insomnia, but Azur's 5 Vision is going to reveal their position, but too close up against Slime. Doesn't matter. He got KO'd out of nowhere, and right now Dragon's Current was popped off in order to deliver some damage, and they took down the Miraidon at the hands of Insomnia, and they want to charge even further, but Insomnia gets the last laugh. The Milu was able to delay Opuyon, but can they defend it?
That's the thing, though. They still have to defend it. Okay, another hundo here. 288. Still not a lot. There's still a minute left. They just have to defend. They just have to defend and put on the score. Especially the fact that there's still a first and score goal down bottom. It's still open.
Still open indeed. Comeback is still possible. They need to clean up those KOs, but there's someone up there last year.
They're able to take on 3. Yes, Emilio, no, that's 4, and only Crowley is left. Unfortunate for Revenant XSpark. That was a close match, though. But Insomnia has finally secured a win, getting a team wipe against that of Revenant XSpark, and they have just stopped Revenant from securing playoffs just into this game. So that means Revenant XSpark still needs to win 2-0 on their next game.
No one is going to the playoffs that easily. Insomnia with a deny. Almost every team from Group A already has a Series 1 except for Utopia, and currently their match is ongoing with FENNEL Esports.
Yeah.
But we love this kind of situation. It gets tougher for every single team to climb up into the playoffs.
That is true, and now it's going to be a challenge for everyone. And we knew that coming into the game. We knew that coming into the... Oh.
I love the celebration.
Maybe we should do that too. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you know, but I don't.
oh, look at that. Oh,
oh.
look at that. You know, the celebration is up top here. Coming from Insomnia, once again, winning in 2-1 against Revenant XSpark. And, you know, the mere fact that they were able to get in 2-0 against Utopia and now getting another game against that of Insomnia too means to show that, you know, hey, yeah, we are not just, you know, coming in from India, but we are one of the best as well. I mean, we wouldn't be here if we are not good.
I mean, they're good. I mean, they almost finished things down on third game, but overall, the coordination from Insomnia, their timing. Whoa! Come on, brother. What is?
I'm celebrating.
Oh, that is your way of celebration. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I should get one of those. Come on.
you should. You know, like earlier in their introduction, they were showing off their glasses. I want to show off my glasses too. You know what I mean?
Come on, do it again. Oh yeah, I love how it shines whenever you insert it. Oh, it's just perfect, my god, perfect.
Let's go.
But yeah, Insomnia being able to emerge victorious on their matchup up against Revenant XSpark, and the action doesn't stop there. So almost every single teams from Group A already has their victory. So that's Insomnia, Revenant XSpark, and FENNEL Esports. So Utopia is the only team that hasn't been able to get a victory. Hopefully they do right after their matchup up against FENNEL Esports, but FENNEL Esports is one of the toughest opponent on this league. So we'll see what will be the result during the substage, because they're currently under game number 2. FENNEL Esports is on the lead. But setting that one aside, heading back towards the main stage, our next matchup is going to be FENNEL up against Godlike Esports. Godlike Esports, they got a game up against XSIST, but this is FENNEL we are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's FENNEL.
Yeah. It's them.
It's him, you know?
Yeah.
It's him. that's all we can say, you know? I mean, if you say something like, you know, that's not him, you know, it's for FENNEL, it's him. It's him.
Oh yeah.
Him. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, FENNEL is one of the toughest contender here, despite, you know, losing to Alter Ego a while ago in 0-2. Man, they're still FENNEL, and I hope, hopefully that we get to see back in action Masio, because Masio wasn't feeling that well a while ago. But understandable if he cannot go back. You know, health comes first as always. So to send our prayers as well to Masio, and same thing with BKZ, who's actually not here. You know, still undergoing his medication. So do send our prayers as well. So Lukapo for FENNEL will be there to fill him in, and hopefully they do get their first victory as well. But, you know, both of the teams competing right now, both of the teams who will have a match of FENNEL and Godlike Esports, both of them haven't won a series, but Godlike Esports is 1 point ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's so important to have, you know, these kinds of like competitions as well, and your games as well going into the matches. But with that being said, though, we are going to have a little bit of an interview with our players, so let's tune in and listen a little bit.
1個前の FN 戦でちょっと自分がやらかしてちょっと負けてしまったんで、ここで取り返し
I love this hoodie, by the way.
I'm really happy I won last match. In the last tournament, I accidentally screwed up, but I'm glad I managed to make up my name for myself this tournament.
ありがとうございます。スライム選手といえばやはり去年の PUACL はカビちゃんズのリザーブということで、はい、会場には行かれていたと思うんですけど、今回選手ということでやはり全然気持ちは違いますか？
そうですね、めちゃくちゃ緊張したりしてますね。でも思ったよりはこっち側というか操作する側でここに立ったらあんまり緊張がなくなってそれは良かったなと思います。
Well, this is my first tournament actually being here, but after sitting in the seat, I've become fully relaxed.
ありがとうございます。では雨宮さんも質問お願いします。
では、ものすごく熱い試合ですごく競ってたと思うんですけど、 焦りとかプレッシャーとか緊張とか感じてましたか？
そうですね、それこそ2試合目結構だいぶもうほぼ勝ったなみたいな感じの雰囲気だったんですけど、そこから負けてその試合の間に小倉さんが冷静にこうしたらよかったねみたいな感じで言ってもらえたんで、それを修正できて3戦目もうあんま緊張せずにいけたので、それが良かったなと思います。
ありがとうございます。
Well, the last round we were really nervous, but after we playing each round calmly, we managed to take control of the board, and we were finally able to win the match.
ありがとうございます。ではルイさんからもお願いいたします。
今回の大会に参加するにあたって、皆さんチームですごく練習なり研究してきたと思いますけれど、それは差し支えなければどれぐらいのスパンをかけて調整してきた感じですか？今回の大会に向けて練習期間とか。
練習自体は多分普段通り夜にスクリームをやるみたいな感じで、各自といいますかまとめてくださってる方がいるので、それを参考にしながらピックとかを決めれたなと思います。
We were originally well for preparing for this tournament. We practiced like we normally do. We practice on night, and on stream there is a coordinator who tells us what kind of matchups and Pokemon we should use. And listening to them, we were able to practice like always.
ありがとうございます。それでは会場にもファンの皆さんもたくさんいらっしゃいますので、ぜひ最後に一言お願いいたします。
まずは応援ありがとうございました。
Thank you for supporting me.
はい、ということで、インソムニアスライム選手でした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
So they actually overcame their pressure. So it was actually pressure that was setting them back a while ago, specifically up against FENNEL Esports from the start. And right at the moment that they were actually going head to head with Revenant XSpark, but that game number 3 was a game changer for them. They were able to, overcome that challenge, that obstacle, and I do hope that at the end of the day, they will, come in confident, no pressure at all, and dominate the tournament even further.
I mean, it's always like that, in any tournament, in any players, in any teams, it's always, they're always going to have some nervousness, they're always going to get pressured. Even teams who are frequenting, we're always frequenting going into these tournaments, to these offline tournaments, to these, major and big tournaments, they're always going to get pressured regardless. But the thing is, what changes is how they are handling this pressure, the more experience they have, it's okay, it's just a normal day now, we're always doing this, then hey, let's eat the pressure for breakfast. But, it's quite good to know as well, it's quite reassuring to know as well that they are only pressured in the beginning, but once they get into the zone, pressure just goes off.
Oh yeah, I mean, taking that pressure off your shoulders is probably will bring out a lot of potential or capabilities as a player. Setting that pressure aside, being able to. I mean, even I myself, when I compete in community tournaments, there's always a pressure at your shoulders, and whenever the rhythm comes in and the pressure slowly gets away, there are some things that you can only do in a tournament setup, and I want to see that kind of gameplay later on, because there has been a consideration where in some of the teams out here, especially for our Shenzhen Masters teams who qualified here, that they are great, right? They are strong, but in generally speaking, they're on a mismatch on the game mode. So I want to see them later on, bring out that kind of potential wherein they will just shock anybody, not just them, but everyone here. And Revenant XSpark really proved that they can win, they can shock the world as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, Revenant XSpark showed us already how they could do that, right? I mean, it's they can and do it. I mean, Utopia 2-0, and now they're going to be heading into, they're already heading into, they already got a game against, Insomnia as well. So I have no doubts that they can win a lot as well going into this game. So really, just boils down to the confidence of how they're going to be handling the pressure as well. That's what I think.
Yeah, and just very excited on what's going to be the future of Insomnia, Revenant, XSpark later on, because they do have another set of matches for today at least. So that's going to be their last game, and that will determine if they're going to be, if they will advance actually for day number 2. But that being said,
round robin, right? It's just a single round robin, so we only have to go up against
everyone,
each and everyone in the group once.
Yeah. So at most you're gonna get to play 3 sets of best of 3. So 2 is already done for their teams, and last one will dictate the future of their team. But that being said, set aside Group A first. Actually, Group A finished as well on the sub stage. So FENNEL Esports gets 2-0 up against Utopia. So Utopia still has 1 game later on that will be up against Insomnia. So Utopia is actually at the bottom of our leaderboards, and if they do lose their game up against Insomnia, then their journey will be over for PUACL finals. So it's very understandable that if they won't get a win, or they will drop all the way into day 1, because again, it's the game mode difference, it's the familiarity, because these players could have practiced like less than a month, I think.
I mean, like I've been saying that since earlier. The disadvantage is there, but then again, the moment that we actually shift to 500, first to 500 points, a game mode as our competitive, game default mode, it's they would have the advantage, over the global players.
Yeah, different story. But yeah, we're just waiting for our, second set of matches for Group B. Again, that's FENNEL up against Godlike Esports. That's going to be live stream here. And on our sub-stage, we do have a separate stream on our sub-stage as well. That's Alter Ego up against XSpark. So, really exciting matches are about to unfold. But what do we think right now? Godlike, we've been focusing too much on FENNEL, Godlike Esports. We talked about them a while ago. So, what do you think about our sub-stage matchup, Alter Ego and XSpark? I mean, Alter Ego is a phenomenally strong team, wherein they were actually former champions of AZL as well. But for XSpark, what do you think of this team?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's at the same time, right? It's still the same. What I think, I'm probably not rooting for Alter Ego. But, before we answer that, let's go head into this one first, because we are now having our introductions for the teams that we're gonna be watching.
Oh yeah. Oh. Ooh.
Oh, here comes the Heart and the Ninja.
Ninja. I want to see Great Ninja. We're talking about Ninja. I want to see Great Ninja.
Yeah, we might be able to see it in Alter Ego. But
you want to see Shing D using it? You want to see it?
Yeah.
The RJ Gaming days?
Man, those are my boys.
Yeah, surely is. Later on, actually won't be seeing them on stream already, because they did have their, at least for the main stage, for the games that we will cast. We won't be seeing them already. But, sub-stage, we'll get to watch them later on, I guess. That's a huge water bottle. I want a water bottle like that, because mine is a little bit small, and I feel like it's not enough for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go.
The coin flip. Here we go.
Here's the Rayquaza. No! No! I'm gonna be able to win the Rayquaza, bro. My bad. Okay.
Fist bump. Let's go. I'm excited. Revenant XSpark, they did a phenomenal performance up against Insomnia. They got a game. Godlike Esports as well up against XSpark. They got a game as well. So it's still possible that they can steal a game up against FENNEL. They are already familiar on how the Japanese teams play. They already watch how FENNEL plays. So possibly they've done their research. They just need to apply and execute things down.
Yeah, that is true. And now, let's see. We'll have to see. You know, like we'll have to see if they're gonna be able to win that one. But for now, you know, as you have mentioned, we have been focusing a little bit too much on the mainstream. But since we're going to have this, the matches in bed, then we're gonna have to focus on this a little bit.
I love the idea that, you know, the staff actually does have their specialized t-shirts on what the teams are currently assigned to. I don't know. It looks cool. It looks cool for me, at least. Come on. Do the stare down.
There's no stare down? No? No?
Oh, no.
No? Come on, look at us, bro. Look at us.
I just love how happy they are.
Hey, look.
All right. Here we go.
Look, man. You didn't have to travel to get to the venue. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't have to travel with plane. So they have like they're understandably happier than the rest of the competition. You know what I mean?
yeah, truly.
They didn't have to fly in. You know what I mean?
And aside from
no
that,
jet lag whatsoever.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of fans as well who's watching there at Sumitomo Building, right? So
I mean, who would be happy, right? Who would be happy?
Just imagine that every KOs that your team gets, everyone shouts at the building.
Right?
All right, here we go. Current standings for our round robin. So FENNEL is actually scoreless. As of the moment, Alter Ego gets 3, Godlike Esports gets 1, and XSIST gets 3. So FENNEL is actually at the bottom of our leaderboards, but you know, if they emerge victorious here, they can actually go up by 2. By 1 only, by 1.
Look, Alter Ego already won, right? From earlier. That's why they were really happy about it. They won 2-0 against FENNEL. And it's not what do you call this? It's not far-fetched to say that they can win against XSIST as well. You know what I mean? Like, they are on the roll right now.
Yeah, I mean, XSIST is actually a no joke as well, despite them being on the winter tournament circuit instead of the main Japan League of ACL. I mean, they're still a Japanese team, and for sure that they have been practicing a lot with the top tier teams all over Japan. So possibly they could have adapted the play style and the meta that these professional players have been doing for how many years already. So you know, as far as we can say, XSIST is a formidable team as well. So no need to be overconfident for Alter Ego.
I mean, I don't think they are overconfident. I mean, like,
oh yeah, for sure.
I'm pretty sure they're just playing, but like, it would be understandable as well to be a little bit too confident, you know, going into the game, especially that they were able to take down FENNEL. And if they do win against XSIST, then hey, look, they essentially guarantee the entire thing, to get to the playoffs at least, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean they're a top contender here. They were a champion before, and that being said, that's actually enough justification for you to believe that they can believe that they can go through this. They can actually go smoothly if they will be consistent enough.
Is anyone, any of them playing on the Switch? I don't think so, right? They're not playing.
Yeah, I feel like they're all on mobile. Yeah, to believe.
They are now logging into the device, I think. Are they?
I think they are.
Okay, look at them. Like, hey, look at how serious they are. Hey!
I'm loving that smile. Come on, do it again.
It's not like they can hear us, you know. Like,
yeah. I know what you mean.
I wish they can't hear us. You know what I mean? Say hi to the camera. Hey, hi to the camera. Here we go. Going back to FENNEL. They're coming off from a loss, but they're still happy.
Oh, I think they do have a switch for FENNEL. Ooh. Side eye. Fighting!
Fighting! Let's go!
Fighting! FENNEL! I mean, we're talking about FENNEL, like, let's be real. I do feel like a lot of teams are too focused on FENNEL simply because they are the former world champion, right? So it's really understandable that every single teams competing here will set their eyes on FENNEL. And another thing that I would like to reiterate is I think some of the teams here are not too focused on Luminosity Gaming simply because they weren't they weren't able to proceed to day number 2 of Worlds, right? So
I don't think it's about that. I think it's more of the fact that it's FENNEL, right? Number 1, FENNEL is here.
Yeah.
Number 2, hey, look, it's Asia Champions League. You know what I mean? Like just it's Asia Champions League. So everyone has the home court advantage, like I said, of Luminosity Gaming. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of like, teams that they want to focus on, I mean, for sure they will focus on their group stage at first, but extensive research wise, I do feel like everyone did their assignment up against FENNEL. Like all of them were expecting that we'll bump against FENNEL anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Not surprised if Godlike Esports.
I'm pretty sure they are doing their homework as well to everyone who has had a huge achievement.
Yeah.
Like Luminosity Gaming, but the thing is, it's easier to get scrims and information against teams that are like within the region. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do believe that Luminosity Gaming was at Asia already for I think 2 weeks before ACL. That is far by my knowledge. Simply because I've been looking around them on social media. I think that was Overlord that they were looking for scrims all the way from Asia. So to feel like they were here for quite some time, get used to how the meta is going on in our region, because definitely it's a different setup on NA. It's a different setup as well for Asia.
Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know. It's just being ready right now. Okay, never mind. Actually, is ready now. The game.
Just like that.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the game, but now it's like there. Yeah.
It just appears in front of you, right? Okay. I'm loving the band so far. Zacian is one of the Zacian is one of the Pokemons that India region in general loves to use.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Mark, Scepter, Talon, Honest. It's like if that's one of the Pokemon that is always being used, then might as well ban it. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely gonna be like usable for them as well. It's gonna be like utilized. But if you can move it out, then might as well move it out. But here's the thing though, like Pura, I can see the combination here. Pura and Artist here, Comfy and Zero Aura. But I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I guess it would depend on the competition coming in from Godlike Esports. But for now, though, FENNEL, starting off with this arena, into the Mimikyu and the Umbreon, pretty neat right now. Combination for what are these two?
Yeah, 2 all-rounders. So I do feel like there won't be any speedsters unless they replace the attacker as a speedster for FENNEL. So I think they want to go for the all-out brawl composition instead of the fast-paced speedsters, high damage.
Just like Insomnia earlier, right?
Yeah. I do feel like that will be their case.
Oh no, they're hovering into the Dodrio. Are they gonna go for it?
I mean, it will be great for like those that triple trample can be used to respawn in a quick amount of time because they banned Hoopa and they need someone to, let's say, be quick on their team and at the same time do the damage.
Oh, here comes the big man. That is a Blastoise.
Our firefighter.
Indeed, with the double cannons at the back, and here you have it. Group B. FENNEL versus Godlike Esports. Game number 1. This has been by far the fastest setup that we've had for the game.
Yeah, right. I feel like we're getting used to it. They're getting used to
okay,
back
maybe
here, right?
maybe we were just getting used to it. And now it's no longer as long to take, for us. But maybe I'm just predicting. I don't know.
No, maybe that's the case. But no cursed items yet for Godlike Esports. This is not looking good.
Especially that there's the there's the Clefable and the Umbreon.
Yeah.
It's gonna. Okay, what's happening? What's happening?
Okay.
What is?
Are they requesting for a pause? I'm not quite sure.
We need to take a we need to wait.
I think they are because the audio ran out. But yeah, but like in general, I mean, if that is going to be the draft, I mean, I like the draft of Godlike Esports, but again, they don't have the cursed items, so it will be hard for them to sustain those fights, knowing that Clefable and Umbreon with a wish is one of the most stable healings that you could get in the game, at least.
Yeah. What's happening though? We need to find out what's currently happening. Why is FENNEL standing up? You know what I mean? Like.
Oh, someone. All of them are standing up.
Yeah, they are all standing up. Should we stand up?
should we like bump in and check what's happening?
Yeah. We should get
all right. No, I'm gonna get my ticket. Hold on. All right. To apologize for the delays, by the way, ladies and gents, trainers who's watching.
Yep. Like you guys, we are just waiting as well. You know what I mean? Like, waiting for what's happening right now. So they are currently fixing something. We don't know what that is, but whatever that is. Okay.
Substage match is not yet starting as well. Is that a console issue? I mean, they got the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, they
we are forecasting what's happening.
Okay.
Okay, time for Pokemon hunting. There's an Espeon.
Okay, who's that? Yeah, let's play. Who's that Pokemon? That's Snorlax. Is there Snorlax right there? Okay.
Too hard to identify a Pokemon right now. Seems like we need HM Flash.
They probably have a lot of HM Flash in their phones. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, what's happening? You know, please. They got an OLED Switch. You know, still need to wait for Switch 2 and for the Nintendo Direct next week.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, I'm just excited. Actually, I'm just
getting
excited.
one. Are you getting one?
I might.
I think because I already have like a Switch, right? Like, but I think, and I'm already planning to get a Switch too, mainly for exclusive games, and of course, most importantly, Pokemon Z2A.
Yeah, I mean, it would be better to play on an upgraded console. You know, despite Legend ZA is actually compatible on the older version of Switch, like OLED V1 and V2, right? But I do have the V2. But it would be a nice hop of an upgrade if you get the Switch 2, right?
I mean, that's why I didn't get the OLED either, because like I don't really play a lot on,
handheld, right? Handheld.
Yeah. I play mostly on TV, So why would I get the OLED? But you know, that's why I plan to like skip it and wait for the next one, which is now Twitch 2. And again, Z2A, just preparing for Z2A.
Yeah, did they release like the initial price of
No.
Switch 2?
Not yet. I mean, that's why they're going to have like a direct on April 2.
That's next week, right? Oh yeah, speaking of April 2, like that is the last day of the registration for Pokemon Unite World Championship PH qualifiers, right? So make sure to, remember those dates. Oh, so Mashio is feeling unwell again and will be replaced by Lucapo.
Right. So sorry for the if you heard any notification and stuff, and that was gonna be waiting for still waiting for the these games, waiting for what's happening right now. Yeah.
Do hope that Mashio gets better.
Yeah, so we're gonna be but at least, right, like they're still gonna be playing the same set of Pokemon, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, there we go.
We're just gonna be waiting for them to finally pick the Pokemon again.
And do hope that Masio gets better for him to be able to play. I mean he did play a while ago, but that was just a game, and I just feel bad simply because I know Masio is hungry to play, right?
Yeah. I mean, everyone is hungry to play, whoever is here, right? And but for those who are watching as well, for those who are watching, the audience and everyone, please make sure to take care of yourself as well. Please always prioritize your health, because if you prioritize your health, then you would be able to play more. You know what I mean? If you force yourself to play, then you might just make everything worse for yourself. So, we want to see Mashio play, of course, but we can't dismiss anything that they might be feeling. So, might as well just rest.
I mean, health comes first, as always. Yeah. So, gotta respect that, and respect for Masio, like attempting to play on stage. But there are really times that you can't handle the stress or the feeling that you're really unwell. So still, Masio is a hero, like someone you have to look up on the esports scene, because he's trying to compete despite feeling unwell, and that is something that to be proud of.
That is admirable as well, But
so,
just health first,
Yeah, absolutely. Take care of yourselves, guys. Those who are watching at home, make sure to hydrate, get your food, get your snacks, and generally take care of yourself. But excited for game number 1 for our series number 6, as far as I know. Yeah, series number 6. So right after this, we're halfway done already for day number 1.
Yes, sir. That is it now. We're finally going to be headed into game. I told you, man. Like, I jinx the quick setup. That's on me.
Yeah,
that's on me.
It's on you. Come on, it's on you. Like, if a lot of viewers are curious why it took so long, hop into this broadcast. Yeah. You'll know for sure why it happened. Blame JJ. Anyway.
Anyway, here we go. Game number 1 of FENNEL versus Godlike Esports. I believe this is their last game too of the day. Is it? Oh no, this is their second game. This is their second game.
Everyone's playing their second game. Yeah.
Group 2, right? From Group B.
This is just a second set of games.
Yeah, the second game for game. Yeah.
Okay, so Lucapo once again on the Do Trio. So they did this before in their first set of matchup up against Alter Ego. So I mean, it somehow worked, but they weren't able to finish the job done. So hopefully it would work now for Lucapo for this game at least.
Here we go, though. At least like despite everything, they're still able to play like the main team. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing's changed. There's still the same competition, and it's not like anything's going to be disruptive anyway. They're still the same team and all that. So that being said, though, it is Godlike Esports having a bit of a having the lead in terms of points. But they are the ones getting pressures up top.
I mean, yeah, that's a big pressure. Knowing that there's a level 6 arena that could just stomp on you on your goal zone is huge pressure, and you don't want to belittle that damage, of course, because once you get on that area of effect that stomp does, it deals a lot of damage. But on the other hand, FENNEL needs to keep an eye on their forest because Zeraora Furia is doing the works of wonders.
Plus, at the same time, there is also the the Comfy in it, and look at that, Yume Dream has been taken down.
That was actually quick, and you don't want this Fura and Artist combination. That it would work. Like definitely, they want to make it work for them to win this game. But if you're on the FENNEL side, definitely you want to shut down Fura as fast as you can. But I'm quite worried a while ago because we have been talking about that there is no cursed items at the hands of Godlike Esports. So when it boiled down into the last 5 minutes of the game, it's already last 5 minutes of the game, I do feel like it would be favorable for FENNEL unless they, largen the gap.
No, yeah. And here we have it, FENNEL slowly but surely coming back up in terms of the points. And now what's really interesting here is that at least Fura now is at level 9, whereas it is only now that Kiwi gets to level 9, gets to Unite move. At least both of them now has Unite move, but still in terms of XP, Godlike Esports still is on the lead and now taking in that Reggie Eyes down bottom.
Reggie Eyes down bottom. That is an additional HP for the meantime on their team. So really huge opportunity for them to get those wild Pokemons, get those fights that they need, get those pokes, in order to force things down for FENNEL for them to back away a lot. But Regieleki on top is still available, and that both of these teams are eyeing on the price.
No, yeah, and we have it. Regieleki up top, whoever's going to be able to take it, it is Godlike Esports that does have the positional advantage, but there is a Shadow Sneak. Oh my goodness, beautiful ton! Gonna be able to take down the Regieleki, but is that gonna be worth it though? They got instantly taken out. But the follow-up here is coming up. FENNEL, they're gonna be able to take down the Blastoise. Are they? Plasma Gale? Not quite yet. And there we have it. Regieleki continuing on, moving forward to the second tier score goal.
Still up, and that's a defense or an additional reinforcement for FENNEL to set their attention all the way to bottom path. Score those goals. They need to put up more pressure up against Godlike Esports. There goes multiple goals coming in from Dodrio. Hydro Pump to set up the pressure plus the serve, but everyone from FENNEL managed to back away.
Oh yeah, and here we go. Another one here for FENNEL. FENNEL
beautiful.
Entering back to Godlike Esports. Beautiful isolation coming from Godlike Esports. You're going to be able to take down 2. That's Talon going to be taken down, and Yume as well. But still not enough. There's going to be still 3 more Pokemon into the side of FENNEL. Pee-wee just taking their time, getting a little bit of XP here as well, getting prepared for the next year's goal. Sorry, not next year's goal, but rather the next team. And just like that, you're going to be able to take the Fura now. That's going to be the Zeraora going to be taken down, and of course the Mewtwo Y as well, and that's gonna be 4 down into the side of Godlike Esports, and that's what I'm talking about. Pee-wee, they're just not marking Pee-wee down, just letting them get their XP, getting ready to demolish Godlike Esports, and just like that, essentially a team wipe right now. Artist is gonna be taken down as well immediately after a few artists, Goblin Ho and Scepter gets taken down, and just like that, Lucapo secured the Regirock.
Serrata was actually the MVP on that rally that happened a while ago, simply because that Moonlight Prance was on point whenever multiple members of Godlike Esports charged in on their goals. So they do regenerate some HP, they do the Moonlight Prance, everyone gets stunned, and everyone does the damage as well from FENNEL. So that was actually a lot of time being bought by their team in order to dominate this matchup even further and bounce back, get those XPs, shut down Fiora even further, and dominate this matchup for the last 4 minutes.
Just like that. Reggie LAIC secured by FENNEL once again.
And I thought it was a Reggie Rock because of the graphics that I saw above it. Yeah, Reggie LAIC marching on top, and Godlike Esports does want to defend it. They can actually give this, knowing that there's like a little bit of tiny points, but they want to make sure that they defend things down, you know, no added pressure for their team. But I'm loving the serve that's happening. Hydro Typhoon will be there. Lots of airborne members, Pokemons from FENNEL, but the conversion, we cannot see it yet. But look at that Zero Aura with Artist doing some damage, and Artist is gonna go back to other members of Godlike Esports 2K over this arena after stomping on them. 3, and that Mewtwo Y was able to retreat by the teleport, and this is a good cleanup for FENNEL. They could get those wild Pokemons for themselves.
That is again, you know, FENNEL Esports taking in another clean team fight against that of Godlike Esports.
And they just continue rolling. Rolling and rolling and rolling. 5 seconds. That's another objective for bottom path. But this is quite crucial, especially when Godlike Esports tries to challenge it, simply because they could get their formation already all the way to their Rayquaza. And I do feel like this Regice is somehow insignificant because it does give you HP, but you don't need it in general for the fight later on the Rayquaza. You just need that position, and Godlike Esports already has it.
It's just 1.1 multiplier of HP when you get the Regice, so it's not much in terms of the HP regeneration, not HP itself. But with that being said, though, yeah, Godlike Esports was already positioned towards that, but still, FENNEL slowly just making sure everyone is checking in.
Checking in. That surf won't connect the way they wanted it to. Godlike Esports being pressured a lot. They have to force things down. Mammoth Mash is there. Same thing with the Hydro Typhoon. It's gonna live up to members of FENNEL. And they are just out of the brink. But Fiora will be taken down as well. FENNEL trying to do something about it. Tong is still up. Same thing with Sarada. But they don't have their Unite moves as well. Sarada has to back away. He needs left Tong. He's the only one left. No Moonlight Prance. What can he do to prolong this fight and avoid Godlike Esports to get the Rayquaza? There's the response coming in from Yume, but what can Yume do as well? They need to force things down! They still get it! They still get it!
And the thing is, only Ton was not available when they were able to get in that Rayquaza. So that means everyone gets a score too. Oh, we got a pause?
Oh, we got a pause.
Why? Why?
Wait, what? Everyone is shocked.
Wait, what happened? Like, you got a Rayquaza and they asked for, and then they were the ones who asked for a pause. What happened?
I mean, they were all shocked why the pause happened. But yeah, that said and done, FENNEL gets game number 1.
Yeah, that's already set, game and done though. But what is the problem?
Wonder what happened.
Yeah, we're gonna find out in just a bit.
Well, let's do some Pokemon hunting, all right?
Yeah, let's do that.
I haven't seen anything yet. Okay. I wonder what happened. That was a beautiful finish from FENNEL, by the way.
It was, but
I did not expect for them to get the last hit, the last dance.
That was quite a high risk, hard reward, and the great timing too, really. Because if they went in a little bit too early, or a little bit later than when they popped in their move, they wouldn't have been able to get it.
I feel like
the timing was just right.
I don't know if I saw that one right, but I feel like it was the Clefable used follow me.
Yeah, to get in.
Yeah, to get in, right? That was clutch.
Because then, you know, when they use follow me, all attacks will be directed towards the Clefable, allowing the Clefable to just hit. Right?
Yeah, right. And it's not just the Clefable who gets to hit it. There's an Umbreon available as well.
Yeah. Here we go. I see a Pikachu. I see a Bulbasaur. What else? A Mimikyu. What else do we see? What else do I see? Well, a Mimikyu shirt, a jacket.
All right. There has been an adjustment for the device of FENNEL. That's why the pause was made.
Yeah, I mean, well,
yeah, they won already, right?
They won already though, right? Like, why? I mean, they could have called for it after the game.
No idea, but yeah, I'm gonna hop into my second screen. I'm gonna look at our sub stage. Currently, game number 1 between Alter Ego and XSpark. So far, XSpark is controlling the game.
Mm-hmm. Just so everyone is aware, we are also we're also just waiting. We do not know what's happening either, so we're just waiting too. So we'll keep you guys updated as soon as we get some information of what's happened. You know?
Yeah. I think the information was already sent. Like, there was a adjustment on regarding FENNEL's device.
No, yeah.
That's like the idea, but I'm not sure what was the adjustment
and why.
But yeah, I mean, it's done, right? It's already a game over. Is that a Blissey? Oh, this is so cute.
Yeah.
Lots of support for FENNEL. ZETA. There we go. Oh, Wigglytuff!
Where?
Oh, there's a Wigglytuff.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Wigglytuff. Yeah. And a Blaziken too.
Yeah.
Pukuyumu is there. We have Poplio too.
What
else do we see? A Mimikyu.
Loving the fan.
What else do we see? A Greninja. A Pikachu. A Mimikyu. What else?
Froakie.
A Froakie.
Dodrio, Umbreon.
Dodrio, yeah. Subble.
Venusaur.
What Pokemon is that?
Is that Grimer?
That's a Mach.
Oh, it's a Mach.
Oh, yeah, it's a Grimer.
Torchic behind.
Yeah. There's a Leafeon as well. An Eevee.
Is that a Pikachu with a Rayquaza hat?
Yeah. That's a Poncho.
Oh, Pikachu. and the Honolulu Hawaii Pikachu.
Oh yeah. Here we go. We got Igglybuff. We have Palmot. We need to have Palmot in the game. You know what I mean?
I am confused on their appearances on their evolutionary chain.
Oh, they just stand up, bro.
Yeah. They're just too cute, man.
They just stand up.
Well, yeah.
So
that being said and done, I feel like it's officially FENNEL taking game 1, but we're just waiting for technical difficulties we do have to fix on the side of FENNEL. So we do apologize for the delay, but Godlike Esports, we can therefore confirm that they really have a shot winning up against FENNEL.
Yeah. No, for sure. But at the end of the day, you know, it is. They might have a shot, but not in game one yet. Maybe in game number two. You'll be able
Yeah.
to see them play in game number two. But game number one, definitely, FENNEL already got the already got the Rayquaza.
Yeah.
Has the lead as well, so they just have to put in the points. And there's only like 40 seconds left as well. So
I mean, that 40 seconds isn't actually enough, especially if everyone from FENNEL is running all the way into your pods or base. So not gonna be quite enough for you to bounce back. But at least we still have game number two. That's just game number one, ladies and gentlemen. So game three, it's still possible in the picture, but FENNEL making it really hard for Godlike Esports.
Yeah.
Godlike Esports, they have a big fight towards this matchup.
and here we have it. I wonder what's gonna happen now for game number two. I mean, Godlike Esports, to have mentioned, does have a little bit of a, does have a chance to go up against FENNEL, if they can improve their adjustments going into game number two, as we have mentioned, just like what happened with Revenant XSpark. You know?
Yeah. And 40 seconds, everyone from FENNEL is just gonna score things down here, I do believe.
Yeah.
68 points. Zodrio is still there with a 49 rather, but that won't be 100 because of the mechanic of Zodrio scoring split it into 3.
I mean, it's not like it matters, it's still gonna be 100 if they are able to put them down all of it.
Alright, game number 1. That goes to FENNEL in the most unexpected fashion of victory. Phenomenal
Yume,
job.
dude. Of all people, Yume. Yume was able to super it. And look at them. They're not. I mean, the results are like there already. It's not like we are surprised now. Earlier, sure. Earlier, sure. But now, everyone knows what's gonna happen anyway. So. But I mean, like, I do have to commend the tournament marshals as well, because they did not pause the game during Clash.
Yeah,
which should always be the case, because there are some where when players call for a pause, they will just pause without considering what's happening.
Right?
Yeah, without considering what's happening in the game. So it should always be before or after a clash, a battle. Which again, high props to the tournament. I would call it the league ops, basically. The marshals who tossed the game after the fact, when they were just about to score in some points, got in the Rayquaza, and no fights are happening. So huge props.
I mean, they're just doing what they have to do, and flawlessly, they're just getting their own wins as a marshal, as an organizer of this tournament.
Yeah.
So yeah, really huge props to them. But heading towards game number 2, FENNEL and Godlike Esports, it seems like right after that pause, they did have a refresher or somewhat of a reset in terms of momentum, right? Despite FENNEL getting the last laugh a while ago. I mean, let's just watch it, right? Let's just watch it. What really happened? Oh, look at that. Drop kick all the way to the Mewtwo, but that surf was too good from the Blastoise. And look at that setup. Hydro Typhoon plus Mammoth Mash. That's a lot of crowd control, and FENNEL doesn't have the utility to cancel those out aside from the full heal.
I mean, that's why they were able to get in Pee and Yume, when they went in for that combination. But then they kind of overextended what they did, like instead of like just focusing to the Rayquaza, they focused a little bit too much on Serata.
Yeah.
Serata and Yume, when Yume finally got in, they focused in too much, making sure that they are trying to repel away Serata, instead of just focusing solely towards that of the Rayquaza.
Wow. That was a beautiful follow me. Beautiful. And not just that, like the Unite move resulted into a block, as far as I saw it there. So with block being available, you can push down your opponents as well. And with Follow Me, all of the hits will be redirected to you. So that's such a huge win condition. Like high risk, high reward, just like what you've said, and was really rewarded for FENNEL.
That's true. That is true. And now, despite the fact, right, like they could have, Godlike Esports definitely does have the chance to going up against FENNEL. So man, it's just I'm really excited to see how they're going to be going on for this one, for game number 2, even if we are going to be getting into game number 3. You know what I mean?
I mean, for sure, like FENNEL is eyeing on a 2-0, right? Because they need to catch up in terms of the pointing system. Yeah, I mean, regardless, if there's a game number 3, they would get 3 points if they do get the series. But they want to make sure that they need to minimize the points that Godlike Esports will be getting, at least for the tournament. Yes, if ever they do get a game and lost the series, they still have 2 points. But what if they get a win later on? That will be 4 points. And what if they lost the next one, right? So that will be 3 points or 4 points for them at least.
And here we have it. This is the draft now for game number 2. Go ahead, and choose your draft. Pick your draft. We're gonna be seeing a little bit of a bans here for the Psyduck and of course Zacian and the Hoopa. But what's gonna be the final ban here? Might be able to see a bit of maybe a respect ban, maybe, or no, it's gonna be a Blissey. Bliss is gonna be the final one here. Doesn't really want to give FENNEL any sort of like support and buffs coming in from the Bliss assistants. But this time though, like Piri still going back into this arena just like in game number 1. We already saw this happening, but it said Godlike Esports are going to be going in again with that of the Zero Aura and the Comfy. Again, we have been saying this: don't fix what's not broken. So why change, right? So FENNEL going back still Serata into that of the Umbreon, Pee still on this arena, but now they're going to be introducing a new Pokemon in this match. It's not going to be the Rodrigo, but instead going to be the Leafeon into the side of Lucapo.
Yeah, and I'm loving the draft so far for both teams. Like Lucapo has Leafeon on his pocket, so this will be a high damage dealer for their team that could actually set up the tone, especially going up against a Zero Aura from Godlike Esports.
And what's going to be the defender here? Is it going to be slow, bro?
It's almost a mirror for Godlike Esports. It's almost a mirror. They just need the Mewtwo Y.
Yeah.
Then Mimikyu, possible. So they just replaced Dodrio with a Leafeon.
Yeah, no, that's the one I said, right? Like, it's just, I mean, it's not like Lucapo could have changed that Pokemon either. It's more of it was the already chosen Pokemon, already picked Pokemon by Mashio, so, they just had to play it. But this time, though, Lucapo does have the, does have the freedom to choose a Pokemon, and they're going to be going in for a Leafeon. But I do wonder, though, like, what's going to be, what do you think could be the repercussions of this? Because like it's still the same composition. It's just that instead of the trio, it's going to be the Leafeon. Now with this change, what do you think could be, the different one that could happen against Godlike Esports here?
For Godlike Esports, I feel like it would be more difficult for them, honestly. Because here's the thing, like, Dodrio is quick, and it can score much more faster compared to a Leafeon, but Leafeon does the job in terms of damage department, and if you get those KOs, you can just score really the way you want to. You don't need those split it into 3 faster scoring capabilities of Dodrio. So, team fight wise, and especially I saw an energy amplifier, so there will be a quick regenerate of the Emerald 2 step, which is the Unite of a Leafeon. So you could just do damage all over and over again, because we have been seeing Aerial Ace and Razor Leaf combo a while ago, and it does the job for every single team's using it in terms of damage department.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, you know, the mobility wise is going to be, you know, taking a hit. But,
Yeah.
you know, honestly, it doesn't really matter that much because, you know, FENNEL is going to be going in for a more attacking prowess kind of based kind of competition here, where they want to put out more damage output. But going into the side of Godlike Esports, though, they have a little bit of a, I would say this, like a more balanced kind of like composition for their team. And we already saw how much demolishing that kind of combination coming from that of the Hydro Tycoon of the Blastoise into the Mammoth Mash of the the Mammoth line. But then again, you know, we have to include as well the fact that there is the Mewtwo, which can be used, the Infinite Cyburn to add a definite huge damage on top of the Blastoise and of course the of the Mammoth line. But then again, you know, we're gonna be able to see the first 2 KOs of the game. That is gonna be, you know, Artist, and I believe that was Goblino. There you go.
Yeah, look as well, you know, present on that fight. And this is actually what I've been talking about a while ago. The damage department, Lookable does have that one compared to Dodrio, and they could just charge in actually in this fight, and that's making Godlike Esports retreat immediately. But there is a powerful trade all the way to bottom path, multiple scores coming in, and they lead by 1.
There you go. It is going to be FENNEL trying to charge in once again. Up top, going to be putting down 2 and 14. But still going to be enough. At least, you know, Godlike Esports is making sure that they are repressing FENNEL this time. In comparison to, like, Game 1, where, you know, FENNEL is just, you know, pushing in whatever they want. But this time, though, like, Godlike Esports have already put up their walls just to, you know, again, push them out just a little bit, defending it very well this time around.
Totally agree. Oh, nice tackle plus the Ice Fang in order to take down Lookable that easily. Godlike Esports executing a beautiful fight. They managed to take down 2 members of FENNEL, and they have an opportunity to score multiple goals once again at bottom path.
Oh man, it's you know, again, like Godlike Esports slowly getting back up. You know, 88 points right now into 59, and they do have a little bit of a point advantage as well. But then again, you know, this was the same case earlier as well. You know, game number 1, so we might be able to see FENNEL finally catching up, getting their XPs up, and then catching up Godlike Esports. As we just saw, Goblino has been taken out.
And, you know, flip is actually possible as well for FENNEL if they weren't able to, you know, go head-to-head at the first 6 minutes at least of the game. So flip will be their main option to bounce back later on. But they can still put up a big fight actually here. But you don't want to be careless. You don't want to be alone in terms of the lanings, because for sure Godlike Esports can punish you, knowing that they have a Comfy available, and that Comfy will just sit on that will just sit on Fura or Goblino.
No, yeah, but this time though, they are now going to be able to see the first set of objective going into the side of Godlike Esports. You're going to be able to secure that Reggie Alecki, whereas FENNEL just allowing to go in because nobody's there anyway. Nobody's going to be able to put it to score, and now they were able to secure the Regirock for themselves as well. Now they just need to push down Godlike Esports just a bit, 19 points right now into the top half. They're going to be able to secure and destroy the first goal of FENNEL up top.
Yeah, and that is actually, you know, a beautiful trade. Emerald 2-step will be there to do the damage, and they take down Fura out of the picture, and Artist as well. 3 members left, but they're not going to be charging even further all the way into the forest of Godlike Esports. They want to make sure they get the safest wild Pokemons for their team.
And now look at this, 146 to 160. Still, FENNEL is on the disadvantage of the points, but in terms of like team fights, it seems as if FENNEL does have a little bit of a lead here, a little bit of an advantage over that of Godlike Esports. Now does have the Unite move for Yume, and of course PvE as well. They're getting ready to pop their Unite moves when the team fight happens.
I do believe that team fight might break out here anytime soon. You're eyeing on the prize. Razor Leaf's applying some pressure here, but very well-minded and map awareness from Serrata, being able to spot out Fura and Artis.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Serrata alone can essentially diminish the attacks coming in from Fura as well, knowing the fact that it's using Snarl. Yeah, so instead of like Mean Look, you know?
Wow, very quiet and very disciplined rotation for both teams. They don't do any unnecessary rotations or movements. It's just focusing down on the objectives. Shadow Sneak might happen here anytime soon, and yes, it does! The Plasma Gale is there!
Into
doing a lot of damage!
Gonna be able to take down 3. You got like Esports, just like that.
Yeah, 3 KOs. And might to tell you, there's also some members all the way into the bottom path, but you know, they're just too late on rotation and everything. Like, Godlike Esports, right after that Regieleki, they're gonna force their weight all down here at the bottom path, and that Queen's Descendant will land immediately, but the value is not quite available yet for FENNEL. 2 KOs once again for Godlike Esports. They are looking for more. Look at those damage coming in from the Mega Mewtwo.
Another 3 KO for Godlike Esports. Going up against FENNEL, and now look at that Queen Descendant that's gonna be popped up.
Wow, this is just Godlike Esports proving that they could go head-to-head. But they need to finish strong later on. Okay, that's 40 points. 80 points, actually. Joint 80 points. That's actually big. Being able to destroy Tier 2 at 3-minute mark of the game. And those are additional KOs, at least for the side of FENNEL. But conversion was, you know, made already. They need to, you know, make the lead even larger for them to play out tag later on. Hydro Typhoon!
The Plasma Gale, but what's going to be the answer here coming from the FENNEL? Oh my goodness, there's going to be one down. That is going to be Lucapo, going to be taken down by Scepter. Definitely using a huge Scepter here with that of the Unite move. But look at this. Infinite Cyburn. No, not quite yet. Almost taken down into the side of Godlike Esports. Yes, they will going to be able to take down 2.
Take down 2, indeed. But looking for the third one, not going to be quite enough. Because the Shadow Sneak was there, but they don't want to overextend it. The objective on bottom path is available once again. They don't want to be careless here. They want to make sure that they get the position already towards Rayquaza. They don't want to, you know, overextend or do unnecessary things. Maybe they could go for the steal or the contest for the Regieleki. But this is actually very dangerous for both teams. They want to make sure that they go all out at 250. They're going to invest everything at this moment. But look at that, almost a KO. But that Surf was enough to go back.
Yeah, and look at that. It's also going to be able to say a little bit of weight here, you know, into that other Rayquaza. 2 minutes is now up. Rayquaza is now here. Unfortunately, it's no longer the shiny Rayquaza, but like, you know, it's still there. So this is going to be the statement that we're going to be seeing. You know, more than 100 points here for Godlike Esports, but it is going to be Godlike Esports going to take down Yuma, and no more healings for FENNEL. So they need to buy a little bit of time here for them to wait to for Yuma to arrive again to help them into the team fight. But look at that though, it's going to be the Blaster going to be going down. One more Plasma Gale into Flurry Flash forever. They're not going to be able to do enough of healing, but that's going to be 2 for 3 trade here for the side
on
of
time.
Esports.
Queen's Ascendant. He has already landed.
They need to take down Amurot. Amurot is the biggest threat here for FENNEL.
Yuma is so consistent, provides every healing that their team needs. That solo reset, but they have to force things down towards Rayquaza. But look at the pressure being applied by Godlike Esports, not giving an inch.
Man, only a minute left, and they know for a fact that whoever's leading, they know who is leading. But this time, though, FENNEL needs to go in, and Moonlight Press got canceled.
That's very unfortunate. But right now, it's FENNEL who has the head charge. 3 KOs for their team.
They
no
need
utilities.
To Rayquaza now.
No utilities for them. No way. Okay, that's a
down. Scepter's down. It's a team wipe, securing the Rayquaza for themselves. Despite Serrata having their Unite moves canceled, they are now going in. Go for the scores. 20 seconds left.
20 seconds left. And they're not
There
gonna
you go.
they're not gonna go back in time. There's not enough time to bounce back. FENNEL with a flip once again up against Godlike Esports.
Oh my goodness, that was close.
Wow. Looked like it was their game.
It was the game. It looked like a Godlikes though, you know, at first.
Yeah.
But
That was I mean. That's what I mean.
the thing is, it's quite good that FENNEL did buy a bit of a time, because if they did not buy time, they wouldn't have been able to win that away from Godlike Esports. That was very, very clutch. Fighting indeed.
I mean, that is the signature of, like, I'd say the Japanese teams. Like, they know how to control the rhythm of the game. They know how to buy a lot of time, and they also know how to defend whenever your opponent gets the Rayquaza. Like, they know every single passageway of the game, and it's just one of the things that they are familiar of. It's just buying time, making sure that Yume or the other members of their team will be back on time for them to get the last laugh.
Oh yeah, and there we have it. FENNEL winning 2-0 against that of Godlike Esports. And now, with that being said, what do I call this? Let's see. FENNEL, unfortunately, already lost against Alter Ego, so they don't have any points for that. But I guess this time they have now three points, at least 3 points, due to that win 2-0 against that of Godlike Esports.
Yeah, and so far, Group B is looking stacked. XSIST versus Alter Ego just finished as well. XSIST being able to take down Alter Ego in 2-0. So that, so a total of 4 points will be, actually not 4 points, that's actually 6 points rewarded to XSIST. So we could definitely say that they are playoffs bound already, I suppose.
Wait, XSIST won?
Yeah, up against Alter Ego, 2-0, my guy.
Oh yeah, there you go. Because they already won 2-1, right? 2-1 against Godlike Esports, and then now they won 2-1 against Alter Ego. So that's 6 points.
Yeah, so we can conclude that the rankings is XSIST. Alter Ego is way up ahead against FENNEL if we implement win over the other, right?
Yes. But the thing is, right? Alter Ego's next opponent is Godlike Esports, right? So we might be able to see them as well. It might be, it might not actually be FENNEL. It might be XSIST and Alter Ego. Just because of the fact that both, FENNEL and Godlike Esports has gotten 0-2.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of fact that, like, we have been seeing, we have been eyeing Group D, but we always forget that Group B is actually a tough group as well, and we can definitely see it, right?
So
just imagine if Godlike Esports wins later on up against Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, that's huge.
That's huge, and it would really, it would really ruin the scoreline. Like, it would really make everyone pressured on what's gonna happen.
That's true. So here we go. Let's try to listen to the interview. Finally did it. Yeah, I know, that's what he said.
He was mentioning Mashio.
Yeah, Mashio, don't worry, we got this. We won.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh man, that's a huge game, but we're gonna be heading into a break just a bit, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just happy for FENNEL, especially for Lucapo, making Mashio proud despite the unseen circumstances. So, wow, just happy for FENNEL.
Prayers for Mashio. Please take care of yourselves. Health first before playing and all that. So,
yeah. And of course, for our upcoming games, at least we have for Group C, it will be Nagoya Oja versus Liten Dream Factory.
Yeah.
And for our Group D, we have ZETA Division up against Luminosity Gaming. Oh,
this is one of the matches that everyone is looking forward to.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, any matches that Luminosity Gaming has is
it's a must watch.
It is a must watch, really. So, and everyone's looking forward to seeing, you know, the team that isn't from Asia to play against people from Asia. And again, as I mentioned, since this is the format of Asia Champions League for 2025, at least we can say that we can consider this to be a mini chapter going to, or a mini sneak peek for World Championship Series on Anaheim in August.
I mean, yeah, you have been saying over and over again a while ago that this looks like a mini worlds, right? Because it's just top teams from Asia without any teams.
Gaming. Yeah,
but they added Luminosity Gaming, so it's a mini worlds, right?
Mini worlds indeed. So yeah, just excited to see the next game, because you guys are going to be casting that. You're going to be casting that with Leonard, with Yellow Lee. So I am definitely going to be looking forward to that. Plus, you know, there's also Liten Dream Factory, to which I haven't really seen them play, and again, I'm really excited to see how, you know, the teams from that region play here in the main stage. So really going to be an amazing watch. So looking forward to that one.
For sure. I mean, Liten Dream Factory, we kept on saying that they're a tough region. They're, you know, a strong region, despite any esports game title. But, you know, the setback is what they are worried about. But, you know, who knows what would happen next? Because there's someone that doesn't deserve to be underestimated.
That's true. That's true. I mean, their region as a whole, as we have been saying quite a lot, is quite dominant in any titles that they play, Pokemon Unite included.
Yeah, I just want to see, you know, going head to head with them, every single regions out there, knowing that for sure soon we'll get to migrate onto their game mode. But yeah, that is going to be our conclusion for, you know, Group B. We'll take a short break, and after that, Group C, Group D is up next.
しながら、面白おかしく僕らが先に回っちゃおうかなという企画でございます。こちらが京王電鉄さん協賛ブースです。ですね、休憩時間ということで、本配信よりもスポンサーさんへのお礼をね存分にしていこうかなと思っております。そうですね。この度本当にありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
あんまりねこうテレビとかじゃできないぐらいスポンサーにこんなに触れるってあまりしないんですけれども、本当にねリーグから応援してきていただきまして、でですね電車の駅のスタンプラリーみたいなのもやってて、実は井の頭線と京王線新宿駅を含めてのスポットで、スポット2カ所合計2カ所で QR コードを読み込むともらえるプレゼントがあることということなんですが、それがこちらみたいです。みゆさん、アクリルスタンドです。そうなんです。もう PUACL2025 でこれが限定なんです。
限定ですか？
そう。何名って書いてありますか？1000名です。そうなんです。なのでできるだけ早く京王線を回ってぜひこのアクリルスタンドね、電車に乗るのすらも楽しくなるような京王電鉄さんブースぜひ来てください。
何事もなかったかのように振ってますし、強化攻撃でその戦いになりますが、ドラークウィルトでソブレートを KO まで持っていっていました。ワジローとドラークの体力はご覧の通りまだまだ戦えます。ただ3人で戦っていくのはミュウツー Y、一つワジロー KO ハピハピアシストをサンゼージのミュウツー Y に当てた状態でブリーラムネット e スポーツ集団戦としては一つ持っていきました。でクーさん最後の狙い撃ち、さあ転換と戦いになってましたね。去年はお世話になりましたと、ゼータディビジョン王者の立場で受けてたと、ゲームセットです。ヒーリングイースト青しますが、後ろから6のアズルスペディションイライトワーズの応酬になります。一つハピネスと KO できました。これでハピハピアシストその脅威がなくなりまして、レーズ KO 見事な返しましたが切なレーザン剣、どれだけレーザン剣、ゲームディビション、ここもインテリアですか今。拳を合わせて大田だ、ダークスラッシャー、インソニア中央エリアで事件が起きた。このルーベン選手一気に中央エリア周りのポジションを獲得したインソムニアがビッグーザの体力を削り切ります。残り時間は1分。取れる
戦線が散らばっているということは時間が使えるということはインソムニアのリードが生きてくる。ここでゲームセット。勝者インソムニア。おめでとうございます。ハイドロポンプが出た。ハイドロポンプが炸裂。指に願いを込めたところレックーザを倒すという願いが叶った。
取れる取れる取れる。マジで事故ったテイキス。
フェンネル対ゴッドライクエスポーツ第1ゲーム、ここでゲームセットです。
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back again to the Pokemon Unite ACL 2025 for the group stages here on day number 1 here. It has been absolutely insane so far as we've been seeing action packs happening across all the regional zone representative as they go head to head to earn that top 8 spot in the players for day number 2, or I guess you could say Championship Sunday. I'm Liten, also known as YOLO, and gracing us at the caster desk once more is going to be Pika Yules. Yules, you've been with me from the very early in the morning so far. We've been witnessing all kinds of gameplay, unique styles, especially unique band when it came to the drafting as well. A couple of upsets as well for some of the teams that's been participating, especially those, or at least those teams that we have quite the expectation for as well. But I guess in a way we're somewhere midway through to the group stage and slowly reach to its conclusion, where we can somewhat get a faint idea of who is going to be solidifying that first 2 spots in each of their respective group stage.
Totally agree. And so far, no team from Group B is actually looking great in terms of earning their spot. But for Group A, FENNEL Esports looking very great, getting their first 6 points. Being able to get 2 series, at least 2 series that would most likely get them into the playoffs, despite losing or just getting a game in their last game later on, which is going to be up against Revenant XSpark. But yes, let's set Group A, Group B on the other side and focus on Group C and Group D. It's going to be Nagoya Oja versus Liten Dream Factory. So Nagoya Oja, they got their first win up against Paper Rex a while ago. So for sure, if they do get this victory, it will be awesome for them. That would most likely secure their playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, especially since, if I'm not mistaken as well, they did win against Paper Rex in a 2-0 manner as well. So pretty much gives them in a really good spot. I mean, even if the teams were to go all 3 games 2-1, you still get that 3 points. But when it comes down to the tiebreaker, that's where it really counts for the matter, right? So our next upcoming team, like you said, Nagoya Oja is going to be going toe-to-toe with Liten Dream Factory, right? Another team that came from mainland China here. And this is where it gets a little bit concerning, right? Because initially, before we started the entire day, this team, including Utopia as well, was shrouded in absolute mystery, right? Because we had no idea what was the strat like, since they did win an insanely large tournament before coming here. That's pretty much how they earned their spot here. However, the Pokemon is different. The stats they have is different. Even their win condition was relatively different as well before coming into this tournament. Utopia, definitely, we already saw, they definitely know what's the roles, but they're still not used to the kind of win condition, which is definitely a little bit different from the norm, or at least for their end here. I believe the same could be said for Liten Dream Factory here. So for both our teams that came from mainland China, I feel like they have a lot of work cut out for them here. Sure, don't get me wrong. When they flew over here, I'm pretty sure they did all the research, they did all the training, all the practices necessary, right? But you know, to slowly catch up within a week or two, like I said, a lot of work cut out for them. So in this group stage, if they at least want to try to qualify for that playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. They have been working really hard for them to, being able to adapt the gameplay of the traditional server that we do get in the traditional game mode that we get to play in this competition. So, yeah, I do believe that they have been practicing a lot. Maybe they've been here as well, just like the NA teams at an earlier time, maybe a week or two before ACL finals. So, it's just a short time, yet it works. Like, it's still practice. They were able to convert it for their own benefit, but so far we haven't been seeing like the results that we want to see because Utopia and Liten Dream Factory were they lost their first game in a dominant fashion. Actually, they were really dominated. But let's not forget Liten Dream Factory. They are the champions in Shenzhen Masters, so let's not deny their capabilities to get a victory on this competition. And it would be really big if they take down someone like NAGOYA Oja.
I mean, it's not just that, right? Because this is a single elimination round robin, right? So basically, out of the 4 teams in each of the respective group stages, each team basically only had to play 3 series. So, like you said, they did lose out to ONIC Rise initially already. So that's pretty much like 1 chance out the window here. So they got pretty much 2 more chances left. So ideally, if we look at the bigger picture, right? If they really want to try to secure themselves, that would mean it's going to be quite the tall order as well, because that would mean that they have to win out against NAGOYA Oja and Paper Rex. Like it's not a surefire way, unfortunately, because since they did lose out one of their series already, but at least this puts them in a least more safer spot where they're like, okay, we're like 1 feet through the door in a way. Because currently at the moment here, NAGOYA Oja and ONIC Rise, they are the 2 closest team at the moment, since both of those 2 teams was able to win out their respective series 2-0 in the Group C stages here. But also at the same time, like looking at the other group stages as well, couple of upsets, couple of surprises as well. But it's also just goes to show with the drafting as well, since there's a lot of few things which caught us by quite surprise. Like for example, during the ban phases, we had games where both Talonflame and Hoopa and even Blissey was just slide through. Like it was somewhat available for the team, and some did utilize it as well, took the benefit to utilize it as well. And there are some teams where even if it's not banned, none of the two teams was willing to pick it up either. So it's quite a surprise as well. But yeah. So either way, coming back to this, right? NAGOYA Oja versus Liten Dream Factory. So like I said before, a lot of work for the cut out for them as well. And NAGOYA Oja, they also have a lot of things on the line. They also have their own personal goals and their own expectations as well. Sure, they did get last place in their respective Japan League. Oh, hey, all right.
Loving that Lucario Hollowware.
Oh man, it's great. But we don't get to see. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see a lot of Lucario picks here. I think it's just one of those few niche picks where if you're an amazing player, an amazing Lucario player, and you pick it up, sure, you definitely can make it work. But it's definitely not one of those few picks where you can just pick in every single game, and it's just like, oh, that's a powerhouse of a pick. I don't think that's going to be the case here, unfortunately. Well, of course, going through all our players, NAGOYA Oja, fine gentlemen with full of potentials, great futures as well.
Yeah, and not just that. So far, they are, aside from ZETA Division, ZETA Division and NAGOYA Oja are the only Japanese teams who's currently undefeated. Like in terms of scoreline, they are both 2-0. Like despite XSpark winning their first game or first set of matches up against Godlike Esports, they dropped a game. So far we can definitely conclude in terms of numbers, NAGOYA Oja in ZETA Division is probably the toughest Japanese team as of now.
I dare say they're probably the most resilient and tenacious team, right? Since their run in their respective league, in their respective Japan league, right, was probably not the smoothest. They came from the group stage in 8th place, and then they just barely got by to that 4th placing. But you also do need to take into account it is one of the most competitive region and probably the most brimming of talents as well in that region alone, regional zone alone. So yeah, it's like, you know, you tell them this like, hey, you know, I came from Japan League like 4th placing just to qualify. It sounds like you were pretty much a champion in another regional zone at the same time. That's the kind that's like the kind of skill difference, right? When you come in between comparing. I mean, depending which regional zone you're comparing, but so far I think every team's has been pretty phenomenal so far. I think even like I just heard an interview regarding with some of the Luminosity members. It was something that Sprangles and Doomsex and everyone was like interviewing with Luminosity Gaming as well. They were pretty surprised with certain like why certain teams was playing with certain Pokemon or with certain battle items as well. They couldn't understand it at first, but once they played against them 1 or 2 times, then they started to realize, hey, actually that seems pretty great. That seems pretty good. So, and also at the same time, I love the fact that Luminosity Gaming, they came, you know, like I said, the ever-growing, despite the titles, despite all the championships and first place, all the achievements that they have, right? They have undergone great change, right? Great progress also at the same time. And they're always looking forward to learn even more, to better improve themselves, be more stronger than before. So just seeing them here in the ACL is pretty much like, I'm pretty happy for them because it seems like an opportunity for them to gain a little bit more insights on how regional teams is usually tackling out. Since they've been playing mostly around the NAEU side and even the LATAM side. Not really too much on the Asia Challengers League, except maybe in Worlds once in a while, but you know, that's like more like an annual event.
Oh, totally agree. And here's the thing, like when you're on Worlds, right? It's a lottery on getting it's a lottery going in a chance for you to go up against an APAC region, right? So it's more of a lottery, and at the same time, you don't always get that kind of opportunity to maximize your group, wherein multiple APAC teams are there. So right now, we're just gonna be hopping in, of course, to our game number 1 for Group C. So Liten Dream Factory at the purple, Nagoya Oja at the orange, and Hoopa is going to be the first ban for today for Liten Dream Factory.
Well, it's totally understandable. So far throughout the entire day, like I think even among all the supports that we had, Hoopa has been giving out so much value to each of the respective team, right? With the whole Phantom Falls on top of Trick as well. It's been amplifying the team so much because we even saw that one game where there's a really great save as well. Since practically, if you was able to link someone and you reactivate Phantom Force, you practically bring your linked ally and heal him at the same time. It's not a lot of heals. Like I think it's like what 10 to 15% health gain if I'm not mistaken used, but you know it's still better than nothing, right? That kind of thing. So naturally, great to see the Talon Flame also being banned out, but that also means that the fact that we finally get both the Psyduck and Leafeon also being brought into the mix.
Yeah, I'm just quite excited that Psyduck will be back once again, but it's going to be Nagoya Oja who's going to be using it. So here's the thing, like I'm loving the draft so far for Liten Dream Factory, simply because their firepower is already available. But I'm quite curious who will be their defender and their supporter in this game. I mean, Blastoise is a great choice. Snorlax is available as well to deny that Absol. Same thing with a Slowbro.
Still hovering over the Mammoth. I mean, the Mammoth has been pretty impactful so far. I think we saw some really great Mammoth picks. Blastoise, on the other hand, I did get concerned in one of our games. I'm not sure which one was it, right? It's was it Godlike Esports or not? But there was that they did ran this double defender lineup, right? And my main concern was the fact that was there enough damage, right? Like especially if it became a really prolonged battle, like could you burst out the opposing team because of the lack of damage? You have a lot of walls, you have a lot of defenses, right? But do you have the damage to just really keep it out compared to the opposing side? Since, like for example, if you look on the other side for Nagoya Oja, right? You have a backline diver. You also have some really strong critical range damage dealing with the Talon. So you got some good pokes. There's a lot of damage that's really being output with the side of Nagoya Oja here. But Little Dream Factory, no supports, by the way. Just let me confirm in terms of the battle items as well. Yeah, so it's a support Blastoise with the EXP share here. No heals, by the way. No he's going to be coming out for them here. So it's just pretty much just like all in with this. But it's like I said before, right? It's especially from the teams Utopia, Liten Dream Factory, these two teams from the mainland China. they have very different win conditions and also different play styles because of the different game mode here. So they had the time to practice all they can, whatever information they can gather. This is the composition that they feel quite adequate for this round here. It's the first series for, or at least I guess you could say it's their second series in Group C. Let's just see how far they can go for this one.
Yeah, a quick score for them actually. 4 points right off the bat. So that's actually a great sign for them. They know how the mechanics of the Doge Rio is working. But I do feel like the rotation of their central laner is a little bit too slow compared to Nagoya Oja, which might be a major impact later on into this game. But nice main look in order to lock down the duo. Not going to be quite enough for them to get the KO.
Still finding trying to go to C here. Doesn't really have all the levels in this case, but the telekinesis seems pretty good so far. And eventually, that's the knockout. It's going to be able to secure one for the team. More points being done, more AOS energy being dunked into the goalpost. There's the mean look here. It seems like it is going to be the mean look rather than the snarl here. But we'll push forward to Altera family is finally spawned here. It's a 2v3, but we do see the rotation. Massive rotation, by the way. But Nagoya Oja here, they want to take full advantage of this, especially since they got the intel. They're relatively down low here. They want to try to get a couple of knockouts and, of course, secure as much EXP as much as possible. And they will find great success with this.
They're just pushing back XGG. As if, you know, he's not a threat. That's how Nagoya Oja responds, and that side up is actually doing its job for, you know, to push back Liten's Dream Factory, for them to be able to make sure that they cannot do as they please, knowing that this could be a major impact towards every single team fight that they try to engage on. And look at that, Swineham still at 8-minute mark.
Couple of
gets caught up.
We did get the mean low, but not enough intel for them to really play out with this one, so not going to be fully committing for that. However, for the bottom side, seems a little bit better as well. So there's also the water gun's ability on the side here for our outrated solvable here. So it's going to be a really great secure ability, not just for the objectives, but also for some of the wild Pokemons here on their side.
Great scoring capabilities here for Liten's Dream Factory, being able to put up some trades up against Nagoya Oja. But XP department wise, you know, SGG looking quite good, level 8, but Aporo is level 9, Midnight / available, so they just need a setup to shut down everyone from Liten's Dream Factory and eventually score more up against them.
Couple of pokes, they now, okay, now we're seeing the pace a little bit slowed down to get a little bit more manpower here, but we do have the intelligence, and the snipe shot just seems so good at just poking them out. They have a decent, he also has a decent amount of the crit token as well, ready to go at any time, at any given moment. He's pretty much poking them out into submission here and trying to see if they can try to force them away from this Regieleki here. On the other side, we do have the IGZIST trying to secure on the bottom side. He will secure the Registeel. That's going to be a nice damage boost for the side here for Nagoya Oja before they make their way on top of the Regieleki, and especially since they got the indicator for the side that Registeel is currently on the side of Nagoya Oja. You see members of Liten Dream Factory, they're not going to spend it here too long here.
Nice pull.
Here. But that crit coming in from the Absol here. Aporo showing absolutely no mercy. Dives into all the way to the back line. Doesn't care about the slow effect as well. As the Aegis slash Yama in this case here, trying to create space for them to just secure the first goal post. And they're not done yet, Yules. They are not done.
Wow. That was just a big damage because of the Registeel. That alone was able to do 2,800 damage. And those knife shots keeps on landing. Mind to tell you, that is actually a phenomenal job from Sayu. You know, just getting things done, getting those knife shots land immediately. That alone can make Liten's Dream Factory's position crumble. Because they are being zoned out, not because of a defender, but because of a snipe shot.
Yeah, it's been looking pretty good so far for Nagoya Oja, just trying to get control, capitalizing in every state of the game here. Sure, pretty crazy that they're actually trying to force a fight on top of the second goal post. That's a lot of heals here, but sadly, the damage is just too significant. And look at the level difference as well. They know for the fact that, hey, you know, doesn't matter if you're getting a lot of heals and shields from this goal post defense buff. we literally not only outman you, but also outgun you in terms of damage and levels. Look at that. We don't even HJ hasn't even get to that Blastoise yet. He's still level 6. And I'm still level 12, by the way. I'm just letting you know. Aporo is level 12.
And that's gonna be very tough, you know, not having Surf, not having your full kit, your Unite move.
No Hydro Typhoon, yeah.
Yeah. At 4 minutes of the game, 4 and 40 of the game, that's tough. You know, you have to evolve as quick as you can, especially that the second set of major objectives has already spawned, and this is going to be most likely a Regieleki plus a Reggie bottom as well for the team of Nagoya Oja. Regice successfully taken down, and Blastoise is available, but no Unite move yet. They need to get those wild Pokemon to get it going.
Oh man, just trying to find an open, just trying to find space to farm, but you just see Nagoya Oja just keep forcing fight. They don't even want to take it to the count of whether there's how many people currently playing at the back line anymore. They're like, nope, we're just gonna go for it. We can't force for it. We have such an insignificant league. What are they gonna be able to do about this? Sure, they finally got the Blastoise at currently level 8, but it's still level 8 contrasting to each of the remaining members here of Nagoya Oja here. To make matters worse, with the whole mark being applied by the Absolutes, also bonus damage is also being applied to that specific target of Pokemon, and it's applied to the entire allies of Nagoya Oja here. So any of these tanks is not going to be able to last too long. I mean, in the first place, they're not even lasting that long either way. The level difference and the stats difference is just too large.
I mean, Aporo is already at level 14 compared to level 11, which is the highest level, at least for the team of Liten Dream Factory. Actually, it's level 12 right now, but the major fact that this Pokemon, Aporo, is so much ahead compared to all members of Liten Dream Factory just dictates that they can actually win every single team fight, given that they don't overextend, that they don't get greedy, because XGG is still possible, you know, still possible for them to be punished by him.
Still prowling around the central area. No wild Pokemon inside for them to farm, to get the necessary training they need to level up their Pokemons here. Although we do see XGG and New Fires, they slowly bring into the mix. It's level 12, level 10 respectively. They're slowly coming back into this as well in terms of levels, because the lead is still substantially large as well. Sure, the point differential, one could dare say, you know, it's a 200 points difference, but I think the game itself is a little bit too, it literally spiraled out of control at this point. We can see whether what's the attempt like for the Rayquaza pit here. If they steal it, if they have majority of the members, I think it could be a little bit of a different story, but it is such a tall order. So now we have the Regieleki just currently just running down the top side here. They're also pressuring them at the doors here. They don't mind seeding this against Liten Dream Factory.
Yeah, very tough. Regieleki marching down all the way to the last year goal zone. This is just free goals for Nagoya Oja. That's multiple 100 points right off the bat, and Rayquaza is still available and up and going. But on the other hand, Liten Dream Factory is going to be taking this opportunity for them to get the KOs that they need. But sad to say, there isn't going to be such a conversion yet. That is actually a team KO for Nagoya Oja, being able to take down every single Pokemon of Liten Dream Factory in that team fight. But they are not going for the Rayquaza. They just want those Eos energies. They just want the wild Pokemons and take down every single members of Liten Dream Factory.
Yeah, the Rayquaza is not really needed as well. It might have been a little bit of a different story if we see Liten Dream Factory a little bit on a similar level with Nagoya Oja in terms of like EXP and of course the damage wise as well. However, the game was so one-sided, and they have just so much control and just so much stats at this point here. We're talking about like level 15 on Aparo as well. They just somewhat deemed like, you know what, this game doesn't require the Rayquaza. We're just gonna keep dunking more AOS points, more AOS energies into the goal sites here. And there's really nothing much they can do about it. Sure, they get a couple of pickups, that's commendable. That's amazing. But I think it's like a little bit all too late. It's just pretty much like 40 seconds left. And they're just pretty much just being gatekept by just a single person with a wide guard as well. I can't believe it's so far the entire time. Yama's able to sustain with the wide guard for as long as possible. It may look like a 3v5, but technically this is more like a 2v5 since we're just seeing like IROS just pulling up with the sidekick and just diverting one person away. Other than that, it's just pretty much wide guards coming off of Yama.
Yeah. Liten Dream Factory losing by a bunch of points. Nagoya Oja is just doing their job. Want to make sure that they get that playoff spot. But of course, Liten Dream Factory still put up a big fight. They need more to get a victory in this matchup.
Yeah. A lot of work to cover. A lot of things. So I think this is the second time we actually got 1,000 ASM points in total as well.
Yeah, at
But
least for the live stream, right?
Yeah, but you honestly, this
stage.
is the kind of thing, right, where this is still a competition, right? So everyone still wants to try to solidify in that top spot. So Nagoya Oja definitely not gonna be kidding around either. Still will utilize all of their wits and skills to secure that spot. But other than that, it's a very dominant. This game has been a pretty dominant lead. Second game could probably need to change out a little bit of the adaptation as well. It's now how do you contest this, right? You're talking about multiple evolution stages to try to contest them early. I guess you could have that Mewtwo while they join the fight alongside with the Leafeon, but without that support or without anyone to just really contest against them, I think Nagoya Oja just had a really good firm idea on how they really want to tackle around the round, especially since there's no real safety net on their end either, or any disruptive support to just slow them down. I guess you could say the only disruptive support would have most likely been the Hydro Typhoon coming from the Blastoise here. But when everyone was duking it out, when Nagoya Oja was going on an absolute tear, I believe Oporo at the time was the highest level, which was being level 12. Out there Blastoise was even the Blastoise. It was still the Wartortle at level 6 here. So pretty much you have one massive control ability just pretty much out of commission, and Ice Fang can only do so much for you in that kind of scenario as well. So, but other than that, adjustment is definitely required for sure.
I mean, and what do you mean by adjustment is not just on their draft, but simply because of their execution as well. Because if first minute of the game, I noticed that they were prioritizing the Bumblebees, or exactly the Bumblebees at central area. It's not the Bumblebees, it's the No. In the central area, that Baltoys. There we go. They were prioritizing Baltoys instead of the buffs, in which that can make you get those XPs faster, get those buffs faster as well. Those Baltoys. But if you start off a Baltoy, you gain XP and nothing, right? So you're gonna be having a slower start as a central laner compared to the central laner of Nagoya Oja, who prioritizes the buffs first before heading towards the Baltoys. And definitely that could be a setup play that he can go for an ambush later on, hide in tall grasses, ambush top or bottom path, which is much more efficient and faster for their team in order to get the lead up and going at first 2 minutes of the game. But let's see if there is a bit of analysis in depth for Liten Dream Factory, because I still have hope for them. They were putting up a good team fight. It's just they were too behind in terms of XP.
Pretty much as well. Especially this we are talking about Nagoya Oja, who came from a very competitive region, right? So it's already pretty much in muscle memory, in a case where if once they see an opportunity, once they see a chance to dominate or just find an opening, just constantly just rip them a new one, right? They're definitely not gonna let an opportunity like that just slip away here. So pretty much at this point, it's just muscle memory for Nagoya Oja. But then again, I'm not sure whether you spotted it out, but we did manage to get the updated group stages here. And so far, Kakigoya Rising, or IGZIST, if you know this as well, from Group B, pretty dominant lead here alongside with FENNEL Esports, as they both have the most highest points in their respective groups. 6 points, by the way. Won both of their series. Very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, once you get those 6 points, like around 90%, you're surely in the playoff stage. That's the percentage that you could get. It's just a matter of fact that you have to fight for the seedings, because that might affect the results of the playoffs bracket, especially if you want to dodge some teams out there. I mean, that's part of a strategy when you're a team, right? When there are teams that you cannot beat, but the strongest teams, you can beat them. There are cases like that.
No, Yules. Everyone loves the challenge. Doesn't matter who they face.
Oh well.
But still, the next match after this will be by far, I think, probably the most anticipated, but also at the same time the most heated match. ZETA Division versus Luminosity game. You know, that's definitely going to be a really, probably the most hype game, and probably the most grand final worthy game that we might see later on. But you know, we'll talk about that a little bit later on as we finally come to our second game of our third series here in the Group C stages here between Liten Dream Factory and NAGOYA. So in terms of positioning, it seems like NAGOYA still going to stay on the orange side here. Liten Dream Factory will retain the purple. Ban-wise, still relatively similar. Getting rid of the Hoopa and oh, actually no, with a little bit of a change this time, as they will not ban the Zeraora, will ban out the Leafeon instead and secure the Zeraora for themselves this time.
Maybe just don't want to give the Leafeon. You know, like if they're not going to use it, like just don't let the other team get it as well. So I love the decision making from Liten Dream Factory, but Nagoya Oja will be staying on their default lineup, I guess, because first two picks, that's the pick that they did during game number 1 as well. So if I'm going to be seeing IGZIST and Umbreon on the next phase, I'm not surprised because, you know, it works, don't touch it.
That is true. I mean, so far the Mewtwo Y has been treating a lot of teams very well so far. Like, sure, we did see a little, especially throughout the tournament, we saw great Mewtwo Ys, but at the same time we saw some really amazing Mewtwo Ys. So far it's been delivering quite well for both sides of the team. So far the lineup coming from Nagoya Oja, no change at all. We'll see for the last final pick what they feel like they're going for. Liten Dream Factory coming in this time. They are not going to run that double defenders this time. They will be bringing one supporter, the Comfy, to pair off with the Zoroark here. Now that's a kind of combination like traditional wise. It's been one of the best combination that we ever seen so far. Quite the powerhouse here. And then don't even get me wrong in terms of damage wise. I feel this time on Liten Dream Factory, it definitely looks a little bit more solid this time. A little bit more all-rounder. If we're going to be looking for a couple of brawls on the way to just really dive into the fight, however, they do need to take concern of that Umbreon at the same time, since Nagoya Oja also intends to do the exact same thing.
Not just that, they also have that Aegislash with the wide guard later on that could, you know, just do the knockback whenever someone charges in, when you fire charges, when XG charges. So that would somehow be a minor problem that could leave a major impact later on into this game. But yeah, I do agree with you that I am more convinced on the draft by Liten Dream Factory compared to game number 1, simply because it's well balanced despite not having the all-rounder. They have the damage capabilities to dominate the early stages of the game. So it's just a matter of fact how they execute things down, what is going to be their timing, and you know, overall they just need to be very careful because Nagoya Oja knows the game mode better compared to them.
I mean, we are talking about a team that's been like has been preparing themselves for the longest time, right? Compared to Liten Dream Factory, who came, like I said, came from a different game mode as well with different win condition. But regardless, with that being said, this is the second round of our Group C series between Liten Dream Factory and Nagoya Oja. Is it going to be the comeback round, or is it going to be the one where they seal the deal here? And this is most likely also at the same time secure Nagoya Oja as their second series to withdraw the group stages, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me check that real quick. This will be, if Nagoya Oja is able to secure this game, then this will be their 6th point. There'll be a 6th point.
Yeah, because they got their victory a while ago during their first game.
The first game against Paper Rex, yes.
And by the way, Paper Rex and ONIC Rise is actually ongoing as well. So that's a rematch. Actually, that's a rematch for Southeast Asia folks out there. But nice engage coming in from Apollo, being able to take down KOs, and you know, Michui was also taken down in the picture. Tons of KOs landing in the hands of Nagoya Oja. And that will be converted into points, into XPs, and if this one continues to happen, it is going to be a repeat of game number 1.
Yeah, they weren't wasting any more time as well. They saw a fight that just went a little bit too long than expected as well. So they instantly got the call out saying, "Nagoya, hey man, you wanna come over the top side? You can just make it. If you start walking there right now, it could be a grand opportunity for you to get a couple of knockouts." And it actually did convert into great success. Bottom side, on the other hand, a little bit challenge here, but they did drop a defensive mean loop here because the Zero was getting a little bit too close. Now he did manage to steal quite the amount of buffs on the way from their end here as well. As they will try to, as usual, just like the first game, will try to get control of as many of the wild Pokemon in the central area as much as possible here. Really choking out option. Like, look at the position coming, even the position coming for the side for XGG as well, right? He just already linked up alongside the config getting ready to go into the match as well.
All right, SEG trying to dish out a little bit of damage, but that is just way too good for the side of Nagoya Oja and able to do those damages. Look at that wide guard, being able to push things down and getting all those AO's energies for them to overcap this as much as they can. I love every single decision making Nagoya Oja is trying to do. They have to make sure that they get the most out of every opportunity that they see Liten Dreams Factory's loophole.
Still slowing things down, but objective-wise, not going to be contested at all. We do see Registeel and Regieleki at the same time, and you can really definitely tell Nagoya Oja juggling between the two sides, uncontested at all here. None will try to challenge it. But they didn't manage to secure it, but at the same time, you do see XGG trying to go for the longer side here. Heavy Slam comes in to try to deny as much as possible. He didn't manage to get the block up in time, but the damage just seems a little too good, and that's exactly what Absol is supposed to do, to shred those tanks. Even Snorlax needs to be definitely to take precautions, especially without any heals to support him nearby. So Aporo, who's level 10, gonna definitely make a quick means made out of Munchit here. Towards the top side, Regieleki was able to find his connection as well. He did come in time, try to buy the necessary amount of space, allow XGG to try to go for the reset. Mean Look was also dropped down to locked in Munchit for as long as possible. But alas, that top goal, Regieleki is going to be able to find that connection, and they're going to be dropping even more points after that.
Hey, another overcap, 291 points. Taking down the tier 2 gold zone at top path right after 4 minutes off the game, so 6 minutes left into this matchup. And Nagoya Oja seems like they want to make this game over already, but that beautiful heavy slam wasn't able to, maximize the value because that block, sad to say, didn't hit the way they wanted it to. And right now, Nagoya Oja is trying to go for the fight here, despite Liten Dream Factory started things off, and they do get a KO.
Yeah, they're just really keeping them in track. This is not like your usual game where it's like forcing them into one side of them. No, they're literally just gatekeeping them at their own area, at their own base as well. Not allowing them anywhere near to the central area, nowhere near to any potential source of EXP for the wild Pokemon as well. It was pretty much just Nagoya Oja's free land for themselves here.
This is actually very tough. Like, just imagine the power spike of Nagoya Oja compared to the power spike of Liten Dream Factory. Again, Liten Dream Factory, they are 2 behind, so they need a beautiful pick off in terms of KOs here. But sad to say, Nagoya Oja is just sticking through a powerful teamwork, making sure that they are together. And the moment of truth that they are just alone in terms of laning phase, it's just when everyone is already so deep that someone could actually peacefully get the objectives, just like what Aporo is trying to do all the way at top.
Actually just now we had a pretty interesting engagement, really good engagement coming in from Mochit as well, right? With the heavy slam into the block as well. But sadly, it is an Aegis slash with the white guard. He actually engaged on top of Yamashita with the white guard. So that's a pretty durable Pokemon. 1 or 2 is probably not enough. Probably requires the whole team, since you do have a massive level difference in terms of stats. Try to hold out against the Regieleki, so we pretty much got a couple of minutes before the Rayquaza spawn. But of course, naturally, they got the intel that the majority of the members are showing on the top side. They will dive into the second goal post. They don't mind taking the fight head on once more. They don't really care about the defensive buff either way, because they know for the fact that they have the damage, they have the manpower. They will break the second goal post again.
And this is looking very awesome for Nagoya Oja. It seems like they want to repeat what happened in game number 1, and someone was pulled all the way. This is just phenomenal gameplay.
I believe we had one game where forgot which team was it. He had the side that he just kept juggling. He kept juggling the Metagross to try to save one of his teammates, right, as the side up. Just constantly well placed with the sidekick time and time again. I'm just like very impressed. I'm just like, I can't believe that's happening. I can't believe he actually did it. But I mean, eventually his teammate tried to go for the Regice secure. So ended up not only losing the Regice, but he also gave the KO away to the enemy Metagross. So that was unfortunate, but I thought he actually got away. Like it was it was so much work done by the support Psyduck as well. So I was just like, you know, that's rather impressive. That is insane. Like what you can do with the sidekick as well.
Goals actually being scored as well for Liten Dream Factory, but they have to defeat the Regieleki. This will add up a lot of pressure actually for Liten Dream Factory. They have to defend this on their last year goal zone because it's almost final stretch, 30 seconds on the clock. I'm not quite sure if Nagoya Ojo will try to attempt to get that bottom objective. Yes, I don't feel like they would because there's no lead.
Oh, that is.
But that's a Registeel.
Yeah, Registeel definitely is definitely a nice thing to have, but you know, it's that kind of thing where when you have so much dominance into the game where you just doesn't really matter what objectives you have. At this point, Nagoya Oja is just trying to see what else they can do with the capability they have. But of course, XG did manage to get on top of the side. But like I said, this is a very durable support. Comes in with the Unite move with the full power side here. Will endure. Will force them back here. And of course, naturally, they will try to break their way through. They did manage to secure the recourse on the other hand, so they're going to be getting a couple of more points into the race, a bunch more shields to just give them a little bit more durability. But of course, now the full squad on Nagoya Oja is here to clean up the house here. That's what I call a sweeper of a squad, prep for any Pokemon battle. And this is pretty much, and I believe this is unfortunately the run for Liten Dream Factory for this game at least. The series will go in hand to hand with Nagoya Oja.
Really very unfortunate for their team, but I don't feel like Nagoya Oja really wants to get that 1,000 point threshold once again in order to create a statement. I feel like that is the case because they're just going in for a fight because they know they can.
I mean, what else would you have them do?
Yeah, right. I mean, if you can fight, go fight. Get those KOs.
I mean, this is also a good chance to just test out in terms of damage count, right? Like how much damage can you do, like especially to the wide guard. I mean, there's a really interesting thing we actually experienced just now where Yama actually like tanked out like three different types of damages just now with the wide guard. Still was able to just practically just walk off scot-free. Pretty much similar to like how we saw like in one of our games today where the Serena actually popped her Unite move on top of the Metagross and he practically just didn't lose any HP at all. He just walked out of it.
What a game for Nagoya Oja. Have 6 points already, together with FENNEL Esports and XSpark. So we could conclude that two Japanese teams already has 6 points.
I mean, yeah, they definitely feel a lot, really great about it, right? Like just securing a respective spot. I think it's like it definitely hurts. No, I mean not just for the Japanese team. I think for all teams, but probably Japanese team in particular will definitely feel a little bit more of that burn of the fact that not going to be able to qualify for the playoffs here, especially on their home ground. I think every team that's representing Japan right now in the regional zone from their respective regional zone definitely wants to try to qualify to represent to the playoffs, especially on their home ground. They pretty much got like home ground advantage with their like home buff, right?
Yeah, there's a buff, right? There's a buff.
I never really got the whole understanding about it. Actually, no, I never got the chance to utilize it, right? Because we never got a situation where we get to say like, oh, it's a home ground advantage, it's home buff, but now I get to finally utilize it, so it definitely feels a little bit great.
I mean, it does work. The whole ground buff does work, but just imagine you're playing. Every single objective, every single KOs that you get, was someone just rah rah yada yada yada. That's so awesome, you know. Someone just goes
yada yada yada. What is that?
And, you know, it's the norm wherein you know just spit out what's coming, what your intrusive thoughts are, you know. But being able to hear a lot of fans just screaming out there, cheering for you, Whenever you get those objectives, you get those KOs, you got a good decision making. It just boosts your energy and your confidence a lot, being able to surpass your current capabilities, my guy.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So the thing is, if you put it in words like that, yeah, I understand. But the problem is, you went full Flintstone on me, you know, like yabba dabba doo, that kind of thing, right? So I'm like, just trying to understand, like, what's the context here? Like, what language are we going for? Right? So, like, I'm already limited in language, right? I only know like about 1, 2. Yeah, I know about like 3 languages as it is. I don't know about anything else other than that. That's definitely clearly not Japanese. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it's not a language. It's just like a slang, more of a slang, right?
What kind of slang is? You see, but that's the thing, right? It's like, where is that slang coming from, right? But you know,
I don't know.
But you know, regardless, congratulations to Nagaya Oja for securing their second series, because you know, practically each team in each of the group stages gets to, since it's a round robin as well, since it's 4 in each group stage. So practically a team has to play 3 series, right? So if you're able to secure 2 series wins, you're pretty much like 1 foot out the door. If you win all 3, well, hey, you know, congratulations, you're like one of the top 8 to qualify for the players. Seeding wise, I think we'll definitely find that out a little bit later.
Yeah.
Pick a use, but for now, so far the teams that are able to secure the 2 series, whether it's 2-0, 2-1, pretty much they're definitely feeling a little bit good for themselves. It gets a little bit concerning for some of the group stages. I think right now I'm just like looking through some of the group stages. There's some teams that has like Group A, for example. There's like out of the 4, there's like 6.4 and 4 on Revenant, XSpark, and Insomnia as well. So sure, like FENNEL Esports, they're like, you know, they're the highest point. They're pretty much like one of the what's gonna be trying to secure the first 2 placing. However, Insomnia, Revenant, XSpark, well, you know, not sure. Like we will definitely have like some kind of tiebreaker that's gonna be happening on later on, but. I guess we only get to talk about that once we see, like, until all the teams have finalized all their series and we get the total amount. I think the total amount of points is, if you win a series, is 3 points, right? You win a series, 3 points. We have 3 series, so in total, the team gets 9 points, right? 9 points.
9 points.
You pretty much get first 2 spots for yourself here. But you know, hey, all right, that is. So pretty much we're just going down the line. We also have like teams playing concurrently as well, like by the way, for our amazing viewers who's been joining us from throughout the very early morning or very early night, depending on which time zone you're in, thank you so much for participating and joining, supporting your favorite team. And you know, we don't just have the English cast, we also have the other regional casters as well, one of the top and best in the scene, especially from Korea, Thailand, Taiwan as well, all joining into the mix as well. If you want to give them a shout out, you want to give them a little bit of love and support, do check them out. I believe we also have Dupe Snacks and Sprangles, Wonder Chef, and Zoinks also on the scene. I actually saw what they were doing. It was they have their own personal 4-man caster.
Yeah,
they're a little watch party, right? So it was pretty cool until I found out that their current booth is like in between the backstages. So practically they could hear the crowd, all while at the same time we see like players just like walking side by side behind them. I'm just like, one I was like, wow, okay, that's not exactly a box, but not exactly a studio. But it's something. But at least, you know, they got the best of both worlds. So you get to see like all the amazing talent walking past side by side them. They get to hear the crowd from the stage.
Oh,
but, yeah, do check them out. Of course, finally, the main event of the day here for our group stages: ZETA Division versus Luminosity Gaming. Of course, naturally, Otter, an absurd new support player, probably one of the best I dare say the best in the world. And ZETA Division, your defending champions from ACL, going toe to toe with the 2-time champions for the World Championship Series. Such an opportunity, such a chance. Both teams definitely going to be having a great time about this as they learn and incorporate whatever stress that they encounter from each other.
Man, is everyone playing on Switch for Luminosity Gaming?
Well, I mean, you know, it's that kind of preference, right? Like, it's like
yeah.
It's like what I'm asking JJ just now. Like, does he play on mobile? Does he play touchscreen or console, right?
Yeah.
So he's saying like, if it's streaming, there's console. If it's not, it's on his mobile touchscreen. So I was like, oh, okay, that's cool, because I can't play on mobile. I pretty much fat finger the whole thing every single time, and it troubles me since my phone is not that big either. But you know, with that being said, Pikachu's, this is, oh man, this is. I don't. We're casting from remotely, right? But I could just feel the aura that's just really coming out of this, like reflecting out of these amazing players here. Feels great.
Heavy. It feels heavy actually. Like, you know the capabilities of both of these teams, and I'm not gonna be surprised if there's gonna be game number 3 in this series. Not surprised. They're formidable teams competing here, and you know, just like what you've said, this is like the mini grand finals. that's how we describe it. Actually, every single game that
like you and JJ is it just now?
Every single game that Luminosity Gaming has, it is a mini grand finals. But yeah, before we discuss this one even further, a little bit of a sideline information to everyone that Paper Rex actually emerged victorious up against ONIC Rise during their sub-stage game. So Paper Rex, so far they won a game. Because as far as I know, they lost to Nagoya Oja a while ago, so they got their first victory, getting their first 3 points because they weren't able to score a game up against Nagoya Oja a while ago.
Right. Oh, I thought you were gonna follow up with something else.
No.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
But yeah, no. So this here's the interesting storyline, right? Supposedly. Yeah. I mean, it would have probably been the same for FENNEL as well, where 2024 World Championship Series was supposed to be the tournament where potentially Luminosity Gaming would have played with either one of these ACL teams, right? One of our Asia teams, right? Whether it's going to be ZETA Division at the time or FENNEL. But of course, like we said, the storyline was a lot more different. Luminosity Gaming, but last year had a different roster as well when they participated for WCS in the group stages. They fell during the top 16. So in other words, the chances for ZETA and even FENNEL to potentially go toe-to-toe like that, the chances was pretty much out the window. It was no longer possible here. So in other words, this ACL, by far, it may not be the WCS, but this will be the tournament where ZETA Division will be fighting against Luminosity Gaming for the first time ever.
I'm just excited. I just want to see what is about to unfold, right? Because top teams like across the world, not just in Asia, not just in their own respective regions, but these 2 teams are probably the toughest team to beat in the world.
Yeah. Like I said before, regardless of all the achievements, like the amazing achievement they have achieved for themselves, they have been undergoing multiple great growth, roster changes at the same time to just really get to the spot that they're currently in at the current moment as well. Really, what you want to keep an eye out for is, I mean, every single player on Luminosity is amazing, right? But like, you really want to try to keep your eye on, depending on the composition, you do need to keep your eye on both Slash and Kyrios at times, and even Trainer. Among these 3, depending on the composition as well, there are times where Slash, the game somewhat gets dictated depending on how Slash really plays. That's just how the composition they really built around it really depends like as well. And coming from ZETA Division, I'm not too surprised since, if I'm not mistaken as well, from their last interview from the Japanese scene, a lot of their strats, a lot of their ideas really just got inspired from the NAEU side here, or at least the NAEU regional zones here in this case here. So in other words, I guess you could say there's a lot of vods for ZETA Division to really look up on, especially against Luminosity Gaming. Sure, the patches, the games has been greatly changing over this past week as well. But it's definitely a few things, like probably a few habits that can try to exploit here to try to get an edge here. But of course, this is our Group D. If anyone's wondering who's in our Group D, probably the most heaviest atmosphere
group
is ZETA Division, Buriram Unite, we also have Luminosity Gaming, and Talon Esports. Which, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, Talon Esports was able to... Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. They were able to take a game off Luminosity, right?
Yeah, they were able to win game 2, but right after that, it was a complete washout. It was a complete dominating performance from Luminosity Gaming.
Right.
But that victory alone made them earn a 1 point, being ahead a point up against Revenant Esports, and that loss from Luminosity Gaming is making them sit at the number 2 spot simply because ZETA Division was able to take down Buriram Esports in a dominant fashion, 2-0. So somehow this game would determine who's going to be on top.
I mean, that's pretty much why we said it's the most anticipated and most heated match, right? Well, I mean, there's a lot of great storylines to talk about, like I mentioned before. First time ZETA is going to be encountering alongside with Luminosity Gaming, and the same could be said for them as well, pretty much in reverse. It's also the first time we have an NA team here in ACL as well, so a lot of opportunity, a lot of first times here and there, a lot of chances, a lot of storylines. But just a matter of like what can you learn from this, because I like from their interview with Sprangles, they also see this as an opportunity to like just incorporate even more knowledge on how they really try to interact again. Like so the battle items, which I think I was telling you just now.
Yeah.
They experienced a few battle items which they were wondering like, hey, you know, like feels a little bit weird on why they're utilizing this, but after playing against them one a few times, and they realized, okay, that's actually a pretty interesting thing, and it looks pretty good as well. So even now, despite everyone saying like the back-to-back world champion and everything, and trying to earn back that title in 2025, and also being the first team here as well, they're pretty humble at the same time. They're just like really taking the mix as well. Every single moment of this tournament as well is an opportunity to learn something or just further improve themselves here. So it's quite inspiring coming from Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, despite being back-to-back world champions, just like what you said a while ago, they're just hungry for knowledge. They're just hungry for more victories as well, and they just don't stop improving. What makes them a phenomenal team. What makes them a tough team to beat in every single tournament. Like, yes, it wasn't the same roster during the WCS 2024, just like you said, but it's still Luminosity Gaming, and being able to go back on their footing right now, they're a tough to beat team, just like what Spraggles and Deuce Nax has been saying a while ago. Like, this is just Luminosity Gaming 2 years ago. It's still them. The firepower, it's still in there, and they continue to improve. And that is something that all the teams across the world has to catch up.
Yeah, I guess in a way you could say like the bar has been somewhat set, right? Like, or maybe I guess you could say like there's all kinds of milestones. Luminosity is probably like just one of those, achieving the same level of Luminosity Gaming could be also be considered a couple of milestones for some of these teams as well. Since we did have multiple interviews, like even in the past, where each of these young talents and each of these current talents or veterans as well, they're currently here in the scene. This is the reason why they're so strong, is because they're just inspired by like other existing teams as well. So yeah, so probably gonna be a really great run for them. But this game, oh man, actually I'm sweating right now. It's absolutely insane to me because it's like the amount of thought process is coming into this, right? Like just as much as excitement is also running in the veins of these young men, right? But also at the same time, it's just a lot of methodical thinking about this, because like I said, it's not just the first game, it is the first game here. So definitely we really want to show like what's their capabilities, what they have to do, what it takes to become champion of the ACL, defending champion as well. But more importantly, it's just also to showcase their own regional zone superiority, right? Just saying like, we are from Japan, one of the most competitive region as well. So we want to show you like all that we have, all that we got, and hope you be impressed with their gameplay as well. I think that's the more important thing to be sending over the message.
I mean, I just cannot wait. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're overall, both of these teams, really phenomenal, really strong. And we've been analyzing them over and over again, and here we go. Let's analyze what they are about to offer. We're done with the storytellings. We're done analyzing what are the pros and cons of this team. Let's analyze what they have to offer now.
Okay, so far, interesting enough, Luminosity Gaming has been, every time with their bands, if given the opportunity, it's always going to be like that Koopa alongside with that Talon Flame, right? So this time, they opt to not go for the Talon Flame ban. They decide to let the Talon Flame through and prioritize the ZETA instead. Whereas on the side of the ZETA division, gotta go with the Mimikyu ban. I believe that is a very respectable ban here. But also at the same time, that just means you want to bring the Italian, right? Okay, yeah, there's the Italian. Because if you think about it at the same time, Mimikyu with the Shadow Sting, right? If you were able to get on top of the Italian run, it's just pretty much a done deal. Mimikyu just does so well against the Italian here. But you know, he hovered it for a second. They thought about it, then they just figure out, you know what? Maybe let's just not make our intentions so clear and so open as they bring in the slow bro instead. And this is something that Luminosity Gaming also tends to utilize as the defender for once in a while. If it's not the slow bro, it would have most likely be the Mammal Swine. But of course, with that being said, that just means they're gonna allow Luminosity Gaming to secure the Inteleon for themselves here. It's gonna be most likely gonna be the hand of Curios.
Man, like, Leafeon was denied pick by ZETA Division for a trainer not being able to use it, but they still have Talonflame. Multiple options for Luminosity Gaming. This is just too hard for ZETA Division to counter every single pick, so it's just a matter of fact that they need to deny pick the toughest one to deal with, and at the same time have a better execution up against Luminosity Gaming, and oh my goodness.
You know, I'm seeing a lot of my favorite Pokemon in this competition. I am absolutely loving it. Okay, now it makes this interesting, right? So I was wondering why they actually decided to let the Talonflame slide. So I guess they just had an unknown to the fact that maybe ZETA Division may not actually pick up the Talonflame for themselves. And with their final lock-in, they actually opt to secure it for themselves here as their lone speedster here, able to dive pretty well into the back lines. And in terms of control, just probably have to look out for Tomato here with a slow run. That's just pretty much it, because other than that, it's just pretty much going to be an absolute... It's going to be quite the brawl between the two teams here. Yeah. But Luminosity Gaming, that's a terrifying competition, but same goes for ZETA Division as well. We have a and honestly, Metagross has been doing so far. Like, we don't have a lot of Metagross picks. Like, if we had to go for a percentage rate, right, we have like a couple of Metagross picks, but it isn't as often compared to like Gyarados that we've been seeing so far. But whenever Metagross gets picked up, it just feels like teams doesn't really have a clear answer to deal with such a menace. It feels like an unsolved riddle for the Metagross here for a lot of these teams. Well, what about Luminosity? Do they have an actual answer for the Metagross? However, they do have the Italian. They do have that nice range poke damage. So hopefully that should be able to at least reduce the defenses on that Metagross as much as possible here.
Just gonna, let's start this battle once and for all. Like, yeah, we've been talking about that. Both of them have a formidable lineup, but here's the thing: like, when it comes to sustain, Luminosity Gaming has it. But ZETA Division, they have a good amount of firepower. But the thing is, can that firepower be enough to do the KOs to take down Luminosity Gaming on those fights as quick as they can? Because if they cannot, especially if they do have a sustain or potentially this would be an egg bomb soft boiled. I'm not sure because there isn't enough like crowd control. So egg bomb is possible, but safeguard and helping hand, is an out of the box, like much more used compared to the traditional ones before.
Ooh, hold on. No, I was just thinking, right, like. In terms of secure, right, like Leafeon has been in a really good spot, right? It's like, especially with the whole Leaf Blade, with the whole Razor Blade and everything, right? So he feels a little bit too strong to the point where you feel like it should have been also a global ban. But since the Leafeon comes to the mix, so I'm like, right now I'm just trying to picture like, okay, maybe I'm looking too far into the future, right? But I'm picturing like how the Rayquaza fight is gonna be like here, because you have a lot of strong secures on both sides, especially with the overheat coming from the Blaziken. I'm actually rather happy that we do have a Blaziken coming to the mix as well. And we're about to get a real treat above this here, but not so much as a treat as trainer with the Talonflame. Now this guy pretty much is unstoppable when it comes to the speedsters as well. We're about to have a really good show from both ZETA Division and Luminosity Gaming. And
Rom actually checked the forest at the side of Luminosity Gaming. He's counting the timers. Actually, being able to attempt a steal of buffs will be huge for Rom, but actually Luminosity Gaming is one step ahead as well, being able to secure it. faster than the steal of ZETA Division. But right now, they're going to be engaging even further all the way atop path. Can they take down Overlord? They actually denied it and instead go for the goals that they want to happen in order to apply some pressure and then take down KOs, 2 KOs to be specific.
Yeah, we're having multiple KOs that's been happening across the entire map as well. I guess you can say in a way it's like a 1-for-1 kind of situation. So since Utopia was able to get his own on the top side, and the bottom, the same goes for Luminosity Gaming. But we do see the rotation coming down into the side as well, as they will try to battle it out for the goal post. We do eventually get the Pillow Swine, but sadly not enough allies to go for the supports here. He will fall, unfortunately. Slash will have to fall back. But on the other hand here, it seems like our dear Curious has nowhere to run. Vitopo is currently hot on his tracks here and will secure the knockup for their side here. Oh yeah, this is a very scary fight. You can't leave yourself alone in the central area for too long. Not when Vitopo is on the hunt, paired with Wajiro as well with the comfy.
Just look at that. Vitopo is the one zoning, not the slower, not Tomato. But on the other hand, that is Luminosity Gaming being able to trade an objective all the way atop path, and they want to take down Kokoada. They're still applying the pressure. Brave Bird is not going to land the way they wanted it to, but Regieleki has landed already in their goal zone, plus a snipe shot to take down Kokoada and eventually take down this goal zone. 35 points. They want to overcap it as much as they can. That would put them up, not on the lead, but put them up on the driver's seat.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out who started the Regieleki first. I guess it was in the hands of Luminosity. They tried to go for the steal, but of course, speaking of steal, all the knockouts gonna be secure for the side of Vitopo's on an absolute roll. He's the highest level Pokemon as well. Before he actually got that knockout previously as well. And he has the confidence, he has the damage as well. Just need to keep continuing with the hunt. They got the lockdown, they got the control. Blissey, unfortunately, you don't have the movement. Honor, you don't have the movement speed to get out of that situation. Not going to be able to outrun Vitopo here. And he's just not done. He does have both the double buffs here, but we'll try to disengage and we'll slowly back off to not give any extra EXP away. Whereas Kokoda on the other end, on the other side, dude, he is he is in his own lane here by himself, man. It doesn't matter. And I can't believe this entire fight so far, and Kokoda has just been pretty relaxed on that top side.
Relax. I'm just waiting for, an opportunity. Whether it's to score some goals, get those KOs. And Otter, this position is not looking good for Otter. They're gonna go for the KO.
Oh, no.
Nice coordination from ZETA Division in order to take a KO for their prize. Not that big in terms of XP reward. The KO is a KO indeed, and they're looking for more as they take down Overlord. He's a little bit behind. And right now, they have to march in even further. Snipe shot not gonna hit. Very unfortunate for Kiara Ross. Yeah, and Regieleki might be rewarded by ZETA Division.
Yeah, this one few times, they've just been getting caught out individually as well. It's pretty isolated. I'm pretty surprised with the position that's happening. I'm pretty isolated. I guess you just want to get a nice intel. But Flames is coming in for the mix. They try to push them away from the sidelines. Well, that ain't gonna matter. Vitopo is feeling absolutely livid about it. And of course, courtesy of the Regieleki as well. This map, Slash is not going to be able to move away anytime soon. The rest of the team comes in. It's going to be a classic 5v5 here. The first full team knockout fight is going to be potentially happening on the second goal post, but it still doesn't matter. Vitopo will do a massive amount of damage before he goes down. They finally take down the final boss here, but great damage has been done. But Overlord, the last man standing, going toe-to-toe with the Metagross here. He's still sustaining, by the way, for the Gyro Ball, courtesy of the Gyro Ball. But of course, would he want to re-engage into the fight? No way. Overlord is just going to say, no, I am not going to go back into that Metagross. However, might be a little bit different story with the rest of the squad coming in with full health. They don't mind taking it head on, and they will finally shut down the Kokoda here.
People did a lot on that fight, but his teammates were able to get the last hits for those KOs. But, ZETA Division, I feel like they overstayed a little bit. That's why Luminosity Gaming was able to trade 2 to 3 KOs as far as I know. So you have to be very careful on those kind of situations, knowing that Overlord, once he goes up, once he catches up, it is a different story. And Vitopo so far is leading in terms of XP department. So they will want to maintain this as soon as they can, or as much as they can, rather. Because 3 minutes is the only timer left, and Luminosity Gaming is struggling. they must maximize this team.
Oh, Talon Flame will try to
Clean
connect.
sweep.
It's not gonna be able to connect on anyone as well. I love the fact that they're positioning towards the Regieleki side because they've been seeing like what ZETA division has been doing so far. They do not want to be having the back against the wall with the Regieleki here. So majority of the team is gonna be playing top side here to see who's gonna be able to secure this side. Could be a massive fight towards the Rayquaza as well. In like 30 seconds as well. If anyone with the fall here or forces out a major Unite move as well, this could be quite dividend for the side as before they go to the Rayquaza fight in the first place, Yules.
Luminosity Gaming is investing a lot of Unite moves, and that is what ZETA Division wants to happen. Make sure that their resources runs out before Rayquaza fight. And it's not just that, they can get the Regieleki to set it up as a bait, as a pressure towards Luminosity Gaming, but I love the precision as well from Overlord at the Rayquaza's pit. But here's the thing, Vitapo is gonna hunt him down. Can they get the KO? Dodges the overheat immediately. The computer crash will be there, and that is the trainer who gets taken down. And look at the sustain, look at the chase coming in from ZETA Division. They don't want to give a room for Luminosity Gaming to get their position on their Rayquaza.
Yeah, but then again at the same time, do keep the count there, trying to see they can try to go for the steal away, but sadly that's not gonna happen at all in the same time, as they will be able to secure for themselves. Great attempt coming from Overlord as well, but the intel already came in. They were trying to chase it from the back line, so the potential steal came in. They were prepped for it. They have all the secures as well to secure it. And since there's no Unite move for the hand of Overlord at that time, so no overheat to best assist him in any way to secure the final Rayquaza. But with that being said, ZETA Division will secure its first game. In such a manner here, it is well noteworthy at the same time.
A one-sided game, despite of the point differential we are seeing. It's just ZETA Division keeps on winning the fights, keeps on winning the decision making. And Luminosity Gaming, I love how they were able to go head up against them. But let's just enjoy this team fight and save this analysis later on. Emerald 2-step will be there. Actually, that was an Emerald 2-step. Yeah, it was from Rom. Trainer is trapped. They cannot do anything. 1,000 point mark for ZETA Division up against Luminosity Gaming. This is huge.
Yeah, no, they definitely feel really great about this as well. But also at the same time, I tip my hat to Utopia as well, who was just able to just find a lot of those openings in the early game as well. Just managed to find, despite of all the defenses that's being set up by Luminosity Gaming, right? You're just still able to find that chink in the armor to just really set the pace for the teams here. Rotation wise, also coming from the ZETA individual, just ensuring that even if there was going to be a skirmish, even if there's going to be even a small trade, they're always going to make sure they have the better part of that trade. And slowly, every time they win a skirmish, it's always an objective. If it's not an objective, just trying to gain more ground for their end here, to try to deny them for as much EXP as much as possible here. But here he goes, members of ZETA Division, peace signs coming all across the players here. But feeling great, absolutely. I'm not sure what to say because I'm not sure because I believe I saw one of the players was just sweating buckets, right? Or is this could be the lighting itself?
Yeah.
Well, that's what we said. Just let me look at the damage count, right? So look at Vitabo.
43%.
155,000 damage.
That's crazy. I mean,
that is
almost
insane.
half. Almost half of the team damage was from him.
Yeah, it's it is an insane amount of thing. But it's also at the same time, this is the power of the most oldest and most traditional combination, right? When you have both the Zoroark and Combi paired together. Especially now since this is also the speedster matter as well. So just really play hand in hand just absolutely perfectly.
And I'm not gonna be surprised if Zoroark gets respect banned. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, it wasn't like the the eye popping in terms of the flashy plays that we provided a while ago. It's not the flashiest Zoroark you can see, but the amount of damage that Zoroark can do is a lot, and that made somehow Luminosity Gaming crumble in terms of their team fights because like Leafeon was a no problem for them. Like Leafeon is more on a backup damage for ZETA Division. It's just the Zoroark doing it all out for the team. So I'm not going to be surprised again if Zoroark gets banned. or let's say they ban Comfy simply because there won't be someone to sustain that Zoroark.
I mean, I definitely can somewhat picture it, right? Because it's not the first. It won't be the first time where we see teams that just specifically banning a particular Pokemon, right? It's the same goes like how like we see the Mimikyu ban, and it's not like to be honest, the Mimikyu. Usually, there's only two reasons why you will re-ban Mimikyu. Like one is usually, like I said before, it's a really great counter against the intelligence. So especially if you're not dealing with a lot of frontliners, a lot of walls to block you as well. If you can just get that Shadow Sting on the intelligence, it doesn't really matter what he does, whether you eject button or the Fell Stinger, right? He's still gonna get gunned upon because of the Shadow Sting already been the mark has already been somewhat applied to him. The second reason will most likely be because of the fact that I'm not sure, but it feels like it is somewhat of a respect bent to Trainer. I think Trainer so far was the only player throughout the entire league. I could be wrong. I probably missed some of the leagues since a lot of our games has been happening concurrently, right? But so far, I think Luminosity Trainer was the only one throughout the entire ACL group stage. He was the only one to actually pick up the Mimikyu and just went on an absolute hammer against a lot of these teams as well. So that's my second reason why they had that Mimikyu ban out here. Zora is pretty much understandable. But it's like you said, they could potentially let go they won't let go the Hoopa. I think they will keep the Hoopa.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, it's very tough.
Very tough, right? Very tough call, right?
Call. No, they don't mind letting I think they wouldn't mind letting the side duck through. Because the Hoopa, I think the Hoopa is a little bit too good. The Hoopa is a little bit too good. Unless they can opt to take the Hoopa for themselves.
Yeah.
And they could opt to get the Hoopa for themselves, depending on who's getting that priority pick first, of course, naturally. But let's just say if they're starting on the orange side, because previously Luminosity was starting on the purple side, so there's a chance they might end up going on the orange side instead. So if they do, they might actually still ban out the Hoopa, could let the side duck slide through, or don't ban the Zora, but set up for the Zora, like set up the composition to really prep for that Zora. That's one of the few options that Luminosity Gaming can try to prep for, and I think it's been something quite common that Luminosity tends to do as well. It's in a very rare scenario where we see them banning a very specific hero. Like you have to be like the most insane Pokemon player to ban that very specific Pokemon as well. That's how rare it is for Luminosity to ban for this kind of Pokemon as well. Other than that, most of the time they usually just switch up the composition to just cater to a particular Pokemon as well.
I mean, totally agree on that one because it's really one of the things that you.
You see, that's another option.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. But here's the thing. Like, I do believe that what happened in game number 1 is that Leafeon was a deny pick. It was a deny pick for Trainer simply because Trainer, aside from Mimikyu, just like what you said a while ago, still has Leafeon on his pocket, and if Leafeon gets denied, then another one is taken away from Trainer, which is probably one of the best players in the whole world as well. So, that being said, like the option gets lessened. Like it nerfs the capabilities of Trainer to do the gameplay that he can, and Talonflame is a great option as well, but not really quite sure if it would be a different value if Trainer had Leafeon instead of Talonflame, right? So let's see what will be the response here for Luminosity Gaming as we're heading towards game number 2. This is set point for ZETA Division, and this could actually result into their 6 points.
Okay, so this time they're going to be switching out the ban, so they will go for the Comfy ban. I think they will go for the first pick, Hoopa. Is that Otis Mew? Is it? It is. Nah.
We've seen it like in versus Talon, as far as I know. Yeah. I've seen it.
And I'm jealous.
Oh yeah. Understandable. Leafeon Trainer, totally understandable.
Okay, so now the thing is, Hoopa is still on option alongside with Talonflame this time. So they'll secure both of the most contested supports in the game here, both being the Blissey and the Hoopa. That is an insane amount of sustained here. So now you got the Leafeon, but also at the same time, you also need to try to prepare the cater against the Leafeon anyway. I'm not sure whether it's going to be the double speedsters going to be coming into the hands of Luminosity as well. They could actually try to opt to go for support Mew. Come on, give it to us. Yes, the best, if one of the best, or if not the best Mew support player in the entire world. Otter comes in clutch with the Mew selections here. ZETA Division, Oh yeah, they're just going in with all the best that they have in the scene, right? They bring in the Talon Flame, they bring in the Hoopa, they bring in the Blissey, and now of course the Serena has been like Serena is really great in a few aspects. Like one, it's really great in super late games. At the same time, Unite's moves is pretty much a pretty strong lockdown against the speedster as well. So now Leafy just really gotta be careful if it gets on top of Rom or at least on top of the Serena in particular as well. But there's a lot of saves. There's a lot of sustain. Now just need a little bit of control. But of course they're also piling under the damage and say yes, they will bring in the double speedsters here. Will it be the Metagross? Or are they not gonna bring in the Umbreon? Umbreon is still here, or maybe even the Mammothine. I'm fine if they want to bring the Metagross. I'm totally down for that. He's pretty much beefy enough. You have enough sustain.
Like that's
think
the
about
most,
it. All right, that is
most stable and reasonable decision that they can do is, you know, locking in with a Metagross. But based on the draft here for Luminosity Gaming, yes, they have firepower. They have Mew as their support, additional damage as well. But I do feel like the sustain from ZETA Division is too good. Unless they do land those heavy slams, the moment that the hyperspace hole is already set and done. Which I do believe, actually, there is a possibility that this is going to be a trick. Because if Vinipo goes for the Brave Bird, for sure this would be trick. Just like what we saw a while ago, right? That's like their thing. But if this is not going to be Brave Bird, for sure, it's hyperspace hole.
But then again, at the same time, I mean, if they want to go Brave Bird, I wouldn't see why they can't, right? Because Brave Bird is like, if I'm not mistaken, right, Brave Bird got this nice addition where you get this damage, like huge amount of damage reduction, right? Once you get into it and gets out of it, right? So I think we've seen some teams actually utilize the Brave Bird, and you just manage to just get out from a lot of initial damage, right? And if I'm not mistaken, user is the Talon.
All right, ready and go for a game 2. Luminosity Gaming is still eyeing for a game number 3 here. In order for, you know, to just fight back, get some points if they do lose, but ZETA Division is looking for them to close this one out. And if ZETA Division gets this game, you know, Godlike Esports, Talon, they still have an opportunity to turn down the tides and catch up in the pointing system.
Oh wait, by the way, I'm sorry. Sorry, if I'm not mistaken, the Talon Flame, you only for the Brave Bird, you only get that damage reduction once you get level 13. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the upgraded one.
Yeah, so it will take a while. It will take a while to get it, but you know, I believe, you know, every single time we will end up most likely going to that super late game as well. So, but of course, great engagement. Just barely got to the goalpost and then I had to get that bonus shields as well. If not, I'm pretty sure that would have most likely been the KO for the hands of our dear friend Rom. So what do you think about the composition so far, right? Because at least to me, right, like Meowscarada in particular is just one of that few species Pokemon where you can't first pick it, because there's just one of there's a few ways you can actually try to prep or at least prep or to counter it, right? That's why you need to someone set up for it in terms of the drafting. So seems like they were able to get it as the last hit in here. So what do you think about the whole composition as a whole?
Yeah, and talking about the draft in the lineup, I just noticed that ZETA Division doesn't have a stable attacker, so they're gonna go melee. They're gonna go, you know, all in terms of fights, and that is very unfortunate for them because they don't have the range. And once Luminosity Gaming charges in, definitely a tough time for them to bounce back. And that is a total of 40 points scored. But Luminosity Gaming not going to be enough to take down those KOs right after that Acrobatics and Flame Charge. So, good reset, good decision making for both teams. Luminosity Gaming is still having a head-to-head charge here, not letting ZETA Division, you know, control the game at the very early stage.
Yeah, it's like even for some of these encounters as they go head-to-head with each other as well. In terms of control, definitely a little bit in terms of respect. I do love the fact that you actually brought up the fact that there's a lot of melee combat between, especially for the side with ZETA Division. And I think we had one. Okay, hold on, sorry. Great knockout. He's going to be able to drop a decent amount of points on the other hand, but since there's a lot of the majority of the members of Luminosity Gaming towards the bottom side, ZETA Division finds an opportunity. They try to even out the odds as they engage the lone remaining members of that top lane side. We do see a little bit of rotation coming in from the Snorlax here. It's going to be Slash himself. Try to deny them from planting as much points as possible, but they will succeed in getting a couple of AOS energy into the goal post for as much as possible. Reinforcement is currently underway, or at least in this case, a little bit more prioritized into the objectives here. Slash is pretty confident he's able to sustain for as long as he can, but sadly for not for too long, as the goalpost just finally comes down.
Seems to be equal after that, tier 1 goals will take it down a top path, but no, it's just a little amount of ahead. Luminosity Gaming is a little bit ahead, simply because of the Regice takedown that they did all the way through bottom path. But, ZETA Division is still quick in trading as well, so that's why they got the Regieleki, and no one is actually defending it from their team. Aero 2-step will be there, not going to be getting the value that they want to, so ZETA Division is just letting Luminosity Gaming use all of their utilities.
By the way, is this that's gonna be the smatter, that's what I'm saying, right? This is Buzzword is really that kind of Pokemon where not only do you have like a huge amount of suppressive ability, but because you're an all-rounder, so you just have also the damage to actually duke it on those individual fights here as well. Probably not as strong as it was when it was at its peak, but still just as good. Trying to attempt to go for the Unite move, but instantly gets reversed back by their own personal Unite move coming from Utopia. But by the way, is this? I believe this is going to be a Yawn Snorlax, right? Like
yeah, it is.
You're going to be able to set up like which I think is pretty great, right? Because you set up pretty much well for the Leafeon and Meowscarada as well. It's pretty great. I was concerned because we didn't really get this. We really didn't get to see as much being utilized. Right? I only saw it just now, so that's why I was just asking for that confirmation.
Oh, look at that damage! Big stomps coming in from Rom. But Vitiful was already taken down in the picture. Turned around by Luminosity Gaming. The Flourish is actually available still, but Kairos still taken down in the picture, but there is going to be a trade atop by Trainer. Good 40 points, right amount of damage, right amount of scores, and able to flip things around and catch up in terms of the point system department. But there is going to be the Regirock down bottom. They need those defense, especially for ZETA Division, because they don't have a main front line aside from Kokowada. But there goes Overlord, charging even further. Look at those smackdowns. And everything is not working for ZETA Division, but look at those rings inbound!
Well, the rings about definitely looks a lot more satisfying as it is, as they will go coming with quite a number of Unite moves as well. They seem like they have the advantage for now, but they're currently in the full retreat. They don't really have the moves here. All the HP that's sustaining this kind of fight as well. We'll try to go for the reset here. We do see the WP being dropped down. Of course, naturally, Slash want to stick around. They want to stick around a little bit here to try to see if they can try to set the pace here. However, Trainer, as expected of the man here, definitely keeping up with the levels race. He's currently level 13, the highest into the round. Look at the amount of damage he's outputting on this 1v3. Sure, he finally eventually gets down, but who knows what the outcome would have been if Kokoda wasn't really there to go for the assist as well. Rom was just so low, just as low as the rest of the squad here as well. Unbelievable here. So thank God for Kokoda. If not, that would have been, if that it definitely looked potentially like a 1v2 scenario where a different trainer would have most likely gotten out of that fight. But that's a lot of ESP to games on that. That's pretty great for the side end here.
Oh no, you have to be very careful. Nice egg bomb to deny. To deny that one. Can they get the last hit? Yes, they do. Nice fly. In order to seal things down, that's going to be the sleep and yawn up against Metagross. And look at that diversion play. Oh, they take down the Meowscarada that easily. Nice fly once again. And this is just too difficult for Luminosity Gaming to go into a team fight. They are just here to defend their tier 1 goal zone, and ZETA Division is looking to destroy it immediately. They need that timing. The fly will drop down, but look at the backline damage from Luminosity Gaming as well. But the front line is just too good for ZETA Division to take the tier 1 goal zone.
I was just saying, right? I was also saying, just look at Metagross in the first place, right? Because Kokola's already like level 13, right? So every time he spins with the gyro ball, and especially since it's already somewhat of a low cooldown as well, there's so much shields and it just constantly just popping in. And now even the rest of the team of Luminosity, they're pretty much like a man. They're pretty much a man short. But when they saw the Metagross, like see Kokoda just walking towards them, right? Despite it being half HP, They know exactly how much shield's gonna be outputted from that gyro ball, so they're like, nah, we're not gonna deal with that. Not,
Yeah.
At least not at this time, not this phase here. They will try to attempt it. Look at that! In a 1v4 get caught out, gyro ball sustains. By the way, beautiful timing with the link with the Phantom Force. He's gonna be able to get out safely and reset. Back into the fight once more. He's currently diving to the back of the line, getting ready to drop in the computer and crash. Locked it out in a decent amount of space here. And looks like Ritterball is going on an absolute tear. They're losing members right at the spawning and the timing here of Rayquaza here. Do they have the Unite moves? Unfortunately, not. Look at that. You look at that Pikachu's. No Unite moves on the side here on the hands here for Luminosity Game, but the same can be said for ZETA Division, except for Rom, who's currently on that Serena here.
Yeah, and that's why
it looks pretty good.
That's why Rom is actually there in order to seal Trainer off. But there are other members from Luminosity Gaming as well who's ready to gamble it all out.
Oh, they
get it! They got it because of Honor, the hero. But this is going to be a counter scoring that's gonna happen. Can this be enough for ZETA Division? There's a lot of shields.
Oh my god, but they don't know.
They don't know. They don't know yet.
They just dunk as much points as possible. Okay, now my ZETA Division didn't manage to bring us back.
Okay. Just have to play defense. It's a close game. They don't know who's on the lead.
Okay, hold on. There is about 100 points in the hands here on Kokoda here, but the same could be said for the Snorlax.
They need to get rid.
In this case, yeah.
They need to get rid of the shields.
Dude, this game is so close. I can't believe. I was so concerned.
No one's on defense.
It feels like they can go for the steal here, but they're trying to lock it down. Can they break all the shield? Unite move for something coming in, so it's gonna be the heavy sleeps here. They're trying to go for the dunk. They do get the dunk in. 70 points on top of that. They want to try to get a couple of more in. More points come to the mix, and so I can't believe it. Luminosity Gaming just, in my opinion, they managed to bring this back, but now everyone's in full defense, in full retreat. They see Kokoda has a decent amount of points. They need to try to shut him down, but he's still sustaining with the amount of shield with the gyro ball still going through. They're trying to throw it as much as possible. 15 seconds. Kokoda still standing, still strong, still healthy as well. He's taking out so much damage with the gyro ball, and he's fighting out on the tier 2 point. He got the community crash, drops on the Unite move. 2 seconds. Can he get the points in? But he can't. He keeps getting denied. The points can't go through. They did manage to clear up the party, but guess what? Because I don't think it's enough. Wait, what's the final call though? Let's check what's the final call for the final confirmation here.
It's Luminosity
Gaming got it. They managed to withhold against the Metagross. I can't believe it. But like I said, look at that final, the final boss, Metagross.
That was a close call, man. That was a close call.
Dude, they were fighting on top of that second goal post. So in other words, they have the defensive buff and heals. Nothing that the Kokoda couldn't handle, right? But he's just spinning. He's just been spinning for days. Shields after shields after shields. And the crazy part about it is that Luminosity members, they just kept coming in one by one, right? So it just kept disrupting Kokoda to really dunk that point. But let's be honest, if Kokoda had dunked in that 50 points, it would have been 100 points and totally overwhelmed Luminosity Gaming here. Can't believe it. We are going to that game 3 here, 1-for-1 here. But that Metagross, man.
Man.
No, okay, because I don't care. Yeah, okay, I'm fine. I agree with what Luminosity Gaming said about Metagross, right? It's great, but it doesn't really have. It's not really the best in a very specific field in a very specific category, right? So, but these are just one of those few moments where you're just like, I agree, but dang, that Metagross could tank.
Oh my god, close call. Like I thought it was already a flip. Like it became a flip. Basically, it became a flip in favor of Luminosity Gaming, right? But there was actually a flip that happened as well in terms of scoring at the side of ZETA Division. But just to remind everyone that there has been tons of shields left for Luminosity Gaming, which I do believe that ZETA Division might have overseen it simply because they're desperate to score more. And their firepower, the way on how Luminosity Gaming retreats and goes back to those jump pads, dive into tier 2 goal zone, was way too phenomenal in order for them to, keep it up, keep it living. In order for, the other team, in order for ZETA Division not to go for the KOs and get the score done on that tier 2 goal zone. That was just phenomenal defense from their team.
No, it really was, and especially with the steal, right, the whole records. I believe everyone for a second just had their heartbeat just stop at that moment, right? Because it felt like it could be the opportunity for a steal coming from Slash, right? It's not that he has never stolen it with a Snorlax before. I just felt like it's that kind of moment where I was just like, we didn't really have a lot of camera pan on him, right? So it only came a little bit later, but once the Mew, especially once Order came in at the same time, got that nice, beautiful steal, solid steal there. What a secure. Not sure how if that secure never pulled through, I think it would have just been ZETA Division 2-0 right there and then. That would have been that second game. Because Luminosity Gaming not gonna be relenting that the win so easily here. We still have game number 3 here.
Oh yeah.
So how will the adjustment going to be like this time here? So, but seriously, that Hoopa has, like I said, it's been performing phenomenally for all the teams so far. Even ZETA Division we saw some really great saves with the Hoopa, with the Link and the Phantom Force combination as well. It feels pretty. It just feels that great. I definitely felt the hurt when they all 4 members of Luminosity got on top of the Metagross, brought it down to barely half, almost half HP before the reset from the trick pull. So I was just like, that is that was insane. But overall the game has been pretty great so far.
Yeah, really satisfying indeed, and I cannot wait for game 3 because, man, this is just, okay, so let's assume that both of them has 1 point already, right? They have 1 point, so that would put them up on 4 points together. And currently Talon and Buriram is ongoing. Talon is on the lead, so for sure they already have 1 point, so they have 2 points in total. So Talon has a hope in getting up into the what do you call this one? In getting a playoff spot, only if they do win. If they do win their next matchup up against ZETA Division. ZETA Division is a tough opponent, so as early as now, they need to win their series up against Buriram. And it's just fate that would land, because Luminosity Gaming so far, if they win this, they are an unstoppable force already.
I mean that's to be said later in the future, right? But let's quickly focus on the present hand, which is currently our third game here. This time, Luminosity Gaming is gonna let this time they're gonna be starting on the orange side here, so it's gonna be their turn to utilize both the Blissey and the Hooper at the same time. That's gonna be some insane amounts of switching here. And since Lithium was also up for the pick, it feels like we're mirroring from last match, right? The only difference is that this time is gonna be ZETA Division on this side, but of course this time, the defender of choice is going to be the Mammoth Swine. They're already somewhere in a way already anticipating some kind of speedster. There's also going to be someone picked up inside Luminosity Gaming. It's a pretty great control so far. But same goes for the Revenant, getting ready to punish anyone in any way. No Mimikyu, so the Inteleon is still somewhat up for grabs on the side for the ZETA Division, unless they want to bring this game into an all-out brawl, which is something which is we've been commonly spotting out, especially towards the NAEU side, right, where you get all these brawler all-rounders and beefy frontlines, and you just have one speedster to be your divers here in this case here. So Mewtwo Y has been doing exceptionally well for most of the teams here. Luminosity Gaming coming in with the double speedster, with both being the Absol, which is, by the way, a Pokemon that is excel in shredding tanks because of his marks. It also amplifies its allies to do additional damage to their marked Pokemon. Talonflame, completely untouched, has been pretty great so far. Revenant, he's there to just constantly just keep them in check. Any potential divers, or at least try to lock them down long enough to allow both the speedsters to at least dish out the necessary amount of damage. Got a decent amount of control both sides, works both ways. Oh man, this is a really nice setup for that side. And of course, you got the Clefable, which is, I don't think I believe this is our second Clefable that we've been seeing today, or our third Clefable.
Yeah. I do believe that it's just the second, because the other one, Clefable, that no, not just the second, I think, because one of the significant Clefables that I've seen, at least for today, is the steal of Rayquaza. I think that was for
with the Wonder Wish, right? With the Hydro Pump. Yes, that is. I know you were casting that with JJ, right? So I was screaming from the top of my lung, like off scene, of course. I was saying like Wonder Wish, Hydro Pump, Hyper Beam, something, you know, that kind of thing. But that was when he went for the Hydro Pump selection. I was like, and he landed it. I was just going out of my mind. I'm just saying, like, that was an insane steal. I commend you for that. But you know, I'm very curious on what's gonna be the ability selection here for the club table, right? Like, gravity seems nice. It feels like the more traditional round when it comes to locking down a lot of these speedsters, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, with this kind of brawler setup as well, and you also got that nice ranged DPS dealers like the Mewtwo Wise, and of course alongside with the brawler that Metagross, feels like Follow Me also feels pretty great as well. For at least some of that defenses here, because if I'm not mistaken, you get a shield, but also at the same time you're also able to lock down enemies for a brief second, right? So Follow Me also feels pretty great to utilize here.
Oh, and this is actually awesome. Look at that. That was quick KO. And the ZETA division so far, I do feel like we were talking about the Clavo, right? I do feel like Gravity would be nice if they want to play it out very safe, but it seems like they're so aggressive here. I feel like it would be a follow me composition unless they want to change the face as early as possible. So right now, I think they have Moonlight already. That's totally locked in Moonlight. I mean, unless they want a Sweet Kiss right now. But I mean Draining Kiss. But definitely would be a Moonlight. They need those healers to come up on their favor. So yeah, let's just wait and see what will be their decision. But generally speaking, I do feel like, you know, Gravity would be much more better if they want to play this very safe, especially we are talking about a serious point.
Mm-hmm. You know, like even throughout the entire thing, right? Like, especially for the composition coming for Luminosity game, we got this really nice early game. Even I'm not too concerned about the Phantom either way, because Will-O-Wisp is also a pretty good secure ability for that early stage here. But now we do have the Revenant this time. They can pretty much just engage in any fight if they choose to go forward. Same goes for the Matang here with the Gyro Ball. Was able to isolate out Overlord here. Nowhere to run, unfortunately, here. No teammate alive, no teammate around to go for the save. But that damage was just so large. On top of such a squishy Pokemon like Utopia with the Leafeon here. Will force him to go back. But you know, that's totally fine. He was already intending to fall back in the first place as well. Central control will be in the hands of ZETA Division. Yeah, they just don't have enough people to deal with this Matang at the current moment as well. Just look at him, just sustaining with the Gyro Ball as well. Now finally the Talon Flame comes in here. Trainer just like, you know what? I had enough of you. This is my answer for you. Get out of town. There goes Kokoda. Back all the way to the knocked out, all the way back to the Pokemon Center, respawn. But of course, very soon we're gonna see that massive Titan of our final raid boss, Metagross, is gonna be coming in shortly.
So it's a curse again. Emerald 2-step will be there. Does get KO done, but he gets KO'd instead. Vitapole taken down. And I'm loving this curse composition once again, but this time at the hands of Luminosity Gaming, simply because they do have a frontliner. At the same time, it does the damage. That is the toughest way to counter, or the toughest way to face a Revenant. Knowing that the amount of support they could get is way phenomenal. Slash doing its job, same thing with Otter. This is just too strong for Luminosity Gaming, and ZETA Division must find a loophole towards this setup. Yes, this Leafeon from Vitapole is actually a great counter in order to take down those supporters at the back line, but it's not just the flank that they need. The decision making and the timing is what they need as well. Make sure that Vitapole doesn't get chased down by the members of Luminosity Gaming in order to execute things down flawlessly.
You know, actually, I actually was quite glad that you actually brought up the idea with the curse selection coming out from Curious as well. Oh, that's actually a very nice knockout as well. Going toe-to-toe, it is going to be the Mewtwo Y. This Constantly just got to auto down Overlord here. Completely just not taking into account the amount of damage is potentially pushing out. But yeah, I love the fact that you actually brought up Curse, right? Because I think that's just something that's not relatively, that we don't see quite alright. Usually the go-to is going to be the Wood Hammer, right? But the Curse works here because you are dealing with a lot of brawlers, right? Like the Amazon and the Metagross, they don't really have the best of mobility. So as a Revenant, since you're able to get on top of these guys, you're able to just control them as well. You're already going to be tanking all this damage from Defender, right? So the less help you have, they implement the Curse, the more less movement speed you're going to be dishing out on top of your opponent Pokemon that gets caught up with. But the Unite is not going to be able to find this connection here and instantly gets punished for it. Vitopole feeling absolutely livid as he wasn't going to be able to get a shutdown on top of Overlord, but he's going to be currently spawning back into the fire as well. They can't overextend their welcome for too long. will be satisfied with the fact that they will be able to get the pick up an Overlord, one of the main cores, and just fall back with the EXP that they gained here. And speaking of EXP, look at that. I mean, besides for the two supporters, the main cores are all double-digit score.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess the same goes for Luminosity Gaming. Actually, no. I guess in a way, Luminosity Gaming, if you look at this kind of chart, Luminosity Gaming seems to be in the taking the lead in this race when it comes to the EXP side.
Yeah, especially for the supporters as well. But this might change what's happening already. Ooh, nice fallback immediately from the Revenant, from Kairos. And there goes the Rings and Bound. He's sending everyone in from Luminosity Gaming. But where's the response that we have been looking for? The Moonlight is there to sustain everyone from ZETA Division. But there is just no Unite move on their hands compared to the firepower of Luminosity Gaming. 2 KOs for Luminosity and 3 members is all that's left for ZETA Division. Make down 1-2, and Kokowada is just a top path, trying to make a diversion play, but this is a huge impact for Luminosity as they get attack buffs.
Yeah, the hoops and bounds just so quickly change how the fight usually is, and I'm going to be interacting as well. Since we don't really have the Mammoth Swine as well, so they just try to mitigate and cut off their losses as long as possible here. And although, yes, it is a one, even Metagross in that kind of state is not going to be able to withstand kind of damage, especially since we do have Overlord with the Absol as well. 2 KOs, knockout. Do we look for a potential third? There will be a third. And currently, and it looks like Overlord feeling absolutely satisfied with this, as both Overlord and Trainer will be level 12. Make it a 4. I'm sorry, we just missed that for a second, and now he's back again. Will there be a 5th? As we see the Metagross, both the Metagross and Wajiro coming back for round 2 here. Not going to be able to secure the Regieleki here, as of course, since they have a lot of ways to secure the picture. They did drop out the Crash and Compute here. Not a lot of damage, not enough people to really fall out with the tons of damage here, but he's still sustained. Kokona still survives. But eventually we'll see the KO trades happening between the two stars. 2 KOs going to be selling at the end here, and Trainer going on absolute tear as they will be able to break down the top lane first goalpost.
They're not looking good for ZETA Division. They need to invest on those XPs, get those level 13s, get that level 12s on their supporters, and just rely on the flip play on the Rayquaza later on, because you cannot go into fights this critical minute of the game. This last 3 minutes is supposed for you to catch up in terms of XPs, get those wild Pokemons on your favor, and position yourself towards Rayquaza, because it's just a flip that you need. You need to get this positional advantage. If you cannot win the team fights, just push them down. Specifically for their defender, Tomato, just push them down, push them backwards. Get the proper position and get that Rayquaza as soon as you can for you to flip things around in this game. And especially that tier 1 is looking healthy for Luminosity Gaming. This might be a key to success for ZETA Division to take this game.
True. No, but at the same time, especially since we saw the 4 KO done by Overlord, this is just one of those days, these are just one of those days where, Overlord is just good for that 1 kill, but also there are times where there are just days where he's just having that montage performance, getting that four knockouts at the same time. That's absolutely insane to me. Massive amount of damage, and of course, massive amount of impact at the same time.
They need to heal. They need the Moonlight. No one's touching Rayquaza as of the moment. But 5 members from Luminosity Gaming has a great position. Are they gonna zone out, or are they gonna force the fight? They're taking Rayquaza. So they're forcing ZETA Division to engage towards a team fight. That paper will be successful, but nice Ice Fan coming in. Follow me, we'll follow up immediately. But the Flame Sweep will sweep everyone down from ZETA Division. But everyone is still up. Computer crash. The walls will not appear immediately. Rings and Bow will be there as well for additional firepower, not reinforcements indeed. But ZETA Division keeps on pushing forward, keeps on pushing Luminosity Gaming. And Slash and Overlord is still up, but ZETA Division cannot find an opportunity to take Rayquaza.
No, that's totally fine for them. A lot of Unite move has really somewhat been expanded, but Overlord still stands. He's level 15 here. He knows for the fact that Luminosity, they can just play with the timer here. They don't really have any somewhat goal to secure the request. They just need to ensure ZETA Division just doesn't secure it here. So they're just trying to keep them in check. Nice eye with the Brave, but just been playing back and forth with the Phantom Force with the Link as well. They can be super aggressive as much as possible and slowly poke them down to commission. But the whole leash was able to catch all 4 members of ZETA Division as well. no! Massive damage as they were able to just constantly be compacted as they all were grouped up together perfectly, courtesy of Kyrios here. Doesn't matter if he gets knocked out. He did the deed. He's done the job. And Sasha, by the way, had such a nasty combination they've been doing with the Talon flame with the Hooper as well. This call is just poking them out. There's no other option. There's no other chance. Luminosity Gaming will secure the third game and wake the win away from ZETA Division.
Look how proud they are, being able to take down the toughest team in Japan, the champion of their own ACL league. Man, they're just so proud on how far they've come in this game. They were evolving mid-game. Game number 1 wasn't for them, but they were able to reverse sweep ZETA Division, the top team in Japan League.
You know, it's like it's insane, like how they've been utilizing a lot of this ability combination right so far. Like it's been an absolute thrill. We've been learning quite a bit inside this game as it is. Trainer, of course, coming out with it. That's actually a massive amount of numbers coming from the Talon. I think on average, when it comes in terms of damages, it has always been like 60 to 70,000 damage in total when it comes to Talon Flame. But you know, even though it's not as much compared to most teams on average, right? But if you think about it at the same time, every time Talon Flame goes in, someone is gonna disappear. So it's that kind of trade-off where sure, you may not have the highest total amount of damage, but you're making people disappear. That's great, you know, that kind of thing. But still, 90,000 damage is really impressive. But everyone just was able to just find really crucial targets here. And you know, really good setup towards the Rayquaza pit as well. But it's sure eventually they managed to find their groundwork, their foothold from Luminosity, as they were able to set things up as they slowly make towards that final Rayquaza fight. And they were also ensured before that fight, they also had the majority amounts of the AOS energy points as well. So at least that way they're not going to be the one that have their back against the wall here. So they won't have that kind of desperation for Rayquaza. It will most likely going to be their hands of their division, because they're like, okay, we can't go for scores. We can't go for scores. We need to go for Rayquaza, and if we leave Rayquaza, they potentially might take Rayquaza. So this was the kind of state that Luminosity Gaming was really trying to hope to put ZETA Division in the first place here. So they're just pretty much just juggling around the pit. But you know that first initial fight, when they end up being 2 players remaining for both sides, I got really concerned for a second, because we had some really good, Kyrios had a really good horn leash as well, was able to literally split up the groups, especially in such a compact area. But like I said, it's a compact central area. The Brawlers was always trying to figure out how to get on top of their main damage dealers, and they managed to get on top of that without much assistance as well. So, but the fight got really close. It was pretty great. But you know, first things first, let's quickly check out the interview between Luminosity here.
It was definitely a surprise.
Let's just listen.
I'm happy with the way that we adapted in draft and the way we adapted in the games, and that we were able to come back after, you know, such a hard first game loss.
そうだね、まあ結構最初のゲームがあんま良くなかったから、そこからまあやっぱ逆転できた。やっぱ何より今日
Yeah, I mean, it was a phenomenal comeback, right? It was a phenomenal one. Like just imagine being down 1,000 points in game number 1. Seems like there was a different team in game number 2 and 3.
No, it's like he said, right? Just great adjustments, just to answer with a certain combination. Because like I said before, this is the first time these two teams were going hit with each other. Sure, they have seen the bots, but the experience is a little different.
Yeah.
So our strategy was just trying to deny pockets and trying to prio pick very strong support characters that enable them to, you know, do what they're able to do.
そうね、まあゼータはやっぱりそういうキャリーマンいわゆるその住んでに
Deny picks plus respect ban. That was the key. Loving it. I'm loving the decision making of Luminosity Gaming. They have to make sure that, you know, the Pokemon pool from ZETA Division gets slimmer.
最後のシーン2対5の戦いだった時にどんな気持ちで臨まれてましたか？
In that last matchup, we were 2 against 5. How did that make you feel?
I don't know. I mean, I was definitely worried, but you know, I don't even know. I mean, it was just crazy. I mean, 3v5 on Absol, I was definitely, you know, one of my best plays I think ever. But I'm glad I was able to come through for the team when they needed me. So.
まあ結構そのあれも本当にもう 心がもう失っちゃって、これどうすればいいんだろうなっていうふうに思ってて緊張してたけれど、でも最後結構いい感じ、自分が言うのはないけど今までは一番ベストなプレーができて、もうチームのおかげで勝てたっていうふうにおっしゃってます。
はい、ありがとうございました。それでは、実況解説席の方にお戻しいたします。
Thank you for the interview.
All right, thank you for the interview. Thank you, amazing hosts. No, look at Shinohara and Chomos, man. They're like, they're pretty much like, they're just gassed out of it. That tank that they have is just completely empty at this point, and I don't blame that. That was just the kind of game that we were currently just going through, right? It's pretty intense. A lot of things was really coming down the line. Like I said before the game even started. Maybe just at the drafting as it is. The mind works is already currently undergoing, right? All the theory crafting, the cogs was currently rolling and moving in place to try to figure out how we're going to be able to take, or how we're going to overcome such a wall, how we're going to overcome such a team. And the same can be said for both sides, both Luminosity and ZETA division as well. I'm really happy that they actually had this interaction with each other as well, because it's like I mentioned before, it's not every day that Luminosity Gaming gets to compete with one of our best Asian teams as well. So this is also the same could be said for our Asian teams as well. So it's a great opportunity, and also a great chance for them to learn from each other at the same time.
Yeah, definitely a lot of learning experience, and at the same time action-packed battles. But we will be taking a short break, and after that we're back with more Pokemon Unite action.
ということで、ルミノシティゲーミング対タロン、これ大注目の試合、サブステージで間もなく本当に始まります。お客さんもですね、すごいこちら映りますかね、たくさんのお客さん来ていまして、これからなんと3本目、1勝1敗のということで、どちらのチームが勝つかというのが決まります。僕たちもね、ぜひ見たいんですけど、いろいろあるので、ここで皆さんとレディーゴーしてね、いきたいなと思いますが、ちょっとね実況解説はないんですけれど、ステージ MC はいるということで、お客さんもね、見やすい環境整っていると思います。ちょっとね肌寒いかもしれないので、ぜひ来られるという方はね、あったかい格好にしてきていただいて、もちろんね、これからでもまだ試合は続きますので、近くの方もまだ間に合います。始まりそうです。大きな拍手が巻き起こりました。それでは間もなく始まります。ユナイトバトルレディーゴー。ありがとうございます。はい、ということでサブステージも人がいっぱいです。まだまだ続きますので、本日も引き続きよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
ムーンライトスイナーデによってゴッドライクのポケモンたちを守るシールドを吸っていくのがセナートのブラッキー。ルカポー選手のドードリオのくちばしがメガミュウツーを KO。さあここで耐えてる、後ろに耐えている山ですが、しっかりと得点成功しました。得点差は600点。いやジョーさん、もう全体的な落ち着きも含めて名古屋王者のその貫禄、分かりやすくプレーに出てきましたね。決勝トーナメント進出に向けて大きな1ゲームを取得することになりました。ゲームセット勝ったのは名古屋王者。さあ10カウントが始まります。さあ北米の元チャンピオンよ、今は俺たちが立ちはだかる番だと挨拶代わりの第1ゲーム、ゲームセットたのはゼータディビジョン。さあ残りメタグレー50点。そうですね、これが入れば、さあ残り10秒、まだ分かりません、まだ分かりません。つながるか、いやどうだ、残り時間が足りない。いやーくしゃみのちゃった。ここで激闘ゲームセット、第2ゲーム取ったのはそう簡単に勝たせるか、ルミノシティゲーミング。 シーゲーミング4点抱き合っています。グループ D ゼータディビジョン対ルミノシティゲーミングの一戦はルミノシティゲーミングの勝利。
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are once again back for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2025. My name is JJ, and with me is Leonard, also known as YOLO Lee. So, man, what's up?
What's up? Well, well, great games. Really great games. You know, I'll tell you this, JJ. I came back from a battlefield. Okay, like me and PKUs, we came back from probably the most titanic warfare of a battle between titans, which is both Luminosity Gaming and ZETA Division. I dare say, no, okay,
I saw.
I'm saying this probably the fourth time for today, but I dare say, confidently say that was pretty much grand finals. That was.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, like, dude,
that was like what grand finals was gonna look like for us here.
2-1, and the fact that it was all of them were close. I know you guys were hype. I was watching behind the scenes as well. I mean, like, hey, that could have been, as I mentioned, that could have been the grand finals already, immediately. Day one, we already saw it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I tell you this, right? It's like, members of Luminosity Gaming, you can't just focus on one, right? You picture Overlord, you'd be like, oh, okay, he's such a threat. He's like getting out of this 2v5 scenarios, or actually succeeding these 2v5s. And then at the same time, you'd be thinking like, oh, you gotta keep an eye on Trainer. He's like an insane speedster player. He's an insane Mimikyu player. But you know, at the same time, then when you're so focused on one or two particular player, you tend to forget the one that's out.
The others.
Enable them, right? Enable them or like carry them forward here. Like Kyrios. With the last fight denying them at Rayquaza, I thought there was okay, probably there's a chance, a couple of poke shots with the Hoopa and Talonflame combination until Kyrios. He was pretty much like, he was pretty much playing pull, right? Like, he got the first two together with the Horn Leash, he got some cooldown, then he lands a perfect 4-man setup into the Flame Bird. I'm just like, yeah, that is... Wow, that is like, that's game ending. There's no way they could come back from this Rayquaza pit anymore.
You know, that's what we're talking about as well. You know, like, it's... Yes, we all know for a fact that these, you know, players, like 1-2 players in a team are really strong. But you have to remember as well that this is a team game, that it's not just them being so strong. They have their teammates that make them strong as they are. And if you focus, as you mentioned, focus on just 1-2 players, that's what's going to happen. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now headed into the next game. This is going to be Insomnia versus Utopia. Oh, they sound alike. Insomnia, Utopia. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
You know, it's similar syllables, right? Similar syllables. But I'm particularly excited for this because if I'm not mistaken, this will be the last. This is going to be the last series for the Group A stage, if I'm not mistaken as well.
Yeah. We have one for the main stage, and of course we also have one for the sub stage. Which the sub stage is having FN Esports and Revenant XSpark.
Right. Man, this is the last one. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly bring up the. Just gonna bring up the whole group stage. I mean, it's not the updated one. I mean, after the last round, of course, that we had. Like, it's the last few series that we had. But just looking at Group A, so so Group A is pretty much just updated here. So it's currently last match is like you said, Insomnia versus Utopia here. So Utopia, unfortunately, if they weren't able to win out their first two series here, so don't think they're not gonna be able to qualify for the playoffs as either one of the two teams. But Insomnia, on the other hand, they had one win and one loss. So they win out against Revenant XSpark in a 2-1. They lost against FN Esports also in a 2-1 manner here. So they have a total points of 4. So if they win here, and Revenant XSpark also wins their game as well, then we'll have a tiebreaker, I think.
That's true. I mean, we have to take note of that as well. In case that actually happens, at least we just have to deliver you guys the news about it, tell you what's going to happen as we receive what we are going to be doing about that. But with that being said, though, Insomnia and, Utopia are now getting ready. It is Japan versus mainland China. And at the same time, dude, like, it's... What do I say here? I've seen like the last two games that you guys have casted you and Pikachu's, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
The setup has been quite quicker than the first half of the day, so we're expecting
quicker. Really?
it was quicker. It was quicker. Yeah. So
are you serious? Actually, I can't really tell. Like, really, at this point.
It was quicker. It was quicker. So I'm expecting that everything goes well now and we can head straight to the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Actually, yeah, that's true. But I guess everyone finally gets the setup. Everyone gets a little bit more comfortable in their spots because this is somewhat the group stage as well. So each of these teams is able to go through three of their respective series in their respective group stages as well. So it's like eventually, I guess after that 1-2 series, eventually you're gonna be like, all right, I'm in the zone. I'm pretty comfortable. I'm pretty used to like where I'm currently in. I've got used to the crowd. I love the crowd, by the way. I also love the current setup as I have. I need to probably get the right angle for the headrest as well. We did see some team tend to lean back to the chair, some leaning a little bit forward. A little bit concerned for some of our players who's currently leaning forward. Not really good for the neck. Gotta look out for that neck.
Or some of them are even, sitting with their legs up. You know what I mean? Like it's the casual mode kind of, play style, figure, whatever. What do you call it? Like when you have both of your legs up, you know what I mean? Like and your feet
L?
on the. Yeah, exactly.
No, I probably most likely have missed that kind of position because I think I would have definitely remember it, right?
There was one.
All right. I'll probably check back in the video to see like which team was it, right? But yeah, anyway, so this is the updated group stage bracket for any of you guys who are also wondering like what's the current state here. So this is the last series for Group A here. So far, FN Esports they're very comfortable in their spots currently, right? So they have probably the most amount of points for themselves here. The most amount of points with 6 points, I believe. Actually, wait, hold on. They are. Oh, okay. So they still have one game. They still have one more game against Revenant and XSpark here. So by going by the score line, every time a team wins a series, regardless is it 2-1 or 2-0, it's going to be 3 points. So in total,
but if you win only one, if you're on the disadvantage, you get 1 point instead. Yeah.
So in this case, FN Esports, they look pretty. I guess you can say currently at this stage they look pretty good at the moment, with 6 points. If they win out against Revenant XSpark in the 2-0 manner, that's going to secure them like. Whether it's 2-1 or 2-0, it's going to be 9 points in total. They're going to be able to solidify one of the two spots to go all the way to the playoffs here. But however, our second runner-up, now that's an interesting thing, right? So Utopia Unfortunately, not going to be able to give out. There's the staring
Oh,
contest.
here we go.
Here
we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Let's count. Let's count. You know what? Timer. Where's my timer? Where's my timer?
I don't know, man. I'm currently in the contest at the moment, right?
Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm timing it. I'm timing it.
Fear me.
I'm timing it again.
Yeah, no, okay. All right, I won. Hey, I won. Okay.
Hey.
You know, it's. I think that's the only thing I can win against him right now. I can't beat him in rank. I can't beat him in Pokemon.
No, for sure.
There's no way.
Sure.
This is the only thing I can like take credit for at the current moment here. But you know, other than that, it's unfortunate for Utopia. They're not going to be able to earn points. However, second place here for Group A between Revenant XSpark and I believe it was not FENNEL Esports. Who's the?
Yeah, let's
hold on.
I'm just really excited to see, you know, Utopia, because again, you know, this is one of the teams that I've been looking forward to, that I really want to see as well. How the players from mainland China is going to fare up into the global scene at this moment of the stage, just because of the fact that, you know,
oh yeah, Insomnia, okay,
we are still yet to be at the first 500 points gameplay, which they are used to. So again, whatever happens here, they are sure to provide us so much of a good game, especially later on, you know, in the lifespan of the tournament. So there we have it. You know, everyone's just setting up. That is Insomnia, and of course Utopia at the orange side right there. You have it.
Oh,
you have
yeah.
Yuji.
Yeah, sorry, I was just doing a little bit of a slight adjustments on my end.
Yeah.
Here, but
Yeah.
But you know, it's like what I was talking or discussing with Pikachu's, right? Where, you know, we both Utopia and even Little Dream Factory, right? Little Dream Factory. It's they're a team that came from mainland China, right? So they have different, I guess you could say in a way, different stats, different Pokemon, and of course different win conditions, right? Before coming to this tournament. So there's like a lot. There's pretty much like even from the gameplay that we're witnessing from both sides, there's definitely a lot of things they have to work out for here. But of course, we're pretty much down to our last series as well here. So, and unfortunately, Utopia was not able to win out their first two series. So this is pretty much just their last hurrah, right? But it's also at the same time showcase the potential that this new regional zone has to offer for us, right? Because let's be honest, mainland China is such a powerhouse. It's such a powerhouse of a country with immense amount of talent. They have so many. They have great history and great history in the esports scene as well. Regardless of which game title, team battle in particular as well, like Pokemon Unite. Very excited to have them here. Probably going to see them a lot more in the future. But for now, we're glad to have them here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy that they're able to enjoy all of this potential experiences, which most teams not going to be able to get at this kind of stage.
Because I mean, like, you know, for the longest time they have been in the works. It has been in the works to have include you know, mainland China in the official circuit for many years now. So I'm just glad and happy that we have them right now. You know, finally, and I know for a fact that moving forward, especially in the World Championships, we're going to have mainland China as well as part of the, you know, World Championship Series, you know, region to participate in on the tournament. With that being said, though, this is fun. See, I told you, man, it's been quicker to set up the games now. You know, we don't have to talk that much. As I
don't mind talking.
I mean, we don't mind, you know, but like, you know, the audiences, of course, and we do want to see the action immediately too. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now headed into the draft, and I don't think there's going to be any problems anymore. And with that being said, this is the one out of the last four, you know, the fourth of the last four games of the day. It is going to be Utopia versus Insomnia.
Yeah, this is also a very interesting thing, right? So we haven't seen a lot of Mimikyu except from the side of Luminosity, courtesy of Trainer, right?
Yeah.
So finally, we do see Luminosity going to be the one to be picked up on the side here for Utopia, but also at the same time, Miraidon here. I know we had a couple of Miraidon picks in our substage.
With FENNEL. FENNEL went with Mimikyu as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Besides the Mimikyu, what about Miraidon there? That's the thing. So I I heard there was like there was a selection of it during our concurrent cast here, these concurrent streams here. So, but it's good to see it. I never got to cast it, so I'm very excited to do it. And I love the fact he's going with full special attack specs. Yeah, you gotta go all in with this.
That is true. But at the same time, I mean, it's going into the side of Utopia. It's pretty much what do you call this? A bit of a balance kind of like composition in comparison to that of Insomnia. Because in Insomnia, right, like they have the defender, obviously that is a Revenant, but also the main attacker here would definitely be that of the what do you call this? The oh man, Absol. There we go. The Absol, and of course Zero Aura. But both of those Pokemon are really squishy. That's why they are going to need a lot to rely on the Mew and the Mewtwo, which is a really interesting pick because normally you'd want to have only one of those two. And of course with the Zero Aura and of course the Absol, you'd want to have only one either or. And of course Mew or Mewtwo, you usually only choose one. So this is really going to be an interesting pick coming in from that of what calls Insomnia, going up against Utopia, where Utopia has a more balanced composition compared to that of Insomnia. But then again, Dojo, maybe it came from maybe their own meta where it's the first 500 points. So definitely having that ability to just score points in and out is definitely going to help out against Utopia. For Utopia rather.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last series for Group A side. It's Insomnia versus Utopia. Similar syllables. I guess you get a nice ring into it, especially since what JD mentioned earlier into this before we got into the game. But other than that, do see a little bit of a confrontation to that bottom side. Of course, naturally, Mewtwo Y has been doing exceptionally well has been delivering quite well for all these teams for that top, especially towards the top lane side. Probably one KO is not enough for him. We'll try to secure the second, but thankfully he managed to get to that goal post in time to get that bonus shield and healing, at least that defensive buff on himself. But it's something like what I was telling Pika use for just now. So, oh, by the way, beautiful KO. And that's also going to be a return KO on the other side.
Yeah, Phantom getting in that Joe with Miraidon. But it's still an early game. There's still not much happening right now, so it's still okay, to get that kind of casualty. But like still, we have to watch out for what's going to happen, especially on in the game, in the mid game. But right now, we're going to be seeing the first set of the birds, which is going to be taken down mostly by Insomnia.
Yeah, the Altera is definitely going to be going down. They have total control for it. We do see Rakuen try to gain a little bit of advantage, but then again, there's also couldn't really. I guess you could say overestimate the amount of damage that could be potentially coming out. And Slime, he's gonna be constantly sliming all over members of Utopia as well. He's not satisfied with just one. He would try to get the third, and that's gonna be 3 KOs here, total domination. But I guess you could say that confidence, right? Because I believe I was discussing with Pika Use before, where you send this. Like you send this Bond Suite to go the same lane with another speedster like Zero Aura as well, right? At times it can feel like an absolute nightmare here. At least until you get that level, until you get that evolution, then I guess you're still gonna be fine. But you're not like a Phantom where at least with Will-O-Wisp you got this nice ability to secure those wild Pokemon for themselves, or you get decent amount of Pokemon. You just don't have that kind of state for yourself.
I mean, okay, I'm definitely seeing how Utopia is playing right now, right? Like, it's you can definitely see how they are mostly wanting to score some points, which goes to show really that this is the kind of game that they have been playing. I mean, just like what do you call this? Like Season 0, Season 1 kind of Pokemon Unite, where unfortunately for them, this doesn't really work out a lot anymore in the current meta for Pokemon Unite. So with that being said, we're gonna be seeing here Slime gonna be able to take down Aurora and one more, perhaps Joe. Unfortunately, he was able to survive for another day. Gonna be able to get away from. Gonna be able to get away from Slime. But look at that though. It is gonna be soon. So gonna be able to take down one. That is Sakurai going down up top. 102-21 is gonna be the score of the game here in favor of Insomnia. Insomnia definitely has the control of the game.
I mean, definitely for sure. When you win, especially for Insomnia, with this kind of composition that they have, which is just pretty much just all early game round, especially since with how the game has been shifting currently here in Pokemon Unite,
Yeah.
it feels like your early game is all about that explosive beginning, right? And whether you have that lead or able to just slowly translate it to a more better scaling later on towards that record is a different story. However, great secure coming from the Registeel, that damage bar is going to be absolutely nice, but that's not going to matter in the face of Slime. And of course, Currency or Ubuyan is definitely making it an absolute nightmare for members of Utopia as they constantly deny their escape path as he was the Vanguard. That's actually
It's only been like 6 minutes into the game, right? It's only 6 minutes into the game. Sorry, no. 4 minutes into the game, 6 minutes more right now, and they have already destroyed the first score goal of both the bottom and the top path for Utopia. And Utopia is really struggling right now to defend their score goals against that of Insomnia. Insomnia does not care at all. They want to push in as much as they can. Gonna be able to take down UG as well. Look, this charge beam is gonna get cancelled here because they know for a fact that they won't be able to answer back against that of Insomnia. And now Insomnia putting down 3. No, that is going to be 32 points over cap to the secondary score goal. And now nothing else is left up top.
Yeah, this is like losing your first goal point. Yeah, sure, that opens up the map slightly for your opposing side. But when you suddenly lose your second one as well, especially in the same lane with the Regieleki, you really got to prepare for the fact that you're going to be squeezed between you're going to have a fight between multiple fronts, right? Especially when it comes to objective. You can't let that Regieleki get a free run to your main base, but also at the same time, you can't leave the requests like too open for the side for your opponent's side here too. So that's why pretty much we saw in the last game against Luminosity and between Luminosity and ZETA division, right? So to prevent this, we saw Luminosity also positioning their entire team towards that Regieleki side. So if they intend to go for the Regieleki, there's definitely going to be a brawl. There was definitely going to be a fight and an engagement for sure. But you know, that's pretty much the past. Let's currently focus on the present here so far. A beautiful horn lead into the Unite
France. Just one Pokemon, and look at this. Bright Future Mutual Sword is going to be popped out as well, but unfortunately for them, it is going to be Aurora going to be taken down as well. And look at that, UG is going to be taken out as well. That's going to be 2 down into the side of Utopia, and right now, Insomnia is still not done, but unfortunately for them, Joe is going to be able to answer back. It's going to be 1 for 2 trying to make the 3 in favor of Insomnia, and just like that, you know, man, Slime here is on a roll, sliming in against that of Utopia, going to be able to take down 2 KOs in the process. And look at that, now securing the buffs as well. 78 to 353 is going to be a score of the game here. And just like that, you know, they are still in the lead. And another KO here coming in into the side of Slime. And just like that, there's going to be another 3 KO into the side of Utopia. Only Joe and Sakurai are up left, but Serena, Sakurai not going to be able to survive another day. Going back to the Pokemon Center immediately. Joe is the only one left here for the side of Utopia. And Insomnia, they know for a fact that they can demolish it, they can steamroll over this, and now they are taking in all the chance to do it. So, and just like that, even if Utopia is going to be able to take out the Rayquaza at this point in the game, I think Insomnia can still manage to win this one up.
They're definitely trying to attempt this as well. And also do take into account that it's also going to be the cursed Revenant as well. So especially since he's going to be between the thick of things as well, doesn't mind slowing things down. The less health he has, since he's also tanking majority amount of damage as the Vanguard here, will also reduce the amount of movement speed they have, which is a perfect setup for Slime to just go on an absolute tear and allow Sun, which by the way will be with the Mewtwo Y, is going to be the auto attack here. So anything that allows you to give some form of suppressing ability to aid your teammates, the damage dealer, is always welcome for sure. Interestingly, Rakuen actually opted to go for the Trick Room. I guess it's because of the fact that how the game is currently going, right? And since there's no opportunity for him to dive to the backline with the Shadow Snake, he opted went for the Trick Room here. So this time we get some damage reduction and some movement speed slow. But if I'm not mistaken, the damage reduction only applies if you're receiving damage outside the Trick Room, right? If I'm not mistaken, or within it.
No. I think it's inside the Trick Room. It wouldn't make sense if it's outside, yeah.
No, as in like if you're like, for example, if you're in the Trick Room and you're getting damage from outside.
Oh no, yeah. But then again, I mean, like that's the main purpose. The main purpose of why you're using the Trick Room anyway is to, you know, slow down opponents.
Right?
Yeah. Because of the huge range that it has. But with that being said, though, Insomnia is gonna be able to secure this Regieleki as well putting the, forcing an option select towards Utopia, where Utopia was forced, or at least forced himself to repel away that Regieleki, allowing Insomnia to, take down and push down some damage into the Rayquaza very freely as well with the help of Usakazu. And now look at this right now. Are we going to be able to see them answer back? Maybe perhaps take down the Rayquaza? Let's find out. Plasma Gale into the Quintessence is going to be popped up as well into the Phantom Forest. And look at that. That is going to be 2 down to the side of Utopia as well, but they are down low. That is Aurora trying to run away, trying to push down some damage, trying to poke down some damage into the side of Insomnia. And look at this. Insomnia, they know for a fact that they do not need the Rayquaza. All they need to do is just defend this, and they have 100, well, not 100 points, but like about 300 points and a minute left to defend.
Definitely for sure, but do you think that Count Slime is currently like at the top of the leaderboard here in terms of levels and EXP and damage, and it's still going on a mad attack to the back line. Look at where the majority of the front lines on the side here for Utopia here, nowhere near to that back line damage dealer, and it's constantly just ripping them a new one and showing them a new feature at the same time. So regardless, multiple KOs, now they got the assurance, they got the security, they will secure the deposit for themselves. It's going to be denying all forms of hope here for Utopia to try to turn this game around here. And slowly make their way into the main base here to dunk all these nasty points. I'm not sure whether they have enough damage to even break any of these Rayquaza shields here as well. It's gonna dump in all these AOS points. Gonna go back to the wild Pokemon Central area and just try to farm out more points so they can constantly just keep dunking even more AOS energy.
I wonder though, like would you agree with me when I say like one of the biggest factor here is that obviously they play on a different mode, and playing on a different mode as they're ranked and everything, what they're used to, right? Definitely is a big factor here. How they're not ready to go up against the meta that we have in this map, Theia Sky Ruins, and really I want to see how our players, the global players, are going to be able to fare off to the first to 500. Because if that's the thing, right? If you play on a different mode, if you play on the first to 500 mode, I'm pretty sure that teams from the mainland China would have an amazing time, really. But
they are so bad. I can't believe.
That's so, bro. The disrespect.
I mean, she may not disrespect, but I love the.
I mean, it's not. You know what I mean?
Like lucky main, right? I think the game's called Lucky Main, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, I haven't played that game for a long time actually, man. Maybe I should really get back to it. But still,
we should. We should do that. We should do that. Yeah.
But that is gonna be it for our first series of our final, first game of our final series for Group A as well. Utopia not able to find the light at the end of the tunnel here, unfortunately here.
Yeah.
As Insomnia using all their wits and skills to ensure they will be able to secure their spot as one of the 2 teams to qualify for that playoffs here.
I mean, look at that though. The Miraidon as well. Having in the Joe, right? Joe having like 70k damage as well wasn't really enough. Serena only with 23k. It's more than, well, you would really need more. But the thing is, the thing here is Insomnia was able to recognize the fact that this is the things that we need to do, and from there on out just immediately shut them down from the early game and just steamrolled over until the late game. That Utopia wasn't really able to do anything at all, starting from the early game when they got the first, a little bit of lead. But you can also see how Utopia was trying to, just playing the scoring game. Essentially, as I mentioned, Season 1, Season 2, Season 0, Pokemon Unite. If we were playing in the Zapdos map, then yeah, I mean, I guess we would be able to see them, I'm pretty sure, a different kind of like result here. But hey, we are in Rayquaza's land right now, so
yeah, Theia Sky Room for sure. But it's like what you mentioned as well. Different game modes. I also think there's also gives them a little bit of a different, because like I said, when a different game mode means different win condition. Different win condition means different way one team would usually tackle the game. And the same goes to the composition. We never really got to. Sure, I mean, we can theory craft it and potentially like what would be the play style, potentially what the potential play style was going to be like as well. I mean, it's eventually will be introduced this new game mode after, like what I believe you said it was after the World Championship Series.
Yeah, perhaps, right? Because we already have it on the what call this? We already have it on the
casual.
The casual mode. There you go.
Right.
The casual mode, right? In the game, so it's still not in the rank modes. But I mean, if the the Chinese version of the game has that as their main rank, then I see no reason why we should not all have the same, making everything fair. You know what I mean?
But I mean, this is definitely a work in progress, right? Like it's just like how recently for mainland China they just been recently introduced with Pokemon Unite as well, right? So it's a work in progress, but eventually the final, I guess you could say in the end goal, everyone is going to be incorporated with with the same game mode, with the same path,
That is the goal. That is the goal for sure.
Yeah, that's the end goal here. So this is definitely a lot more a rocky start. However, if you think about it as well, both of our mainland China teams here, they are the pioneers currently at the moment.
Yeah,
Probably not the smoothest run as they actually hope for here in the
ACL.
Not yet. Yeah, probably. But eventually in the future, they're gonna be saying like, hey, we're gonna remember this day. We're gonna remember each and every one of you. And the time comes, we are gonna wait for you.
No, for sure. I am definitely gonna be waiting for that as well. I mean, like, hey, if the global version goes to that game mode for their actual competitive series, the first thing that we will remember is definitely gonna be Utopia and Liten Dream Factory, for sure.
If they still retain the same team name, right?
Same team, same name, and everything. Yeah. Oh, well, okay, fair. But let's think positively, right?
But other than that, it's been an absolute thrill here for the Group A side here. But as I guess we could say in a way, we got our curiosity met, right? Because we were also very curious, like what was it like between Utopia, little team, especially some of the newer teams from the Japanese league that came in as well. Like where do they stand, especially from such a competitive league? And so for Insomnia, they've been checking out a lot of these boxes as well. Great potential here, but of course, this is still the nature of the competition here. So we are still looking for that best, and that best will not only be walking away with a hefty prize money for themselves, but also be our second team to go to that World Championship Series.
Worlds,
That's such an opportunity. But with that being said, JJ, let's quickly get back into the drafting itself. We got our first few bans as usual. Hoopa, understandably. Gyarados, pretty unique. I think that's the first time we'll be seeing Gyarados ban. I'm not so keen about that one.
I believe so. I mean, we definitely did not see we didn't see Gyarados so far, right? In all of the games, but in terms of getting banned, I believe this is the first one.
Really, I felt like almost all of our initial games was just pretty much just Gyarados all the way, particularly in the Insomnia side, right? Jong was picking up the Gyarados.
But not all of the games had Gyarados, but this is the first ban of the Gyarados.
I don't know. I feel it feels like almost not all, but I feel like majority of the games we had a lot of Gyarados for all rounder, right? But yeah, this is definitely our first Gyarados. I can't believe we've seen this for the first time. And Insomnia, of course, going with the natural band, getting rid of both the side down and the Leafy on here. Hoopa is still available for them if they try if they want to play off with that as well. But good. I love the pace so far coming from the side of Utopia. This is definitely looking like the pace like most teams is usually going for.
Oh, Greninja! Sorry,
I believe.
I always get a. Sorry, I always get a. What do you call this? I always get excited whenever I see Greninja. Usually with alter egos with Shengdi, because that's his signature Pokemon. But with all the patches, he's trying to use different Pokemon now, not a Greninja. But hey, always welcome to see another Greninja in the tournament.
Okay, interesting. So support Mewtwo and Alone Ninetales. I'm seeing is hold on, my eye.
Yeah.
That's 2 EXP shares, right?
Insomnia. That's what Insomnia has been doing since earlier.
Right.
Like they don't have any support. It is going to be the Mewtwo that is their utility Pokemon into their side, which acts as a. Oh well, actually, there's 2 utilities here. Right? Like sorry, what do you call this? Like Sun is just there as just the main special attacker, but Luna here is going to be like the support kind of Pokemon for their side. So that's why they have the what do you call this? The Alola Ninetales as well. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Avalanche and Blizzard.
Oh, yeah.
But going back to the draft here of Utopia, it's you know, it's like what you know, Yules mentioned earlier, that they have limited pull, that we have some Pokemon in the global version that isn't available in their version of the game, which then, like, what call this? What was I going to say? Which then explains why most of their Pokemon and their pull are
like season 1 picks.
Like season 1 pick. No, for sure though. If you notice, it's like season 1 picks. I mean, the only one that isn't a season 1 pick here in this game is Inteleon, and I believe EV2.
Yeah. You know,
but
you
even, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just about to say, like, you know, regardless, right? Especially since with the Alola Ninetales also coming into the mix as well, it's also really good at disengaging all that.
Yeah.
You know, like those people who really like to dive into their battle lines as well here. Especially particularly any of the speedsters or all-rounders like both the Gengar and the Lucario in particular. So you're really going to be able to keep your teammates in check, and also kind of get the punish right when you're playing with both Blizzard and Avalanche. On the other hand, Zeraora.
It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting how they were putting the Greninja on the top path instead of you know, the central area. But then again, you know, that's I guess that's the reason why they have the Gengar as well. That is central area Pokemon for the side of Utopia. But then again, you know, it's they're gonna have a hard time here because, well, you know, like both of these Pokemon needs that central area Pokemon, those buffs and their immediate XP, so that they can immediately help out into either sides, while, you know, perhaps maybe leaving the Lucario up top alone, especially that it has what we call this muscle band anyway. You know, all you need to do is get in as least points as possible and then put in some points. I haven't been able to check down how many points it already has put down, but you know, that's a job.
You know, no matter what, I just love this region. I love Asia Pacific, man. Like, we have the most craziest of games, man. It feels really great.
Yeah, I mean, like I told you, man, like it really feels like season 1 for Utopia.
Yeah, and like even like coming to like just hearing like what Luminosity was also thinking about like all of some of our Asia teams as well. So it just definitely just shows the fact that, you know, each of us have like our own unique way of thinking when it comes to how we really tackle around the game here. But other than that, multiple KOs has been set for the side here for Slime. He eventually just goes down, courtesy of Rakuen as well. Massive XP he really got from that confrontation as well, from that loss, that low knockoff. But other than that, I also love the fact that he actually brought up the idea of the multi-evolution stages, right, for the line of Utopia. Both the Gengar, both the Inteleon, both the Greninja as well, they need the time, they need the space, right? They need the space to farm, they need the EXP as well, which is something that Insomnia is not allowing them to do too much, since the entire competition is just pretty much like early game aggression and just try to explode as much as possible. So it's been not giving them as much space as they can try to hope for, and it's just constantly denying them, even in the central area as well. Look at how deep, if I'm not mistaken, is that Obuyan as well, that's currently like just playing within the central area of Utopia?
Yeah, I mean, like, look at this though. Like,
oh no, sorry, it's not Obuyan. It's actually straight up Slime.
It's just Slime right there, you know,
Slime
trying to
doing
get
slime things, right?
Yeah, and like, look, at the same time, you know, like one of the biggest difference as well for Insomnia, like, against that of Utopia, is that the evolutions, as you have mentioned, right? Like, Insomnia only needed to evolve one Pokemon. Well, actually, there's two Pokemon that only need to evolve one time. Whereas Utopia, there's like 3 Pokemon here that requires like 2 stages of evolutions, which then would require a lot of XP. And look at this, it's already at the 6 minute 20 seconds mark, and they're still at level 7, level 8. Whereas in the side of Insomnia, there's already like 3 level 10s.
Double knockout, this is pretty great for them at the same time. They're slowly making their way through. They did manage to isolate the side here with Uzakazu, but sadly in the end it's more like the fact that actually we were waiting for you instead. He gets the KO here. They're not really ending the fight, and of course beautiful timing with the whole leash courtesy of Ubuyan as well. Will push them out for the safety of the defensive buff of the goalpost here, and will slowly melt out the competition. With 2 out of the picture, they will try to get rid of the red. And I love the positioning coming in from from Luna as well. He already spotted the snipe shot being charged up, so he just stand within his conflicting path. So this doesn't allow him to try to snipe away that Regis.
Look at that, 12 to 301 points. That's a huge lead.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, normally we say, right? Like normally we say, usually at this point of the game, there's not a lot of like huge leads, or like maybe 100 points. It's not that much of a big lead, but like 12 to 324 is a huge one. But at the same time, like Slime is getting soloed here by Sakurai and, you know, Rakuen. But the thing is, Slime's already at level 12. I know that the moment that they are able to take down Slime, they can, you know, basically rubber band the XP. But then again, if Slime does have a lot of attacks, which is really strong, they still won't be able to survive, especially that Greninja has alongside I believe Decidueye, yeah, Decidueye and Sakura, and Greninja has the lowest amount of HP in the game at level 15 before items. So definitely that's one of the Pokemon that you don't want to get dived in by any Pokemon.
I mean, that's why even before the speedster meta, right, there was only very specific attack, ranged attacker that was somewhat acceptable especially in the coordinator competition scene here, mainly because of the fact that they don't really have the best of disengagement. Right? Let's take Chandelure for example, right? High burst, that's great, of course, but if you don't have really good teammates to really keep you covered, you're so soft, you practically can just really get blown up real fast by any speedster, right? And to make matters worse, like this is currently even the speedster meta, so that makes it even more of a priority, the fact that okay, you can't just simply just pick any, or you cannot pick any attacker. It needs to be someone that's very versatile, someone that has its own capability, its own survivability, and also has a reason why you should select it despite the risk that it has. Italian for one, sure, rather soft, especially you need to play around that Mimikyu very carefully as well when you're going to the draft. However, if there's no Mimikyu, you have a decent amount of teammates to cover you as well. You pretty much just have free roam to just snipe for the back line, and there's no real counter for it. You pretty much, no one really outranges the Italian, really, no one does.
I mean, aside from Mewtwo, but then that would require it to use its Unite move. But other than that,
Unite move. No one talks about the Unite moves.
Yeah. No, yeah, but going back to
that's like global at that point, right? It's just like actually no. If you think about it, no, okay, if you think about it as well, I don't know whether we tested this before, but we could try. Mimikyu Shadow Snake. If you Shadow Snake if you Shadow Snake somebody, and he has an ally Hoopa who actually brings it on the other side of the map, is it still considered global or not?
Well, the thing is, right, like, as long as it passes through a wall, the range of the Shadow Snake can actually extend. So technically, it's global.
Oh, that's terrifying. I mean, it's already. I mean, we already consider the range exceptionally long, right? But now if you put into that context, right, it can feel global at times.
Yeah. That's why, you know, there's a lot of like some Mimikyu moments where you might be on the other side of the map, but like if you get hit and if you can extend it, if you pass through a wall, extend it, you can pretty much, you know, get someone for the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, so far we haven't seen a lot of like very specific Mimikyu selection going toe-to-toe with Inteleon so far, like just to cater for the Inteleon. I think we had a lot more Mimikyu for a lot of Mimikyus. Yeah, it was like very popular back then, alongside with Boswell. But now now we don't see it as often. It feels like more of a very specific pick by a specific player to cater for certain scenarios.
Oh, look at this though. Whatever Shuriken has already been used. There's gonna be 4 KO as well because of Utopia, but 683. Even if Utopia can get in the Rayquaza, that's the thing, right? Even if they can take the Rayquaza, they still wouldn't have enough points to be able to catch up into Insomnia. And just like that, you know, they know for a fact that they can push them around and secure the Rayquaza for themselves, just destroying all opportunity for Utopia to actually get back up. And just like that, a team wipe once again, putting down Insomnia the points that they need to increase the gap. That's 783. We're definitely going to be seeing over 1,000 points here because they still have like a minute left to put it. There we go, 1,003. Never mind. Don't want to stop me, you know, don't want me to finish what I'm saying, but like, okay.
Yeah, that's totally fine. But you know, Utopia, You have given us a fantastic run. Can't wait to see you. Can't wait to see them a lot more in the future for sure. But other than that, Insomnia. Now let me do quick math, all right? Quick Liten math. Quick Liten math, because I believe we had the thing right. So okay, currently Insomnia has 4 points, right? Basically 1 loss and 1 victory, right? So it's 4 points in total. By the way, their loss is basically a 2-1 scoreline, so that's why they got that 1 point. So hence 4. So if they win against Utopia now, that's an additional 3. So they have 7 points in total currently, and they can't increase any further. Like it's just 7 right now.
Yeah. You know, I really want to see. Dude, I really want to see them back. I really want to see them back, especially if we start to play with 500 points, because I know for a fact that, you know, as you have mentioned, they are the pioneers of that mode, and it will be a totally different it will be a totally different results that we're going to be getting if we do play on that.
I tell you, man, Insomnia is just knowing how to really bring the fun here on the players camp.
Right. every time they win, it's a different kind of celebration.
It feels great. Actually, no, I think even in their losses, they also did something. They also did their own skits as well.
Yeah,
but, you know, I could be wrong. But regardless, thank you so much to Utopia for your participation and of course showcasing your ability. We're excited to see you more in the future. Definitely need to see you guys back in, whether it's under the same name or in the new roster or a new team. Doesn't matter. Come back, because that's how much potential team battler game like Pokemon Unite has here in the scene here. And it's always great when we have, you know the saying, the more the merrier. So more people, more teams is always better.
Of course. I mean, hey, this is just a start. This is just a start, right? This is just a start of us having mainland China into the official circuits, and definitely this is not going to be the last.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a very impressive thought, right? Because it's like the amount of history that they have in the other separate esports game titles as well. So them branching themselves into a team battle like Pokemon Unite, I'm very excited for the amount of potential as well. Could even go toe to toe potentially in the future. Like I say in the future, now I'm pretty like exaggerating it, but potentially you might even see them going toe to toe with the Japanese League and even Korean League as well. Basically, in other words, we're gonna have a lot more competition here in our Asia Pacific side, which is always gonna be a great thrill. But you know, with that being said, that is the entire that was. Actually, is it the complete run? No, we still have our concurrent game, right? I'm not sure what's the conclusion of that round, right?
Yeah, it is a FENNEL Esports and Revenant Export.
Revenant X, right? So what's the call here? So like let's just do like quick JJ and Liten math, right? Liten math here. So Insomnia has 7 points in total. Currently, FENNEL Esports and Revenant have 6-4. They both haven't really decided game. If FENNEL Esports wins, it's 9 points. And instantly, Insomnia and FENNEL Esports go into the playoffs. But if Revenant Esports were to win, depending on the scoreline as well.
Okay, here's the thing.
2-1. Okay,
Insomnia, right? Insomnia won, right? Insomnia won, so they now have 7 points.
Yeah.
If Revenant Spark wins 2-0 against FENNEL Esports, it's going to be Insomnia and Revenant Xspark. But if Revenant Xspark wins 2-1, that means it's going to be a 7-point tie between Insomnia Esports, FENNEL Esports, and Revenant Xspark. Yeah.
I mean,
right?
that'd be
like, with the point system that we have, right? With the point system that we have, if you win, you get 3 points.
Correct.
If you win one match, even if you lose, if you win one match, you get 1 point.
1 point, yes.
Regardless of how you win, 2-0 or 2-1, you're still gonna get 3 points. So that means we're going to be able to get Utopia. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to get up anymore. But if Revenant Xspark wins 2-1 against FENNEL Esports, then we're going to have a 7-point tie between Insomnia, FENNEL Esports, and I would call this Revenant Xspark.
Yeah,
that's the entire gist.
It's a 3-way tiebreaker here. I mean,
yeah.
I mean that'll be interesting. But you know, for now, we'll just see like how fates will decide between the two teams. So far, Insomnia is going to be solidifying themselves here as the 7 points here, as currently the highest point compared to FENNEL Esports and Revenant Xspark.
Yeah, but with that being said, though, before we head into the next set of matches, we still have 3 more games to go through in this tournament for today, because, you know, then we are going to be able to decide whoever's going to be going into the playoffs. But before we head into the last 3 games, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are just going to have a short break. Please eat your snacks and drink your water, drink your hydration, whatever that is, and we'll be right back.